WPVL FM test audio.
People's State Bank is a locally owned and managed bank with convenient locations in southwest Wisconsin and northeast Iowa. If you're looking for a place where you're more than just a number, but still have access to convenient technology and low fees, People's State Bank is it. As a community bank, they're proud to support many of the local charities, county fairs, community events, and more. When you become a part of People's State Bank, you can be confident that you're standing with a good cause. People's State Bank, member FDIC.
The Queen Bee Radio offices.
This is a Queen Bee Radio High School Sports presentation. Queen Bee Radio proudly brings you People's State Bank and Grant Regional Health Center coverage of high school sports. Presented by Cuba City, Kieler, and Darlington Family Dental and Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors. And sponsored by Faust Electric, Brian's Auto Body and Paint, Vitech Incorporated, Carver's Hardwood Flooring, Claire Bank, Donnie's Tire and Auto, Fuller's Milker Center, Gary's Pest Control, Community First Bank, Guy's Truck and Tractor Service, Hernson's Ace Hardware, Krantz Auto Parts, the Peterson Agency, the Raleigh Cheese House, Mound City Bank, the Russell Law Office, the Shoebox, Sloan Implement, Timmerman's Talents, Tricor Insurance, and Wolf Construction.
Good morning and welcome to a snowy Dodgeville, Wisconsin. It's the WIAA Division II Dodgeville Regional. From Dodgeville High School, Tyler Dictanis, Matt Wiederholt, and Scott Tolzman with you from the Wolf Construction broadcast booth on X1071, X1071.com, and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. From the Wolf Construction broadcast booth, gentlemen, good morning. Very snowy morning. Glad everyone's here, everyone's safe, and we have a very outstanding wrestling tournament this morning as we have a number of ranked wrestlers. We have ranked teams competing here today. The top 2 teams advance out of this tournament. The top 4 in each weight class advance to the sectional round. Matt Wiederholt, we'll start with you. We were just talking off air a little bit ago about the team aspect of this. You kind of look at the teams that are competing today. Evansville is likely penciled in as one of the teams that will advance to next Tuesday's team sectional. But the toss-up for that second team, your Prairie du Chiens, your Fennimores, who's now up in Division II, Darlington Blackhawk, there's a number of wild cards that factor into the team aspect of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. As he mentioned, 2 are going to move on, and one would have to believe it's probably Evansville, the 4th-ranked team in the state. But they're out of the 10 teams that are ranked in the state in Division II, 5 of them are here today at this Dodgeville Regional. Fennimore, as we mentioned, bumped up from Division III. They're ranked 7th. Darlington Blackhawk checks in at 8th. Belmont Platteville at 9, and Prairie du Chien at 10. So it's going to be a razor-thin margin between those actually 5 schools, but perhaps those second 4 schools as to who actually gets to advance to the sectional level.
Yeah, but Scott Tolzman, individually, a lot of ranked wrestlers, and each weight class kind of has a couple of wrestlers that stand out. Again, the top 4 in each weight class advance, but not only winning, but how you win also matters to determine seeding for next week.
Yeah, everything gets reseeded. It's not like the old matrix system of the past. So you really want to come out of here, in the top 2 spots so you get a better seed next week. But, you look at it, just about every weight has got a strong wrestler in there that is probably your number 1 wrestler coming out of here. It's a very strong weight classes. And when you were talking about the teams, it's the kids on those teams that can come back and get the placement points, because now you can there's a true wrestle back all the way through. It's not like if you lose your first match, you're done. So those teams that are buying for that first or second team spot, it's really important for those other kids to pick up those wins. And, looking at this, if I had a pick right now, I would say it's going to probably be Evansville, Fennimore, Prairie du Chien, then a toss-up between Blackhawk and Darlington and Belmont Platteville.
Yeah, it should be interesting how it all shakes out, because as we saw during last night's girls tournament, just when you think a match is going one way, a wrestler makes a mistake, someone capitalizes, and they end up getting pinned after having a double-digit lead in the match. So should make for a very fun tournament here this morning from Dodgeville. As a heads up for those wanting to see the Division III Regional from Mineral Point, that's coming up on 97.7 Country WGLR and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. That wrestling action set to begin around 10 o'clock. We are going to begin shortly after 9:30 and get this action underway here in our Division II Regional Tournament. Coming up next, our Fuller Smoker Center starting lineups. Matt and Scott will run down some of the wrestlers we'll have our eye on in each weight class. Also checking on the shoebox scoreboard, our Cuba City Family Dental colors of the match, and more straight ahead. Run our Raleigh Cheese pre-match show presented by Raleigh Cheese at the intersection of Highways 11 and 23 in the heart of Lafayette County. Don't forget the cheese. Our pre-match show continues after this on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel.
Pre-match 1.
Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors of Belmont and Prairie du Chien is who to call for top quality CHI overhead doors. Enhance the curb appeal and security of your home by choosing the fine line of CHI overhead doors from Carey's. And when it comes to seamless gutters that keep your home protected from water damage, Carey's has you covered too. Visit Carey'sGuttersandDoors.com today to learn more. They'll service all the rest, and they deal in the best. Get your new CHI overhead doors at Carey's Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors, Belmont and Prairie du Chien.
Are high bank fees draining your wallet? It's time for a change.
At People's State Bank, they believe in low fees that put you first.
Tired of being charged for using your debit card, sneaky paper statement fees, or monthly maintenance fees?
With People's State Bank's People's Checking Account, those fees are a thing of the past.
Worried about ATM fees?
At People's State Bank, they reimburse you for up to 3 ATM fees per month. They work hard to keep your money where it belongs, in your pocket.
Make the switch to People's State Bank today. Visit a branch near you or peoplesfinancial.com. Member FDIC.
Here at Extreme 1071, we love giving you things. A great mix of music, entertainment, and of course, free stuff. If you participate in any of our giveaways and contests, remember,
You're going to talk and talk fast.
contests are generally open to U.S. residents 18 years or older and reside within our terrestrial listening area. Other age restrictions may apply. You can only win once per 30 days or once per promotion or contest. Employees, agents, and affiliates of the station, Queen Bee Radio Inc., Morgan Murphy Media, contest sponsors, other radio, television, and print advertising companies are ineligible to win. Other restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. All entries completed are blank. Any and all materials pertaining to a contest are the property of Queen Bee Radio. Prize winners have 30 days to pick up their prize at the Queen Bee Radio offices. 51 News Drive in Platteville, Wisconsin, 53818. Bring your ID. A signature may be required. Unclaimed prizes will be disposed of at the discretion of Queen Bee Radio. All decisions are final. Winners are responsible for all taxes, fees, usage charges, tariffs, or other fees associated with their prize. Queen Bee Radio makes no guarantee of any awarded prizes and is released from all liability. A full list of our general contest rules can be found online at x1071.com or at the Queen Bee Radio offices.
Pre-match 1.
Back in Dodgeville, getting ready for the WIAA Division II Boys Wrestling Regional on our Grant Regional Health Center. People's State Bank coverage of high school wrestling presented by Cuba City, Darlington, and Kieler Family Dental, and Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. Tyler DeTanis, Matt Wiederholt, Scott Tolzman with you from the booth, and let's run down just some wrestlers to have our eye on the Fuller Smoker Center starting lineup. See Fuller's complete hygiene line and options for your brand new dairy setup. Our existing parlor remodel, Fuller's in Lancaster, Richland Center, and at FullerSmokerCenter.com. Matt, some of the ranked wrestlers that we have our eye on here today.
Yeah, I'll cover the lighter weights. Let's start at 106. Number 1 ranked Colin Fry from Evansville come in with a 45-2 record as a sophomore. Another wrestler here at this regional, Thomas Lamar from Brodhead, Juda. He's 31-7. Shifting gears to D2 regional here in Dodgeville to 113. Colton Bolig from Evansville, 39-2. Shane Racon of Dodgeville, 45-1. He's ranked second in the state. Number 6 ranked Owen Volge from Monroe, 19-8. Carson Bassett checks in for Fennimore, the 12th ranked wrestler in the state with his 16-7 record. And the 13th ranked wrestler in the state from Prairie du Chien is Hunter Reed. He's 31-14 on the year. Let's take a look at 3 other weight classes. Shifting gears to 126 pounds. Number 1 ranked wrestler in the state, Blake Enders, is here from Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus with his 41-2 record. Briggs Weigel ranked number 3rd in the state from Belmont, Platteville, 44-5 on the season as a freshman. Dodgeville's Rhett Spurley is ranked 4th in the state. He is 40-9. At 132 pounds, there's 1 ranked wrestler here today from Monroe. It is number 7, Carson Menem. He is 39-5 on the season. He is a senior. Taking a look at a couple other weight classes before we move to the heavier weights. At 138 pounds, there are 5 ranked wrestlers here today. Number 4 ranked Dylan Weigel of Belmont Platteville is 43-4 as a junior. Nolan Radke is ranked 5th for the River Valley Blackhawks, 16-5 as a senior. Mason Hurd is ranked 6th for the Prairie du Chien Blackhawks. He is 40-7 as a junior. Also a junior is Nathan Johnson of Dodgeville. He's ranked 11th with his 30-8 record. And checking in for Cuba City, Southwestern Benton, number 12, Connor Brynmeyer, 32-8 on the year as a senior. We'll take a look at a couple more weight classes here. Division II, 144 pounds. Number 1 ranked, undefeated in his career, 42-0 in the season, junior Hakan Peterson of Dodgeville. Ranked 6 for Fennimore is Colin Tollefson. He's 26-8 as a sophomore. Jackson Perkins of Prairie du Chien is ranked 8th as a senior with his 31-16 record. River Valley's Mason Schulte is here today. He's ranked 9th in the state. He is a junior with a 29-12 record. Oliver Harkis of Belmont Platteville is ranked 10th. He's 15-9 as a freshman. And 11th ranked wrestler in the state in this very loaded 144-pound weight class is Lincoln Keller, a Evansville junior who is 33-11. And at 150 pounds, number 1 ranked and undefeated on the season, Owen Sefrud of Darlington Blackhawk. He is a senior at 150 pounds. 3rd ranked Siler Zadancewicz of Fennimore is 22-7 as a senior. And ranked 6th from Evansville, Tom Heiser, 31-9 as a freshman. I'll keep going here. Let's keep going at 157-pound. Number 1 ranked Danny Heiser of Evansville, 42-0 on the season as a senior. He's ranked number 1 at 157 pounds. Ranked number 3 is Bryce Lesendorf of Prairie du Chien. He's 35-8 as a senior. At 150 pounds, Wyatt Neichreiner of River Valley checks in 39-6 on the season as a senior. Fennimore's Ryder Zadancewicz, 17-6 as a junior, ranked 10th. And at 157 pounds, Tyler Kaisamore of Belmont Platteville. He is a junior with a 42-7 record. At 165-pound, the number 1 ranked wrestler in the state is Tristan Stout of Fennimore. He's 30-3 on the season. He is a senior. Cuba City's Benton Southwestern's Landon Bush is ranked 7th. He is a junior. And Kaysen Howig of Belmont, Monticello, New Glarus, ranked 13th in the state, is at this Dodgeville Regional. He is a junior with a 36-9 record on the season. Moving into our heavier weights, we have Darlington Blackhawks, Maddox Goebel.
Just a second, we'll get to our national anthem, and we'll come back to our starting lineups in just a moment. All right, finished with our national anthem. Wrestling action set to begin in just a few moments. Matt, let's finish up some of those ranked wrestlers that we are on today.
We'll finish up our heavier weight classes. Ranked number 3 at 175 pounds, Darlington Blackhawk, Maddox Gable, 34-7 on year as a senior. Also 175 pounds ranked here today, Ryder Swenson of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus. He is a senior with a 36-8 record. And 13th ranked Nathan Balachki of Fennimore. He's 18-8 as a senior. At 190 pounds, number 10th ranked Tri Eulahoven of Belmont, Monticello, New Glarus is here. 39-4 record as a senior. Blake Brickel of River Valley, 38-8. He's ranked 13th as a junior. And 14th ranked Drew Krubel of Fennimore, and his 16-12 record as a senior. Our final 2 weight classes says number 1 Blake Theory, the Indiana Hoosier, playing football for the Hoosiers this upcoming fall. He's 41-3 as a senior, as we said, ranked number 1. Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk is 38-5 as a senior. Number 9 ranked Jaden Kopp of Fennimore, his 23-11 record as a senior. And Mason Mandrano of Belmont Platteville, he's 36-13 as a senior. And finally at heavyweight, number 3 ranked Jack Simmons of Prairie du Chien is 38-8 as a junior. Dalton Wolf is 5th ranked in the state for Fennimore. He is 28-12 as a senior. Sophomore Caden Drake is here, ranked 11th from Darlington Blackhawk with its 28-16 record. Rusty Ruck of Belmont Platteville is ranked 13th in the state as a senior at his 18-12 record. And the 48th ranked wrestler we have here today is Tanner Zabotsville of Evansville. He's ranked 14th at heavyweight as a junior with his 31-17 record.
All right, thank you, Matt. Those are the Fuller's Milker Center starting lineups. The Fuller's Complete Hygiene line and options for your brand new dairy setup or existing parlor remodel. Fuller's in Lancaster, Richland Center, and at Fuller'sMilkerCenter.com. Wrestling also brought to you by Russell Offices. If you've been injured, contact Russell Offices. Their experienced team of personal injury lawyers will fight for your rights and help you get the compensation you deserve. Visit RussellLawWI.com. Cuba City Family Dental. Kieler Family Dental and Darlington Family Dental, 3 convenient locations to serve your dental needs. Our scoreboard presented by the Shoebox in Black Earth, the largest independent shoe store in the Midwest. And we have action underway on mat number 1, 120 pounds. Prairie du Chien's Landon Thierry taking on Austin Schulte of Darlington Blackhawk. And then on mat number 2, 126 pounds, Sam Hartlob of Beloit Turner taking on Quinn Pusen of River Valley. Mat number 3, Brandon Staver of Evansville taking on Waylon Anderson of Monroe. Let's start off on mat number 1 with Landon Thierry of Prairie du Chien taking on Austin Schulte of Darlington Blackhawk.
Okay, no score right now. They're working at about 9 o'clock on the side. They're going to call stalemate. So we're into the match, first period. Neutral position. Prairie takes a shot. Schulte counters it, spins, gets a 3 takedown. Working the arms, trying to break him down.
Over on mat number 2, we have a takedown. It's River Valley's Quinn Polzine. He is 13-5, 13-15 on the season. He's up 3-0 over Beloit Turner's Sam Hartlib, a 5-10 freshman.
3-0 the score on mat number 3. Brandon Staver of Evansville leading Waylon Anderson of Monroe.
Less than a minute remaining still here at mat number 2 between freshman Sam Hartlib of Beloit Turner. As we mentioned, he's 5-10, taking on a senior in Quinn Polzin of River Valley, 13-5. It's still the senior of River Valley in a riding position, 3-0. 3 o'clock position on the mat now, trying to work his hips around, trying to work a deep half, pull that right arm under. If he can ride it, run it, he'd have some potential there. Gives up on it. Wrestler still at the 3 o'clock position on mat number 2, where we have Quinn Polzin of River Valley leading Sam Hartlib of Beloit Turner, 3-0.
Got a fall on mat number 3. Brandon Staver of Evansville gets the pin over Waylon Anderson of Monroe. Let's go back to mat number 1 between Landon Thierry and Austin Schulte.
All right, the score is 3-1 at the end of the first period. Schulte from Darlington Blackhawk is ahead. In these prelim matches, Landon Thierry from Prairie du Chien is 3-25. He is a freshman taking on Austin Schulte from Darlington Blackhawk, a junior with a record of 7-24.
The Vault Restaurant and Bar in South Wayne is a great place to relax with family and friends and enjoy a meal after the game or anytime. If you want to try one of their specialty drinks, check out their Facebook page for their full menu and hours.
Period number 1 comes to an end on mat number 2 with Quinn Puzan, the senior from River Valley, leading Sam Hartlig, the freshman from Beloit Turner, 3-0.
Start of the second period. Schulte chose down. He gets an escape with 1:35 left to go in the second period. Score is now 4-1. And these are the matches where I'm talking about. If you can get some of these wins in the prelims and move forward, those bonus points really help and add up.
Underway on mat number 3, Fennimore Sawyer Swadek taking on Eli Aird of Darlington Blackhawk. 132-pound match, still scoreless 30 seconds into the match. They're dancing around at the 3 o'clock position of the wrestling mat.
River Valley's Quinn Polzin, the senior, has opened his lead up over freshman Sam Hartlib of Beloit Turner, 11-0 here, just 30 seconds into the second period on mat number 2 at 132 pounds.
Back on mat 1, Schulte's got a takedown, has Thierry on his back, working for a pin. Plenty of time left in the second period. There's 50 seconds left. He's got a deep half in. Lets the half go and brings Thierry back. He gets a 4-point near fall. Runs the score 11-1. Does a crossface, barbed wire. He's got Thierry on his back again, working for the pin, and there it is. Austin Schulte will advance into the quarterfinals with a victory by a pin over Thierry.
11-1 over here on mat number 2 at 132 pounds. It's still River Valley's Quinn Polzin with the lead over Beloit Turner's freshman Sam Hartlib.
Powers Auction Service is a full-service auction company conducting auctions in the tri-state since 1948. They specialize in farm and construction equipment, livestock, and liquidations and more. Visit Powers Auction Service online or call 608-439-5761. Also brought to you by the Village Inn in South Wayne, offering daily specials and their Friday fish fry. Get together with friends and family for great food and fun after the match. Check out their full menu on Facebook. Also on mat number 3, 3-0 the score. Eli Aird of Darlington Blackhawk, the senior with a 24-14 record, leading Sawyer Swadek of Fennimore, a sophomore with a 9-16 record, as they go to the end of the first period. Still 13-1 on mat number 2, and a match set to begin on mat number 1. As we'll refresh track wrestling here and see if we can tell you who's competing on mat number 1. It's going to be Zach Bear of Sugar River taking on Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien. Let's stick with mat number 3 between Sawyer Swadek and Eli Aird.
Taking a look there at the score is going to be 3-0. Eli Aird, the 24-14 senior over Sawyer Sawig, the sophomore from Fennimore. He came in with a record of 9-16, still 3-0. Now it's in a riding position. It's going to be Sywig of Fennimore. A little bit of a sit-out attempt by Aird, but brought back quickly to his base is Sawyer Swatek of Fennimore. Continuing to ride. Eli Aird, the senior from Darlington Blackhawk, continuing trying to escape through the roll-through. Not able to do so, so he's going to try to get to his base. Peels the hands off. That'll be an escape for Eli Aird of Darlington Blackhawk, and that will improve his score. 4-0 over Sawyer Sotwig, the sophomore from Fennimore.
Coming up on mat 2 right now is Tyler Maxwell from River Valley, a junior, 17-11, and Leo Hansen from Dodgeville, a junior with a record of 7-13.
Going back to mat number 3 in the second period with 1:10 remaining. Should be 4-0. Yep, it is 4-0. This wasn't updated on track wrestling. Still Eli Aird, the senior from Darlington Blackhawk, over the sophomore Sawyer Sawtek of Fennimore. Wrestlers nearly out of bounds, but still keeping their feet. Near fall points are be collected by Eli Aird. He should have 4 near fall points. The 3. He's been given a 3. So it's now 7-0 in favor of Eli Aird of Darlington Blackhawk over Sawyer Swatek of Fennimore. 44 seconds remaining, trying to get the fall. Has that left foot inside the cylinder, so he's technically still in bounds as he tries to get the fall. Referee now awards the additional near fall points. Those are the 4 near fall points I was looking for, so it's going to be 11-0. Eli Aird of Darlington Blackhawk over Fennimore's Sawyer Sawig here at 138 pounds.
All right, over on mat 2 right now, we have a blood time on Dodgeville. Score is 7-1. Maxwell got the first takedown and picked up 4 near fall points. Hansen gets the escape. We're midway through the first period.
Quick check on mat number 1 as well. Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien leading Zach Bear of Sugar River 7-2 as they begin the second period. Our wrestling today brought to you by H&M Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical, serving you in Fennimore, Lancaster, and Boscobel. Always on call and always the right call. H&M Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical, serving Southwest Wisconsin 24/7 since 1958. Also by Woodlaw Office, serving you in Fennimore and Boscobel, providing Grant County estate planning, elder law, probate, business law, real estate, and municipal law. Call Ben at Woodlaw Office in Fennimore and Boscobel. The Butcher Shop in Fennimore offers top quality beef and pork and chicken to fill your freezers. Short on time, don't forget the heat and serve barbecue beef and pork for great tasting meals. The Butcher Shop in Fennimore. Only match going on right now is on mat number 1. We've got blood time on mats 2 and 3. Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien leading Zach Bear 7-2. As Bear is in the top position 30 seconds into the second period. And Kosman trying to roll out of it. Nice reversal. He'll take the top position. Runs his score up to 9-2. 1:20 to go in the second period. Wrestling today brought to you by Mound City Bank. Their total line of credit allows you to use the equity in your home to do the things you want. Step into Mound City Bank to apply. Offer subject to approval. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender. Learn more at MoundCityBank.com. By Wolf Farms LNG in Lancaster, saluting our area wrestlers and all area student athletes this season. Wolf Farms encourages you to enjoy ham, pork chops, and bacon in support of our local pork producers. We have action resuming on mat number 2 between Tyler Maxwell of River Valley and Leo Hansen of Dodgeville. And we will also resume mat number 3, Sawyer Swadek of Fennimore trailing Eli Aird of Darlington Blackhawk 11-0. 37 seconds left in the second period. Let's go back to mat number 3.
Yep, I'll pick that up. So as we mentioned, Eli Aird still up 11-0 from Darlington Blackhawk over Fennimore Sawyer Sawtek. Referee now getting the wrestlers in position. So it's going to be Sawtek, the Fennimore sophomore, in a down position. Eli Aird, referee gets set. Aird is now ready in a riding position. 36 seconds remain here in the second period. Aird of Darlington Blackhawk 11, Swatek of Fennimore 0 here at 138 pounds. No change in position here over at mat number 3. Still Aird in a riding position, trying to work that right arm behind. Not able to do so as Sawtek is doing a nice job getting to his base, but now Arid breaks him back down, trying to work that right arm across, seeing if he could get the beginning of a cradle here. It's the final, well, the clock is stopped, so I'm not sure why the clock's not running, but nevertheless, it's still Arid of Darlington Blackhawk 11. Sawtek of Fennimore 0 at 138 pounds over on mat number 3.
On mat number 2, Maxwell from River Valley will pin Hansen in the first period. And moving to mat 1 right now, it is Belmont's Jesse Kastner, a freshman with a record of 17-21, taking on Todd Hall from Brodhead, Juda, a freshman with a record of 22-16. No score, a minute 20 left in the first period.
Yeah, let's bounce back and forth between mats 1 and 2 now, between that matchup between Jesse Kastner and Todd Hall. We have a Fennimore wrestler coming up at 138 pounds on mat number 2. So let's bounce back and forth between mats 1 and 2. Scott, take mat number 1. Matt, take mat number 2.
All right, Kastner shot in for a single. He's got the leg. Brodhead Juda's cross-facing, and they come back and face each other. They're both on their feet at the edge of the mat at 9 o'clock.
I'll take mat number 2. Owen Kloss of Fennimore. He's 10-10 in the season as a junior. He's taking on Beloit Turner's Carter Fry. Nice 26-14 record as a senior. His first period just underway. 15 seconds into it. No score as wrestlers tie up and then break apart in the center of the mat. A little bit of a shot taken by Beloit Turner's Carter Fry. Broken back up. Kloss does a nice job keeping his hips back. Now it's Kloss fighting for hand position. So we're 30 seconds into this 138-pound match between Owen Kloss of Fennimore and Carter Fry of Beloit Turner. No score.
Back on mat 1 with 10 seconds left to go. We have Kastner from Belmont Platteville with the first takedown, leading 3-0 as the first period is going to come to an end.
Quickly on mat number 3, Sawyer Swadek trying to come back from behind, trailed 11-0, now 11-7, and had near fall points on Eli Aird as they go out of bounds at the 11 o'clock position of the mat with 1:10 to go in the third period. We'll keep tabs on that one.
Back to mat number 2, Owen Kloss of Fennimore. The junior is still tied up at 0 with Carter Fry from Beloit Turner. Minute 11 is elapsed in his first period. Wrestlers go out of bounds at the 8 o'clock position. So referee brings them back to the middle. So no score between Owen Kloss of Fennimore and Carter Fry of Beloit Turner at 138 pounds.
Kastner defers. Hall takes down. Hall stands up. Faces. They're on the edge of the mat. Now they come back in. Hall gets an escape. Kastner shoots in for a single. He's got the leg. He's trying to pick it up. He reaches across, picks the other ankle, puts Hall down on his butt, and moves up, and he gets the takedown.
Takedown made by Sawyer Swadek of Fennimore, and he's got Eli Aird in trouble at the 12 o'clock position of the mat. It's still 12-10 in favor of Eli Aird, leading Sawyer Swadek with 24 seconds left.
We'll stay with that because it has been quite a comeback. It was 11-0 Arid of Darlington Blackhawk over Sawtek of Fennimore. Now it's a 12-12 tie as Sawtek tries to pull his left arm behind. 10 seconds remaining. We'll stay with this 12-12 at this 138-pound weight class between the sophomore from Fennimore, Sawtek, and the senior Eli Arid of Darlington Blackhawk. An escape is made, so that is going to be it. Referee will bring them both to the middle. So it's going to be hanging on by the narrowest of margins.
Wow.
Eli Aird of Darlington Blackhawk, 13. Sawyer Sawtek of Fennimore, 12.
Quick mark, that is one of our matches of the meet. What a fun one at 132 pounds. Back on mat number 1, 6-3 the score. Jesse Kastner leading Todd Hall Jr. of Brodhead, Juda. 30 seconds left to go in the second period. Let's go back to that one, Scott.
All right. Hall will get a reversal. With about 30 seconds left to go in the second period, Kastner gets the escape. We're down to 15 seconds left in the second period. He takes Hall down as he pushes the head down and spins around. Extends his lead to 10-3. And Hall's going to get called for stalling. They're working on the edge of the mat about 3 o'clock, and this is way the period's going to end. So we're going to move into the third period with Kastner from Belmont Platteville leading 10-3.
We'll give a quick update here at mat number 2. It's Owen Kloss, a sophomore from freshman, now with the takedown and a 3-0 lead over Carter Fry of Beloit Turner. Referees go out of bounds at the 3 o'clock position. We're halfway through this match with 1 minute remaining in this second period.
The Melby Funeral Home and Crematory of Platteville offers a history of caring and understands that each family is unique and will honor personal requests and traditions. The Melby Funeral Home and Crematory, also by Rundy Plumbing and Heating in Belmont, for all of your agricultural, commercial, and residential needs. Call Rundy Plumbing and Heating in Belmont. Also underway on mat number 3, Connor Brimmeyer of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern, a senior with a 33-8 record, taking on Josh Bear of Sugar River. 7-1, make it 10-1 to score. Connor Brimmeyer in the lead on mat number 3. Let's go back and forth between mats 1 and 2.
All right, back on mat 1. Kastner chose down to start the third period, gets to the escape, makes the score now 12-3. Minute 30 left to go. There's a shot by Hall into a single leg. Kastner tries to counter it, rolls over, and Hall's going to come back up on top. Gets the takedown, 12-6.
Over on mat number 2, it's a 5-0 lead in favor of Owen Kloss of Fennimore over Carter Fry. Now it's 5-2 with the reversal by Connor Fry. There's just 10 seconds remaining in the second period. Wrestlers near the center of the mat. It's now with the reversal. Fry in the top position, trying to see if he can work an arm bar, see if he can work a tilt, but not going to be able to do so. Here at the end of period number 2, Owen Kloss of Fennimore leads Carter Fry of Beloit Turner by a score of 5-2 at 138 pounds.
Connor Brimmeyer scores a fall on mat number 3 over Josh Bear of Sugar River. So a new match coming up on mat number 3. We have a wrestler from Darlington, Blackhawk, and Monroe set to wrestle at 138 pounds. We'll stick with mats 1 and 2 for now as action underway again on mat number 2, third period.
So mat number 2, as you mentioned, underway. 10 seconds into it. It's going to be Owen Kloss in a riding position for Fennimore in his 5-2 lead. Trying to see if he can work that right arm under. A little bit of a parallel, but now it's Fry getting to his base. Carter Fry trying to get to the tripod, not able to do so. Broken back down by Kloss of Fennimore. A little bit of a roll-through attempt by Fry. Unsuccessful as Kloss keeps his hips behind. May have improved his position a little bit, but now Fry of Beloit Turner to his base. Minute 22 remaining. Owen Kloss of Fennimore, the sophomore, over the senior Carter Fry, Beloit Turner. It was actually Connor Fry coming in with a much better record at 26-14. Kloss of Fennimore came in at 10-10. Looks like Kloss of Fennimore may, for a moment there, have had something brewing for some potential near-fall points, but it's Fry of Beloit Turner that rolls through. Wrestlers at the center of the mat. 1 minute remaining here in this third period. Owen Kloss of Fennimore leads Carter Fry, Beloit Turner 5-2.
Mat number 1, it's Reed Hammer of Edgerton, a sophomore, 14-13, taking on Colton Martin Jr. of Evansville, a record of 6-8. Let's stick with mats 2 and 3. On mat number 3, we have Darlington Blackhawks Parker Mosley trailing 7-0 to Garrett Minder, a senior from Monroe.
Over at mat number 2, we have 33 seconds remaining. Referee brings the wrestlers back to the mat. There has not been a score change. It's still Owen Kloss, the sophomore from Fennimore, 5. Carter Fry, the senior from Beloit Turner, 2. Fry from Beloit Turner under the restart, tried to get to his base, but Kloss, knowing that there's under 30 seconds remaining, seems very content just to keep his hips back. Ride this out, unaware of any stalling warning against Kloss. Here in these final 18 seconds, we'll finish this out. Roll through attempt by Fry, caught back by Kloss, once again keeping his hips back nicely, trying to work that left arm behind, seeing if he can get a tilt here, but there's only 5 seconds remaining. Near fall points are being awarded. See if he can get the fall here before the buzzer. No, he's not able to do so. So advancing at 138 pounds will be Owen Kloss of Fennimore over Carter Fry of Beloit Turner by a score of 9-2.
Just an update on mat 1. Kastner from Belmont Platteville ends up pinning Hall in the third period, so he'll advance on into the quarterfinals.
The senior Garrett Minder of Monroe got the fall over Parker Mosley of Darlington Blackhawk on mat number 3, and we have a new match coming up on mat number 3. It's Jamison Wallen of Brodhead, Juda, taking on Ashlyn Milbauer of Sugar River. And still have Edgerton's Reed Hammer and Evansville's Colton Martin wrestling on mat number 1. We have a wrestler from Darlington Blackhawk coming up on mat number 2, so we'll stick with that one. Department Farm Supply offers best kill insecticides and easy way cattle feeders. Department Farm Supply can work with dairy and beef operations from 1 to 1,000, both organic and traditional. Call Parman Farm Supply of Belmont today.
All right, you mentioned mat number 2, so let's take a look at. We have Riker Weiskircher of Darlington Blackhawk. He's 15-7 on the year, 15-17 on the year as a sophomore. He's wrestling off against Wyatt Bennett of Beloit Turner, who is 20-18 as a sophomore. So a battle of the sophomores, shot taken by Weiskircher of Darlington Blackhawk, able to work the deep single, get the takedown 30 seconds into this first period. It's Rucker Weiskircher of Darlington Blackhawk with a 3-0 lead over Wyatt Bennett of Beloit Turner in this battle of sophomores here at 144 pounds. Staying with it here, trying to work the arm bar is Weiskircher of Darlington Blackhawk, still riding it, not able to get any bit of a tilt on Bennett of Beloit Turner. Staying in that riding position. Now trying to pull that left arm under, see if he can work that chicken wing a little bit. Trying to run it. Close, but not quite, as Bennett gets that right arm under and braces himself. Now it's Weiskircher back at it here with 1 minute and 15 seconds elapsed in this first period. It's still Weiskircher of Darlington Blackhawk leading Bennett of Beloit Turner 3-0. As we mentioned, both wrestlers are sophomores. Wrestlers at the 2 o'clock position here on mat number 2 at Dodgeville High School.
Nobauer gets the pin on mat number 3, so we have a new match coming up. We'll tell you the wrestlers competing on that one in just a moment. We have a fall coming up, it looks like on mat number 1, but a tech fall going to be the final result of that one, so we'll have a new match coming up on mat number 1. Let's stick with mat number 2 for just a bit. Actually, now on mat number 3, Jake Kramer of Prairie du Chien taking on Ty Larson of River Valley, but we'll stick with mat number 2.
Yep, mat number 2, the first period's coming to an end with a 3-0 lead. Rucker Weiskircher of Darlington Blackhawk over Wyatt Bennett of Beloit Turner. No action on mat number 1, so we'll stay here between mat number 1 is starting to get underway at 144 pounds, but we'll stay here at mat number 2 is Weiskircher of Darlington Blackhawk. A little bit of blood addressed. Both wrestlers coming back. Coin toss rolls across the mat. It's going to go in favor of Weiskircher. He is choosing to defer. The sophomore defers to Wyatt Bennett of Beloit Turner. He's going to choose, I believe he indicated the riding position, and he did. So it's going to be Weiskircher of Darlington Blackhawk starting the second period in the down position. Bennett in the top position, match action underway. A little bit of a sit-out attempt, close reversal, but it will be an escape. So Weiskircher of Darlington Blackhawk will improve his lead to 4-0 over Bennett of Beloit Turner. Wrestlers circle toward the center, shot taken by Weiskircher. Now it's caught. Bennett caught him on the thing. Now he's collecting near fall points. If he can settle in, he's going to come back and get the fall. Trying to get chest to chest. Bennett trying to get chest to chest with Weiskircher on his back. Bennett, the sophomore from Beloit Turner, in his 20-18 record, looking to advance. He's squeezing. Referee looking intently. Weiskircher, Darlington Blackhawk in big trouble here. Still a minute 24 remaining in the second period, but Weiskircher is able to at least roll to his base. Avoids the fall. Now it's Weiskircher with the escape. So it's going to be 7-4. Wyatt Bennett of Beloit Turner now with the lead over Rucker Weiskircher of Darlington Blackhawk. Now it's Tucker of Beloit Turner with the fall, or excuse me, with the throw. Has Weiskircher on his back once again, trying to settle in for those. He has near fall points, trying to get the fall bridge attempt, but to no avail. Wyatt Bennett of Beloit Turner will advance at 144 pounds with his fall over Rucker Weiskircher of Darlington Blackhawk.
The Vault Restaurant and Bar in South Wayne is a great place to relax with family and friends and enjoy a meal after the match or any time. You want to try one of their specialty drinks? Check out their Facebook page for a full menu and hours of My Powers Auction Service, a full-service auction company conducting auctions in the Tri-State since 1948. They specialize in farm and construction equipment, livestock, and liquidations, and more. Visit Powers Auction Service online or call 608-439-5761. Also by the Village Inn in South Wayne offers daily specials for their Friday fish fry. Get together with friends and family for great food and fun after the game. Check out their full menu on Facebook. All 3 mats with action going on right now. On mat number 3, Jake Kramer of Prairie du Chien leading 3-2 over Ty Larson of River Valley. Still scoreless on mat number 1 between Prairie du Chien's Jackson Perkins and Sean Larson. Or actually, that match just ended.
Match is over with. Perkins comes away with a pin. So coming up at 150, it's going to be Cuba City's. Let me get to that page.
Well, let's go to mat number 2. We have Cuba City Benton Southwestern's Nick Reddington taking on Oliver Harkis of Belmont Platteville. 3-0 the score. Let's go to mat number 2.
Yep, I'll take care of that. So it's Reddington at Cuba City Benton Southwestern, a senior, with his 12-16 record, trailing Harkis 3-0 Belmont Platteville. Harkis, the freshman, with a 16-9 record. As we mentioned, Harkis is ranked, so it's going to be Reddington in the down position. 118 remaining in this 144-pound weight class here at mat number 2. Oliver Harkis breaks Reddington down from his base, trying to pull that left arm under, seeing if he can ride it a little bit. He's able to ride it. He has Reddington on his back. He's collecting near fall points, needs to hook that left arm through, but Reddington rolls through, so we'll see how many near fall points are awarded, and it is 4. So Oliver Harkis of Belmont Platteville leads Nick Reddington of Cuba City Benton Southwestern by a score of 7-0. 45 seconds remain here in this first period.
Over on mat 1 right now is Joe Price from Beloit Turner, a senior with a record of 12-22, taking on Brody Blackburn from Cuba City Benton Southwestern, a junior with a record of 29-13. He gets the first takedown with a single leg, leads 3-0 with 1:20 left to go in the first period.
Oliver Harkis once again turned Nick Reddington to his back. He collected 4 near fall points. It hasn't been put on the scoreboard yet, but once that happens, it's going to be 11-0. Oliver Harkis, the freshman from Belmont Platteville, over the senior Nick Reddington of Cuba City Benton Southwestern. 5 seconds remaining. We'll finish out those last seconds here in this first period. Clock ticks off. That is the end. So once the points are awarded, Oliver Harkis of Belmont Platteville 11, Nick Reddington, Cuba City Benton Southwestern 0.
Okay, Blackburn will Turk his opponent over, gets the 4 near fall, switches off, and ends up now with getting a pin. It's kind of a quick pin by Sullivan there.
Quick check on mat number 3 for just a second. The score is 10-2 in favor of Jake Kramer of Prairie du Chien. He nearly came up with the fall, but time expired, and it looks like River Valley's Ty Larson is being tended to. It looks like a right knee that they're taking a look at, so no action going on mat number 3. Let's go back to mat number 2, 11-0 the score.
Yep, the only mat in which there is action. It's still Oliver Harkis of Belmont Platteville with that same 11-0 lead over the senior Nick Reddington of Cuba City Benton Southwestern. Referee stops the match action due to a potentially dangerous, brings Nick Reddington back to his base. 21 seconds have elapsed here in this second period. Reddington tries a little bit of a sit out, tries to stay with it, but it's Harkis doing a nice job keeping his hips back, breaks Reddington down to his base, has that left leg pulled through but gives up on it, seeing if he's going to try to work that arm bar as he collected near fall points on 2 separate occasions in that first period. Trying to run it. Here he does. He runs it again. If he's able to collect near fall points, at least it's going to be a technical fall. He's looking for more. He's looking for the pin over Nick Reddington. 4 near fall points have been collected. So your final, Oliver Harkis of Belmont Platteville, the freshman, defeats Nick Reddington by technical fall of Cuba City Benton Southwestern 15-0 here at 144 pounds.
Quick check on mat number 1. Ryder Zanchavitz of Fennimore, a junior with a 20-5 record, is leading and gets the fall over Edgerton's Ian Raymond at 157 pounds. So Ryder Zanchavitz moves on for Fennimore, getting the fall 1 minute into the match. Back to mat number 3. It's Jake Kramer of Prairie du Chien leading 10-2 as we resume the third period. Jake Kramer starting in the down position. Wrestling today brought to you by McNett Electric in Belmont. They can assist with all of your electrical needs. Chip and his crew at McNett Electric are on call and ready to help you with your agricultural, commercial, and residential electric needs. McNett Electric in Belmont. On the sports page, welcomes you in for ice cold beverages and order off their menu. Weekly specials include Friday night fish, Saturday night prime rib, and large 2-topping pizzas on Sundays. The sports page in Belmont. Other matches going on mat number 1. We have Darlington Blackhawks Jonas Lobato taking on Carter Simmons of Prairie du Chien. And on mat number 2, Ethan Shirk of Beloit Turner taking on Brady Bear of Sugar River. Let's go back and forth between mats 1 and 3 as they're in the third period. And Jake Kramer looking like he's going to come away with the victory. And then we'll bounce back and forth to mat number 1 following Jonas Lobato and Carter Simmons.
All right, over on mat 1 right now. It's in the first period. They're in a neutral position. Simmons will do a snap down, spin around, get the first takedown. Leaves the score 3-0. Working the arm, trying to get a head lever in there. Breaks Lobato down. Rowing the wrist up and over on the back. He's got a single wing in right now. He lets it go. Lobato back to his base. Simmons throws the cradle in. He's got the near side cradle. He's getting back points.
All right, final 30 seconds on mat number 3.
Yep, mat number 3. It's Jake Kramer of Prairie du Chien leading 12-2 over Ty Larson of River Valley. Chest to chest, nearly about to get the fall. Just 18 seconds remaining as period. It's Larson of River Valley trying to roll through. Update the score. Yep, still 12-2 with 10 seconds remaining. Obviously, in this situation, Kramer of Prairie du Chien very content and just letting the final seconds tick off, and that's what's going to happen. So Jake Kramer of Prairie du Chien will improve his record to 22-19 on the year as a freshman with his 12-2 victory over Ty Larson of River Valley at 150 pounds.
Simmons from Prairie du Chien will pin Lobato in the first period on mat 1, so he'll, will advance into the quarterfinals.
Community First Bank, for you in the communities where you live, work, and play. Experience for yourself the difference at Community First Bank, cfbank.com. Member FDIC. And by Will Scranton Graphics, a block off the square in Lancaster. Also offers full-service copying and printing available in wide formats for banners, posters, canvas prints, and much more. Wolf Grantland Graphics of Lancaster on mat number 1. Hugo Jean-Louis Justal. Am I saying that right, Scott?
Yes.
Taking on Max Breimeister of Beloit Turner, and on mat number 2, Brady Bear and Ethan Shirk still going at it. On mat number 2, we have another match coming up on mat number 3, but let's stick with mat number 1.
All right, on mat 1 right now, they're in a neutral position. The headgear come off. The ref will call a stoppage here with 1:37 left to go.
While that's being adjusted, I'll just give an update here on mat number 2. It's a 15-3 lead. Braden Barr of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus, 8-6 as a freshman over Ethan Shurick of Beloit Turner. He's 21-21 as a senior.
On mat number 3 at 150 pounds, we'll see our first Dodgeville wrestler of the day, Braden Hewsome of Dodgeville, a junior with a 21-22 record, taking on Brennan Keys of Sugar River. They tie up to begin the match in the center of the mat. 5 seconds in, no score. Back to mat number 1.
All right, still neutral position, middle of the mat. They lock up. Minute left to go. They tie. Now they break apart. We've only had really one good shot by Hugo. And that's when his headgear came off and the match was stopped. They're still here. They tie up again. Working in the middle of the mat. 45 seconds left to go. Break apart. There's a shot by Hugo. Backs away.
I'll jump in quickly here at mat number 2. So at mat number 2, the match before it was Brady Bear with the 18-3 victory over Ethan Schreck of Beloit Turner. So therefore, we're shifting gears to 157 pounds. It's Jackson Dressler of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern as a junior, 19-14, taking on Cody Yoder of Dodgeville. He is a senior with an 18-25 record. Wrestlers roll through 30 seconds into it. Looks like it's going to be Dressler striking first with a takedown. 3-0 lead. He's now working the cradle, trying to get chest to chest. If he can get a little more lean and tighten that in, bring that hip down, able to get the fall. 4 near fall points will be awarded, but he's looking for more. He's looking for the first period pin. Referee settling in, doesn't quite have it. Still has that left leg hooked in. There is the fall. Jackson Dressler of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern will improve his record to 20-14 on the season with the fall over Cody Yoder of Dodgeville at 157 pounds.
Justo will get the first takedown right at the buzzer. He will choose down to start the second period, leading 3-0. There's the start of the whistle. Hugo base. Breimeister throws the cradle in. Hugo is able to stand up and break it. Gets the escape. Now leads 4-0. Neutral position, middle of the mat. They tie up. Still in the middle of the mat, neutral. Each one trying to gain wrist control. Then they break apart.
We're going to move to mat number 2, 190 pounds. It's Brody Godfrey of Dodgeville with his 6 and 18 record on his senior as a junior. He's taking on Beloit Turner's Cole Thiering. He's 13 and 24 as a senior. Underway 20 seconds into it. No score between Godfrey of Dodgeville and Thiering of Beloit Turner at 190 pounds.
Still neutral in the second period. Justo leading 4-0. 50 seconds left to go. They're in the middle of the mat. They tie up. Burmeister's trying to work a throw, but Justo keeps backing out.
Also keeping tabs on mat number 3, William Gonzalez of Darlington Blackhawk wrestling Braden Nally of Monroe. 157-pound matchup, still scoreless. Minute into the first period.
Checking in briefly at mat number 2, it was Brady Godfrey of Dodgeville with the takedown over Cole Thiering or Beloit Turner. Then it was Cole Thiering with the reversal of his own. Now he's collecting near fall points, so Thiering with the reversal and near fall points, trying to settle in. Hold is broken, so once those points are being awarded, it will be 6-3. Cole Thiering of Beloit Turner over Brady Godfrey of Dodgeville at 190 pounds.
Still neutral position on mat 1. Justo still leads 4-0. Burmeister's trying to work that throw, and there's the end of the second period.
30 seconds remaining here in period number 1. It's Thiering of Beloit Turner getting it, looked close to getting the fall, and there is the fall on the whistle. So Brady Godfrey of Dodgeville falls to Cole Thiering of Beloit Turner at 190 pounds. Cole Thiering of Beloit Turner will improve his record to 14 and 24 as a senior.
Dressler Building Restoration for all of your new masonry or repair, residential or commercial. Grandpa Joe said if you do good work, you'll always have work. He was right. Visit their website at DresslerBuildingRestoration.com. The entire staff at Faraday Incorporated in Platteville proudly supports Platteville Hillman High School athletics on a great season. It's a great day to be at Hillman. Congratulations to Faraday Incorporated of Platteville and by Astria. Delivers better fiber internet in Platteville. Visit AstriaConnect.com for home and business internet options for every budget. Back to mat number 1, third period, 5-0.
Justo started the third period down, gets to the escape. They're in a neutral position, middle of the mat. There's a shot by Justo. Bryce-Meister backs away. We have 1:25 left to go in the third period. They tie up again. There's a shot by Bryce-Meister. Justo pushes him away.
Mat number 2 is going to be underway. We've recycled through to 106 pounds. It's going to be Chase Andrews of Beloit Turner, the freshman, in his 16 and 12 record, taking on Blake Faust of Dodgeville. He is 29 and 18 as a senior. Takedown quickly by Faust of Dodgeville, so it's going to be a quick 3-0 lead, collecting near fall points as well. He's collected 4 near fall points. He's about to collect the fall, and we're just 17 seconds into this period, first period. Advancing is Blake Faust of Dodgeville with the fall over Chase Andrews of Beloit Turner at 106 pounds.
Justo will pick up the takedown. They're working on the edge of the mat around 5 o'clock. Justo leads now 8-0 as they will go. Nope, Justo's going to let them go. 25 seconds left to go, score 8-1.
6-0 the score on mat number 3. Monroe's Braden Nally leading William Gonzalez of Darlington Blackhawk at 157 pounds. Minute 20 left to go in the second period.
Okay, on mat 1, right now there's 5 seconds left to go, and Hugo Justo is going to advance into the quarterfinals with an 8-1 victory.
Mountain City Bank's total line of credit allows you to use the equity in your home to do the things you want. Step into Mountain City Bank to apply. Offer subject to approval. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender. Learn more at MountainCityBank.com and by Wolf Farms LNG in Lancaster, saluting our area wrestlers and all area student athletes this season. Wolf Farms encourages you to enjoy ham, pork chops, and bacon in support of our local pork producers. And by Community First Bank, for you in the communities where you live, work, and play. Experience for yourself the difference at Community First Bank. CFBank.com. Member FDIC. The only mat with action going on is mat number 3. 9-0 the score as Braden Nally of Monroe has William Gonzalez in a near fall position as they roll out of bounds. They'll go back to the center of the mat. 20 seconds left in the second period. Coming up on mat number 1, we have Brodhead Juda's Chase Wilhite taking on Grady Mays of Evansville. And we'll go to mat number 2 at 106 pounds. James Kastner of Belmont Platteville taking on Thomas Lamar of Brodhead, Juda.
And it's Thomas Lamar with a very quick takedown right off the whistle. So just 10 seconds into it, Lamar of Brodhead, Juda with the 3-0 lead with the wrestlers at the 3 o'clock position. This battle of freshmen, Thomas Lamar of Brodhead, Juda is 31-7. James Kastner of Belmont Platteville is 18-20. It is Brodhead Juda's Thomas Lamar, ranked 9th in the state. Wrestlers nearly out of bounds at that 3 o'clock position, but it's still Lamar of Brodhead Juda in that riding position trying to work a cradle. Had his toe slip out, but the referee didn't see it, so he's saying they're still in bounds. There's the near fall points being counted off in favor of Thomas Lamar, the freshman of Brodhead Juda. It's going to be 3 near fall points, so 6-0 Thomas Lamar of Brodhead Juda over James Kastner of Belmont Platteville at 106 pounds.
As we're wrapping these prelims up on the 2 outside matches, we are moving into the quarterfinals on mat 2. So after these 2 matches on the outside are done, we'll have more of the quarterfinal matches coming up.
1 minute has elapsed here in this first period. Still 6-0 of Thomas Lamar of Brodhead Juda over James Kastner of Belmont Platteville. Now in deep half was worked in, trying to shift to the cradle is Thomas Lamar of Brodhead Juda over Kastner of Belmont Platteville. He almost has the cradle in, getting those able to lock the hands, not quite able to do so. Slides in, slides back, but a roll through by Kastner of Belmont Platteville. Kastner doing everything he can, doing a nice job, but an equally nice job by Thomas Lamar of Brodhead Juda, bringing him back to the center of the mat, trying to run that cradle through. He has 14 seconds left to do so here in this first period. We'll stay with that these final 10 seconds as he's not quite able to. Very persistent with that cradle is Lamar of Brodhead Juda, but equally up to the task is James Kastner of Belmont Platteville. 6-0 Lamar of Brodhead Juda over Kastner of Belmont Platteville.
Braden Nally scored a tech fall over William Gonzalez of Darlington Blackhawk on mat number 3. There's a new match going on mat 3. We'll also keep tabs on mat number 1. 215-pound prelim, Caden Butts of Evansville taking on Eli Wilcox of Edgerton, and we'll see who's wrestling on mat number 3. As that is Evansville's Colin Fry taking on David Argelis of Darlington. Blackhawk will go back and forth between mats 2 and 3.
I'll jump in at 2 because it's our only local wrestler, and it's still Thomas Lamar of Brodhead Juda still working the cradle. Now he's able to collect 3 for the takedown. Additional near fall points being collected, so that'll be 4, and he's gotten more. He's got the fall. Thomas Lamar of Brodhead Juda will improve to 38-7 as the 11th top 9 wrestler ranked in the state with the fall over James Kastner of Belmont Platteville here at 106 pounds.
3-0 the score on mat number 3, and a nice reversal by Evansville's Colin Fry. And now he's got Argelis in a compromising position, trying to get him pinned. They go chest to chest, trying to get the shoulder blades down, and there's the fall for Colin Fry. Colin Fry gets the victory over Darlington Blackhawks' David Argelis at 106 pounds, a quarterfinal matchup. Wrestling today brought to you by Culver's in Platteville. Welcome to Delicious. Try their made-to-order butter burgers and fresh frozen custard. Dine in, drive-through, or order through the app and take your food to go. Culver's in Platteville, proud to serve the community for over 28 years. And by Haverland Heating and Cooling of Hazel Green, your local carrier dealer with a complete line of home heating products to keep your family comfortable. Call Nick Haverland of Haverland Heating and Cooling. Dearth Livestock, satisfying its customers' needs for 3 generations. Fully licensed and bonded, they provide cattle pickup and transportation for area farmers. Dearth Livestock, Highway 81 in Cuba City.
Go
ahead.
Over on mat 1 right now, we have Shane Washon from Dodgeville, a sophomore with a 46-1 record, taking on Sawyer Oberle from Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus, a freshman, 5-18. And it's interesting, Shane's only loss has come to Colton Bolig from Evansville. So Shane is the returning state champion from last year at 106.
Over on mat 2 at 113 pounds, it's Hunter Reed, the number 13th ranked wrestler in the state, with the fall over Dylan Driver of Beloit Turner. So it'll be Reed who advances at 113 pounds with the fall in period number 1.
Another 106-pound quarterfinal on mat number 3. It's 3-0. Carson Bassett of Fennimore leading Keaton Achenbach of Prairie du Chien, as Achenbach has one shoulder blade down. Bassett trying to get the other one down. A minute 16 to go in the first period as Bassett rolls to the top position. Now gets Achenbach back down. Shoulder blades are down. Are they going to get the fall? Near fall points going to be awarded. A minute to go, first period. No fall yet. There it is. There's the fall for Fennimore's Carson Bassett. He moves on to the semifinal round at 106 pounds on mat number 3. Another match coming up on mat number 1 between a Fennimore and Darlington Blackhawk wrestler at 120 pounds. 3-0 the score on mat number 2 between Owen Vogely of Monroe and Levi Dulsing of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern.
I'll go ahead and jump in quick because that's the only one underway, even though mat 1's underway. So I'll just give a quick update here on mat number 2. Number 6 ranked Owen Vogely of Monroe, 19-8 in the senior as a junior, with a takedown and a 3-0 lead over Levi Dulsing at Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern. Dulsing is a freshman coming in today with 7-14.
Back on mat 1, Shane Rashawn from Dodgeville will pick up victory with a pin in the first period. Now on mat 1 wrestling at 120 pounds. You got right now from Darlington, we got to look this right here, Austin Schulte taking on Cade Birchman from Fennimore. Birchman, the number 1 seed in his bracket, and has the early lead, 6-1 with 2 takedowns and escape, and he has Schulte on his back with a half, digging in deep. He's arching. He reverse halves it. Has him flat on his back, and there it is. A minute 53-second pin.
Speaking of a pin, we have a mat here at mat number 2 at 113 pounds. Number 6 ranked in the state, Owen Vogely of Monroe with the pin over Levi Dulsing of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern.
We also have a match on mat number 3, Noah Shue of Monroe and Ben Reese of River Valley still scoreless, and now it's 3-0 in favor of Noah Shue as the wrestlers near the out-of-bounds circle at the 5 o'clock position. They'll go back to the center of the mat, 45 seconds left in the first period. Wrestling today brought to you by Benton State Bank. With over 125 years of experience serving their customers' needs, Benton State Bank and its branches, Shellsburg Community Bank and Tennyson Potosi Community Bank, have built a reputation of putting the customer and community first. Also by Cool Plumbing and Heating and Electrical in Hazel Green for leaky pipes to heating and air conditioning. Call Jack at 608-854-2265 for prompt quality service. Cool Plumbing and Heating and Electrical in Hazel Green.
Over on mat 1 right now we have Max Fry Lee from Beloit Turner, a freshman, 13-7, taking on Aiden Weigel from Belmont Platteville, a sophomore with a 33-15 record. Minute and 28 seconds left to go in the first period. They go out of bounds, but Weigel has got the first takedown.
Speaking of first takedown, let's shift gears to 120 pounds here in mat number 2. The first takedown went to Benny Braunschweig of Evansville over Nolan Van Schneido of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern. He has a 3-0 lead as the wrestlers go out of bounds at the 3 o'clock position here at mat number 2.
Okay, Weigel's got his opponent on his back. Riley is trying to bridge. Aiden has got the arm. He lets it go. Let's Fry Lee come back to his base. He will pick up for near fall. Now he puts a 3/4 Nelson in. He's got him stacked, and there's the pin.
Speaking of pins, on mat number 2, it was Benny Braunschweig of Evansville ultimately getting the fall over Nolan Van Schneido of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern. So Braunschweig of Evansville advances at 120.
Coming up on mat number 1 at 126 pounds, it's going to be Rhett Spurley from Dodgeville, a sophomore with a 41-9 record, taking on Jaron Glassbrenner from Fennimore, a sophomore with a record of 19-15.
The Melby Funeral Home and Crematory of Platteville offers a history of caring and understands that each family is unique and will honor personal requests and traditions. The Melby Funeral Home and Crematory, also by Rundy Plumbing and Heating in Belmont, for all of your agricultural, commercial, and residential needs. Call Rundy Plumbing and Heating in Belmont. Let's go back and forth between mats 1 and 2.
I'll go ahead at mat number 2. We have Evan Sagafis of Darlington Blackhawk, 26-10 on year as a freshman, taking on Evan Curtis of Cuba City Benton Southwestern. That sophomore is 30-9. It's Curtis of Cuba City Benton Southwestern. Looks like he had to take. There is the takedown. So 3-0. Curtis of Cuba City Benton Southwestern over Sagafis of Darlington Blackhawk. Just over 1 minute elapsed here on mat number 2.
There's a double leg takedown by Spurley. Minute 30 left to go in the first period. He has the three-point takedown. And they're going to go out of bounds at about 6 o'clock. Have a restart. Minute 18 left to go in the first period.
No changes scored here at mat number 2 with 30 seconds remaining. It's still Evan Curtis of Cuba City Benton Southwestern with that 3-0 lead over Evan Sagafis of Darlington Blackhawk. Sagafis trying to get us, tempted to get a sit out, but nice job by Curtis trying to bring him back down. Has that right leg hooked, not allowing Sagafis to escape. Now breaks him back to his base. I'll keep it here the final 10 seconds of this first period. No score change, though, as Curtis remains in that riding position. Potentially dangerous with 6 seconds remaining. Evan Curtis of Cuba City Benton Southwestern 3. Evan Sagafis of Darlington Blackhawk 0 at 126 pounds.
Quick check on mat number 3. 27 seconds left in the second period. It's Noah Shu of Monroe with an 11-6 lead over Ben Reese of River Valley. 120-pound quarterfinal matchup.
All right, back on mat 1. They have a restart. Spurley will let Grassplanter go. They're working on the edge of the mat around 3 o'clock in a neutral position. Spurley still leads 3-1. There's a shot by Spurley into a single leg. Grassplanter catches Spurley with a head toss. He's got Spurley on his back. So he's going to get the 3 takedown. But no back points. And Spurley will get the 1 point escape, but they're going to come back. The ref's going to give him Grassplanter 2-point near fall. They still got to get the score right.
Quick check on mat number 2.
Yep, mat number 2 has Evan Curtis of Cuba City Benton Southwestern with an additional takedown. That will improve his score to 6-0 over Evan Sagafis of Darlington Blackhawk. Wrestlers now with a minute 20 remaining here in the second period toward the center of the mat. Curtis doing a nice job keeping his hips behind as each time Sagafis tries to get to his base. It's Curtis that maintains that powerful riding position, trying to work that left arm back, trying to pull that left arm under, close to getting chest to chest, has that right leg pulled. If he can work the Turk a little bit, he's going to get some near fall points. Very close, not quite able to do so as Sagafis comes back to his base, still 6-0. Evan Curtis of Cuba City Benton Southwestern over Evan Sagafis of Darlington Blackhawk at 126 pounds.
Coming back on mat 1, the score remained 4-4. The official went to the table and checked out the score and what points, because he decided not to give back points. And Spurley is going to pick up a takedown right at the end to make the score 7-4. Spurley's choice, he chooses neutral to start the second period.
Speaking of second period, there's 18 seconds remaining in the second period at this 126 bout between Evan Curtis of Cuba City Benton Southwestern. He maintains that 6-0 lead over Evan Sagafis of Darlington Blackhawk. He now has a cradle in. Sagafis rolls through. Referee, I believe, looking at his fingers, is going to give 3 to Sagafis unless he's able to run this cradle for additional near fall points. Unable to do so, so it's going to be 9-0. Evan Curtis of Cuba City Benton Southwestern over Evan Sagafis of Darlington Blackhawk entering period number 3.
Back on mat 1 right now with a minute 25 seconds left to go. Spurley with a nice single treetop trip brings his opponent to the mat, picks up 3 more points, makes the score 10-4. They're working on the edge of the line there about 2 o'clock. He's trying to work the arms out. Grassplanter trying to crawl out. Spurley's trying to do the tilt. They're on close to being out of bounds.
Shifting gears on mat number 2, it's an additional takedown for Evan Curtis, so that'll be his third takedown on the afternoon. That'll improve his lead to 12-0 over Evan Sagais of Darlington Blackhawk. Trying to go back to the cradle. Sagais doing a nice job fighting it off with 1:18 remaining here in this third and final period.
Quick check on mat number 3. There's an injury stoppage as Ben Reese has been laying on his back for a little bit. Now he comes up to an upright position, and it looks like he just got the wind knocked out of him. The score is 19-6 as the injury time bleeds off, but Noah Shue set to get the victory in the third period for Monroe. Let's go back to mats 1 and 2.
All right, back on mat 1. Glassbrenner is going to get an escape with 20 seconds left to go in the second period. They're in a neutral position. Glassbrenner is trying to work an underhook. Now Spurley's going to get called for stalling. Spurley kind of shoots in. Glassbrenner sprawls. They're on the edge of the mat at about 3 o'clock. Spurley grabs the leg, tries to suck it in, backs out, and the period's going to end.
Here at 126 pounds of mat number 2, Evan Curtis of Cuba City Benton Southwestern has scored an additional point due to the stalling call against Evan Sagais of Darlington Blackhawks. So it'll be 13-0. Curtis of Cuba City Benton Southwestern over Sagais of Darlington Blackhawk. We'll keep it here. The final 5 seconds tick away unless there's a score change, which there will not. So Evan Curtis will advance at 126 pounds with his 13-0 victory over Evan Sagais of Darlington Blackhawk.
Over on mat 1, they will start the third period in a neutral position. Spurley shoots in for a single. Glassbrenner's countering it. They're both working. Each other's got their opponent's trunk. One trying to get over the other. Spurley's able to kick out, puts Glassbrenner on his back.
Wow.
And sticks Glassbrenner with the pin. So Rhett Spurley is going to advance to the semifinals.
Mat number 2 at 132 pounds. We're going to have River Valley's Tyler Maxwell, who advanced with the victory over Leo Hansen at 132 pounds. He's taking on Bryce Buxton. Buxton is a senior from Cuba City Benton Southwestern. Comes into today with a 27-14 record. Buxton cut weight, cut from 138 to 132 here today. Wrestlers tying up here at 30 seconds into it. No score change between Bryce Buxton, a senior of Cuba City Benton Southwestern, and River Valley's junior, Tyler Maxwell.
Coming up on mat number 1 right now at 132 pounds, it's going to be Carson Menhan from Monroe, a senior with a 39-5 record. He's seated at number 1, taking on Porter Kostman from Prairie du Chien, a junior with a record of 16-13.
Mat number 3, 126-pound quarterfinal, Blake Endress of Sugar River taking on Quinn Pewson of River Valley. 3, make it 6-1. The score advantage, Blake Endress over Quinn Pewson. Let's go back between mats 1 and 2.
Go ahead, Scott.
Over on mat 1 right now, Menahan's got Kostman on his back, and there's the pin.
Okay. So now at mat number 2, it's still no score between Bryce Buxton, a senior of Cuba City Benton Southwestern, and the junior Tyler Maxwell of River Valley. Wrestlers 38 seconds remaining. Referee brings wrestlers back to the mat as they circle. I'll keep it since it's the only mat that has action of the 3. Buxton has that right arm pulled under, driving Maxwell nearly out of bounds at the 11 o'clock position. Maxwell of River Valley tries to circle back in. A little bit of a fake shot attempt by Buxton, fought off by Maxwell. 15 seconds remain in this scoreless first period between Tyler Maxwell of River Valley and Bryce Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern here at 132 pounds.
On mat 1 right now, we have Jesse Kastner from Belmont Platteville taking on the number 2 seed, Braden Ward from Beloit Turner. And Ward is going to pick up the first takedown with 1:30 left to go in the first period. He's got the cradle on. He's trying to turn Kastner. He's got Kastner over on his back. He's got that cradle in. Now he lets the cradle go. Gets the 4 near fall points. Kastner comes up and squeezes around the side, and he's going to get a 2-point reversal. Ward stands up. He's got a whizzer in, trying to take Kastner back over. Ward is going to gain the escape. The score is now, should be It's at 8-2.
We'll go ahead and shift gears to mat number 2. We do have our first points of this bout at 132 pounds. It's an escape by Bryce Buxton, so he leads 1-0 over the junior Tyler Maxwell of River Valley, still in a riding position technically. Wrestler is nearly out of bounds in a 6 o'clock position. A little bit of a roll-through attempt. Now it's Buxton. Has collected, but they rolled through, so it's still, he was given a takedown. So it's going to be 4-0. Bryce Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern, the senior, over the junior Tyler Maxwell of River Valley. Wrestlers at the 6 o'clock position. 1 minute remaining here in period number 2.
Quick check on mat number 3, 12-2. Make it 15-2 the score. Blake Endress of Sugar River leading Quinn Pusen of River Valley. They are 1:45 seconds left in the second period.
Okay, back on mat 1 right now. Braden Ward from Beloit Turner will pin Jesse Kastner in the first period. So Kastner will move into the wrestlebacks, and Ward will move forward. Now coming up on mat 3, or excuse me, mat 1. I got to start reading my numbers a little bit better here.
Well, while we sort that out, Cuba City Collision and Repair. Cuba City Collision and Repair is recommended by a long list of satisfied customers. See Joe Groom and Brian Cohn and the crew at Cuba City Collision and Repair and Apple River State Bank and First Community Bank of Galena, where you'll find local bankers making local decisions and meeting local needs. It's a banking experience you won't get anywhere else. Apple River State Bank and First Community Bank of Galena, member FDIC. Let's check out mat number 2.
Yep, speaking of Cuba City Collision, as one of our sponsors, Bryce Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern maintains that 4-0 lead as these final 10 seconds tick away here in this second period at 132 pounds. Buxton remains in a riding position. Wrestlers are nearly out of bounds, but they will stay in bounds. 4-0, Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern over Maxwell of River Valley at 132 pounds.
Underway on mat number 3, 126-pound quarterfinal. Briggs Weigel of Belmont Platteville taking on Brandon Staver of Evansville. Scoreless 30 seconds into the match. Mat number 1, Nathan Johnson of Dodgeville taking on Cuba City Benton Southwestern's Connor Breimeyer. Let's go back and forth across all 3.
All right, to start the period, Breimeyer and Johnson, the number 4 and 5 seeded wrestlers in this weight class. Johnson's going to pick up the first takedown, and then he'll let Breimeyer go. Score is 3-1. Minute 15 left to go in the first period. Breimeyer is a senior with a 33-8 record. Johnson is a junior with a record of 30-8.
Over at mat number 2, it's Bryce Buxton, the Cuba City Southwestern Benton senior, and with a takedown that will improve his lead to 7-0 over Tyler Maxwell of River Valley. River Valley's Tyler Maxwell advanced with a victory over Leo Hansen of Dodgeville, but now with a minute remaining in his third period, it's Buxton who has been in control of this match, leading 7-0.
Briggs Weigel scores the fall for Belmont Platteville in his 126-pound quarterfinal matchup over Brandon Staver of Evansville, and that comes at a minute 30 into the match.
40 seconds left to go on the mat 1. Johnson picks up another takedown, make the score 6-1.
Mat number 2 has 40 seconds remaining. Still Bryce Buxton with that 7-0 lead over Tyler Maxwell of River Valley, the senior over the junior. Wrestlers near the center clock position. Maxwell tries to get to his base, but Buxton's just been doing an excellent job riding him out throughout this 132-pound weight class. Now a sit-out attempt by Maxwell, able to get on the board with an escape, but still only 20 seconds remaining. Bryce Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern 7, Tyler Maxwell of River Valley 1.
Yeah, let's stick with mat number 2, final 12 seconds.
We'll stay with it. Shot attempt, as you would expect, by Maxwell, down here by 6 in these final seconds, fought off by Buxton. Buxton trying to work under, seeing if he can get a takedown of his own here at the buzzer, but it's not going to matter. Bryce Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern advances with the 7-1 victory over Tyler Maxwell of River Valley at 132 pounds.
Underway on mat number 3, 138-pound quarterfinal. Noah Radke with a 3-0 lead over Garrett Minder of Monroe. Let's go back to mat number 1, 6-2 the score. Nathan Johnson leading Connor Breimeyer.
Yes, Breimeyer is going to get another escape towards the end of the first period to make it 6-2. In favor of Johnson. They start the second period in a neutral position. Breimeyer's got a single leg. Johnson is trying to work out of it. Breimeyer's kind of on his knees. Now he comes up to his feet. He picks Johnson's leg up. He's working to try and pull Johnson back on the mat. And as they do, Brynmeyer is still trying to get around. Johnson is working his way out of bounds.
While that's going on, mat number 2 is underway between Race Howlett of Evansville, 29 and 15 as a junior. He's taking on Eli Aird, who escaped literally with the 13-12 victory over Sawyer Sawtek of Fennimore. Eli Aird of Darlington Blackhawk improved his record to 25 and 14 as a senior. The score is going to be Howlett of Evansville 3, Aird of Darlington Blackhawk 1, with 30 seconds elapsed here in period number 1.
Brynmeyer is going to pick up a 1 point for Johnson trying to flee the mat. But for Johnson, it gives a fresh start as Brynmeyer is hanging on his knee, the one that was hurt. So they're back in the neutral position in the middle of the mat. Minute left to go in the second period.
Mat number 2 has Race Howlett of Evansville improving his lead to 6-1. Just over a minute remaining here in this first period over Eli Aird of Darlington Blackhawk. Howlett in the riding position, both wrestlers in the dead center of the mat. Howlett trying to break Aird from his base. Now is able to get the cradle, able to collect near fall points. Looks like 4 will be awarded, so it'll be 10-1. Race Howlett of Evansville over Eli Aird, the senior from Darlington Blackhawk. Aird rolls through, so still 10-1. Howlett of Evansville over Aird of Darlington Blackhawk here at 132 pounds.
Right now we have blood time. Cuba City has blood under the elbow. They're cleaning it up. Johnson's going to pick up the takedown. 35 seconds left to go in the second period to make the score 9-3 in favor of Nate Johnson of Dodgeville.
Second period underway on mat number 3, 7-0. Noah Radke of River Valley leading Garrett Miner of Monroe. 138-pound quarterfinal. Let's go back to mat number 2.
Mat number 2, I'll keep it here the final 12 seconds as it's Race Howlett of Evansville improving his lead to 14-1 over Eli Aird of Darlington Blackhawk with the cradle and near fall points. Aird is able to get to his base, but nevertheless, 14-1, Race Howlett of Evansville over Eli Aird of Darlington Blackhawk at the end of period number 1.
Haverland Heating and Cooling of Hazel Green, your local Carey dealer with a complete line of home heating products to keep your family comfortable. Call Nick Haverland of Haverland Heating and Cooling by Durf Livestock, satisfying its customers' needs for 3 generations, fully licensed and bonded. They provide cattle pickup and transportation for area farmers. Durf Livestock, Highway 81 in Cuba City. Out of blood time. Let's go back to mat number 1.
All right, back to mat number 1. Brynmeyer's going to pick up an escape to make the score 9-4 with 40 seconds left to go in the first period.
Okay, we'll shift gears to mat number 2 that's underway. It's still Race Howlett of Evansville up 14-1 over Eli Aird of Darlington Blackhawk. Aird's in the down position, attempting a sit out, is able to get an escape. Is the referee award? Nope, he's not yet awarded it. Now the referee's awarded it, so Aird with his second point. However, he's still down 14-2 with 20 seconds elapsed here in period number 2 at 132 pounds.
15 seconds, still neutral between Johnson and Brynmeyer. Down to 5 seconds, neutral position here. I think that's the way it's going to end in this period.
With that period ending, we'll shift here to mat number 2 as it's Race Howlett of Evansville collecting near fall points against Eli Aird of Darlington Blackhawk. Nearly has a fall, but Aird bridges out of it. Reshifting his weight is Race Howlett of Evansville trying to bring that left shoulder down, and he does. Race Howlett of Evansville will advance at 132 pounds with the fall over Eli Aird of Darlington Blackhawk.
Noah Radke runs his score up to 10-1. 18 seconds left in the second period. Noah Radke of River Valley leading Garrett Miner of Monroe. 10-1, 138-pound quarterfinal. Back to mat number 1. Another 138-pound quarterfinal. Third period underway.
All right, third period. They only had the first period as that period ended. And all of a sudden, it's the third period. But Brynmeyer will choose down, gets the escape, makes the score 9-5 with 1:30 left to go. They're back in a neutral position in the middle of the mat. Brynmeyer ties up with Johnson.
138 pounds now on mat number 2. Let's take a look. We have Dylan Weigel of Belmont Platteville, 45-4 on the season as a junior. He's taking on Owen Kloss of Fennimore. Kloss advanced with the victory over Carter Fly, Beloit Turner, but it's already a quick tick down by Dylan Weigel. 10 seconds into this first period. 3-0, Dylan Weigel of Belmont Platteville, the junior, over Owen Kloss of Fennimore, also a junior.
Brynmeyer just takes Johnson down, make the score 9-8. He's trying to tilt Johnson over. Johnson's trying to fight. Johnson's getting caught. He rolls. Brynmeyer still trying to work that tilt, and Johnson's able to break that. 40 seconds left to go in the third period. Johnson leads 9-8.
Okay, let's stick with mat number 1.
Brimmeyer trying to break Johnson flat. Johnson's on his base. Comes up in the tripod and comes back down. Now Brimmeyer throws that tilt in. Johnson's able to roll through with it and gets a reversal to make the score 11-8. 10 seconds left to go. Johnson slides down to a single, goes to a double, puts Brimmeyer on his butt, and that's the way this match is going to end. An exciting third period. Johnson will advance with 11-8 victory.
All right, let's shift gears to mat number 2 at 138 pounds. It's number 4 ranked wrestler in the state, Dylan Weigel, Belmont Platteville, with a 9-2 lead over Owen Kloss, the junior from Fennimore. 20 seconds remain. An escape by Kloss will give him 3 points, but nevertheless, Weigel has been in control this first period. Shot attempt by Weigel, fought off by Kloss with his hips behind. I'll keep it here, the final 10 seconds of this first period. Shot attempt by Kloss, fought off by Weigel. No score change. Weigel needs to get his hips behind for the takedown. He does at the buzzer here at the end of the first period. Dylan Weigel of Belmont Platteville, 12. Owen Kloss of Fennimore, 3 at 138 pounds.
Parman Farm Supply offers best kill insecticides and easy way cattle feeders. Parman Farm Supply can help with beef and dairy operations from 1 to 1,000, both organic and traditional. Call Parman Farm Supply in Belmont today. Also by McNett Electric in Belmont. They can assist with all of your electrical needs. Chip and his crew at McNett Electric are on call and ready to help you with your agricultural, commercial, and residential electrical needs. McNett Electric of Belmont, 12-3 the score on mat number 2, 15-1 the score on mat number 3. Final 18 seconds of that one. Noah Radke going to come away with the win over Garrett Minder of Monroe. Another match on mat number 1. Reed Hammer of Edgerton taking on Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien. Let's stick with mat number 2 with our 2 local wrestlers being featured.
All right, Dylan Weigel, the 4th-ranked wrestler in the state, leads 14-3 over Owen Kloss of Fennimore. He's in a riding position. 35 seconds have elapsed here in the second period, as we would expect. Weigel is dominated throughout. Now it is an escape, though, by Kloss. 14-4 as the wrestlers circle in the middle here. Both wrestlers fight for hand control. As we mentioned, Owen Kloss improved at 11-10 on the season with his victory over Carter Fry of Beloit Turner earlier today. But it's Weigel again with an additional takedown. That'll give him 3 more. A 17-4 lead entering the technical fall area, but he's going to give an escape up to Owen Kloss. Up by 12. A takedown here would give the technical fall to Dylan Weigel as both wrestlers tie up. Weigel now looking to get his hips behind, but nope. Kloss has that leg hooked in, and there is the takedown. So by technical fall, Dylan Weigel of Belmont Platteville will advance at 138 pounds with the victory over Owen Kloss of Fennimore.
Over on mat 1, Mason Hurd from Prairie du Chien, the second-seeded wrestler, pins Reed Hammer from Edgerton in the first period.
Mat number 3, 144-pound quarterfinal. Dodgeville's Hawken Peterson, a perfect 43-0 record on the season for the junior, taking on Wyatt Bennett of Beloit Turner, and Peterson out to a 9-2 lead. Minute 20 to go in the first period as the wrestlers go back to the center of the mat. 13-3 the new score.
All right, mat number 2, we've shifted gears to 144 pounds. It looks like we're going to have Colton Tolfson of Fennimore as a sophomore, is 26-8 on the year. He received a first round or a bye to start with. He's going to be wrestling against Ashlyn Minbach of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus. He advanced with the victory over Jamison Walling. So we're 30 seconds into this first period. No score between Colton Tolfson of Fennimore and Ashlyn Minbar of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus.
Over on mat 1, wrestling right now is Jackson Perkins from Prairie du Chien, a senior, taking on Weston Hutzman from Monroe.
Hawken Peterson scores a tech fall on mat number 3 at 144 pounds. He advances to the semifinal round.
Over on mat 1 right now, Perkins leads 7-0 with 50 seconds left to go in the first period.
Over at mat number 2, it's Colton Tolfson, the number 6th-ranked wrestler in the state, with the first takedown. So he will lead 3-0 over Ashlyn Minbar of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus. Wrestlers at the 2 o'clock position. Now about 30 seconds remaining as Millenbauer of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus gets to his base. Tollefson of Fennimore not willing to give up on it. Wrestlers go out of bounds at 1 o'clock position at 144 pounds.
25 seconds left to go on the mat 1. Perkins still leads 7-0.
Mat number 2 is back underway with Colton Tollefson in the riding position over Ashlyn Millenbauer of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus. Tollefson, the sophomore for Fennimore. Ashlyn Millenbauer, the junior for Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus. It's still Colton Tollefson very comfortable in that riding position. Now it's Millenbauer trying to come to his base. Tollefson does a nice job just rolling him through. I'll stay with it here, the final seconds here of this first period. Colton Tollefson of Fennimore 3, Ashlyn Millenbauer of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus 0.
Quick check on mat number 3, 144-pound quarterfinal. Oliver Harkis of Belmont Platteville taking on Mason Schulte of River Valley. Scoreless a minute into the first period. And mat number 1, 11-0 the score.
Perkins leads 11-0 to start the second period. You'll be on top. And we'll have a caution. There's the whistle.
Shift here to mat number 2, where Tollefson still leads 3-0 at the start of this second period. Tollefson of Fennimore over Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus, Ashlyn Millenbauer. Wrestlers now circling out of bounds near that 11 o'clock position with 30 seconds expired. Now a throw by Tollefson. Breaks Millenbauer back down. Tollefson with that 3-0 lead. Wrestlers inching closer to going out of bounds near that 11 o'clock position. And finally the referee will bring them back to the middle. Tollefson of Fennimore 3, Millenbauer of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus 0 at 144 pounds.
Over on mat 1, Perkins will technical fall Huntsman from Monroe. So Perkins will advance to the semifinals. He'll take on Hawken Peterson in the 144-pound class.
I'll go ahead here at 1 minute remaining here in this second period. No score change between Colton Tollefson of Fennimore, Ashlyn Millenbauer of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus. Tollefson, the 6th-ranked wrestler in the state, has been in control throughout despite only having a 3-0 lead. Wrestlers once again inching closer, going out of bounds, this time at the 4 o'clock position. Shot attempt taken by Mabar, fought off by Tollefson. Referee says they finally do go out of bounds. Wrestlers will come back to center of the bat in a neutral position. 40 seconds remaining here in period number 2 at 144 pounds. Colton Tollefson of Fennimore 3, Ashlyn Millenbauer of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus 0.
On mat number 1 right now is Connor Ekdahl from Monroe Jr. with the record of 31-13, taking on Mason Olerich from Belmont Platteville, a senior with a 34-13 record. Right now, Olerich will have 2 takedowns to make the score 6-1.
I'll cover the final 10 seconds here of this second period at 144 pounds, still 3-0. Colton Tollefson of Fennimore over Ashlyn Millenbauer of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus. Wrestlers tie up. Period 2 comes to an end at 144 pounds.
H&M Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical serving you in Fennimore, Lancaster, and Boscobel. Always on call and always the right call. H&M Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical serving Southwest Wisconsin 24/7 since 1958. Have a fall on mat number 1.
Yes, nice job with the barbed wire. And Mason Olerich is going to pick up the victory with a pin. He really had that tight and flattened Ekdahl right down on his back.
Still scoreless on mat number 3 between Oliver Harkis of Belmont Platteville and Mason Schulte of River Valley. But we're in the third period on mat number 2, 3-0 the score. Let's take that one, Matt.
All right, I'll probably finish out the last minute and a half because Colton Tollefson, the number 6th-ranked wrestler in the state, continues to lead 3-0 over Ashlyn Millenbauer of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus. Millenbauer advanced with a victory at 144 pounds over Jamison Wallen of Brodhead, Juda. Millenbauer 29-16 as a junior. Colton Tollefson 26-8 as a sophomore. Wrestlers back underway near the center of the mat. Millenbauer trying to fight for hand control on that left wrist of Tollefson. Tollefson doing a nice job keeping his hips back, as I've mentioned throughout. While the score is only 3-0, Tollefson has really been in control throughout this 144-pound bout. Wrestlers circle around. Stalling warning against Tollefson. That, I believe, is his first, so being cautious here, up by 3 with under a minute remaining. Needs to be careful, though, of that next one, because if he would give a takedown up, he would be behind, but 45 seconds remaining. Wrestlers fighting for hand control between Colton Towson of Fennimore and Ashlyn Minbauer of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus. Fake shot attempt by Tolfson, wanting the referee to know that he is still staying engaged, fighting for that hand control. Doing a nice job of not allowing Minbauer of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus to get those hips in. Throw attempt there by Cole Tolfson. He's chest to chest. He has 3 for the takedown. He has 4 for the near fall, and he has the slap on the mat for the pin. Colton Tolfson of Fennimore will advance at 144 pounds with his third period fall over Ashlyn Minbauer of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus.
Over on mat 1 right now is Brennan Keys from Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus, a senior with a record of 31-15, taking on Siler Zanchavitz from Fennimore, who is now 23-7, a senior. Zanchavitz has the lead, 3-0 with 10 seconds left to go in the first period. He's got the cradle locked up. He's got Keys over on his back. He's working for that pin, but I think the time is going to run out on him, but he'll pick up 4 near fall points as the first period comes to an end. Zanchavitz is going to have the lead 7-0.
Woodlaw Office serving you in Fennimore and Boscoville provides Grant County estate planning, elder law, probate, business law, real estate, and municipal law. Call Ben at Woodlaw Office Fennimore and Boscoville by Tim Slack Auction and Realty. They have buyers looking for agricultural, commercial, and residential properties. If you've been considering selling, call Tim, Kathy, Chase, and their staff today. Tim Slack Auction and Realty, Fennimore, and Lancaster. In the third period on mat number 3, still scoreless between Mason Schulte and Oliver Harkis. Mat number 2, we have Owen Seffrood of Darlington Blackhawk, perfect 37-0 record, taking on Jake Kramer of Prairie du Chien. Let's go back and forth between mats 1 and 2. As on mat number 1, Tyler Zanchavitz of Fennimore taking on Brennan Keys of Sugar River.
All right, they want to start the second period neutral. Zanchavitz is going to keep up with the takedown. And now Keys gets an escape with 1:30 seconds left to go in the second period to make the score 10-1.
At 150 pounds of mat number 2, the number 1 ranked wrestler in the state, Owen Seffrood, in his perfect 37-0 record as a senior, is taking on Jake Kramer of Prairie du Chien, who's 22-19 as a freshman. Kramer of Prairie du Chien advanced with his victory over Ty Larson of River Valley. The score is now 11-3. Owen Seffrood of Darlington Blackhawk over Jake Kramer of Prairie du Chien. 43 seconds remain here in this first period. Shot attempt by Seffrood on Kramer of Prairie du Chien. Kramer Prairie du Chien's off the mat, but Seffrood works off at the 3 o'clock position. 33 seconds remain at this 150-pound weight class. Number 1 ranked wrestler in the state, Owen Seffrood of Darlington Blackhawk over Jake Kramer of Prairie du Chien, 11-3.
Back on mat 1 right now. Zanchavitz builds a 14-1 lead with 40 seconds left to go in the second period as Keys gets called for stalling. Zanchavitz is trying to work a single wing, roll the wrist under.
All right, we're going to go to mat number 3. They're still scoreless, but there's 38 seconds left to go in the third period. Oliver Harkis and Mason Schulte, still no score, but they will go back to the center of the mat as the wrestlers go out of bounds at the 10 o'clock position. Harkis will start in the down position. Whistle blows. Schulte trying to work on Harkis. Has the right arm behind Harkis's back. 23 seconds left in the third period. Looking like we might see overtime on mat number 3, but Harkis comes to his feet, trying to break the wrist, gets the escape. 1-0 Harkis leading Mason Schulte of River Valley. 10 seconds left. And on a shot is Schulte. Schulte trying to throw Harkis down. Harkis trying to protect himself. Has that left arm tied up. Time's going to run out, and a 1-0 victory for Oliver Harkis of Belmont Platteville over Mason Schulte of River Valley. Oliver Harkis advances to the semifinals at 144 pounds.
At 150 pounds on mat number 2, 30 seconds have elapsed in his second period. It's Owen Seffrood of Darlington Blackhawk, the number 1 ranked wrestler in the state, up 14-3 over Jake Kramer of Prairie du Chien. Seffrood takes Kramer down, so now it's 17-3. Looks like Seffrood may let Kramer back up, being very cautious. Kramer not being very aggressive in his position, now rolls his hips through. 17-4. Owen Seffrood of Darlington Blackhawk over Jake Kramer of Prairie du Chien.
Back on mat number 1, Tyler Zanchavitz of Fennimore leading Brennan Keys 14-2, 1:50 to go in the third period as Zancevitz has Brendan Keys down on his belly. Keys trying to get the escape, but a takedown, and it'll be a tech fall for Siler Zancevitz. 17-2 with 1:39 to go in the third period. Siler Zancevitz of Fennimore improves his record to 24-7, and he'll wrestle in the semifinals at 150 pounds.
Speaking of technical falls, it was Owen Sefrud of Darlington Blackhawk improving his record to 38-0 as a senior, the number 1 ranked wrestler in his state, as he had the tech fall in period number 2 over Jay Kramer of Prairie du Chien.
Our wrestling today brought to you by Claire Bank with 3 convenient locations in Southwest Wisconsin. Proud to support our community events, Claire Bank, where they say we can do that. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender by Sheetles Heating and Cooling, your local Daikin dealer. Call Bradley Schneider for heating, ventilating, and air conditioning service from Sheetles Heating and Cooling in Bloomington. Mat number 1, Tyler Kismore of Belmont Platteville taking on Ryder Zancevitz of Fennimore, 157-pound quarterfinal. Mat number 2, Evansville, Danny Heiser taking on Brady Beyer of Sugar River. And on mat number 3, Brody Blackburn of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern taking on Tom Heiser of Evansville. Let's go back and forth between mats 1 and 3. Matt, take mat number 3.
Yeah, well, I'll go ahead with mat number 2 because what just happened just after you introduce it, number 1 ranked wrestler in the state, Danny Heiser of Evansville, improved his record to 43-0 with a 21-second pin over Brady Bear of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus.
All right, back to mat number 1. Tyler Kismore and Ryder Zancevitz going at it. Still scoreless. A minute gone by in the first period. They're tied up in the center of the mat. Meanwhile, mat number 3, we're tied at 4. Final 30 seconds of the first period, as it is Tom Heiser in the top position, has Brody Blackburn on his belly. 150-pound quarterfinal matchup.
Over at 157 on mat number 1 right now, we have Fennimore Ryder Zancevitz taking on Tyler Kismore from Belmont Platteville.
Fall on mat number 2.
Yep, a fall on mat number 2. 31 seconds into this first period at 165. Tristan Stelth of Fennimore improves his record to 30-3 with the fall over Carter Simmons of Prairie du Chien at 165.
Kismore's a junior with a record of 43-7, taking on Zancevitz, a junior with a record of 20-5. It's going to end in the first period with no score.
The sports page welcomes you in for high school beverages and order at the menu. Weekly specials include Friday night fish, Saturday night prime rib, and large two-topping pizzas on Sundays. The sports page in Belmont, 10-4 the score on mat number 3. Tom Heiser of Evansville leading Brody Blackburn of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern. Another Cuba City, Benton Southwestern wrestler underway on mat number 2. Still scoreless on mat number 1. Heading into the second period, as who do we have wrestling on mat number 2?
Okay, on mat number 2, it's Landon Bush of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern as a junior. He's 32-13 on the year. He's squaring off against Hunter Alt, a senior from River Valley, in his 22-24 record. It is Landon Bush of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern striking first with the takedown just 25 seconds into this first period. Now it's Alt of River Valley trying to get to his base, trying to peel those hands of Landon Bush off, but Bush does a nice job keeping those hips back, brings Alt back down to the mat. Minute 10 remaining here in period number 2. Landon Bush of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern 3. Hunter Alt of River Valley 0.
We're into 1 minute of the second period. Kismore will start down and get the escape to make the score 1-0. They're in a neutral position. We're down to a minute left to go in this second period at 157 pounds.
Okay, at mat number 2, the 7th-ranked wrestler in the state, Landon Bush of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern, maintains that 3-0 lead with 40 seconds remaining here in this first period. Both wrestlers at the center of the mat, tries to work that right arm of Alt behind. We'll shift it here to, well, we'll keep it here just a little bit more with 30 seconds remaining here with Landon Bush of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern still leading 3-0 over Hunter Alt of River Valley.
Back on mat 1, Zancevitz is going to toss Kismore to get the takedown. Leads now 3-1 with 20 seconds left to go in the second period.
Tom Heiser scores the fall for Evansville over Cuba City, Benton Southwestern's Brody Blackburn. That a 150-pound quarterfinal match on mat number 3.
165, period number 1 comes to an end between the 7th-ranked wrestler in the state, Landon Bush of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern, and his 3-0 lead over Hunter Alt, the senior from River Valley.
Official will stop the match. Warn Zanchavitz for stalling on top. There's a restart. 5 seconds left to go before we go into the third period. Geismore stands up, gets the escape to make the score 3-2, and that's the way the period's going to end.
Only match underway right now is mat number 2 at 165 pounds. Still Landon Bush 3, Hunter Alt 0 of River Valley. Now it's Alt, excuse me, with the shot, but it's Bush breaking him down from his base. Referee very close to a stalemate position, but he allows the wrestlers to continue. 30 seconds to elapse here in the second period at 165 pounds. Landon Bush, the junior from Cuba City, Benton Southwestern 3. Hunter Alt, the senior from River Valley 0.
Match underway on mat number 3, 157-pound quarterfinal. It's Braden Nally of Monroe taking on Bryce Lenzendorf of Prairie du Chien. 20 seconds into the match. Still scoreless as they go to a collar tie and near the out-of-bounds mark at the 10 o'clock position. Let's go back to mat number 1, third period underway.
All right, we've got the third period underway. Zanchavitz chooses down to start the third period. Geismore throws the leg in. Working the head lever. Trying to flatten Zanchavitz down. Zanchavitz is just posting. Zanchavitz leads 3-2. Now they stop the match, and they're going to warn Geismore for stalling. 1:30 left to go in the third period.
At 165 pounds in period number 3, it's Landon Bush of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern extending his lead to 5-0 over Hunter Alt, the senior from River Valley. It's still Landon Bush in the riding position. He does have a stall warning against him for parallel riding, but nevertheless has been in control throughout. Now 30 seconds remaining here in this second period. I'll stay with it here probably to the end as Landon Bush continues to be in riding position, attempting to work a little bit of a cradle here. Now a sit-out attempt by Alt of River Valley, but Bush brings it back down, trying to get that cradle in with 15 seconds remaining. In the riding position, gives up on it as Alt gets to his base. Now 10 seconds remaining. A little bit of a roll-through attempt, but Bush just doing a nice job keeping his hips behind, rolling through with them. So period number 2 will come to an end at 165 pounds with Landon Bush of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern leading Hunter Alt of River Valley 5-0.
50 seconds left to go in the third period. Zanchavitz gets an escape to make the score 4-2. Neutral, they're working in the middle. Geismore needs that takedown. He shoots, doesn't get it. Backs out. Zanchavitz is blocking, kind of rolling the wrists, trying to get that wrist control. Geismore is still trying to work. Zanchavitz picks Geismore up and gets the takedown with 15 seconds left to go to make the score 7-2. So it looks like Zanchavitz is going to move into the semifinals.
Okay, 30 seconds have elapsed here at 165 pounds. It's still Landon Bush of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern 5. Hunter Alt of River Valley 0, but Landon Bush chose the down position. Alt's in the riding position, dead center of the mat. Mat number 2 at 165 pounds. Bout number 65 in a day. Escape by Bush. That'll give him a point and a 6-0 lead over Alt of River Valley.
So at 157, Zanchavitz is going to move into the semifinals. And probably face Wyatt Knockreiner from River Valley.
43 seconds remain here at mat number 2. Still Landon Bush up 6-0. The wrestler from Cuba City, Benton Southwestern over Hunter Alt of River Valley. The juniors leading the senior in this case. Wrestlers, I'd say near the 1 o'clock position with less than 30 seconds remaining. Bush has been in the dominant position throughout this bout here at 165 pounds. I'll keep it here the final 20 seconds as Bush continues to lead. Really not a lot of action by Hunter Alt in the down position, but as I've said, Bush has dominated pretty much throughout. 10 seconds remaining, and unless something drastic changes here, it's going to be Landon Bush, the junior from Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern, improving his record to 33-13 on the season. The 7th-ranked wrestler in the state makes it final now, 9-0 over Hunter Alt of River Valley at 165 pounds.
30 seconds left on mat number 3. It is 5-3. Bryce Lenzendorf actually make it 8-3 now as Lenzendorf gets a takedown. Bryce Lenzendorf leading 8-3 over Braden Nally of Monroe. Final 15 seconds of the match on mat number 3. 3-0 the score on mat number 1.
On mat number 1 right now we have Jackson Dressler from Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern, a junior with a record of 20-14, taking on Wyatt Knockreiner from River Valley, a senior with a 39-6 record. And Knockreiner is leading right now with 40 seconds left to go in the first period, 3-0.
Shifting gears to 175 pounds, it's Maddox Goebel of Darlington Blackhawk, 35-7 on year as a senior. He's squaring off against Monroe's Braden O'Leary. O'Leary just 2-5 on the season as a junior. Takedown quickly by Maddox Goebel, and then he allows the escape to O'Leary. So it's Darlington Blackhawks, Maddox Goebel 3, Brandon O'Leary of Monroe 1. I'll keep it here. Another takedown by Maddox Goebel of Darlington Blackhawk, now collecting near fall points. 3 o'clock position of the mat. Looks like 4 near fall points are going to be awarded. That'll make the score 10-1 in favor of Maddox Goebel of Darlington Blackhawk over Braden O'Leary of Monroe. Referee brings the wrestlers to the center of the mat as they had gone out of bounds. Neutral position. Goebel gives up the escape to O'Leary, so now it'll be 10-2. Goebel quickly with the takedown, brings his hips behind. 13-2 Goebel. Dominating O'Leary, gives up the escape. Looks like we're closely approaching the situation where we're going to have a tech fall. Another takedown by Goebel, the 3rd-ranked wrestler in the state. Now he's looking for the pin, getting chest to chest. There is a fall. Maddox Goebel, Darlington Blackhawk, will improve his record to 36-7 as a senior, the number 3-ranked wrestler in the state, with the fall over Braden O'Leary of Monroe at 175 pounds.
Minute and a half left on mat number 3. Still 8-3 in favor of Bryce Lenzendorf over Braden Nally of Monroe. That match at 157 pounds, a quarterfinal matchup. Let's go back to mat number 1. 8-0 the score here.
Okay, we'll start the second period in a neutral position. Knockreiner is going to pick up a takedown. He's working that single arm bar, trying to rotate Dressler over. He's got a one-on-one with the arm bar. He does walk Dressler over in his back. He's getting back points. Now he's working for the pin, and there it is. Knockreiner from River Valley is going to advance into the semifinals.
Anderson Weber Toyota and Dubuque powering our audio stream. Anderson Weber Toyota, when you are ready, and by Grant Regional Health Center's ortho team, Dr. Brad Binsfeld and Nate Stocco, PAC, provide exceptional care for sports-related injuries. Grant Regional Health Center, better health starts here. Still 11-3 the score on mat number 3. Final 40 seconds as Bryce Lenzendorf in the driver's seat. Looks like he'll advance to the semifinal round at 157 pounds. We have Jack McEachern of Prairie du Chien wrestling Nathan Blaschke of Fennimore on mat number 2. Let's go to that one.
Yeah, I'll pick it up. So we're 40 seconds into that first period. Jack McEachern of Prairie du Chien is 25-16 on the season as a junior, but it's Nathan Blaschke, the 13th ranked wrestler in the state for Fennimore. He's 17-8 as a senior. It's Blaschke with the first takedown. A minute here in this first period has expired. So Nathan Blaschke of Fennimore 3, Jack McEachern of Prairie du Chien 0. Dead center of the mat here at 175 pounds.
Also got a match on mat number 1 as Hugo Jean-Louis Justel of Belmont Platteville taking on Carson Hellwig of Sugar River. It is 3-1 in favor of Hellwig as they touch 30 seconds into the first period, and it is the final on mat number 3, 13-3. The decision for Bryce Lenzendorf over Braden Nally at 157 pounds, quarterfinal match.
I'll take the final 30 seconds here of of period number 1 at 175 pounds. It's still Nathan Blaschke of Fennimore with a 3-1 lead as he gives up the escape to Jack McEachern of Prairie du Chien. As we mentioned, Blaschke ranked 13th for the Golden Eagles. 10 seconds remaining. Blaschke pressure on the head, but does allow McEachern of Prairie du Chien to escape. 5 seconds ticking away here. Now a little bit of a takedown attempt. Will he be able to get it? Wrestlers roll through. Referee says no. Nathan Blaschke of Fennimore will lead 3-1 over Jack McEachern of Prairie du Chien at 175 pounds.
All right, going over to mat 1 at 165 pounds. It's going to be Hellwig from Belleville, Monticello New Glarus is going to pick up victory over Hugo Justo from Belmont Platteville by a pin. And now coming up, we have Cade Davis, a senior, 22-5 from Belmont Platteville, taking on Nathan Buckley from Beloit Turner, a junior with a record of 11-19. And right now, Davis gets the first takedown, does a tilt for a 2 count, so he picks up 2 near fall, make the score 5-0, going to a minute and 20 seconds. In the
Milestone watch on number 1 as well. If Caden Davis gets the win, that is his 100th win of his career.
Okay, we'll touch base here at mat number 2. Period number 2 is underway with an escape by Prairie du Chien's Jack McErchern. He is a senior, so but it's still 3-2. Nathan Blatchke of Fennimore, the 13th ranked wrestler in the state, over Jack McErchern of Prairie du Chien. Now, minute 20 remaining as wrestlers continue to tie up in the dead center of the mat.
Davis will pick up a 4-point near fall, make the score 9-0, and he will let Buckley go, make it 9-1 with 50 seconds left to go in the first period. Buckley gets called for stalling. Davis back in. Single, walks around, picks up a takedown, makes it 12-1 with 30 seconds left to go in this match. He's going to try and Turk Buckley over, gives up on that idea, throws in a near side cradle. Buckley flattens out, does it again, sticks his head into the side to snowplow it. Doesn't have his hands locked up yet. Buckley squirms his way out of it. We're down to 10 seconds left to go in the first period. Davis will let Buckley go. They go out of bounds with 2 seconds left to go in the first period.
3-2 is still the score of Nathan Blatchke of Fennimore over Jack McErchern of Prairie du Chien. We have just 9 seconds remaining as the wrestlers tie up. I'll finish out these final 5 seconds. Wrestlers break apart, circle back to the middle, fighting for hand position, but we're going to enter period number 3 with Nathan Blatchke of Fennimore 3, Jack McErchern of Prairie du Chien 2.
Quick check on mat number 3. It's 3-1 in favor of Drew Rufinacht of Monroe, leading Adrian Wessels of Evansville. That's a 165-pound quarterfinal matchup. Let's go back to mat number 1.
Back to match number 1. Davis will choose down, picks up a reversal in the first 5 seconds, makes the score 14-2. He's got a deep half in, working Buckley over, reverse halves it, lays across. Got his weight, chest on chest, and there it is, pin. So Davis will advance into the semifinals with a victory, and his victory gives him 100 wins.
We'll then shift gears to mat number 2 with a minute 25 remaining. Nathan Blatchke is adding an additional escape. That'll improve his score to 4-2 over Jack McErchern of Prairie du Chien, the junior, in this battle of seniors here. Wrestlers continue to circle back toward the center of the mat here at 175 pounds. Minute 10 remaining.
6-1 the score on mat number 3 in favor of Joe Rufinacht of Monroe, leading Adrian Wessels of Evansville. 165-pound quarterfinal matchup, a minute 28 in the second period, and an injury timeout, as it looks like Evansville's Adrian Wessels a little slow to get up.
All right, coming up on mat number 1, we have Chris from Darlington, a sophomore with a 17-10 record, taking on Cam Moore from Belmont Platteville with a record of 24-15, a junior.
All right, let's go back to mat number 2, final 45 seconds.
All right, we'll finish that off. It's still Nathan Blatchke of Fennimore with that 4-2 lead over Jack McErchern of Prairie du Chien in this battle of the seniors. Wrestlers in the center of the mat fighting for hand control. A little bit of a tie up here, some of a collar tie, but now, collar tie broken up. Left wrist fight shot taken by Blatchke, fought off though by McErchern of Prairie du Chien. We have just 20 seconds remaining. Wrestlers near the 6 o'clock position of the mat, now down to 15. A little bit of McErchern trying to snap the head of Blatchke down. Now Blatchke with a little bit of a shot attempt, now down under 10 seconds. Still 4-2 Blatchke of Fennimore over McErchern of Prairie du Chien. Warning call against Blatchke of Fennimore, but it's really not going to matter. So Nathan Blatchke of Fennimore will advance at 175 pounds with his victory over Jack McErchern. That will be his 117th victory in his career.
Back on mat 1, 0-0 in the first period. They're working on the edge of the mat around 5 o'clock. There's a shot by Moore. They go out of bounds, so have a restart. 50 seconds left to go in the first period between Christ from Darlington Blackhawk and Moore from Belmont Platteville. Tie up in the middle of the mat. 40 seconds left to go in the first period. Each has head control. They break apart. There's a shot by Moore. Chris backs out. Moore goes in with the underhook, and they're at the edge of the mat. They work their way back into the middle. Moore still working the underhook. There's the tie. He tries to shuck it by. Doesn't get it. Chris backs out. Moore still working with that underhook, and they go out of bounds.
Merely an update here at mat number 2 because neither wrestlers are local. We have Trey Ulehoven of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus wrestling off against Cole Theory of Beloit Turner. Deering advanced with the victory over Brady Godfried of Dodgeville at 190. The score at this time is going to be Trey Ulehoven of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus 3, Cole Theory of Beloit Turner 1.
Final 90 seconds on mat number 3. 6-5 to score. Drew Rufinock trying to hang on against Adrian Wessels of Evansville at 165 pounds. That's a quarterfinal matchup.
All right, back on mat number 1 right now. Moore is going to pick up 1 point, a penalty point for stalling. We're going to start the second period. Moore chooses down. Chris lets Moore go. Makes the score 2-0. Moore's got a front headlock in. They break apart. Now they tie up in the middle of the mat. Each pushing each other back and forth. Now they move towards top of the mat at 12 and they go out of bounds. So I'll have a restart with 1:38 seconds left to go in the second period.
Hermson's Ace Hardware at Home Center in Bloomington and Hermson's Ace Hardware at the bottom of Main of Platteville. See Hermson's for the perfect paint for your next project. Hermson's Ace Hardware in Bloomington and Platteville.
There's a snap down by Chris, a spin.
Over here on mat number 2, Trey Ulehoven, a 10th ranked wrestler in the state, will pick up his 40th victory on the season. He improves to 40-4 with the pin over Cole Theory of Beloit Turner here in period number 1.
Moore's going to pick up a takedown. 1:13, they go out of bounds. Moore leads 5-0. We're in the second period. We'll have a restart. Again, 1:13 left to go in the second period. There's a start.
Mat number 2 at 190 pounds is going to bring Carter Frischke of Prairie du Chien and his 9-6 record as a freshman. He's going to square off against Drew Krubel of Fennimore. He is 16-12 as a senior.
Moore still in control on mat 1. Slides down into a head lever. Chris stands up and they go out of bounds. Have a restart. 47 seconds left to go in the second period.
Match action is underway here at 190 pounds between Clark Fritschke of Prairie du Chien and Drew Krubel of Fennimore. Both wrestlers fighting for hand control. Wrestlers circling around. 30 seconds have expired without any score between Fritschke of Prairie du Chien and Krubel of Fennimore.
Coming back on mat 1. They go out of bounds, but Moore is going to be called for stalling. It's his first call. 44 seconds left to go in the second period.
Still no score here at mat number 2 between Clark Fritschke of Prairie du Chien and Drew Krubel of Fennimore. Fritschke, the freshman, Krubel, the senior for Fennimore. 1 minute has elapsed as wrestlers continue to fight for hand control. A little bit of a collar tie, but no score here at 190.
Quick check on mat number 3. The final, Drew Rufinock 9, Adrian Wessels 6. Decision goes to Joe Rufinock, the senior from Monroe, advances to the semifinals at 165 pounds.
Back on mat number 1. Chris gets an escape. 10 seconds left to go in the second period. They're working on the side at 7 o'clock. And the end of the second period. We move into the third period with Moore leading Chris 5-1.
Back at mat number 2, Drew Krubel strikes first for Fennimore. He has a 3-0 lead over Clark Fritschke of Prairie du Chien. Wrestlers go out of bounds at the 10 o'clock position on the mat. Just 25 seconds remaining here in period number 1.
New match on mat number 3. It's a 175-pound quarterfinal. Austin Weber of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern taking on Riker Swenson of Sugar River, and it's a 3-0 lead in favor of Swenson. 20 seconds into the match, first period. Both wrestlers in the center of the mat.
I'll finish out the last 10 seconds here at mat number 2 at 190 pounds. It's still we have Krubel of Fennimore still leading. Fritschke of Prairie du Chien. Final seconds tick away. 3-1. Krubel of Fennimore over Fritschke of Prairie du Chien.
Back on mat 1. Chris will start the period down. Makes the score 5-2 as he gets an escape. It is 1:30 left to go in this third period. They tie up in the middle of the mat. They've both been called for stalling. Chris has been called twice. Moore once. There's a shot by Moore. They go out of bounds. Have a restart. 1:14 left to go.
Over here on mat number 2, we do have some match action now because we have Drew Krubel of Fennimore collecting near fall points. Believe that 4 will be awarded after this move has been broken. He now leads Carter Fritschke of Prairie du Chien by a score of 7-1 once those points are put on the board, but he's not yet given up on that cradle. Now more near fall points, or not, well, it's been a roll through, so referee's still holding those near fall points out. Krubel coming back to that cradle, trying to get the fall beyond those near fall points, but fought out. Nice job by the freshman, Clark Fritschke of Prairie du Chien, so that'll make the score 6-2. Drew Krubel of Fennimore over Clark Fritschke of Prairie du Chien here at 190 pounds.
And Moore right now will give an escape. And the series here was Chris gets called for stalling, makes it 6-2. Moore gets a takedown to make it 9-2, and then Chris will get an escape. 50 seconds left to go in the third period in the neutral position. The score 9-3 in favor of Moore.
Okay, mat number 2 has 40 seconds remaining in the second period. There has not been a score change between the senior Drew Krubel of Fennimore and the freshman Clark Fritschke of Prairie du Chien. Now there has been a score change, so it is 6-5 now in favor of Krubel over Fennimore because Fritschke of Prairie du Chien has the reversal. He's now in the riding position with 20 seconds remaining. I'll finish out these final 20 seconds here of the second period that for the first time sees Fritschke of Prairie du Chien in the riding position, trying to break that right arm of Krubel back, gives up on it, now tries to work himself on the side. Final 5 seconds ticking away. We have a good one entering period number 3 here at 190 pounds with Drew Krubel of Fennimore leading Clark Fritschke of Prairie du Chien by a score of 6-5.
Back on mat number 1 with 20 seconds left to go. They're in the neutral position. They go out of bounds. Moore leads Chris 9-3. As we wind down, Chris is going to do a duck under. Doesn't get it as Moore counters it. Gets the takedown. Makes the score 12-3. Chris gets an escape. 4 seconds left to go. Makes the score 12-4. And that's where we're going to end. Moore is going to advance into the semifinals.
All right, let's finish up mat number 2.
Okay, back to mat number 2. We have 1:45 now remaining in this third period. It's still Drew Krubel of Fennimore 6, Clark Fritschke of Prairie du Chien 5. It's Fritschke in the riding position here with 30 seconds elapsed here in this third period. Wrestlers very near the center of the mat. Krubel getting to his base. Fritschke breaks him back down, trying to work that right arm behind or under, seeing if he can work a power half, but a little bit high for that. Now trying to pull that right arm under, seeing if you can use that chicken wing with 1:15 remaining. Krubel of Fennimore is in a down position, but he's up on the scoreboard, 6-5. Now, Fritschke able to bring that right arm back, trying to run it. Not able to do so. Krubel doing a nice job keeping his hips squarely under him. Potentially dangerous called. 1 minute, 1 second remain here in period number 3. Drew Krubel of Fennimore 6. Clark Fritschke of Prairie du Chien 5.
Tech fall on mat number 3. Riker Swenson, a 16-0 win over Austin Weber of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern. And on mat number 1, Prairie du Chien's Blake Thierry in action, and he's looking to get the fall over his opponent from Evansville.
Caden Butts.
Let's go back to mat number 2. Finish up final 50 seconds.
Okay, mat number 2, an escape was awarded to Drew Krubel, so Fritschke let him up. So 7-5 now. Drew Krubel of Fennimore, the senior, over Clark Fritschke, the freshman from Prairie du Chien. Wrestlers now near the 3 o'clock position. A shot was taken as necessary by Clark Fritschke, but Krubel fought it off. Now it's Krubel in a little bit of the dominant position, but no points have been awarded. We're under 30 seconds left. Krubel Fennimore trying to bring his hips behind to secure the victory. Now he does so it's going to be 10-5. Drew Krubel, the senior from Fennimore, over Clark Fritschke, the freshman from Prairie du Chien. Now 10 seconds remain as Fritschke tries to get to his base, tries to do a sit-out. Almost there, should be an escape. Referee awards it. 10-6, final 3 seconds tick away with Drew Krubel of Fennimore advancing with the 10-6 victory over Clark Fritschke, the freshman from Prairie du Chien, at 190 pounds.
Back on mat number 1, Blake Theory will pick up a victory for Prairie du Chien by a pin as he moves into the semifinals. He'll take on the winner between John Qualley from Dodgeville, a senior with a 24-16 record, taking on Mason Monterano from Belmont Platteville, a senior with 38-13 record. And Monterano will pick up the first takedown as we are approaching 1:30 in the first period. Monterano is working the armbar. He leads 3-0. Pops the arm up on Qualley's back. Puts it up. It's got it tight.
Mat number 3, 190-pound quarterfinal underway. It's 3-0 in favor of Blake Brickle of River Valley on top of Chase Wilhite of Brodhead, Juda. And coming up on mat number 2, 215-pound quarterfinal, Jaden Kopp of Fennimore taking on Joa Wellman of Monroe. That match underway.
Yep, I'll take that away because it's a quick takedown by Kopp of Fennimore. I believe near fall points are going to be awarded as well. So 3 for the takedown. Near fall points not yet being awarded, so he's going to work in that little bit of a barbed wire, and there is your fall just 25 seconds into this 215-pound bout. It's Jaden Kopp of Fennimore with the pin over Jonah Wellman of Monroe.
Right now on mat 1, Monterano leads 7-0 with 20 seconds left to go. Now make it 11-0 as he has turned Qualley over on his back twice. And as we come near the end of the first period. Oh, they fixed the score. Now it's back down to 7-0.
Russell Office is here to assist as your local legal representation. Call for a consultation to discuss personal injury, estate planning, family law, criminal defense, probate administration, and more. Proudly serving Southern Wisconsin. Russell Office is 2 new matches on mats 2 and 3. Mat number 2, Locust Loshaw of Sugar River taking on Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk. And on mat number 3, Jack Simmons of Prairie du Chien taking on Isaac Vondra of Dodgeville.
All right, I'll talk about mat number 2 at 6-2. Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk with 2 takedowns. Lucas Lushaw of Belleville Monticello, New Glarus, 2 escapes, so still 6-2. Chris in the dominant position. He's ranked 8th in the state, looking for his 40th victory on the season as he is currently 39-5. Lushaw of Belleville Monticello, New Glarus is 8-6 as a junior.
We got an injury time in a flurry of moves. Qualley was trying to roll through. Mondral fouled, and Qualley smacked Monterano in the nose. You could hear the pop all the way up here, so hopefully it's not broke. It's not bleeding, so hopefully he comes out of it to continue this match.
Meanwhile, at mat number 3, Jack Simmons collects the fall over Isaac Vondra of Dodgeville, so Jack Simmons advances to the 285-pound semifinals. Let's go to mat number 2. The only action going on right now, a 17-2 lead and now decision.
Yes, Ross Chris, the 8th-ranked wrestler in the state, will pick up victory 40 on the season, 147 in his career with the technical fall over Lucas Lashaw of Sugar River.
Coming back on mat 1, Monterano is okay. They start wrestling. Qualley's going to get an escape, make the score 11-1 with 1:40 left to go in the second period. They tie up on the edge of the mat around 7 o'clock. Quali's trying to get into a single leg. Monroe hoists him out. Monroe with a nice duck under fireman takes Quali down. 14-1 with 1:20 left to go. He has Quali flattened. Quali comes back up to his base now. Monroe works that head lever, throws in a single wing, working the one-on-one. Quali trying to fight it off now. Monroe's got locked in. Quali pulls his arm out straight. Now Monroe's got it. He's walking Quali over. Gaining back points with 50 seconds left to go. Quali bridges. Trying to fight off it. No matter what happens here, Monroe's going to pick up the victory either by a tech fall or a pin.
Quick check on mat number 3, 6-0 the score as Caden Drake trying to get the fall on Sean Allison of Edgerton, and back points being awarded, but just cannot get that second shoulder blade down to collect the fall. But it looks like Caden Drake well in control on mat number 3, 35 seconds left in the first period.
Okay, Monroe's going to pick up a victory and advance into the semis with a fall over Quali.
Over here on mat number 2, we have Landon Theory of Prairie du Chien, the freshman, squaring off against Max Fry Lee of Beloit Turner. He's also a freshman. Landon Theory came into tonight's actions with a 3-25 record this afternoon. Max Fry Lee of Beloit Turner came in today with a 13-7 record. No score 1 minute into that first period.
All right, coming up on mat number 1, we have Tanner Zastapil from Evansville taking on Rusty Wark from Belmont Platteville.
Caden Drake collects the fall on mat number 3 at 285 pounds. The wrestler from Darlington, Blackhawk, advances to the 285-pound semifinal round.
Zestapil is a junior with a 31-17 record. Ruck is a senior with a 21-10 record. 1:30 left to go in the first period. They tie up in the middle of the mat. There's a snap by Zestapil. Rux comes back up out of it. He's working on an overhook.
Wrestle back here with 15 seconds remaining in this first period. Still no score between Landon Theory, the freshman from Prairie du Chien, and Max Fry Lee, the freshman from Beloit Turner.
Still no score in mat 1. We're down to 55 seconds left to go. They're going to caution on the side of here as mat 2 and 1 came together, so they stopped both matches.
Especially since the 120-pound weight class is wrestling next to the 285-pound weight class. Yeah. Always a safe move in that case.
That's right. Back in action on mat 1. Zestapil has got a single leg in. They're on the edge of the mat around 9 o'clock. Rux is trying to whizzer down on it. 20 seconds left to go. Rux is going to be able to get his leg free with that underhook as he puts pressure on Zestapil's arm. Now we got a front headlock put on by Zestapil and they'll go out of bounds.
Wrestleback continues in period number 2, but there is no score between Landon Theory, the freshman from Prairie du Chien, and Max Fry Lee, the freshman from Beloit Turner.
And we have a fall on mat number 3 as Brandon Staver of Evansville gets the fall on Sam Hartlob of Turner. That's a consolation match at 126 pounds. So that wrestleback keeps Staver alive.
We do have a score here at 120 in wrestleback. It's Max Fry Lee of Beloit Turner with a takedown in a 3-0 lead over Landon Theory of Prairie du Chien.
Rux will give up a takedown right at the end of the first period. He is behind 3-0 starting the second period. He's going to choose down.
Brian Stevis Construction, your local WIC Buildings dealer in Mineral Point, serving all of Southwest Wisconsin since 1996. For WIC Buildings, your dreams of Brian Stevis Construction's expertise to work for you.
Rux stands up. He's trying to peel the arm, peels the hands, steps back, gets the escape. 3-1. They tie up in the middle of the mat here. There's a shot by Zestapil. He picks Ruck up and takes him right to his back. Got the takedown, getting near fall points. Ruck on his back. Minute 20 left to go. And there's the pin. Zestopil is going from Evansville is going to pick up the victory with the pin over Rusty Ruck from Belmont Platteville.
Score update at 1:20 and at wrestleback with 20 seconds remaining in the second period. It's Max Fry-Lee of Beloit Turner now leading Landon Theory of Prairie du Chien by a score of 3-2. I'll broadcast the final 10 seconds as those two wrestlers are nearly out of bounds at the 4 o'clock position on the mat. Now the takedown is being awarded, so Max Fry-Lee of Beloit Turner is going to finish the second period with a 6-2 lead over Landon Theory of Prairie du Chien.
Great check on mat number 3 as well. 132-pound wrestleback Jesse Kastner of Belmont Platteville leads 3-1 over Zach Bear of Sugar River. 45 seconds left in the first period. Both wrestlers at the center of the mat.
Okay, coming up on mat number 1 right now. At 285, it should be Dalton Wolf from Fennimore taking on Elijah Simplot from Beloit Turner. Both seniors. Simplot has a record of 19-22. Wolf has a record of 29-13, and Wolf is seated number 2 here at the heavyweight.
Quick throw and takedown by Landon Theory to start this third period, so he's closed the gap. He's still trailing 6-5 over Max Fry-Lee of Beloit Turner. Now an escape by Max Fry-Lee. So Max Fry-Lee of Beloit Turner 8. Landon Theory of Prairie du Chien 6.
Wolf picks up the first takedown. Minute 20 left to go in the first period. Working that cradle. He's got it locked. Now he's trying to take Simplot over, and there's the pin. So Wolf is going to advance with a pin in the first period.
Score is now tied at 8 with less than a minute remaining between Prairie du Chien's freshman Landon Theory and a freshman Max Fry-Lee of Beloit Turner. Both wrestlers fighting for hand control here in the center of the mat. 45 seconds remain as Theory has found himself. He battled back. He was trailing 6-2 to start this third period. He's now tied at his 8. Wrestlers circle back to the middle. Fake shot attempt by Theory. 30 seconds remain. Ties up his opponent, Max Fry-Lee. Wrestlers break apart. Wrestlers re-engage. Both wrestlers, quite frankly, looking a little bit tired here in this 8-8 battle with just 20 seconds remaining before a potential overtime. Hand control fought by Max Fry-Lee of Beloit Turner, gives up on it. Landon Theory now fights back on his own. 10 seconds remain as the two young freshman wrestlers circle at the center of the mat here. Mat number 2, 120 pounds. Final 5 seconds tick away, so Landon Theory of Prairie du Chien and Max Fry-Lee of Beloit Turner are going to be going to overtime.
Back on mat number 1 right now, we have Swadek from Fennimore taking on Maxwell from River Valley. We're in the first period, no score. They're in neutral, working on the 3 o'clock part of the mat.
10 seconds have elapsed in this overtime session between Landon Theory of Prairie du Chien and Max Fry-Lee of Beloit Turner. All points matter in this case. We talked about in our pregame show, while Evansville's a favorite, there's a 3 or 4 way battle for what we believe will be the second place team to advance to the team sectional. So Landon Theory not only wrestling for himself, but for his Blackhawk teammates as well. 24 seconds remain. Wrestlers go out of bounds here before any points are scored. 21 seconds remain in this overtime session. Still 8-8. Landon Theory of Prairie du Chien and Max Fry-Lee of Beloit Turner.
Okay, Maxwell gets taken down by Swadek. Swadek leads with 50 seconds left to go in the first period. 3-0. Maxwell trying to come out with a switch. He's got the leg. Swadek is picking Maxwell's legs, trying to work that crossface in to break that hold off.
First session of overtime to no avail. We're going to continue on as Landon Theory of Prairie du Chien and Max Fry-Lee in the Battle of Freshmen will enter the second overtime session at 120 pounds.
Mat number 3, Jesse Kastner running up the score 22-9 heading into the third period over Zach Bear of Sugar River. Let's go to overtime on mat number 2.
All right, we'll keep it here. In a down position is going to be Max Fry-Lee of Beloit Turner. Landon Theory is now set in a top position. Only 30 seconds are put on the clock here in the second period. obviously Max Friley looking to get an escape. See what Theory could do in that second part, though. Theory doing a nice job center of the mat, keeping his weight on. Half of that 30 seconds has expired, still 8-8. No score change. Theory riding him out now, seeing if he can maybe wrap up a little bit of a cradle in these final 5 seconds. Not able to do so. Max Friley gets to his base, thrown back down by Landon Theory. Theory still in the riding position. Time expires. The full 30 seconds have expired.
25-9 tech fall on mat number 3. Jesse Kastner wins his wrestle back at 132 pounds. And 3-0 the score on mat number 1. Sawyer Swadek of Fennimore leading Tyler Maxwell of River Valley. But let's stick with overtime on mat number 2.
All right, let's go to our third overtime session. Still 8-8 between Landon Theory of Prairie du Chien and Max Friley of Beloit Turner. Theory needing escape from the down position. 5 seconds have expired, but Max Friley easily has his hips behind as Theory tries to get to his base. Not a lot of action. Theory now is able to get to his tripod, but broken back down by Max Friley of Beloit Turner. Once again, a battle of the freshmen. Every point could matter. Landon Theory not only wrestling for himself, but for his Blackhawk teammates as well here. Final seconds tick away. No score change, 8-8.
Still 3-0 on mat number 1. A new match underway on mat number 3. Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien wrestling Todd Hall Jr. of Brodhead, Juda. 3-0 the score. Todd Hall Jr. leading. But let's go back to mat number 2 as we still have overtime to decide it.
So we would have our final sudden victory decision. We've gone through the 3 components of overtime. Let's see how this is sorted out.
The first score gets the choice.
Yep. So they were checking, as you said, Scott.
The first scorer gets his choice in this period. Whoever scores, if Turner can hold them down for the 30 seconds.
But interestingly enough, they haven't put that 30 seconds on the clock. Now they've finagled the clock, so now they're looking to get that straight. So they were checking to see who scored first, as you said, Scott, and then they never put the time on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I would say about 11 seconds ran off.
Which matters. Every second matters in this fourth overtime session. Yep. So not a good time to not have the clock operating as it should. So they are taking 10 off, as you guessed, Scott, is a rough rule of thumb. So Landon Theory's in the down position. As you mentioned, he needs an escape. We need a score change here. Rolls through, not quite able to do so. Landon Turner, or Max Friley catches him on his back. I believe referee's blocking my view. Yep, he is counting near fall points off. 5 seconds still remaining. It looks like Max Friley of Beloit Turner is going to ultimately come out on top in this wrestle back at 120 pounds.
Yep. Over on mat 1 right now, Swadek from Fennimore still leads 3-0 to start the third period. And he is working Maxwell over, trying to chest his opponent over there. Swadek now still not given any count yet. Now he did. He's got Maxwell on his back. He's working for that pin. Minute left to go. Swadek's got Maxwell pretty well on his back. Maxwell is going to be able to roll out of it. Swadek works that barbed wire. Let's go. Comes back around, regains his position, reaches across for that far arm. Trying to run his opponent over. We got 30 seconds left to go in the third period. Swadek from Fennimore leads Maxwell 7-0. Now he's working that barbed wire, lets it go. Maxwell comes back to his base. 20 seconds left to go. And we're going to have stoppage here for blood. 15 seconds left to go. Swadek from Fennimore leads 7-0.
Quick check on mat number 3, 11-5 the score as Todd Hall Jr. leads Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien in the 132-pound wrestleback. Meanwhile, on mat number 2, 3-0 the score. Quinn Pewson of River Valley leading Waylon Anderson of Monroe. 3-0.
And he's going to be awarded 4 near fall points, but he's looking for more. He's looking for the fall here because there's still 53 seconds remaining in this first period. Wrestler is at the 9 o'clock position on the mat, and there is your fall. So it's going to be Quinn Poulsen of River Valley with the victory over Waylon Anderson of Monroe at this 126-pound wrestleback.
Wrestlers go out of bounds at the 12 o'clock position with a minute to go in the second period on mat number 3. Todd Hall Jr. of Brodhead, Juda leading Porter Kosman. Prairie du Chien, they go neutral as we go under a minute. Kosman going in on a shot, grabs the left leg, but nice defense by Todd Hall to keep Kosman in check. Still wrapping up blood time on mat number 1. A new match coming up on mat number 2. As the clock is stopped with 45 seconds on mat number 3, 11-6 the score. Todd Hall Jr. leading Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien.
Okay, they're cleaning up the mat here, getting ready to wrestle. Should be about 15 seconds left to go in the third period here. Swadek does lead Maxwell, 7-0. Maxwell tries to stand up. Swadek takes him back. Got the legs in, trying to power half him over, and that's the way a period's going to end. Swadek will advance. Maxwell is done for the year.
Before we go to mat number 2, quick checkup on mat number 3 as the second period comes to a close. Porter Kosman closing the gap. It is now 11-11 as Porter Kosman scores a reversal before the end of the period. So they are tied at 11 heading into the third. 3-0 the score on mat number 2. Eli Aird of Darlington Blackhawk leading Leo Hansen of Dodgeville.
Yep, so Eli Aird, his third match of today's day. He beat Sawyer Swatek of Fennimore and by an escape 13-12 in round 1 and then fell to Race Howlett of Evansville. So he's squaring off against Leo Hansen of Dodgeville, who's now 7-14 as a junior. He lost his first battle to Tyler Maxwell of River Valley. And this mount right here, Eli Aird does still have that 3-0 lead. 30 seconds have elapsed here in this first period with Aird of Darlington Blackhawk in the riding position over Hansen of Dodgeville.
Let's go to mat number 3. Final 2 minutes as it's now 12-11. Porter Kosman getting an escape point to take the lead. And the wrestlers go out of bounds at 1:42 to go near the 5 o'clock position. They'll go back to the center and go neutral.
Okay, back here at mat number 2, Eli Aird of Darlington Blackhawk very close to getting the fall over Leo Hansen of Dodgeville. In fact, he does. So Eli Aird of Darlington Blackhawk will improve his record to 26-15 on the year as a senior. Leo Hansen of Dodgeville will finish his season as a junior with a record of 7-15.
Bill's Plumbing and Heating in Platteville is the area's leading plumbing and HVAC specialist for new installation or service. Check them out on Facebook or at Bill's Plumbing and Heating WI.com. Back to mat number 3, 1:23 to go in the third period. 12-11, Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien leading Todd Hall of Brodhead, Juda.
Just quickly on mat number 1 right now in the wrestle back here, we have Josh Bear from Sugar River taking on from Monroe.
Garrett Minder.
Yes, Garrett Minder. And Miner is going to pick up the victory with a pin.
Todd Hall Jr. gets a reversal on mat number 3. He's now in front, 14-12, 50 seconds to go.
Quick update here on mat number 2 at 144-pound in the wrestleback. It's going to be Rucker Weiskircher of Darlington Blackhawk. He is 16-18 on the year as a sophomore. He's squaring off against Ashlyn Millenbauer of the Sugar River Co-op of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus. He is 28-17 on the year as a junior. No score.
Final 30 seconds on mat 3. We're tied at 14. Another reversal for Porter Kosman. Ties things up, 14 apiece. 20 seconds left. Near the 5 o'clock position of the mat and a scramble to the center. And Kosman taking the top position. No points being awarded. Final 10 seconds of the third. Kosman just trying to hold Todd Hall Jr. down. Final seconds tick away, but a stoppage with 2 seconds remaining in the third. As the wrestlers will go back to the center.
Over on mat 1 right now, we have Brynmeyer from Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern, taking on Mosley from Darlington, Blackhawk. Brynmeyer's picked up 2 takedowns, and Mosley's gotten an escape with a minute left to go in the first period.
Over here on mat number 2, 20 seconds remain in this first period in this wrestleback at 144 pounds. It's Ashlyn Millenbauer of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus with a 3-0 lead over Rucker Weiskircher of Darlington Blackhawk. Final 10 seconds tick away here. It's still Millenbauer of Sugar River, the try-up in the riding position. That is how this first period will end, with Millenbauer of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus 3, Rucker Weiskircher of Darlington Blackhawk 0.
Mat number 3 in overtime. 40 seconds left in the overtime period. Still tied at 14 apiece. Although Todd Hall Jr. trying to score a takedown on Porter Kosman. Kosman doing a great job defending it, as he's on his knees and elbows, trying to work his way out to the top. 20 seconds to go. Todd Hall continuing to ride. Now he's got Kosman's shoulder blades down, and Kosman getting the reversal. But they're not going to award points yet. Near fall points being awarded, though, for Todd Hall Jr. Or beg your pardon, that is Porter Kosman. And Kosman getting the 3-point takedown and a 17-14 overtime victory, just getting it in with 2 seconds remaining in the overtime period.
Over on mat 1 right now, Brynmeyer's going to pick up the victory with a pin over Mosley in the first period.
Therefore, let's take a look at mat number 2 at the 144-pound wrestleback. No change between Ashlyn Millenbauer of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus. He still leads 3-0 over Rucker Weiskircher of Darlington Blackhawk. Wrestlers at the center of the mat midway through this second period.
Over on mat 1 right now at 144 pounds, Huntsman from Monroe, freshman, 20-11, taking on Reddington from Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern, with a record of 12-17. Minute 47 seconds left to go in the period as they go out of bounds and have a restart.
Mat number 2 now has a score change as Ashlyn Millenbauer with an additional takedown of Sugar River, so he now leads 6-0 over Rucker Weiskircher of Darlington Blackhawk at 144 pounds.
Moen's Milk Service of Montfort. Moen's has been hauling quality milk with quality service in Granton, Iowa County since 1974. When you want quality, it comes from Moen's Milk Service in Montfort.
We have a stoppage on mat 1 with a potentially dangerous hold. Minute 20 left to go in the first period. Score is still 0-0.
10-0 now is the score at mat number 2, and I'll take the final 5 seconds as it looks like Ashlyn Millenbauer of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus will enter that third period with that 10-0 lead over Rucker Weiskircher of Darlington Blackhawk at 144 pounds.
Match on mat number 3, 138-pound wrestleback Reed Hammer of Edgerton taking on Carter Fry of Beloit Turner. It's 3-0. Hammer with the advantage over Fry. Let's go back to mat number 1.
Mat number 1, still neutral position. There's a head toss by Reddington. He's going to pick up the 3-point takedown with 50 seconds left to go in the first period. He's got an arm bar in, working that deep. He goes across to a one-on-one. Now he's going to try and walk around the head. Huntsman comes up. Reddington still has that arm in. Now he gives the arm out, sticks the leg in. Huntsman comes up into a tripod. Reddington brings him back down to the mat. 20 seconds left to go in the first period.
Over on mat number 2, it's now 10 to lead with Ashlyn Millenbauer of Sugar River leading Rucker Weiskircher of Darlington Blackhawk. Both wrestlers now return to the center of the mat as Millenbauer takes the down position.
5 seconds left to go in the first period. Reddington in control, leads 3-0. And there's the end of the first period. We'll be moving into the second period.
Scott Implement wishes all area wrestlers the best of luck during today's competition. Go to scottimplement.com to see what they have to offer and deal where the dealing's done. Also by Brian's Auto Body and Paint Specialist. Of course, if Brian's gets the job done right. For unexpected dings or major repair projects, head to Brian's Auto Body and Paint in Lancaster.
Mat number 2 has Millenbauer of Sugar River Tri-Up now leading 14-3 over Weiskircher of Darlington Blackhawk. 44 seconds remain in this third period.
To start the second period, Reddington will be up. He's working Huntsman flattens him down, working the arm, trying to get an arm bar. Huntsman comes back up to his base. Reddington jumps sides, now trying to throw a half in. There's stalling on Huntsman. Reddington has the arm in, loses it. And now we're going to have stoppage. They're going to call Reddington for stalling. 1:19 left to go in the second period.
At the buzzer here at period number 3, it's going to be Ashlyn Meihenbauer of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus with the wrestleback victory over Rucker Weiskircher of Darlington Blackhawk at 144 pounds.
9-1 the score on mat number 3. Reed Hammer of Edgerton leading Carter Fry in a wrestleback at 138 pounds. 56 seconds to go in the second period.
Back on mat 1 right now. A minute left to go in the second period. Reddington leads 3-0. He is on top. He's got Huntsman flat on his stomach. Huntsman comes back up to his base. Reddington tries to throw a leg in. Huntsman comes back up. Now Reddington flattens him out. Throws the arm bar in. Jump sides. Comes back. Has the wrist. Now going to try to walk around the head. Still hasn't gotten him over. Leaning on that arm to try and drive his chest over. Now he's got Huntsman over. Getting back points. 10 seconds left to go. Reddington switches over to a reverse half, and that's the way that period's going to end, but Reddington's going to pick up 4 near foul points to make the score. 7-0 to go into the third period.
Over here, mat number 2, still at the 144-pound weight class. We have a wrestleback between Sean Larson, the freshman from Evansville. Came in today's action at 3-7. He's squaring off against River Valley's Mason Schulte as a junior. 3-0, Schulte of River Valley over at Larson of Evansville.
All right, the start of the third period. Reddington is on top. Huntsman is on the bottom. Reddington trying to break Huntsman down. Does. Now he's working those arms again. He's trying to pop that arm back up on his back. Huntsman comes back up to his base. There's a sit out by Huntsman. Reddington counters with a double leg. Still in control. Reddington's going to get called for locked hands. Huntsman is trying to come back out to the side. They're going to have a stoppage on the mat because Reddington was just about ready to put Huntsman on his back, so they have to stop. Huntsman's going to pick up 1 point for locked hands.
Period 1 has come to an end here at mat 2 at 144 pounds. It's going to be Mason Schulte of River Valley still leading Sean Larson of Evansville by that same 3-0 score.
Reed Hammer scores a tech fall on mat number 3 at 19-3 decision to win his consolation match.
Reddington, with 45 seconds left to go, has that arm bar again. Wrist, one-on-one, trying to walk around his head. Loses it. Now he throws a half in. Isn't able to get it, but he still is in control of Huntsman as he has him flat on his stomach there with 25 seconds left to go in the third period.
Mason Schulte of River Valley improves his lead to 6-0 over Sean Larson of Evansville here with 30 seconds elapsed in the second period here at mat number 2 in this 144-pound wrestleback.
Down to 10 seconds left to go on mat 1. Reddington leads 7-1 over Huntsman from Monroe. And it looks like Reddington from Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern will advance in the consolation bracket.
Back to mat number 2, 1 minute remaining in this third period. 3 additional near fall points have been awarded. to Mason Schulte of River Valley as he takes on the freshman Sean Larson of Evansville. So it's 9-0. Mason Schulte came in today's action with 29-12 as a junior. Larson's of Evansville entered today's action 3-7 as a freshman.
Quick check on mat number 3, 138-pound wrestleback Owen Kloss of Fennimore leading 3-0 over Evansville's Colton Martin. Owen Kloss, the junior, 11-11 record heading into this match, and a 3-0 lead with under a minute to go in the first period.
Mason Schulte is collecting near fall points here with 24 seconds remaining in his second period, so that'll improve his score to 13-0 once those are put on the board. He's still looking for the fall. He has 15 seconds remaining here in the second period to do so. The Blue Devil from Evansville rolls out. The Black Hawk for River Valley says no, gets chest to chest as the Larson of Evansville continues to bridge near that 9 o'clock position on the mat. Looks like he will live the fight for the third period, but we will enter the third period with a score 13-0. Mason Schulte of River Valley over Sean Larson of Evansville.
Over on mat 1 right now, 0-0 score in the wrestleback Ekdahl from Monroe versus Price from Beloit Turner.
Mat number 2 is now underway in the third period. Shot taken by Mason Schulte. If he's able to get the takedown, lift up that left leg, work that single a little bit harder, he's going to win by tech fall here over Sean Larson of Evansville. And there it is, tech fall here in period number 3. Mason Schulte of River Valley with the victory over Sean Larson of Evansville.
McNett Electric and Belmont can assist with all of your electrical needs. Chip and his crew at McNett Electric are on call and ready to help you with your agricultural, business, and commercial needs. McNett Electric in Belmont. Mat number 3, 9-0 to score. Owen Kloss of Fennimore out to a big lead on Colton Martin of Evansville. 1:50 to go in the second period. As Owen Kloss going for another takedown. And that's the only local wrestler that we have right now. Connor Ekdahl of Monroe leading 3-0 over Joe Price of Turner on mat 1. And then on mat 2, new match coming up at 144 pounds. These are all wrestlebacks, as it'll be Wyatt Bennett of Turner taking on Jamison Wallen of Brodhead, Juda. But back to mat number 3, 12-0 as Owen Kloss scores another takedown with 1:15 to go in the second period, both near the 1 o'clock position of the mat as we see it from the Wolf Construction broadcast booth. Kloss trying to turn that right shoulder over, working on that shoulder, trying to turn him over, but they're dragging out of bounds. Both feet still in the circle. But the body's outside, nearing out of bounds, and it looks like both wrestlers will go out of bounds with 47 seconds to go in the second period. 12-0 the score in our 138-pound wrestleback on mat number 3.
I'll report the fall over here at mat number 1 at 150 pounds. It's Connor Ekdahl of Monroe with the fall over Joe Price of Beloit Turner.
Coming up on mat 1 right now is going to be Kramer from Prairie du Chien taking on Hewsome from Dodgeville.
Mat number 2 has Jamison Wallen of Brodhead, Juda in control, collecting near fall points. The score is going to be 7-0 once they're awarded, as he's in control of Wyatt Bennett of Beloit Turner. And there is the fall at 144 pounds. Advancing is Jamison Wallen of Brodhead, Juda.
There's a shot by Kramer into a double, switches off to a single, has Hewsome on his butt. Hewsome has Kramer's ankle, trying to pick him around. Kramer comes around, breaks it, and gets the first takedown. Then Hewsome stands up, gets the escape. They go out of bounds, so have a restart. 1:27 seconds left to go in the first period. There's a start. They tie up. There's another shot by Kramer into a double. Hewsome grabs the ankle again. Trying to work, possibly get a stalemate. Locks up. Kramer picks Hewsome up, sets him up on his butt. Hewsome comes back up to his feet. Now Kramer steps up, picks Hewsome up, and takes him back down for a 3-point near fall.
15-1 on mat number 3. Owen Kloss trying to close out the win over Colton Martin of Evansville at 138 pounds in that wrestleback. New match underway on mat number 2. 3-0 lead for Belmont Platteville's Tyler Kismore over William Gonzalez of Darlington Blackhawk.
Gonzalez will be in the down position. Came in today's action 3-10 as a senior. Kismore of Belmont Platteville 43-7 as a junior in a riding position. Quickly breaks Gonzalez of Darlington Blackhawk to his base. Gonzalez trying to sit out, but Kaisamore still in the dominant position. 1:15 remaining here in this third period. Tyler Kaisamore of Belmont Platteville 3. William Gonzalez of Darlington Blackhawk 0.
Over on mat 1, it's 6-2. Kramer from Prairie du Chien leading Hewsome. There's a stalling call on Green, which is Kramer. 20 seconds left to go in this match, and the clock is not going. There's a shot by Kramer. He's got the single leg in, picks up Hewsome and takes Hewsome down for a takedown. 10 seconds left to go.
Over at mat number 2 with just over a minute elapsed, it's still the 11th ranked Western Estate Tyler Kaisamore of Belmont Platteville leading 3-0 over William Gonzalez of Darlington Blackhawk, still in the riding position. Gonzalez tries to get to his base, gets himself an escape, so now 3-1. But after the 2 points were awarded to Kaisamore, wrestlers tie, fighting for hand position here. 30 seconds remaining here in this first period. Wrestlers break back apart. Kaisamore entered today's action with a 43-7 record, ranked 11th in the state. Fell to Ryder Zandansowitz of Fennimore, putting himself in this position. Has the takedown, collecting near fall points against William Gonzalez in a 5 o'clock position of the mat here as we see mat number 2 from the Wolf Construction broadcast booth. 5 seconds ticking away, but 3 near fall points have been awarded, so that'll improve their score. Tyler Kaisamore of Belmont Platteville 12. William Gonzalez of Darlington Blackhawk 1 at the end of period number 1.
We are in the second period on mat 1. Kramer leads Hewsome 10-2. Kramer's got Hewsome on his back.
Owen Kloss got the win on mat number 3, and then just as the new match started, Jackson Dressler, Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern, scores a fall over Ethan Shirk of Evansville at a 157-pound wrestleback.
Match action back underway here at mat number 2. It's still Kaisamore of Belmont Platteville with that 12-1 lead, rolls through on top of William Gonzalez, is able to get that roll through gave him the reversal, so now 14-1. Obviously entering that area of a potential technical fall if he's able to roll Gonzalez on his back. Near fall points are being awarded, so he is going to have the tech fall at this point as they roll through. So Tyler Kaisamore of Belmont Platteville with the victory over William Gonzalez of Darlington Blackhawk here at 157 pounds.
Over on mat 1, Kramer is going to pick up a victory with a tech fall over Hewsome, 18-3, as Hewsome will finish his day for Dodgeville. And Kramer will continue to wrestle and advance in the consolation bracket.
TC Networks of Platteville, from IT consulting to security cameras, door access control, and more. Learn more about how they can help you at tcnetworks.com. By Majestic View Dairy of Lancaster. From the farm to your fridge, they produce milk for delicious and nutritious beverages and foods. Learn more at Majestic View Classroom. On Facebook, and by TriStar Pallets of Highland and TriStar Mulch of Cobb and Platteville. Beautify your home with decorative colored mulch. Give Ginger and the gang a call. TriStar Pallets of Highland and TriStar Mulch of Cobb and Platteville. Mat number 3, Braden Nally with 3-0 lead over Ian Raymond of Edgerton. Mat number 2, Hugo Jean Louise Justald of Belmont Platteville taking on Jonas Lobato of Darlington Blackhawk. 165-pound consolation matchup. And on mat number 1, Brady Bear of Sugar River taking on Cody Yoder of Dodgeville. Let's go to mat number 2 between Justal and Lobato.
30 seconds have elapsed between those two wrestlers. Still no score as they fight for hand control. Now circle back to the middle. It looks like it's Lobato with a little bit of reaching for his eye, but looks like he is going to be okay. Wrestlers re-engage. Jean-Louis Gusto has that left wrist pulled under, but now fights for that hand position. Minute 10 remaining, still no score change as these two wrestlers break apart. Circling back to the middle. Jonas Lobato of Darlington Blackhawk entered today at the 7-20 record as a sophomore, but now we have a takedown from Hugo Jean-Louis Justo. He was 7-21 entering today's match as a junior, has the takedown here. He's up 3-0 as he's in a riding position here at the center of the mat, number 2 at Dodgeville High School.
On mat 1 right now, Yoder from Dodgeville is leading 3-1 with the first takedown, but he will be penalized for an illegal hold. So he's leading Bear from Sugar River, 3-1 with 1:20 left to go in the first period.
Braden Nally scores a foul on mat number 3 for Monroe, and he'll advance in the consolation bracket at 157 pounds.
Mat number 2, I'll take the final 14 seconds of this first period. Jonas Lobato has the escape, but now we have an additional takedown right back again by Hugo Jean-Louis Justo of Belmont Platteville, and now another escape by Jonas Lobato, so it's going to be 6-2 in favor of Hugo Jean-Louis Justo of Belmont Platteville, the junior over Jonas Lobato, the sophomore from Darlington Blackhawk at the end of period number 1.
Bears going to pick up an escape with 1 minute left to go in the first period to make the score 3-2 in favor of Yoder. They tie up in the middle of the mat. Working control, they break apart.
New match on mat number 3, Colt Deering of Beloit Turner taking on Grady Maves of Evansville. Scoreless 15 seconds into the match, a 190-pound wrestleback.
I'll go ahead and jump in here back at mat number 2. We're 15 seconds into the second period. There's no score change as Hugo Jean-Louis Justo of Belmont Platteville still in the lead over Jonas Lobato of Darlington Blackhawk, the junior over the sophomore, as both wrestlers fight for hand control. Center of the mat, 30 seconds have elapsed.
Over on mat 1, score now is Bear 11, Yoder 4, as Bear's going to pick up now 2 takedowns with a 4-point near fall. Yoder standing up, trying to get away. 10 seconds left to go in the first period. Bear gets called for stalling. Does take Yoder back down, and that's the way the period's going to end.
Period number 2 is midway through the action here, and there's still no score change as Hugo Jean-Louis Justo Belmont Platteville still leads Jonas Lobato 6-2, but now there was a score change. So just as I was reading it, an escape and a takedown. So 7-5, the scoreboard has been updated, but nevertheless, it's still Justo of Belmont Platteville in the lead. Wrestlers fighting for hand control. A little bit of a collar tie. Wrestlers circling. A little bit of a mid-throw attempt by Lobato to no avail. Wrestlers circle with 30 seconds remaining in the second period. Still 7-5. Hugo Jean-Louis Justo of Belmont Platteville over Jonas Lobato of Darlington Blackhawk.
Start the second period. Yoder shows down. And right now, Bear has got Yoder on his back, gaining back points. Yoder trying to fight. Bear has got him down flat on his back. And there's the pin. Bear from Sugar River is going to defeat Yoder.
Period 3 is where we're going to start match action at mat number 2. Hugo Jean-Louis Justo leads Jonah Lobato of Darlington Blackhawk by a score of 10-5. It's going to be Lobato of Darlington Blackhawk, the sophomore in the down position. The junior, Hugo Jean-Louis Justo of Belmont Platteville, now in riding position, but a roll through by Lobato. So it'll be 10-6, still in favor of Belmont Platteville here as the wrestlers circle back to the center of the mat here at this 165-pound wrestleback.
Coming up on mat number 1, Simmons from Prairie du Chien taking on Bryce Meister from Beloit Turner at 165 pounds.
Speaking of 165, there's still no score change at mat number 2 at 165 between Hugo Jean-Louis Justo of Belmont Platteville. He still has that 10-6 lead over Jonas Lobato. Minute 25 remaining as both wrestlers engage in a collar tie, fighting for hand control. Circling around the black mat with the orange D here for Dodgeville at Dodgeville High School. Wrestlers continue to circle. Neither wrestlers attempted a shot attempt here really in this third period. Now they re-engage in a collar tie. Lobato, going to have to generate a little bit of offense. Here he goes. A little bit of a shot attempt, but fought off nicely by Jean-Louis Justo. Wrestlers re-engage at the center of the mat. Since these are the only 2 local wrestlers, we'll keep it here. But we do have a fall on on mat number 1. Go ahead, Scott, with that
Simmons
fall.
from Prairie du Chien is going to pick up the victory with a pin in the minute 1.
Lobato gets that takedown that I just mentioned that he needed, but then quickly gives up the escape to Jean-Louis Justo of Belmont Platteville. So Justo of Belmont Platteville now leads Lobato of Darlington Blackhawk by 11-9, a narrow margin. Lobato obviously going to need another takedown here as these final 20 seconds tend to tick away here in this third period. He is able to take that shot, able to lift that, turn it into a double. Wrestlers go out of bounds, so 12 seconds remain. Lobato's been the more aggressive wrestler here in this past minute, and it's paid off as he's closed the gap. But still, Jean-Louise Justo of Belmont Platteville with that 11-9 lead. Final 10 seconds ticking off the clock. Lobato with a little bit of a fake shot attempt. Justo very content, just keeping his hips back, and that's how it's going to end. Hugo Jean-Louise Justo of Belmont Platteville 11. Jonas Lobato of Darlington Blackhawk 9 here at this 165-pound wrestleback.
And while that was happening, a fall for Cole Thiering of Beloit Turner, getting the fall over Grady Maves of Evansville, a 190-pound wrestleback. So Cole Thiering day continues. Wrestling Today brought to you by First Supply of Platteville, your total commercial plumbing and heating wholesale outlet. When quality parts are needed, the experts rely on First Supply. In Platteville, by Guys Truck and Tractor for heavy-duty towing and recovery, reliable 24-hour roadside service, and long-distance transports. Call on Guys Truck and Tractor in Kieler and at guystruck.com. Carver's Hardwood Flooring. For hardwood flooring, stair installation, and refinishing needs, call Ryan Carver, the National Wood Flooring Association certified installer, sander, and finisher in the tri-state area. Carver's Hardwood Flooring in Benton.
We're down to the last two matches in this round.
All right, so let's see what we have here. I believe we have Chase Wilhite of Brodhead, Juda. He came in today at 20-21 as a senior. He's squaring off against Brady Godfrey of Dodgeville. He entered today's action 16-18. He is a junior. Wrestlers circling here in the center of the mat. No score change. 30 seconds into it here at mat number 2.
Mat number 3, we have Lucas Loshaw of Sugar River taking on Eli Wilcox of Edgerton. Still scoreless, a minute 25 to go in the first period. Let's go back to mat number 2.
Yep, shot taken by Chase Wilhite of Brodhead, Juda. Now he's able to get the takedown. Just over a minute remain. Chase Wilhite, the senior from Brodhead, Juda, with a 3-0 lead over Brady Godfrey of Dodgeville. Now he's able to collect near fall points, trying to get chest to chest, has that right arm pulled through. Chase Wilhite of Brodhead, Juda will advance with the fall over Brady Godfrey of Dodgeville here at 190 pounds in this first period.
Krantz Auto Parts, your local hardware, Hank and Napa dealers. See Rob Krantz and the crew at Krantz Auto Parts for service repair on cars and light trucks to Krantz Auto Parts of Fennimore. Bytech Resource Management of Greener Way. Bytech Resource Management of Monroe. Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors of Belmont. Prairie du Chien and at Carey'sGuttersandDoors.com. Sloan Implement, your official John Deere dealer in Bloomington, Cuba City, Montfort, and at Sloans.com. And we are going to go back to the center on mat number 3. 3-0 the score. Lucas Loshaw of Sugar River leading Eli Wilcox of Edgerton.
Okay, I'll go ahead and I'll jump in here. Wilcox of Edgerton came in today's action as a sophomore with his 15-13 record. Lucas Loshaw of the Sugar River Triumph, he entered today as a junior and a record of 8-6. So it's still Loshaw of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus with that 3-0 lead in the riding position here. The only match we have underway here in these wrestlebacks, 215 pounds. Loshaw remains in a riding position, but Wilcox gets to his base. Loshaw of Sugar River throws Wilcox of Edgerton off the mat. Wrestlers will come back to the center. Just 5 seconds remaining here in this first period. Loshaw set in the riding position. Final seconds tick away. End of period number 1. Eli Wilcox of Edgerton leads 3-0 over Lucas Loshaw of the Sugar River Triumph of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus. Coin flip. Looks like awarded choice is going to be Eli Wilcox of Edgerton. Chooses the neutral position. Wrestlers circle toward the middle of the mat. Neither wrestlers fighting for hand control here. Wilcox entered today as a sophomore, 15-13. Loshaw of the Sugar River Triumph came in as a junior in his 8-6 mark. Wrestlers continue to circle, fight for that hand control. 30 seconds have elapsed here in period number 3. Here on mat number 3, Referee breaks them apart as Wilcox of Edgerton readjusts his headgear. Referee starts the match action as people starting to head out of their seats for the break. Now we have Lucas Lushaw, Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus, collecting near fall points, trying to get the fall here to end this wrestleback session at this 215-pound weight class. Trying to get chest to chest, needs to break that left shoulder of Wilcox down. Not quite able to do so, but he is settling in. That left shoulder of Wilcox is keeping him in this match. The score is going to be 7-0 once this is counted off if the fall is not awarded. And there is the fall. Lucas Lushaw of the Sugar River Triumph of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus with the pin over Eli Wilcox of Edgerton. Final wrestleback here at 215 pounds.
Okay, as we move into the next round, they're cleaning the mats right now, but I'm just going to give you an update on the scores. Right now, Fennimore in the lead with 132 points. Belmont Platteville with 112. Prairie du Chien in third with 96. Evansville with 94. Fifth place, Sugar River with 74.5. Monroe in sixth with 66.5. Dodgeville in seventh with 62.5. Darlington Blackhawk is in eighth with 59.5. Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern is in ninth with 57. River Valley 10th with 50.5. Beloit Turner in 11th with 27. Brodhead Juda 12th with 25. And Edgerton in 13th with 6.5 points.
All right, that's our Shoebox scoreboard update presented by the Shoebox in Black Earth, the largest independent shoe store in the Midwest. We'll take a quick timeout, and we'll come back with more from Dodgeville, our WIAA Division II Boys Wrestling Regional on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel.
Pre-match 2.
Hello, Ben here from Darlington Family Dental. Your smile is as important to us as it is to you. Give us a call and schedule a consultation to figure out if clear aligners might be right for you. The consultation is free. Zero interest financing is available. This solution for your smile might be more cost-effective than you think. Call our team and experience patient-centered care for you and your family at Cuba City, Darlington, and Kieler Family Dental. Ask about our new patient specials. Keep smiling, Tri-States.
Steve Schmidt's Sports Treasures Plus in Stoughton has unique team treasures. They have over 25,000 signed sports cards, plus autographed photos, bobbleheads, caps, signed baseballs, and more. That's Steve Schmidt's Sports Treasures Plus in Stoughton.
Febreze.
Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Ooh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner. So he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
Our Grant Regional Health Center and People's State Bank coverage of high school sports on Queen Bee Radio is presented by Cuba City, Kieler, and Darlington Family Dental, and by Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors. Check out our upcoming schedule at AM1590WPVL.com.
Pre-match 2.
Grant Regional Health Center and People's State Bank coverage of high school wrestling presented by Cuba City, Darlington, and Kieler Family Dental, and Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors. Wrestling also brought to you by Bouse Electric. Call Brad Adrian and Josh Busher at Bouse Electric, Lancaster, and Fennimore. WCC Brands Custom Apparel and Kieler, and at WCC-brands.com. People's State Bank for personal, home, business, and ag loans. Visit one of their area convenient locations or visit peoplesfinancial.com. Member FDIC. Also by Gary's Pest Control in Dickeyville. Gary's Pest Control salutes our local athletes. Gary's Pest Control with over 40 years of professional, friendly service. And Donnie's Tire and Auto. Call the only hooker in town for 24-hour towing service at 568-3014. That's 568-3014. Your home for excellent car care is at Donnie's Tire and Auto in Dickeyville. take another timeout as we have reached a brief intermission before we reach the finals of our WIAA Division II Boys Wrestling Regional from Dodgeville. More after this on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel.
Pre-match 3.
Like any business, success in dairying is often determined by who you know rather than what you know. That's why it's good to know the pros at Fuller's, your Gia dealer. Fuller's is your source for milking and cooling brand products and a full portfolio of high-tech dairy and cooling equipment. Make your operation more efficient and profitable and get the most out of your dairy herd by partnering with the experts at Fuller's Milker Center, LLC, your local Gia dealer in Lancaster, Richland Center, and FullersMilkerCenter.com.
Are high bank fees draining your wallet? It's time for a change.
At People's State Bank, they believe in low fees that put you first.
Tired of being charged for using your debit card, sneaky paper statement fees, or monthly maintenance fees?
With People's State Bank's People's Checking Account, those fees are a thing of the past.
Worried about ATM fees?
At People's State Bank, they reimburse you for up to 3 ATM fees per month. They work hard to keep your money where it belongs, in your pocket.
Make the switch to People's State Bank today. Visit a branch near you or peoplesfinancial.com. Member FDIC.
Pre-match 3.
X1071, X1071.com, Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel, WIAA Division II Boys Wrestling from Dodgeville High School, Great Regional Health Center, and People's State Bank coverage of high school wrestling presented by Cuba City, Darlington, and Kieler Family Dental, and Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors. Wrestling brought to you by Mount City Bank. Their total line of credit allows you to use the equity in your home to do the things you want. Step into Mount City Bank to apply. Offer subject to approval. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender. Learn more at mountcitybank.com. Also by Wolf Farms LNG in Lancaster, saluting our area wrestlers and all area student athletes this season. Wolf Farms encourages you to enjoy ham, pork chops, and bacon in support of our local pork producers. And by Wolf Scranton Graphics, a block off the square in Lancaster. Wolf offers full-service copying and printing available in wide formats for banners, posters, canvas prints, and much more. Wolf Scranton Graphics of Lancaster. More after this on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel.
Post-match 1.
Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors of Belmont and Prairie du Chien is who to call for top quality CHI overhead doors. Enhance the curb appeal and security of your home by choosing the fine line of CHI overhead doors from Carey's. And when it comes to seamless gutters that keep your home protected from water damage, Carey's has you covered too. Visit Carey'sGuttersandDoors.com today to learn more. They'll service all the rest, and they deal in the best. Get your new CHI overhead doors at Carey's Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors, Belmont and Prairie du Chien.
Hi, this is Christine Raleigh of Raleigh Cheese, wishing all area athletes successful seasons. Cheese is a great source of protein for school lunches or a snack before the big game. Stop in and try some of our award-winning artisan cheeses like Dunbarton Blue, Red Rock, and Little Mountain. We have fresh cheese curds weekly and a wide variety of snacks and beverages, plus made-to-order cheese trays. Shop locally and taste the difference of handmade Wisconsin cheese at Raleigh Cheese House on the corner of Highways 11 and 23, Shellsburg.
From small-town businesses to large multi-state operations, Tricor Insurance and Auto Owners Insurance have industry expertise that can cover all types of businesses.
Having an insurance agency that understands our business is a real benefit. They know our people. It's something Tricor does really well.
Tricor's in-depth knowledge of insurance, regulation, compliance, and safety consulting is here to help your business succeed. Working with leading insurance companies like Auto Owners Insurance. They'll be there when you need them most. Visit TricorInsurance.com to learn more about Tricor Insurance Cycle of Care.
Hi, this is Doug Dolter with Dubuque Mattress. Mattresses are not something that you should have to unbox and set up yourself. Frankly, they're cumbersome. That's why at Dubuque Mattress, we deliver, set up, and get rid of the old mattress for you. And it's not just for people in Dubuque. We deliver just about anywhere. Chicago, Des Moines, Minneapolis, Kansas City, or anywhere in between. So, when it's time for you to get a new mattress, let Dubuque Mattress take care of all of it for you. Dubuque Mattress, for the rest of your life.
Dubuque Mattress Factory, you get a little snooze time.
Post-match 1.
Great Regional Health Center and People's State Bank coverage of high school wrestling presented by Cuba City, Darlington, and Kieler Family Dental, and Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. We're at the intermission of our WIAA Division II Boys Wrestling Regional from Dodgeville High School. Tyler Dictanis, Scott Tolzman, and Matt Wiederholt with you from the Wolf Construction broadcast booth. Again, a quick check on the team score on our Shoebox scoreboard presented by the Shoebox in Black Earth, the largest independent shoe store in the Midwest. Fennimore in first place with 132 team points. Belmont Platteville right behind them in second with 112. Prairie du Chien in third with 96 points. And Evansville in the fourth place spot with 94. Our Wrestling Today brought to you by the Melby Funeral Home and Crematory of Platteville. They offer a history of caring and understand that each family is unique and will honor personal requests and traditions. The Melby Funeral Home and Crematory. Rundy Plumbing and Heating in Belmont for all of your agricultural, commercial, and residential needs. Call Rundy Plumbing and Heating in Belmont. Parman Farm Supply offers best kill insecticides and easy way cattle feeders. Parman Farm Supply can work with beef and dairy operations from 1 to 1,000, both organic and traditional. Call Parman Farm Supply in Belmont. Also by Magnet Electric in Belmont. They can assist with all of your electrical needs. Chip and his crew at Magnet Electric are on call and ready to help you with your agricultural, commercial, and residential electrical needs. Magnet Electric in Belmont. We'll take another timeout as we close in on the start of the second half of our tournament from Dodgeville High School. Our Grant Regional Health Center and People's State Bank coverage of high school wrestling presented by Cuba City, Darlington, and Kieler Family Dental and Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel.
Post-match 2.
Hi, I'm Jessica Paulson, your personal banking officer at Mound City Bank in Platteville. Did you know that Mound City Bank offers free checking to nonprofit organizations? In addition, we offer interest-bearing checking, money market, savings, and certificate of deposit accounts with competitive rates. Every nonprofit checking account includes a free debit card along with many extras. Stop by or call us at 608-348-2685 for more details or any questions. Mound City Bank, proud to be here for you. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Nursing assistants play a vital role in healthcare. They provide patient and resident care in hospitals, nursing homes, and other healthcare settings. Registration is now open for CNA courses at Southwest Tech in Fennimore. This CNA class is 8 weeks. Classes start beginning March 17th. Deadline to register is March 10th. Theory will be online with lab skills done on campus and clinical at a long-term care facility. For more information, go to swtc.edu/GoCNA. Southwest Tech. Education as unique as you.
Hi, this is Bobby with Five Flags Center, inviting you to showcase your products and services in front of future customers at our Spring Spectacular Vendor and Fashion Show, Saturday, March 15th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Jewelry, travel, handmade gifts, clothing, accessories, home decor, and more will be featured, as well as the latest styles for 2025 during our fashion show. Call me, Bobby, at 563-889-6095 to reserve your space for the Spring Spectacular Vendor and Fashion Show at Five Flags Center. Sponsored by Classy and Chic Boutique, X1071, and Five Flags Center.
Masked Water Technologies invites you to unwind with the ultimate in relaxation, your own Bullfrog Spa. During Masked exclusive President's Day hot tub sale, January 30th through February 17th, enjoy up to $2,000 in instant rebates or 36-month special financing on a brand new Bullfrog Spa. With Bullfrog's exclusive jetpack therapy system, you can create a personalized massage experience right in the comfort of your home. Visit Masked Water Technologies in Platteville and Dubuque before this sale ends February 17th. Bullfrog Spas. Peaceful body, peaceful mind, peaceful home.
Post-match 2.
Intermission time at Dodgeville High School WIAA Division II Boys Wrestling Regional on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. Our Wrestling Today brought to you by Haverland Heating and Cooling of Hazel Green, your local carrier dealer with a complete line of home heating products to keep your family comfortable. Call Nick Haverland of Haverland Heating and Cooling. Dearth Livestock, satisfying its customers' needs for 3 generations. Fully licensed and bonded, they provide cattle pickup and transportation for area farmers. Dearth Livestock, Highway 81 in Cuba City. And with over 125 years of experience serving their customers' needs, Benton State Bank and its branches, Shellsburg Community Bank and Tennyson Potosi Community Bank, have built a reputation of putting the customer and community first. Another timeout will wrap up the first half of our broadcast day from Dodgeville High School as we close in on the start of the finals of our WIAA Boys Wrestling Regional from Dodgeville High School. More after this on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel.
Post-match 3.
Hello, Mitch here from Kieler Family Dental. There's never been a better time to explore what's possible for you and your family at our 3 state-of-the-art facilities. From routine dental care to same-day crowns to clear liners, veneers, and implants, we cover a wide spectrum of dental services. Call our team and experience patient-centered care for you and your family at Cuba City, Darlington, and Kieler Family Dental. Ask about our new patient specials. Keep smiling, Tri-States.
Are high bank fees draining your wallet? It's time for a change.
At People's State Bank, they believe in low fees that put you first.
Tired of being charged for using your debit card, sneaky paper statement fees, or monthly maintenance fees?
With People's State Bank's People's Checking Account, those fees are a thing of the past.
Worried about ATM fees?
At People's State Bank, they reimburse you for up to 3 ATM fees per month. They work hard to keep your money where it belongs, in your pocket.
Make the switch to People's State Bank today. Visit a branch near you or peoplesfinancial.com. Member FDIC.
Post-match 3.
Wrapping up the first half of our broadcast day from Dodgeville High School, the WIAA Division II Boys Wrestling Regional on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. We're going to go off the air on X1071 for just a few moments, and then we'll come back in a little bit for the start of the finals of our wrestling tournament here today. Those watching on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel and the Dodgeville YouTube channel, you can keep it right here on your stream. We'll just have no audio for a few minutes or so, and we'll come back with the start of the final round. This is Grant Regional Health Center and People's State Bank coverage of high school wrestling presented by Cuba City, Darlington, and Kieler Family Dental, and Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors. More wrestling coming up in just a few minutes on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel.
This has been a Queen Bee Radio High School Sports presentation.
Extreme 1071.
Turn your radios up.
WPBL FM, Platteville and Dubuque.
The best music every day, baby.
Do you feel me? A Queen Bee radio station.
Doors, Belmont, and Prairie du Chien.
This is a Queen Bee Radio High School Sports Presentation. Queen Bee Radio proudly brings you People's State Bank and Grant Regional Health Center coverage of high school sports. Presented by Cuba City, Kieler, and Darlington Family Dental and Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors. And sponsored by Bouse Electric, Brian's Auto Body and Paint, Vitech Incorporated, Carver's Hardwood Flooring, Claire Bank, Donnie's Tire and Auto, Fuller's Milker Center, Gary's Pest Control, Community First Bank, Guy's Truck and Tractor Service, Hernson's Ace Hardware, Krantz Auto Parts, the Peterson Agency, the Raleigh Cheese House, Mound City Bank, the Russell Law Office, the Shoebox, Sloan Implement, Timmerman's Talents, Tricor Insurance, and Wolf Construction.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Dodgeville High School as we get ready to start the finals of our WIAA Boys Wrestling Regional. From Dodgeville High School, Tyler Ducanis, Matt Wiederholt, and Scott Tolzman with you from the Wolf Construction broadcast booth on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. Our Grant Regional Health Center and People's State Bank coverage of high school wrestling is presented by Cuba City, Darlington, and Kieler Family Dental and Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors. Wrestling also brought to you by Community First Bank, for you in the communities where you live, work, and play. Experience for yourself the difference at Community First Bank, cfbank.com, member FDIC. We'll take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we will have the start of the finals of our boys wrestling tournament from Dodgeville High School as wrestling continues after this on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel.
Pre-match 1.
Are high bank fees draining your wallet? It's time for a change.
At People's State Bank, they believe in low fees that put you first.
Tired of being charged for using your debit card, sneaky paper statement fees, or monthly maintenance fees?
With People's State Bank's People's Checking Account, those fees are a thing of the past.
Worried about ATM fees?
At People's State Bank, they reimburse you for up to 3 ATM fees per month. They work hard to keep your money where it belongs, in your pocket.
Make the switch to People's State Bank today. Visit a branch near you or peoplesfinancial.com. Member FDIC.
Hello, Dr. Matt here from Cuba City Family Dental. Something we take pride in is having 3 state-of-the-art facilities in Cuba City, Kieler, and Darlington. Our investment in the latest technology and innovative services allows us to provide top-notch dental care to our area families. Take control of your oral health and make an appointment with our team, and let's make your smile the best it can be. Contact Cuba City, Darlington, and Kieler Family Dental now, and let's start this journey together. Keep smiling, Tri-States.
Oh, I can't even think about cooking tonight. I'm so exhausted. You know what? I'll just grab Quick Trip for supper. It's easy and everyone likes it. Plus, I need gas anyway. 2 birds, 1 stone. And it's so affordable. With my rewards card, I'll save even more. Yes, I am winning tonight. Wait, the kids are totally going to want dessert. I'll grab some of their chocolate chip cookies. Maybe for later or, for the drive home. It's fine. Life's busy. Quick Trip's got you. Food's here.
Looking to upgrade your windows? Look no further than Hermson's Ace Hardware and Home Center in Bloomington. Whether it's the elegance of Hunter Douglas window treatments or the beauty of Carroll Fabrics custom draperies, Hermson's has the perfect solution for your home with top quality products and expert service. Hermson's will measure and install, taking the stress out of your project. Don't wait. Call Hermson's today to schedule your appointment and transform your windows with style and sophistication. Hermson's Ace Hardware and Home Center in Bloomington.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Pre-match 1.
Just a few minutes away from the semifinals of our WIAA Boys Wrestling Tournament in Division II from Dodgeville High School. Tyler Ducanis, Matt Wiederholt, and Scott Tolzman with you from the Wolf Construction broadcast booth on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. Wrestling today brought to you by Claire Bank with their 8 convenient locations in Southwest Wisconsin. Hard to support our community events, Claire Bank, where they say we can do that. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender. By Sheetles Heating and Cooling, your local Daikin dealer. Call Bradley Schreiner for heating, ventilating, and air conditioning service from Sheetles Heating and Cooling in Bloomington. Anderson Weber Toyota in Dubuque, powering our audio stream. Anderson Weber Toyota, when you are ready. Grant Regional Health Center's ortho team, Dr. Brad Binsfeld and Nate Stoko, PAC, provide exceptional care for sports-related injuries. Grant Regional Health Center, better health starts here. Hertz's Ace Hardware at Home Center in Bloomington and Hertz's Ace Hardware at the bottom of Main in Platteville. See Hertz's for the perfect paint for your next project. Herbst's Ace Hardware in Bloomington and Platteville. The way we set things up, mats 1 and 2 will be the semifinal matches, and wrestlebacks will be on mat number 3. On mat number 1, we'll begin with Colin Fry of Evansville taking on Blake Faust of Dodgeville. And on mat number 2, Fennimore's Carson Bassett will take on Thomas Lamar of Brodhead, Juda. And then a wrestleback on mat number 3, James Kastner of Belmont Platteville taking on Keaton Achenbach of Prairie du Chien. Gentlemen, it's been a jam-packed, action-packed day so far wrestling from Dodgeville High School, and action continues here in the semifinal round.
Yes, it is. This is the round that teams are going to make or break for those 2 spots. The top 4 teams are really fighting it out. They're close. This round is going to kind of separate everybody, and it should be an exciting round with some of the wrestling matchups.
All right, action underway on mats 1 and 2. Again, mat number 1, Colin Fry of Evansville taking on Blake Faust of Dodgeville. Mat number 2, Carson Bassett of Fennimore taking on Thomas Lamar of Brodhead, Juda. Let's go back and forth between mats 1 and 2.
Okay, Fry is going to pick up the first takedown. He'll let Faust go.
Shifting gears already to mat number 2 here, just 30 seconds into it, and it's already a 6-0 lead in favor of Carson Bassett of Fennimore over Thomas Lamar of Brodhead, Juda. Lamar of Brodhead, Juda came in as a 9th-ranked wrestler in the state. Bassett was ranked, but he was ranked in a weight class heavier at 113. He was ranked number 12. So 6-0, Carson Bassett of Fennimore, the freshman, over the freshman Thomas Lamar of Brodhead, Juda.
They got a score 4-2 on the board, but they should have on just a takedown and an escape. And right now, Fry's working a single, switches off to a double, puts Faust down on his backside, and picks up the 3 takedown.
Mat number 3, Keaton Achenbach picks up the fall over James Kastner of Belmont Platteville and gets the fall 40 seconds into the match. So Keaton Achenbach's day will continue. The freshman from Prairie du Chien improves to 22-22 on the year.
At mat number 2, Carson Bassett of Fennimore continues to dominate with now a 9-1 lead over Thomas Lamar of Brodhead, Juda. 20 seconds remain. I'll finish out that 20 seconds as he looks to see if he can get a cradle here. Both wrestlers at the center of the mat. Bassett of Fennimore, 18-8 as a freshman. Once again, wrestled much of this season at 113. Thomas Lamar, also a freshman, came in today, 31-7. As previously mentioned, 9, this first period's going to come to an end. Fennimore's Carson Bassett over Thomas Lamar of Brodhead, Juda, 9-1.
Back on mat number 1 with 15 seconds left to go. Fry now leads 8-9 with 10 seconds in that first period. Got Faust tied up for a tilt. Does put Faust on his back, but time runs out. No points. We're going into the second period.
Period number 2 finds Thomas Lamar of Brodhead, Juda in the down position as Carson Bassett continues to ride him. 10 seconds into it, trying to work that left wrist under. Bassett of Fennimore up 9-1 over Lamar of Brodhead, Juda here at 106 pounds.
Start the second period. Fry is down. He reverses Faust. Makes the score 11-4. Faust working that, trying to come up to his base. Fry is working that tilt.
Back to mat number 2, just a minute 15 remaining. There hasn't been a score change with Bassett in control, but nevertheless, Thomas Lamar of Brodhead, Juda, for a moment there was improving his position in the down position. Looked like he might get a reversal or more, but it was Bassett of Fennimore doing a nice job keeping that hip control, keeping his hips behind. So 1 minute has expired here in this second period. Still, Carson Bassett of Fennimore leading Thomas Lamar of Brodhead, Juda by a score of 9-1.
David Argelis gets a fall in the 106-pound wrestleback over Chase Andrews of Turner. So David Argelis of Darlington Blackhawk stays alive and gets the fall in a minute, 19 seconds.
And back on mat 1, Fry has built the lead 13-4. He's going to pick up possibly 4 more points, if not the pin. He's got 45 seconds left to go in the second period, and there it is. Fry from Evansville will defeat False with a pin. So Fry will move into the finals.
30 seconds remain here at mat number 2 at 106 pounds. It's Carson Bassett now 13-2 over Thomas Lamar of Brodhead. Juda wrestlers now at the 3 o'clock position on the mat, under 20 seconds remaining as Bassett tries to now should be awarded an additional takedown. There it is, 16-2. He's 1 point away from the tech fall. Looks like he's going to be content riding him out here in these final 5 seconds, just riding him, has that right leg hooked through. Time has stopped here at the end of period number 1. So Carson Bassett of Fennimore continues to dominate Thomas Lamar of Brodhead Juda, 16-2.
H&M Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical serving you in Fennimore, Lancaster, and Boscobel. Always on call and always the right call. H&M Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical serving Southwest Wisconsin 24/7 since 1958. Also by Wood Law Office serving you in Fennimore and Boscobel, providing Grant County estate planning, elder law, probate, business law, real estate, and municipal law. Call Ben at Wood Law Office, Fennimore and Boscobel. Also on mat number 3, Levi Dalsing. Looks like he gets the fall over Sawyer Oberbeely of Sugar River. So Cuba City's Levi Dalsing, the freshman, goes to 8-15 on the season and will continue wrestling at 113 pounds.
Over on mat 1 right now is Bullock from Evansville versus Reed from Prairie du Chien, and Evansville has built the lead. Bullock has built the lead 6-1 with 2 takedowns. Reed's got an escape. A minute left to go in the first period.
Score remains 16-2 here at mat number 2 between Carson Bassett of Fennimore and Thomas Lamar of Brodhead Juda. Wrestlers nearly out of bounds at the 3 o'clock position. No score change throughout this first minute. Potentially dangerous called as both wrestlers will come to the center of the mat with just over 1 minute remaining here in period number 2.
Right now in mat 1, Bullock is going to pick up the pin in the first period. So Bullock from Evansville will advance into the finals, and Reed will slide down for 3rd place.
And it looks like he very well might be wrestling Carson Bassett of Fennimore, who maintains that 16-2 lead, was able to get the takedown. That'll make it 19-2. Carson Bassett with the technical fall of Fennimore over Thomas Lamar of Brodhead Juda here at 106 pounds.
The Butcher Shop in Fennimore offers top quality beef, pork, and chicken to fill your freezers. Short on time, don't forget the heat and serve barbecue beef and pork for great tasting meals. The Butcher Shop in Fennimore, also by Tim Slack Auction and Realty. They have buyers looking for agricultural, commercial, and residential properties. If you've been considering selling, call Tim, Kathy, Chase, and their staff today. Tim Slack Auction and Realty, Fennimore and Lancaster, and Breckler Insurance for auto, business, farm, home, health, and life insurance. See Steve Lindeski at Breckler Insurance in Fennimore. Breckler Insurance serving Southwest Wisconsin for over 95 years. Consolation match on mat number 3. Noah Van Schneidel of Cuba City Benton Southwestern leading Max Fry 3-0 with 49 seconds left to go in the first period. And we have semifinal matches at 120 on mat 1 and 113 on mat 2.
On mat 1 is Birchman from Fennimore, a junior, taking on Shu from Monroe. And right now it's Birchman in the lead. He's got 2 takedowns. Shu's got an escape. It's 6-1 with a minute left to go in the first period.
Shane Rashawn making quick work on mat 2.
Yeah, Shane Rashawn doing a nice job. Came in today, ranked 2nd in the state, 46-1. Had a quick takedown and 4 near fall points. They just haven't been put on the scoreboard yet. So a minute 20 remaining here in this first period. It's Shane Rashawn of Dodgeville up 7-0 over the 6th-ranked wrestler in the state, Owen Vogley of Monroe. Rashawn looking to go back to use the cradle, trying to keep his toes in bounds. He's going to have to pull Vogley back in bounds, unable to do so.
And
go ahead.
Excuse me. Over on mat 1, it's going to be Birchman from Fennimore picking up a win with a pin.
Noah Van Schneidel gets the fall on mat number 3. He stays alive at 113 pounds.
All right, so therefore we're back to mat number 2 with 1 minute expired. Shane Rashawn of Dodgeville dominating early on in this match over Owen Vogley of Monroe. Rashawn in the riding position, 46-1 on this season, trying to pull that left arm through of Vogley of Monroe. Vogley of Monroe is a senior, entered today with a 19-8 record of his own. 40 seconds remain, still Rashawn in the riding position, spreading Vogley of Monroe out as Vogley tries to get back to his vase. Rashawn very comfortable, trying to pull that left arm back as he continues to dominate in the riding position.
Over on mat 1, it is Enders from Sugar River taking on Curtis from Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern. And it's Enders picking up the first takedown with 1:30 left to go in the first period, and they go out of bounds.
Wrestle back at mat 3, 120 pounds. Ben Reese leads Austin Schulte 3-1. Minute gone by in the first period.
3 seconds remain. They'll tip away, so it'll still be Shane Rochon of Dodgeville 6, Owen Vogley of Monroe 0, entering period number 2 at 113 pounds.
As they have a restart, Enders flattens Curtis out, working the arms, keeping that tight waist on, pressure. Curtis fighting to try and get back up to his base. Does.
Shane Rochon with the quick takedown. In fact, so quick they haven't even started the clock yet. It's going to be 7-1 Shane Rochon of Dodgeville, or 7-0 Shane Rochon of Dodgeville over Owen Vogley of Monroe. Now the clock starts. Wrestlers continue to circle around, so Rochon now works his hips behind for an additional for that takedown after the escape. So it's going to be 10-0. Shane Rochon of Dodgeville continuing to dominate Owen Vogley of Monroe.
Enders picks up another takedown. Score is now 6-1 with 20 seconds left to go in the first period. They're working on the edge of the mat around 7 o'clock.
Mat number 2, minute 25 remaining. No score change as Rochon continues to be dominant in that riding position, spreading Vogley out. Rochon picked up his 100th victory earlier today with his victory over Sawyer Oberly of the Sugar River Tri-Up. As we mentioned, 46-1 on the year. Came into today with a 99-2 record before action started today. Now a minute remaining in the second period. Not much of a change as Shane Rochon continues to just dominate in that riding position with his hips behind Owen Vogley. Vogley attempting at least now to get to his base rather than being sprawled out on the mat.
Quick check on mat number 3. Ben Reese pushes his lead 13-2 over Darlington Blackhawks Austin Schulte, a wrestleback at 120 pounds.
Over on mat 1, Enders is going to extend his lead 13-1 as they started in the neutral in the second period. He's got his opponent on his back, but no points are going to be awarded. He's got Curtis back over again. This time points are being awarded, so it's going to come out as a tech fall for Enders.
Referee agreed with me before without a lot of match action here in period number 2, so he brought both wrestlers back to the center of the mat to start in a referee position. As we mentioned, Rochon 46-1. His only loss is the Colton Bowlig of Evansville. That was a 13-4 decision earlier this year. Now he's chest to chest. He has Vogley of Monroe on his back, and he gets the fall. 23 seconds remaining in this second period as Shane Rochon of Dodgeville picks up the fall over Owen Vogley of Monroe.
Coming up on mat 1, a very anticipated rematch from last week's Clash Championship. Weigel from Belmont Platteville taking on Spurley from Dodgeville. They have split during the year, but Weigel got the best last week as he defeated Spurley in the finals. They're working on the edge of the mat around 11 o'clock. There's a shot by Spurley. He shoots in and they go out of bounds. There's a restart. Tie up in the middle of the mat. Each looking to take a shot. They attempt, but they don't finish.
We'll touch base here at mat number 2. Just 10 seconds have expired. It's going to be a match between Benny Balshewig of Evansville, 27-13 on the year as a freshman, squaring off against Aiden Weigel of Belmont Platteville. Aiden Weigel is 33-15 entering today. He is a sophomore.
They go out of bounds again on mat 1 with 1:09 left to go in the first period. They're in a neutral position.
Mat number 2 brings both wrestlers to the center of the mat after there has been a takedown. And that first takedown of that match came from Benny Balshewig of Evansville, so he's in a riding position 30 seconds into this first period. Benny Balshewig of Evansville 3, Aiden Weigel of Belmont Platteville 0. Balshewig breaks Weigel from his base. Weigel attempts to go to his base. Now it looks like there was almost a tilt position there, but it was a roll. No, the referee does give the 2 near fall points, so it's going to be 5-0 in favor of Benny Balschwig of Evansville over Aiden Weigel of Belmont Platteville.
Spurley a shot into a single, but Weigel is able to get out of it. Weigel slides into an underhook, and they'll go out of bounds with 30 seconds left to go.
Quick check on mat number 3 in the 126-pound wrestleback. Jaron Glassrunner of Fennimore leads Brandon Staver of Evansville 3-0 with 24 seconds left in the first period.
Down to 20 seconds left to go in the first period. Still no score. Neutral. They tie up in the middle of the mat.
Back at mat number 2, Aiden Weigel's in the down position, ranked 3 in the state, but he's trailing Benny Balschwig of Evansville, the freshman. Still 5-0, 30 seconds remaining. Balschwig tries to work that left arm behind for a chicken wing, gives up on it. Referee stops the match. Couldn't exactly see what he called with his back to us, but nevertheless, there is a pause of the match action with 30 seconds remaining here in period number 1.
Okay, first period on mat 1 comes to an end. It's 0-0. Spurley's choice, he will choose down to start the second period.
Back to mat number 2 here at 120 pounds. Still 5-0. Benny Balschwig of Evansville in the riding position, now looking to get a tilt. They roll through. Referee agrees that they rolled through. No near fall points were awarded to Balschwig on this occasion. Time expires 5-0. Benny Balschwig of Evansville over Aiden Weigel of Belmont Platteville.
Right now, Spurley picks up the first points of the match with an escape. They're in a neutral position in the middle of the mat with 1:40 left to go in the second period. They tie up, break apart, both trying to get inside control. Attempted shot by each, but never really going in for it. Now, Weigel tries a Russian. Spurley pulls out. Back into a tie-up. Still working close to the middle of the mat. Each one being cautious here.
Reason for the delay on mat number 2 is we have a blood timeout as Aiden Weigel gets his right elbow wrapped, blood time counting against him. So 1 minute and 49 seconds tick off of his blood timeout possibilities.
Mat number 3, Jaron Glassrunner with a 5-0 lead in the wrestleback. And that is at 126 pounds with 39 seconds left to go in the second period. Glassrunner in the top position at the 3 o'clock position on the mat.
Down to 35 seconds left to go in the second period. Spurley still leads Weigel 1-0. They're at 9 o'clock, working out of bounds, and they step out of bounds. 23 seconds left to go off a restart.
Period number 2 is finally underway here at 120 pounds, back at mat number 2, but it's still 5-0. Benny Balschwig of Evansville over Aiden Weigel of Belmont Platteville. Balschwig in the riding position. Weigel tries to get to his base, broken back quickly by Balschwig, 6 o'clock position. Balschwig bends Weigel back in, trying to see if he can break him from his base, collect near fall points, trying to run that left arm. He's settling in. Ooh, roll through though by Weigel, but now Weigel's back on his back. Balschwig attempting to get chest to chest as Weigel rolls through. Believe there will be near fall points awarded nevertheless, and there are the 3. Benny Balschwig of Evansville now up 8-0 over Aiden Weigel of Belmont Platteville.
All right, we're moving into the third period. Weigel will be down to start this third period. Spurley still leads 1-0.
47 seconds now remain as wrestlers walk off to their respective benches. I believe we have an additional blood timeout, so we have a stoppage with Aiden Weigel getting his left elbow readdressed.
Quick check on mat number 3, 12-0 now. Jaron Glassrunner leading Brandon Staver of Evansville. Minute 38 to go in the third period. Let's go to mat number 1, final minute 38 of the third.
All right, they go out of bounds. It's 1-1, neutral. And the clock isn't going, but we are wrestling. Both are trying to work wrist control and separate.
Clock still isn't running.
No. There's a shot by Spurley. Weigel works an underhook, breaks it, pulls apart. They're separated. Now they're on the edge of the mat around 10 o'clock. Now the clock is going. They're going to wrestle longer than 6 minutes today. Spurley shoots in for a single. Go out of bounds.
30 seconds remain here in period number 2. It's still Benny Bauschwig of Evansville up 8-0 over Aiden Weigel. A Belmont Platteville. Bauschwig in the riding position at the center of the mat, trying to once again get a tilt, collect near fall points for the second time, trying to pull that left arm under. It's Weigel that's had to have 2 stoppages to address his elbow to have it rewrapped. A roll through by Bauschwig on Weigel to no avail. We'll keep it here the final 5 seconds as they tick away, and there will not be a score change. Benny Bauschwig of Evansville, the freshman, over Aiden Weigel, the sophomore from Belmont Platteville, by a score of 8-0.
We're down to 1 minute on mat 1. Spurley shoots in for a single. Briggs counters it, does a hoist. Spurley comes back around. He still has the leg. Spurley's trying to cut corners. Now he switches to a double. Still no score. Spurley is trying to suck that leg in, and they're going to call stalemate.
Minute 35 remaining here in this third period. Still 8-0 now. Near fall points being collected. So Benny Bauschwig of Evansville has improved his lead to 11-0 over Aiden Weigel, the sophomore from Belmont Platteville. Trying to resettle in that position, has a left arm tilt behind. Bauschwig looking for additional near fall points.
All right, final 15 seconds on mat number 1.
Weigel has a double underhook in. They're on the edge of the mat around 8 o'clock. Weigel's trying to pull Spurley back in. Now he goes to a front headlock and they go out of bounds, and now Spurley's going to get called for stalling.
With that pause in the action, Benny Bauschwig of Evansville did collect those additional near fall points. He won by a technical fall over Aiden Weigel to advance to the championship at 120 pounds.
As we come to the end of the third period, we're going to go in overtime. 1 minute overtime. First takedown wins. Spurley and Weigel are knotted 1-1. There's a start. They tie up in the middle mat. Spurley attempts a shot. Now he goes with an underhook. Weigel has an overhook. Both trying to catch each other. There's a shot by Spurley, but Weigel's able to spin back around. Go out of bounds, 37 seconds left to go. There's a start. They tie up again in the middle of the mat. Spurley works heavy hand on his Weigel's head. He's got it. Tries to snap down spin, doesn't work. And they go out of bounds again. 18 seconds left to go.
Quick update before that 18 seconds. Mat number 2 is underway with Carson Menahan of Monroe, ranked 7th in the state with a 3-0 lead over Bryce Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern.
Attempted shot by Spurley. They're down to 5 seconds left to go in this period. In overtime. And that's how we're going to end. Now we're going to go into sudden death.
Quick update before we shift back to you, Scott. Bryce Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern with the escape, but nevertheless, Carson Menahan of Monroe up now 3-1, and this 132-pound tilt.
Weigel wins the choice. He is going to choose down. This is where who's in the best shape is going to work. Weigel stands up, tries to get away, but they end up going out of bounds, so we'll have a restart. 23 seconds left to go in this period. Weigel comes up, Spurley goes up with him, and he's going to let him go. Now 2-1 in favor of Weigel. Spurley
Referees are going to talk things over on mat number 1. I'll give a quick update while that happens. At the end of period number 1, it's Carson Menahan, ranked 7th in the state from Monroe, up 3-1 over Bryce Buxton, the senior from Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern.
Another update on mat number 3. Jaron Glassbrenner of Fennimore got the major decision over Staver of Evansville, 12-0. Let's go back to mat number 1.
All right, we're down to 10 seconds in the second period. There's a shot by Spurley. Spurley's got the leg. Will he get the takedown before the period ends? Doesn't look like it. The period's going to end as they go out of bounds, and now we're going with Spurley down.
While that's happening, let's take a quick look at mat number 2. 18 seconds into it, still no score changes. Carson Menahan ranked 7th for the Monroe Cheesemaker lead. Bryce Buxton of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern.
All right, to start this second sudden death period, Spurley is down. Weigel throws the leg in, trying to split Spurley. We're down to 15 seconds left to go. Down to 10 seconds. Weigel's got the leg in and just holding on. Not really doing anything. And they're going to call Weigel for stalling.
Wow.
And ties the score.
Wow.
Which I'm going to say yes, because Weigel threw the legs in and really didn't work to do anything to turn him over.
Referee called it with 1 second on the clock,
Yep.
Scott. 1 second on the clock.
It was tough, but it's the right call, I have to say.
Belmont Platteville wrestling staff obviously very upset with while they're sorting things out there on mat number 1. A quick update, still 3-1. Carson Menahan of Monroe over Bryce Buxton of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern at 132 pounds.
All right, we're going to double sudden death. And the one that scored first, which was Spurley, he gets his choice. Truthfully, that was a rough call right at the end. I would have called it sooner, because all the break did was throw the legs in and just held on.
But also remember that there was a delay in the clock getting started in that third period too.
Yeah,
there
but
was that delay.
They fixed it.
Right, gotcha.
Quick update before we shift back to that overtime match. Carson Menahan of Monroe now with the escape leads Bryce Buxton of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern 4-1.
All right, Spurley is on the bottom. Briggs again tries to throw the leg in. He's hanging on. They're going to go out of bounds. 20 seconds left. Spurley stood up, was scrambling, but they ended up going out of bounds, so now we'll have a restart. 19 seconds left.
Locked hands against Bryce Buxton. That'll improve the lead. Carson Menahan 5, Bryce Buxton 1.
Again, Briggs throws the legs in, and potentially dangerous.
Correction, the locked hands was in the other opponent, so Carson Menahan now leads 4-2 over Bryce Buxton of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern at 132.
Spurley tries to stand up. Briggs throws the legs in again, and potential dangerous again.
15 seconds in mat number 2. Still Carson Menahan of Monroe 4. Bryce Buxton of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern 2.
We're down to 9 seconds. Spurley stands up. Briggs throws the leg in again. And now they call Weigel for stalling. He called Weigel for stalling. And they're going to give 1 point to Spurley, and now there's an argument between the coach and the official.
Carson Menahan with the takedown lead 7-2 at 132 pounds. Monroe over Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern.
That's a tough one, but the convictions of the official, all Weigel was doing was throwing the legs in and not really trying to do anything. That's a tough way to lose.
We'll shift gears to mat number 2. It's now 7-3. Carson Menahan, the 7th-ranked wrestler in the state, over Bryce Buxton of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern. 30 seconds have elapsed in this third period. As we've mentioned, Menahan ranked 7th in the state for the Cheesemakers. Bryce Buxton, a senior for Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern, came in today's action with a 27-14 record. Both of those wrestlers are seniors at 132 pounds. Since it's the only mat that has action underway. We'll keep it here. Those two wrestlers go out of bounds with 1:15 remaining in the third. Menahan of Monroe 7, Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern 3. Wrestlers re-engage in a tie-up. A little bit of a collar tie by Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern. We'll see how aggressive Menahan is of Monroe with that 7-3 lead.
Quick check on mat number 3, 132-pound wrestleback Eli Aird of Darlington Blackhawks. That's wrestle Jesse Kastner of Belmont Platteville. We'll keep tabs on that, but semifinal matches on mats 1 and 2, both at 132 pounds.
I'll go ahead and finish this last 45 seconds out since it's 7-3, but it's still 7-3 in favor of Monroe's Carson Menahan over Cuba City Benton Southwestern's Bryce Buxton. Two wrestlers go off the wrestling mat, 2 o'clock position as we see it from the Wolf Construction broadcast booth here at Dodgeville High School. 39 seconds remain. Buxton tries to re-engage. A little bit of a collar head tie. Now takes a shot, but Menahan very willing to just keep his hips behind. But now roll through. Buxton gets a takedown. Narrows it to 1 with 25 seconds remaining. So Bryce Buxton is it with a takedown as the wrestlers go out of bounds. 7-6, Carson Menahan of Monroe over Bryce Buxton of the Cuba City Southwestern Benton Cubans.
Over on mat 1 right now at 132 pounds is Howlett from Evansville taking on Ward from Beloit Turner. No score, first period.
Mat number 2 finds Carson Menahan of Monroe taking an injury timeout as the trainer and his coaching staff address him. He's just off to his side of the mat at the 11 o'clock position. He has 1 minute and 7 seconds left of injury time.
While we wait for action to resume, our wrestling brought to you by Cool Plumbing and Heating and Electrical in Hazel Green. For leaky pipes to heating and air conditioning, call Jack at 608-854-2265 for prompt quality service. Cool Plumbing and Heating and Electrical in Hazel Green. And by Dearth Livestock, satisfying its customers' needs for 3 generations. Fully licensed and bonded, they provide cattle pickup and transportation for area farmers. Dearth Livestock, Highway 81 in Cuba City. Also by Haverland Heating and Cooling of Hazel Green, your local carrier dealer with a complete line of home heating products to keep your family comfortable. Call Nick Haverland of Haverland Heating and Cooling. And by Cuba City Collision and Repair. Cuba City Collision and Repair is REC, amended by a long list of satisfied customers. See Joel Groom, Brian Cohen, and the crew at Cuba City Collision and Repair.
Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
Over on mat 1 right now, it's Hewlett, Evansville, leading 6-1 over Ward from Beloit Turner.
Carson Menahan has 8 seconds of injury timeout remaining. We mentioned he's ranked 7th in the state. He was a state qualifier last year. He's going to leave 7 seconds on the clock. Looks like his left shoulder is giving him issues, but he's going to re-come out to the mat. He has that 1-point lead at 7-6 over Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern.
Quick check on mat number 3. It's 3-1 in favor of Eli Aird over Jesse Kastner. Eli Aird of Darlington Blackhawk wrestling Jesse Kastner of Belmont Platteville, 132-pound wrestleback. Back to mat number 2.
I'll go ahead and finish these last 15 seconds. So an escape was awarded to Menahan of Monroe. Now it's Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern trying to get a takedown. Needs its hits behind. Whizzer put in by Menahan. Wrestlers go out of bounds at the 9 o'clock position. 7 seconds remain with Carson Menahan of Monroe leading Bryce Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern 8-6. Warning point in favor of Buxton, but as time runs off, Menahan's going to be happy to give that up. So Carson Menahan, a state qualifier last year, ranked 7th in the state this year, advances with the 8-7 victory over Bryce Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern here at 132 pounds.
7-1 the score on mat number 1. Race Howlett of Evansville leading Braden Ward of Beloit Turner. Another 132-pound semifinal matchup. We'll turn our attention to mat number 3. 2 local wrestlers competing again. Jesse Kastner of Belmont Platteville now trailing Eli Aird of Darlington Blackhawk 10-1 with 1:38 to go in the second period. As Aird trying to roll Kastner over right in the center of the mat. Working off Kastner's left side. Now Kastner trying to stand up. Gets to a tripod. Now both wrestlers come to their feet. They break away and an escape point will be awarded. And now it looks like an injury timeout for Eli Aird as he falls to his bottom side and looks like it's a left knee issue. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. We do have match action on mat number 2. Before we get to that, our wrestling brought to you by Apple River State Bank and First Community Bank of Galena, where you'll find local bankers making local decisions and meeting local needs. It's a banking experience you won't get anywhere else. Apple River State Bank and First Community Bank of Galena, and by Russell Family Farms of Shellsburg, a proud tradition of family farming in the Shellsburg community. Since 1852, Russell Family Farms reminds you to support your local egg producers. Noah Radke of River Valley and Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien on mat number 2, 138-pound semifinal. Let's go to that one for a few moments.
Mason Hurd with the quick takedown over Noah Radke of River Valley, so it's going to be 3-0, 117 remaining. Hurd came into today 41-7 as a junior. Radke's a senior for River Valley. Nice record of his own, 16-5. Interesting enough, as the wrestlers came on the mat, it was Radke. It looked like he was limping with his left leg. Mason Hurd recognized that, attacked that with a single leg to give himself that first takedown. 1 minute has elapsed, but it's still Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien 3, Noah Radke of River Valley 0 here at 138 pounds.
Yeah, Radke's been hurt during the year, and he didn't wrestle last week. So it'll be interesting to see how he holds out today.
Radke's ranked 5th in the state, and Hurd is ranked 6th. So obviously, as we knew at this point in the regional, it'd be 2 quality wrestlers. So we have 2 wrestlers ranked in the top 6. Still 3-0 though. Hurd of Prairie du Chien over Radke of River Valley as the wrestlers go out of bounds with 25 seconds remaining. 3 o'clock position of the mat as we see it from the Wolf Construction broadcast booth.
Over on mat 1 right now, Howitt from Evansville has built a lead, 12-1 over Ward from Turner, and we got under a minute in the third period.
Final 10 seconds on mat number 3 in the wrestle back between Jesse Kastner and Eli Aird. Aird is back in the match after tweaking his knee, it looked like, and they will end the second period with the score 10-5 in favor of Eli Aird over Jesse Kastner of Belmont Platteville. They'll go to the third.
Still in the top position is Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien over Noah Radke of River Valley. As we mentioned, Radke ranked 5th in the state. He finished 6th in the state. Finished in the state this year, finished 6th in the state last year. Mason Hurd currently ranked 6th, so time has expired here at the end of the first period without a score change. Mason Hurd 3, Noah Radke 0. Mason Hurd will be in the down position here on mat number 2. Radke limps to the riding position. Hurd quickly to his feet. Radke trying to peel the hands of Radke off, but Radke pulls that left leg down. Great heart showed by Noah Radke and breaking Mason Hurd back down to his base. Now it's Hurd with the sit out. That'll give him the escape, and there it is, 4-0 Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien over Noah Radke of River Valley.
Over on mat 1, Howlett from Evansville is going to pick up the victory and move into the finals. Coming up next on mat 1 is going to be Dylan Weigel from Belmont Platteville, a junior, taking on Nate Johnson from Dodgeville, also a junior.
30 seconds have elapsed here at mat number 2, and there has not been a score change since that escape by Mason Hurd, so he still leads 4-0. Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien over Noah Radke of River Valley. Now a minute 20, both wrestlers toward the center of the mat, re-engage while on their knees. A little bit of a collar lock, headlock, but Radke looked like he was trying to set a throw attempt up, but brings his hips back. Wrestlers nearly out of bounds at the 10 o'clock position of the mat. 4-0 Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien over Noah Radke of River Valley.
Let's go to mat number 1, action underway, and that's 138-pound semifinal.
Yeah, they're in the first period. Minute 30 left to go. They go at bounce ball at 9 o'clock. Johnson, Dodgeville, Weigel, Belmont Platteville.
Mason Hurd with another takedown using that single leg to his advantage, recognizing that Radke's right leg is not able to put much pressure on it, so he does attack that left leg, gets himself another takedown in a 7-0 lead here with 30 seconds remaining in the second period.
Thrilling finish coming up on mat number 3 in the 132-pound wrestle back, 12-11, make it 13-12. Jesse Kastner coming from behind, and he might get the victory, and it looks like he will. Time expires, and Belmont Platteville's Jesse Kastner, down by 4, scores 5 points in the final 15 seconds to get the win over Eli Aird of Darlington Blackhawk.
Still no score on mat 1 in the first period with 45 seconds left to go between Weigel and Johnson.
17 seconds remain after an additional takedown from Mason Hurd here in the second period. So Hurd of Prairie du Chien now up 10-0 over Noah Radke of River Valley. It's going to be Radke in the down position with those 17 seconds remaining. It looks like he's set. Referee calls Hurd of Prairie du Chien to the top position. He's set. I'll finish out the final 14 seconds. Roll attempt by Radke of River Valley, caught by Hurd. Not so sure. Nope, no near fall points were awarded in that roll through. Final 3. Yep, there were 3 awarded. There is the 3 awarded. 4 awarded. Final seconds tick away. So it's Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien that has built now a 14-0 lead over Noah Radke of River Valley here at 138 pounds.
We're down to 10 seconds left to go in the first period of mat 1. Neutral position. No score between Weigel and Johnson.
Consolation matchup on mat number 3. Sawyer Swadek of Fennimore taking on Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien, 132 pounds. Minute 38 to go in the first period. Still scoreless. Wrestlers with a collar tie, and now they separate. They'll re-engage in the center of the mat.
15 seconds have elapsed here on mat number 2. Still 14-0. Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien over Noah Radke of River Valley. Referee restarts them at the center of the mat.
Started the second period. Weigel shows us down. He stands up, trying to peel the wrist. And he's going to get the escape. Also, Johnson's going to be called for stalling. They tie up in the middle of the mat. Johnson shoots in. He's got a single leg. He's trying to pick it up and counter it.
Here on mat number 2, Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien gets an additional takedown. That will give him a tech fall with 1:18 remaining in the third period. So Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien with the technical fall over the very great effort of Noah Radke wrestling on one leg here at 138 pounds. Hurd will advance over Radke.
Still scoreless at the 132-pound consolation matchup on mat number 3 between Sawyer Swadek of Fennimore and Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien.
Okay. Weigel will get a escape and now a takedown with 50 seconds left to go in the second period. He leads 4-0 over Johnson of Dodgeville.
Here at mat number 2, we're going to have undefeated Hakan Peterson of Dodgeville, 43-0 currently as a junior. He's going to be wrestling against Prairie du Chien, as I find it here, I believe against Jackson Perkins of Prairie du Chien. Perkins comes into today with a 31-16 record as a senior. Quick takedown over there on mat number 2 in favor of Peterson of Dodgeville. Gives up the escape, though, to Perkins of Prairie du Chien, so it's going to be 3-1, 30 seconds elapse here in this first period at 144 pounds.
Just a little side note, Hawken is going to be going to the University of Michigan next year to wrestle.
Undefeated in his career, according to stats I have, so 43-0 on the season, and he's undefeated in his career as well.
Yep. We're down to 5 seconds left to go in the second period of mat 1. Weigel still leads 4-0 over Johnson.
Mat number 3, Sawyer Swadek and Porter Kosman still scoreless with 1:45 to go in the second period. 132-pound consolation matchup. We'll go back to mat number 1. 4-0 the score there.
They'll start the third period neutral. They tie up in the middle of the mat.
Here at mat number 2 with 52 seconds left, it's Hakan Peterson now with a 6-1 lead. Some more stats on him. Finished first in the state in 2023 at 106 pounds. Finished first last year at 113 pounds. Matt Scouts currently has him ranked 9th in the nation.
Minute 30 left to go. Neutral, mat 1. Weigel and Johnson, each trying to control the head. Johnson tries to throw an underhook in, pull apart.
Back here at mat number 2, a stalling warning against Jackson Perkins of Prairie du Chien in favor of Hakan Peterson of Dodgeville. Still at 6-1. Peterson of Dodgeville over Perkins of Prairie du Chien. We'll keep it here the final 4 seconds. Perkins tries to get to his base, the senior. The junior Peterson rides him out. 6-1. Dodgeville's Hakan Peterson over Prairie du Chien's Jackson Perkins at 144 pounds.
Great check on mat number 3. Porter Kosman scores the first points in that 132-pound consolation matchup. He leads 2-0, 40 seconds left to go in the second period. Back to mat number 1, 50 seconds remaining.
50 seconds left to go. Weigel gets a takedown to make the score 7-0, and he'll just let Johnson go to make the score 7-1. Now we're down to 35 seconds left to go. They tie up in the middle of the mat.
Over here at mat number 2, minute 38 remaining. Now it's 9-2 in favor of Peterson of Dodgeville over Perkins of Prairie du Chien. Wrestlers go out of bounds after an additional takedown. So 12-2, Hakan Peterson leads. Jackson Perkins of Prairie du Chien, both wrestlers will come to the center of the mat.
Down to 10 seconds left to go. They're still in a neutral position, working on the side of the mat. At about 5 o'clock, they just called Johnson for stalling. They didn't put the point up yet. The final score is going to be 8-1 in favor of Weigel. So Weigel advances into the finals. Johnson down to third place.
Taking a look back here at mat number 2, it's going to be 15-4, Hakan Peterson of Dodgeville over Jackson Perkins of Prairie du Chien. Looks like Peterson may let Jackson Perkins to his base. He does. He gives up the escape. Now it's 15-5 with 1 minute remaining in his third period. Works his hips around quickly. Needs to break that left arm of Perkins off his right leg. Then he'll earn an additional takedown. There it is, 18-5. Hakan Peterson of Dodgeville over Jackson Perkins of Prairie du Chien. The junior over the senior. Peterson going to let Perkins to his base for an escape. There it is, now 18-6. 38 seconds left. Peterson right back on that left leg, working that single into a deep double. Now looking to collect near fall points, so he's going to have 3 for the takedown. This is a tech fall in favor of Hakan Peterson of Dodgeville. Remains undefeated on the season and in his career over Jackson Perkins of Prairie du Chien here at 144 pounds.
Before we go back to mat number 1, wrestling brought to you by Astria, delivering better fiber internet in Platteville. Visit AstriaConnect.com for home and business internet options for every need and budget. The entire staff of Faraday Incorporated of Platteville is proudly supporting Platteville-Hillman High School athletes on a great season. It's a great day to be a Hillman. Congratulations from Faraday Incorporated of Platteville. And by Dressler Building Restoration for all of your new masonry or repair, residential or commercial. Grandpa Joe said if you do good work, you'll always have work, and he was right. Check out their website at DresslerBuildingRestoration.com. Match underway on mat number 1, 134-pound semifinal. Oliver Harkis of Belmont Platteville wrestling Colton Tollison of Fennimore.
All right. So we got right now Harkis leads 3-1 over Tollison with under a minute left to go. We're down to 50 seconds in the first period. They're in a neutral position. Harkis gets the first takedown and Tollison gets the escape. Tollison tries a little head slapping to try to throw Harkis off his base a little bit to shoot, and he does shoot, but Harkis backs off and breaks. Now they're wrestling around the 9 o'clock position. 25 seconds left to go in the first period.
Right, we got a fun one on mat number 2. Owen Sefrud of Darlington Blackhawk wrestling Mason Ulrich of Belmont Platteville.
And it's Owen Sefrud with the takedown at the 30-second mark, so he's going to lead 3-1 because he's just given an escape to Mason Ulrich. So Owen Sefrud of Darlington Blackhawk, undefeated coming into today's action at 37-0 as a senior. Mason Ulrich is also a senior from Belmont Platteville. He came in today with a record of 34-13. Wrestlers now re-engage at the center of the mat. 1:10 remaining, still 3-1. Owen Sefrud of Darlington Blackhawk over Mason Ulrich of Belmont Platteville. Owen Sefrud, as we mentioned, ranked number 1 in the state. In 2022, he finished second at 132 pounds. 2023, he finished third at 138. Last year, he was your state champion at 144 pounds.
We're moving into the second period. Tollison's going to score a takedown right towards the end of the first period. Harkis will choose down to start the second period. And the score is Tollison 4, Harkis 3.
Back at mat number 2 with 40 seconds remaining. An additional takedown from Sefrud of Darlington Blackhawk will improve his score 6-1 as wrestlers near the 12 o'clock position as we see it here at Dodgeville High School here from the Wolf Construction broadcast booth. Sefrud allows Ulrich to escape, so now it's 6-2. 20 seconds remaining here in period number 1.
All right. Tollison is going to catch Harkis in a tilt, and Harkis is going to pin himself, but Tollison picks up the victory.
Okay, so back to mat number 2. I'll finish out the final 13 seconds of this period. Still 6-2. Owen Seffrood of the Darlington Blackhawk Warbirds now gets an additional takedown here. 2-1. So Owen Seffrood going into period number 2 will lead Mason Ulrich of Belmont Platteville by that 9-2 lead.
The sports page welcomes you in for high school beverages and order at their menu. Weekly specials include Friday night fish, Saturday night prime rib, and large 2-topping pizzas on Sundays. The sports page in Belmont. Also, H&M Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical serving you in Fennimore, Lancaster, and Boscobel. Always on call and always the right call. H&M Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical serving Southwest Wisconsin 24/7 since 1958.
Okay, on mat 1 in the semifinals at 150 pounds, Eisner. Eisner is a freshman from Evansville, and Zansevich, a senior from Fennimore.
Match action back underway here in period number 2, and it starts with a takedown by Owen Seffrood and giving him a 12-2 lead, but he does allow Mason Ulrich to get back to an escape, so it'll be 12-3. Additional takedown by Owen Seffrood of Darlington Blackhawk, 15-3. Gives up the escape to Mason Ulrich of Belmont Platteville, so it's 15-4. Shot retaken by Seffrood of Darlington Blackhawk. That'll give him, once that points is put on the book, not quite a takedown yet. Needs to work his hips completely behind when he gets that additional 3 points. It'll be 18-4. There it is with 1:10 remaining. We'll keep it here because he's collecting near fall points. It's going to be a fall or a technical fall. We'll see which one it is. And there is the fall. Owen Seffrood pinning Mason Ulrich of Belmont Platteville. 1:03 remaining here in the second period. He will advance to the championship at 150 pounds.
Zansevich has got Heiser on his back, working for a pin. He's got the takedown in the cradle, and there's the pin. So Zansevich is going to advance into the finals.
Wrestling brought to you by the Village Inn in South Wayne, offering daily specials and their Friday fish fry. Get together with friends and family for great food and fun. After the match, check out their full menu on Facebook. Powers Auction Service is a full-service auction company conducting auctions in the Tri-State since 1948, specializing in farm and construction equipment, livestock, and liquidations and more. Visit Powers Auction Service online or call 608-439-5761. The Vault Restaurant and Bar in South Wayne is a great place to relax with family and friends and enjoy a meal after the match or anytime. You'll want to try one of their specialty drinks. Check out their Facebook page for a full menu and hours.
Okay, on mat 1 right now in the semifinal match at 157. Zansevich from Fennimore versus Knockreiner from River Valley. We are now into 20 seconds of the match. They're in the middle, separated.
Then we'll shift to mat number 2, where they were wrestling between Danny Heiser, number 1 ranked individual in the state at 157. He's undefeated on the year for Evansville, 42-0 in the season, entering this afternoon's action. He's squaring off against Bryce Lenzendorf of Prairie du Chien, entered today with a 36-8 record of his own. So Heiser with the quick takedown gives up the escape. Then he after the near fall point, so 7-1. Now Heiser has Lenzendorf back in trouble again, collecting additional near fall points. If he can get chest to chest, and he does. Danny Heiser, quite frankly, making quick work of Bryce Lenzendorf of Prairie du Chien. He will advance at 157 pounds.
Still no score on mat 1 between Knockreiner and Zansevich.
Consolation match on mat number 3. Connor Breimeyer of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern wrestling Owen Kloss of Fennimore. Kloss a junior, 12-11 on the year. Connor Breimeyer 35-9, no score, 40 seconds into the match on mat number 3.
Down to 20 seconds left to go on mat 1. Still no score. One's got an underhook on either side, so they call stalemate. Down to 10 seconds left to go. No, Zansevich pokes Knockreiner in the eye, so there's an injury time.
We'll take a look here quickly at mat number 2, where Tristan Stelt of Fennimore, 29-3 as a senior, entering today's action, scoring off against Joe Rufinock of Monroe. Quick takedown, quick near fall point, so he leads 7-0 just 30 seconds into this match at 165 pounds.
First period ends on mat 1 with no score. Knockreiner defers. So Zansevich goes neutral again. So we'll have another 2 minutes of, as I say, dancing.
All right, so Tristan Stout has Joel Rufinach of Monroe in a world of hurt right now, so it looks like he will collect 4 additional near fall points, but he's looking for the fall, and frankly, I believe he has it. Referee agrees. Tristan Stout of Fennimore, #1 ranked wrestler in the state, making quick work of Joel Rufinach of the Monroe Cheesemakers. He advances at 165 pounds.
Woodlaw Office serving you in Fennimore and basketball provides Grant County estate planning, elder law, probate, business law, real estate, and municipal law. Call Ben at Woodlaw Office Fennimore and basketball. The Butcher Shop in Fennimore offers top quality beef and pork and chicken to fill your freezers. Short on time, don't forget the heat and serve barbecue beef and pork for great tasting meals. The Butcher Shop in Fennimore.
Still no score on mat 1. We're into 1 minute of the second period. Neutral position. Zansevich comes in with an underhook. He's trying to come in with the head lock. And they're working on the edge of the mat around 3 o'clock. Snaps him down. Tries to spin, but Knockreiner's coming back. And they're going to go out of bounds. 33 seconds left to go.
Okay, we have a nice match here at 175 pounds. It's between Maddox Goebel of Darlington Blackhawk, 35-7 on years, a senior, ranked 3rd in the state. He's squaring off against 13th ranked Nathan Blatchke of Fennimore. He came in today's action. He's also a senior at 17-8. No score with both wrestlers. Look for hand control 35 seconds into this first period.
Down to 15 seconds left to go in the second period. Still no score. They're in a neutral position. Zansevich comes back in, ties up with the underhook. Knockreiner's backing away. 3 seconds. And there's the end of the second period. Knockreiner's going to pick down to start the third period.
1 minute has elapsed here in mat number 2. Still no score between Maddox Goebel of Darlington Blackhawk and Nathan Blatchke of Fennimore.
Quick check on mat number 3. Consolation matchup at 138 pounds. Connor Brimeyer of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern leads Fennimore's Owen Kloss 7-0, closing in on a minute to go in the second period.
We have a stalemate on mat 1. We're in the third period. Knockreiner chose down. Zansevich gave him the escape to start the period, so they start neutral. It is now Knockreiner 1, Zansevich 0.
Maddox Goebel of Darlington Blackhawk with the first points here with a quick takedown 45 seconds into that first period over Nathan Blatchke of Fennimore. Both wrestlers will come to the center of the mat. I'll keep it here for the final 20 seconds as Blatchke of Fennimore gets set in a down position. Maddox Goebel, ranked number 3 in the state, in the top position. Maddox Goebel and his 140 victories in his career. Nathan Blatchke, not shabby, with 117 victories of his own. Final 10 seconds elapse as Blatchke gets to his base, tries to peel the hands of Goebel off. Goebel does a nice job pulling that left leg of Blatchke in. Final seconds will tick off with Maddox Goebel of Darlington Blackhawk leading 3-0 over Nathan Blatchke of Fennimore.
Back on mat 1. 1 minute left to go in the third. Right now, Knockreiner is leading Zansevich 1-0. Knockreiner's going to get called for stalling. They tie up in the middle of the mat.
Back to mat number 2. Maddox Goebel will be in a down position. He's set. Blatchke in the riding position. He's set. Maddox Goebel in 2023 qualified at state at 160 pounds. Last year finished 3rd at 165. An escape, though, by Maddox Goebel, so he now leads 4-0 over Nathan Blatchke of Fennimore.
At number 3, Brimeyer gets the fall over Fennimore's Owen Kloss in the consolation matchup.
We're down to 30 seconds left to go on mat 1. Zansevich has been working the underhook. He does snap him by, slides by Knockreiner, and gets a 3 takedown.
Oh my gosh. Oh no.
That's
ouch.
Okay.
He dislocated his elbow.
Yep. So we'll let the referees address that over there. Dislocated elbow. We'll let the professionals address that. We'll shift it here to mat number 2 where there's still match action underway. Maddox Goebel up 4-0 over Nathan Blatchke of Fennimore. We mentioned Maddox Goebel's career at state. Nathan Blatchke obviously at the Division III level before Fennimore advanced to Division II due to their success 2022 and 2023. Blatchke was a state qualifier at 170, last year at 175 pounds, still 4-0. Goebel leads here with 45 seconds remaining here in the second period over Nathan Blatchke of Fennimore. Referees engage in a little bit of a collar tie here.
Those watching on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel, we're going to hide the feed on mat number 1 while the EMTs tend to the wrestler there. That's a very scary situation. So we'll turn our attention to mat number 2.
Okay, so let's keep our attention there. 20 seconds remaining with Maddox Goebel of Darlington Blackhawks still leading 4-0 over Nathan Blatchke of Fennimore. Wrestlers tied up in the center of the mat, continuing the circle. Final 10 seconds. We'll see if either wrestler decides to take a shot. Now under 5, not looking like it's going to happen. So Maddox Goebel will lead 4-0 over Nathan Blatchke of Fennimore entering period number 3. Nathan Blatchke will start the third period in the down position. Looks like he is indeed set. Now Maddox Goebel's in the top position. Caution issued to Blatchke, I believe. False start. That's his first caution. So he will get reset. Maddox Goebel of Darlington Blackhawk is set. Now underway here in this third period. Goebel ranked 3rd in the state. Now tries to not. There's an escape, though, by Nathan Blatchke, ranked 13. So 4-1. If Blatchke can find himself with a takedown, he can tie this match back up, but there's a minute 42 remaining here in this third period.
The other match going on mat number 3, Ashlyn Milbauer of Sugar River wrestling Mason Schulte of River Valley. 3-1 the score in favor of Milbauer with the second period set to begin. Let's go back to mat number 2.
Wrestlers tied up with a minute 27 seconds remaining. Goebel pushing Blatchke off to the edge of the mat. Referee hasn't called a stall warning. Wrestlers go off. 1:19 remaining. Maddox Goebel of Darlington Blackhawk leads 4-1 over Nathan Blatchke of Fennimore. Referee restarts this third period. Wrestlers engage in a little bit of a body tie. Shot taken, trying to work the single a little bit, was Blatchke, fought off by Goebel. Now they re-engage. Goebel, a little bit of a fake shot attempt of his own. Blatchke tries to throw the head down. Now they disengage. Re-engage, under a minute remaining. Maddox Goebel with that takedown and escape, leading Nathan Blatchke 4-1. The Warbird over the Golden Eagle. Wrestlers go out of bounds. 12 o'clock position on the mat with 40 seconds remaining here in this third period.
Again, just for those watching on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel and the Dodgeville YouTube channel, we've cut the feed from camera number 1 because of the dislocated elbow of Wyatt Knockreiner of River Valley, a very gruesome injury. As staff continues to tend to him, a bunch of River Valley staff are surrounding him while the medical staff tends to him. So let's go back to mat number 2.
Where there are 30 seconds remaining, Knockreiner gets a stalling point because Goebel was backing off the mat, or was it just a warning? Yep, it is a point, okay? So now if Blatchke can get a takedown on Maddox Goebel, ranked 3rd in the state, he may find himself very well at the victory. Let's see what happens here in these final 20 seconds. Another shot attempt by Blatchke, fought off by Goebel. Goebel now a little bit more aggressive on his own. Wrestlers continue to circle. Final 10 seconds remaining. Blatchke being aggressive, but Goebel doing just enough not to give up that additional stalling point. 7 seconds remain as the two wrestlers go to the center of the mat. Maddox Goebel 4, Nathan Blatchke 2. The Warbird over the Golden Eagle here. 7 seconds remain. Fake shot attempt. Doesn't look like Blatchke's going to be able to get a shot, and he does not. Maddox Goebel of Darlington Blackhawk will advance at 175 pounds with his 4-2 victory over Nathan Blatchke of Fennimore.
Still 3-1 on mat number 3. Ashlyn Milbauer of Sugar River leading Mason Schulte of River Valley. Our wrestling brought to you by Benton State Bank. With over 125 years of experience serving their customers' needs, Benton State Bank and its branches Shellsburg Community Bank and Tennyson Potosi Community Bank have built a reputation of putting the customer and community first. Also by Cool Plumbing and Heating and Electrical in Hazel Green. For leaky pipes to heating and air conditioning, call Jack at 608-854-2265 for prompt quality service. Cool Plumbing and Heating and Electrical in Hazel Green. Again, we've cut the feed away from mat number 1 on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel as Wyatt Knockreiner still being tended to by medical staff for that gruesome dislocated elbow that he suffered. And yeah, it looks like it's going to be a little while until we'll get mat number 1 back. But let's go to mat number 2 as we have semifinal action at 190 pounds. Trey Udelhoven of Sugar River wrestling Drew Kubel of Fennimore.
Trey Udelhoven, ranked number 10 for the Sugar River Co-op of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus, 39-4 entering today as a senior. He's scoring off against Drew Kubel of Fennimore, 16-12 a senior. He's ranked 14th. 30 seconds have elapsed here in this first period. No score as both wrestlers tie up. A little bit of a collar tie. Center of the mat. Not a lot of match action taking place. Wrestlers break up. Referee encourages them to get back to actually wrestling here with 1:15 remaining. Neither wrestler has attempted much of a shot between Trey Udelhoven, ranked 10th for the Sugar River Tri-Op, and Drew Kubel of Fennimore.
Quick check on mat number 3. Mason Schulte comes from behind and gets the fall over Ashlyn Milbauer of Sugar River in the 144-pound consolation matchup. He gets the fall. Didn't see what time it was, but it's the fall for that wrestler.
First shot taken in this period by Trey Udelhoven of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus, fought off by Drew Kubel here at 190 pounds. Kubel fights it off, so still wrestlers re-engage. 35 seconds remaining in this first period, but no score between the Sugar River wrestler and the Golden Eagle from Fennimore. 25 seconds now remain. Wrestlers re-engage, now split apart. A shot taken by Udelhoven of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus, fought off by Kubel of Fennimore. Wrestlers re-engage. Final 10 seconds. Looks like it'll tick off here in this first period without a score. So period number 1 will remain scoreless between number 10, Trey Udelhoven of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus, and Drew Kubel, ranked number 14th for the Fennimore Golden Eagles.
Mat number 3, 144-pound consolation matchup. Nick Reddington of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern wrestling Jamison Wallen of Brodhead, Juda. Still scoreless with 1:20 to go in the first period. Wrestling brought to you by McNutt Electric. Belmont, they can assist with all of your electrical needs. Chip and a screw at McNutt Electric are on call. I'm ready to help you with your agricultural, commercial, and residential electrical needs. McNutt Electric in Belmont. Back to mat number 2.
Okay, so mat number 2 is stopped because the clock was never started. So we'll allow both wrestlers to, the referees will talk about it because it looked like there was going to be an escape, but nevertheless, are they going to determine if the second period ever actually did begin. So referee goes to the scores table. Nevertheless, we do know at this point there is no score between Trey Udelhoven of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus, and Drew Kubel of Fennimore.
We're still waiting for the ambulance to show up for mat 1.
Again, the feed cut away from mat number 1 on our YouTube channel as, again, medical staff tending to Wyatt Knockreiner of River Valley for that gruesome dislocated elbow that he suffered in his match. Match action on mats 2 and 3. Let's go to mat number 2 since that's our only semifinal matchup right now. Trey Udelhoven leading 2-0 over Drew Kubel of Fennimore.
So what the officials decided is there was, right before they recognized there was no time on the clock, there was a reversal by Trey Udelhoven of Sugar River. So they awarded him the reversal. They took off approximately 15 seconds. So now with 1.5 minutes remaining here in the second period, it is Trey Udelhoven, the senior from Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus, 2. Drew Kubel, the senior from Fennimore, 0. Udelhoven brings Kubel back down to his base after he attempted to get out. Wrestlers near the 9 o'clock position. Now 1 minute remaining. Kubel trying to bring that left arm of Kubel back. Not able to do so. Now 1 minute remaining here in this third period at the 9 o'clock position. Tries a little bit of a crossface here with his right arm across the face of Kubel as Udelhoven in a riding position. Time continues to tick here. 45 seconds remaining in the second period. Still 2-0. Trey Ulehoven of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus over Drew Krubel of Fennimore.
3-0 the score on mat number 3. Nick Reddington of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern leading Jamison Wallen of Brodhead, Juda. Minute 40 to go in the second period. Reddington in the top position, trying to get the shoulder blades down of Wallen to try and score the fall. And a reversal given to Reddington, and now it's 5-0. Let's go back to mat number 2. 2-0 the score there.
All right, 20 seconds remaining. There has not been a score change since Trey Ulehoven earned the reversal early on in this period, so he still leads 2-0 over Drew Krubel of Fennimore. The 10th ranked wrestler in the state leads the 14th ranked wrestler. Final 5 seconds will tick away. Not sure if we'll see a position change with Ulehoven in the riding position, and we will not. So let's go to period number 3. Trey Ulehoven of Sugar River 2, Drew Krubel of Fennimore 0.
Russell Office is here to assist as your local legal representation. Call for a consultation to discuss personal injury, estate planning, family law, criminal defense, probate administration, and more. Proudly serving Southern Wisconsin. Russell Law offices in Brian Stevis Construction, your local WIC building dealer, Monroe Point, serving all of Southwest Wisconsin since 1996. Put WIC Buildings, your dreams, of Brian Stevis Construction's expertise to work for you. Still 5-0 on mat number 3. 30 seconds left in the second period. Let's go to the third period on mat number 2.
And in that third period, it's still 2-0. Trey Ulehoven of Sugar River over Drew Krubel of Fennimore. Wrestlers are engaged in the center of the mat. Shot taken by Ulehoven of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus. Tries to work his hips behind, gets himself a takedown, so that'll improve his score to 5-0. Krubel needing to get to his base here. It gets his hips behind him. It's like Ulehoven was attempting there and still attempting to see if he could work himself into a cradle. Gives up on it with 1:15 remaining. Wrestlers near the center of the mat here on mat number 2 at Dodgeville High School. Dodgeville Regional here. 1 minute now remains. Krubel once again tries to get to his base, but Ulehoven doing a nice job in a riding position. Pulls that left arm under. Once again sees this, if he can potentially work himself into a cradle position. Gives up on it with 52 seconds remaining. Not a lot of action from Krubel from the down position, to be quite honest with you. Ulehoven doing a nice job riding him out, trying to find different combinations to try to get the tilt. Now hooks that right leg in of the left leg. Gives up on it. On Krubel, wrestlers nearly out of bounds at the 6 o'clock position as these final 30 seconds tick away here in period number 3.
While they reset on mat number 2, quick check on mat number 3. 35 seconds left in the third period. Nick Reddington with a 6-0 lead over Jamison Wallen, and he's in control of the top position, trying to finish out the final 90 seconds of period number 3.
Speaking of the top position, that's where Trey Ulehoven will find himself over Drew Krubel of Fennimore. Has that left arm of Krubel sucked under. Seeing if he can earn himself a tilt here yet in these final 20 seconds. Now we do have an escape, though, from Krubel Fennimore. That'll be his first point of the match. So 5-1, Ulehoven of Sugar River over Krubel of Fennimore. Wrestlers tie up. Now final seconds ticking away. Barring a miracle here, it looks like Sugar River's Trey Ulehoven will advance, and that is indeed the case. Trey Ulehoven of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus 5. Drew Krubel of Fennimore 1 here at 190 pounds.
Nick Reddington stretches his lead to 7-0 on mat number 3. And again, mat number 1 still no action as the Dodgeville EMS has arrived to tend to Wyatt Knockreiner for that dislocated elbow that he suffered. And once he is properly taken care of and heads to the hospital, we'll put camera 1 back on mat number 1 and bring you some more wrestling action when it resumes.
Okay, so we're going to slide back. It looks like at mat number 2 due to mat number 1 not being available. Looks like we're going to move to 165 pounds, bump down a weight class. We'll let that take place here. So we'll cover the only mat that has action, and that is Nick Reddington of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern with 30 seconds remaining. He does have that 7-0 lead. He's in the riding position in the center of the mat here at 144 pounds. Reddington lost his first match by technical fall, came back with a win to advance to this position. Seeing if he can ride out these 15 seconds, it looks like he will. We have every reason to believe that that will happen. So it's going to be Nick Reddington of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern advancing in the consolations with his second win on the day with a 7-0 victory.
Over on mat 2, you're going to have Bush from Cuba City Benton Southwestern versus Hellig from Sugar River at the 165 semifinals.
Match underway on mat number 2.
I'll go ahead and keep up with mat number 2. So Landon Bush, as you just mentioned, ranked 7th in the state, came in with a 32-13 record. Another Sugar River wrestler here, Kason Helwig. He's a junior as well. His record is 36-9. 30 seconds have elapsed without much of a shot or any points being scored. Shot there taken by Kason Helwig of Sugar River, fought off easily by Landon Bush of the Cuba City Benton Southwestern Tri-Op. Now wrestlers re-engage in the center of the mat. Neither wrestler is really re-engaged. A little bit of feeling out process necessarily here with under a minute remaining in this third period. Bush takes the left hand, a little bit of a collar tie, but quickly broken up by Kason Helwig in this battle of juniors. Now a shot taken by Helwig of Sugar River, has that left leg, now works it into a deep double, has Landon Bush in trouble, picks him up, brings him down to the mat. We now have a score, 40 seconds remaining in this first period. It's Kason Helwig of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus 3, Landon Bush of Cuba City Benton Southwestern 0. Bush on his seat, now trying to get his hips back. Helwig not giving up that easily, takes Bush off the edge of the mat at the 2 o'clock position here at mat number 2 in Dodgeville High School.
Quick check on mat number 3, 150-pound consolation semifinal. Brody Blackburn of Cuba City Benton Southwestern with a 3-1 lead over Brennan Keys of the Sugar River Tri-Op.
Match action back underway on mat number 2, and that will lead to an escape by Landon Bush of Cuba City Benton Southwestern. 10 seconds remaining. Kason Helwig of Sugar River 3, Landon Bush of Cuba City Benton Southwestern 1. Wrestlers tie up. Bush has that right hand of Helwig. Not going to be able to do much with it as this first period expires.
Parman Farm Supply offers best kill insecticides and easy way cattle feeders. Parman Farm Supply can work with beef and dairy operations for 1 to 1,000, both organic and traditional. Call Parman Farm Supply in Belmont today. Also by Ruddy Plumbing and Heating in Belmont for all of your agricultural, commercial, and residential needs. Call Ruddy Plumbing and Heating in Belmont.
Kason Helwig, ranked 13th in the state. He's in the down position, a little bit of a roll through, so Landon Bush is still in a riding position, so he was in a riding position to start the period. He'll maintain that 3-1 lead. Landon Bush, earlier on in the season, an impressive 13-8 victory over Maddox Global, who we just covered, from Darlington Blackhawk. 20 seconds have expired between these two ranked wrestlers here at 165 pounds. Bush continues to be in a riding position with 30 seconds. Perhaps both wrestlers roll through quickly, so no near fall points awarded, but Landon Bush continues to work that tight waist, now gets a roll, referee counting points, so his persistence paid off with that tight waist. Looked temporarily like he may have more, but that roll through will give him 2 points, and we'll tie this match up at 165 pounds between Landon Bush of Cuba City Benton Southwestern, ranked 7th in the state, and Kason Helwig of Sugar River, ranked number 13.
Start of the second period on mat number 3, a 6-1 lead for Brody Blackburn of Cuba City Benton Southwestern over Brennan Keys of the Sugar River Tri-Up, a 150-pound consolation semifinal. Again, EMT still tending to Wyatt Knockreiner of River Valley on mat number 1. Looks like they're going to load him up on the stretcher here, and once he's taken to a medical center to get tended to, we'll open up mat number 1 and put the camera feed back on mat number 1.
While that's taking place on mat number 1, let's go back to mat number 2. Still no score change since our last report. 3-3 between Landon Bush of Cuba City Benton Southwestern and Sugar River's Kason Helwig in this battle of juniors. Bush in the riding position yet. Helwig had the quick takedown, or not quick takedown, he had to take down a minute 20 into that first period to give him the 3-0 lead. Bush has since fought himself back with an escape and then a near fall, with the near fall as well, to make it 3-3. Has his hips behind. Now final 15 seconds tick away. Not sure if we'll see a score change, as Landon Bush seems very content and just riding Helwig out here for the remainder of this second period. We'll go to period 3 with a 3-3 score between Landon Bush of Cuba City Benton Southwestern and Sugar River's Kason Helwig.
Mat number 3, 150-pound consolation semifinal. Brody Blackburn of Cuba City Benton Southwestern now stretches his lead to 9-2 with 35 seconds left in the second period. Both wrestlers come to their feet. They'll separate, and they'll reset at the 3 o'clock position side of the mats, and we'll be a few minutes away from mat number 1 opening back up. And let's go to mat number 2, 165-pound semifinal matchup.
Yeah, Landon Bush was in the down position but worked his hips behind, a little bit of a roll through, so he has the reversal. He has fought himself back from a 3-0 deficit to a 5-3 lead. Looks like he almost collected near fall points there with the tilt, but nevertheless, with 1:30 remaining, he is leading by that 5-3 margin. He's ranked 7th in the state. Hellweg of Sugar River ranked number 13. I mentioned Landon Bush with an impressive victory earlier on this year over Maddox Goebel of Darlington Blackhawk, but that 13-8 victory. Now 1:15 remaining. Landon Bush doing a nice job in the riding position, had 2 or 3 roll throughs, just wasn't only one time was able to collect the near fall points with the tight waist earlier on in that second period. We're now down to a minute. Wrestlers continue. Landon Bush works at referees blocking my sight, but I believe 2 near fall points are going to be awarded here on that tight. Actually 4. Once again, referee blocked my sight. So Landon Bush, since that giving up that early takedown, has gone on a 9-0 run of his own. And that match will be stopped so that our injured wrestler can receive an applause due to his outstanding outing tonight. We're going to take a moment of stopping our match action.
Of course, we send our best to Wyatt Knockreiner of River Valley being taken out on a stretcher after that gruesome dislocated elbow that he suffered in his match against Ryder Zanchavitz of Fennimore. Again, our best to Wyatt Knockreiner, his family, and the River Valley wrestlers as they clean up mat number 1, and we'll open up mat number 1 once again for wrestling in just a few moments.
Okay, while that's happening, we'll keep all of our attention here on mat number 2, where it's still Landon Bush has extended his lead to 9-3 over Kason Hellwig of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus. Final 30 seconds now with Bush in riding position. Has that right arm pulled under of Hellwig. Looks like he may try a little bit of a side cradle here. Giving up on it, content keeping his hips behind, knowing that he's 12 seconds away from advancing here at this 165-pound weight class. Final seconds tick away. It's going to be Landon Bush at Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern, victorious over Kason Hellwig of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus, 9-3 here at 165 pounds.
9-3 the score on mat number 3, 1:14 to go in the third period as Brody Blackburn is in the lead, but a takedown by Brennan Keys closes the gap. It's going to be 9-6 with a minute to go in the third period. Brennan Keys controlling from the top position, trying to roll Brody Blackburn over, trying to get that shoulder down. Now gets that left arm behind Keys' head for a moment, and now a stoppage. Stops with 48 seconds left in the third period. Blackburn will start in the down position, leading 9-6, as we have another semifinal matchup at 175 pounds on mat number 2. Caden Davis of Belmont Platteville taking on Riker Swenson of Sugar River. 20 seconds into the match, scoreless. Let's go to that one.
All right, so we have Riker Swenson, 36-8 as a senior for Sugar River. He's taking on Belmont Platteville's Caden Davis. He's also a senior. He also has an impressive record. His is 22-5. 30 seconds have elapsed. Neither wrestler is really taking a shot. As they tie up here at the center of the mat. Mat number 1 being attended to here for match action to resume shortly here, but we're going to keep our focus until that happens here at mat number 2 as these two wrestlers circle. Riker Swenson of Sugar River and Caden Davis of Belmont Platteville. Now a shot taken but fought off. Neither wrestler really got themselves in a very advantageous or disadvantaged situation there, so under a minute remaining as Swenson of Sugar River and Davis of Belmont Platteville retie at the center of the mat here at this 175-pound weight class. Wrestlers continue to dance, so to say. Only one time was there really a shot taken, a little bit of a counter. Nevertheless, not a deep. Now looks like our first real shot, but no, now we have a real shot taken, and that's going to be from Riker Swenson of the Sugar River Tri-Op. He's deep in on Caden Davis, but Caden Davis has his body in a pretty good position here, has his arms wrapped around the waist of Riker Swenson. He with 18 seconds remaining. Not sure either wrestler here is going to be able to gain much of an advantage, but looks like they're going to give the takedown to Caden Davis here. In fact, yes, they are. So he was just advantageous enough here to get that takedown as his first period expires. Belmont Platteville's Caden Davis leads Riker Swenson of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus, 3-0.
At number 3, a 13-6 decision for Cuba City Benton Southwestern's Brody Blackburn. So he stays alive in the 150-pound consolation bracket, and mat number 1 will open up, and we will see Prairie du Chien's Jack Simmons, a junior, 41-8 on the season, taking on Tanner Zastapil of Evansville, a junior with a 33-17 record. But let's go back to mat number 2, the only match that we have in progress.
Riker Swenson, ranked number 7 in the state here at 175 pounds for Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus, will be in the riding position, but he is down on the scoreboard. 3-0 as this second period gets underway. Davis of Belmont Platteville gets to his base, tries to peel the hands off. Indeed he does. Earns an escape and improve his lead to 4-0. Wrestlers now 20 seconds have elapsed. Caden Davis putting the pressure on Swenson as they rotate back to the center of the mat. Both wrestlers give up on it. Now refight for that hand control as 30 seconds have elapsed. A shot taken by Caden Davis. Able to work his hips behind. He's now up 7-0 over the 7th-ranked wrestler in the state, Riker Swenson of the Sugar River Tri-Op. Now hooks that right leg in, seeing if he can maybe develop a little bit of a cradle or a tilt position out of this. With Riker to his base, not sure that's going to happen, but now he has that left leg, and he has Riker broken down to his base. Riker Swenson broken down to his base. Swenson now has his hips back behind him. Reaches back. He's going to want to be careful of that. Davis unable to take advantage of it as he breaks Swenson back down. Davis continues to be in the riding position, the dominant position on the mat and on the scoreboard with that 7-0 lead for Belmont Platteville.
We got action started back on mat 1. We have Simmons from Prairie du Chien versus Zantolpil from Evansville.
20 seconds remain here at the second period. No score change with Caden Davis of Belmont Platteville with that 7-0 lead over the 7th-ranked wrestler in the state, Riker Swenson of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus. We'll keep it here, those final seconds. Davis continue to ride it out, and he will. It'll be 7-0. Caden Davis, the senior from Belmont Platteville, over the senior Riker Swenson of Sugar River.
Quick check on the consolation match on mat number 3, 150 pounds. It is Monroe's Connor Ekdahl, the junior, leading the freshman Jake Kramer of Prairie du Chien 3-1 in the closing seconds of the first period. It'll stay 3-1 heading into the second.
Still no score on mat 1 with 30 seconds left to go in the first period between Simmons and Zastapil.
Back here at mat number 2, period 3, slow getting underway. Riker Swenson, let's take a look at him. Last year he was a state qualifier at 165 pounds. Match action back underway, but it's Davis in the lead. 7-0, wrestlers break apart. Circling in the middle. Davis been in control throughout after a slow beginning in the first period. He's taking control of this match. Now he takes another shot. Fought off by number 7 ranked Riker Swenson. Fighting for hand control. The orange D on the black mat of mat number 2 here at Dodgeville High School from the Wolf Construction broadcast booth.
On mat 1, after the first period, still scoreless. And we're at 285 on mat 1 in the semis.
Shot taken here at 175 pounds of mat number 2 by Riker Swenson of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus, but fought from behind as Caden Davis got his hips behind, so he leads 10-0 Less than a minute remaining here in this third period as Caden Davis of Belmont Platteville continues to be in control.
Over on mat 1, Simmons from Prairie du Chien is going to pick up an escape. Minute 30 left to go in the second period. They're neutral position in the middle of the mat.
Now 40 seconds remain here in this third period. It's still 10-0. Caden Davis of Belmont Platteville in his orange and black singlet. Gonna come up with the victory most likely here over Riker Swenson of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus in their black singlet. 25 seconds remain as Davis continues to be in a riding position at the center of the mat. Final 20 seconds elapse. Davis just doing a nice job not allowing Swenson really any hope here, any air to breathe, so to say, as these final 10 seconds tick away. Oh, referee will stop it with a warning call for stalling.
Over on mat 1, Simmons from Prairie du Chien will win over Zastapil.
Yep.
Yeah. Getting to be a long day with a pin, so he'll advance into the finals. And coming up now at 190.
All right, let's finish up mat number 2, closing seconds.
And that has finished up 10-0. Caden Davis of Belmont Platteville will advance with his victory over Riker Swenson of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus, 175 pounds.
Mat number 3, third period, 10 seconds or 15 seconds in, I should say, 10-3. Connor Ekdahl of Monroe leading Jake Kramer of Prairie du Chien, 150-pound consolation matchup. And I believe we are going to see Blake Thierry of Prairie du Chien on mat number 2. You can tell he's the Division I athlete just looking at by the way he looks.
Yeah, future Hoosier in the sport of football.
Over on mat 1 right now, Cam Moore from Belmont Platteville taking on Brickell from River Valley at 190 semifinal.
Okay, here, so match action soon to get underway here as the aforementioned Blake Thierry of Prairie du Chien and his 42-3 record. As a senior, he is the #1 ranked wrestler in the state. He's squaring off, against Belmont Platteville's Mason Mendrano, who came in with a nice record of his own, 38-13 in this battle of the seniors here. Mason Mendrano, also a top 10 wrestler. He's ranked 10th in the state. 20 seconds have elapsed, and there is no score here at this 215-pound weight class here at Darlington, Dodgeville High School.
Over on mat 1 with 1:20 seconds left to go in the first period, Brickell will get a takedown over Cam Moore. He's got the half and is driving him over. Moore's trying to scoop. And he breaks that half Nelson, but Brickell sticks it back in. But Moore is able to get out of it.
Here at mat number 2, Blake Thierry has the quick takedown here to start this period. He is able to then collect the fall after the takedown had the cradle. So Blake Thierry, the #1 ranked wrestler in the state, pins Mason Mendrano, the 10th ranked wrestler in the state for Belmont Platteville here in this first period with 1:09 remaining on the clock.
Connor Ekdahl trying to close out his match on mat number 3 over Jake Kramer of Prairie du Chien. 16-4 the score, final 15 seconds. But Ekdahl trying to collect the fall, trying to get that left shoulder blade down on Kramer. And Kramer trying to fight back. Whistle stops the match with 3 seconds left. 19, make it 23-4. A tech fall victory for Connor Ekdahl in the 150-pound consolation semifinal. Let's go to mat number 1.
We got 5 seconds left to go in the first period. Moore is down to Brickell, 3-0. We'll have a restart as they went out of bounds, and there's the whistle. Moore does a sit out. Brickell brings him back around to his base. And there's the end of the first period. Brickell leads 3-0.
Great matchup on mat number 2, 250-pound semifinal. Jaden Kopp of Fennimore, 27-12, taking on Ross Christ of Darlington Blackhawk, 41-5 for the senior.
Yeah, Ross Christ ranked 8th in the state for the Warbirds and ranked 9th in the state for the Golden Eagles is Jaden Kopp of Fennimore. So 0-0 here. 50 seconds have elapsed. A little bit of shot taken by Ross Christ in on Jaden Kopp of Fennimore. Now it's Kopp in a little bit of a waterfall position, but Chris works his hips behind, therefore he earns the takedown and he earns the first points here in this first period. It's Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk 3, Jaden Kopp of Fennimore 0.
Mat number 3, 157-pound consolation semifinal, still scoreless between Cuba City Benton Southwestern's Jackson Dressler and Belmont Platteville's Tyler Kissamore.
Ross Chris continues with that 3-0 lead. Chris in 2023, he was a state qualifier at 195 pounds, and in 2024, he finished in 4th place at 190.
All right, we had blood time on mat 1 to start the second period. We come back, they'll start neutral. Again, Brickell's leading Moore 3-0 as they tie up in the middle of the mat in the second period. Moore's working, gets an underhook. Brickell comes underneath him, picks up a single, and takes Moore right to his back. Brickell's got the takedown, now working for the pin, and Moore is able to get off his back. Brickell throws the half in, and now he pulls the arm out.
Here is at mat number 2 as period 2 comes to an end at 215 pounds. We have an escape from Jaden Kopp of Fennimore, but nevertheless, it's Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk leading him by a score of 3-1.
Brickell will pick up 4 near fall and make the score 10-0, and now Moore gets an escape. It's 10-1 with 55 seconds left to go in the second period. There's a shot by Brickell into a single. Moore pancakes out, slides back, and comes back up to their feet, middle of the mat.
End of the first period on mat number 3. Tyler Kissamore of Belmont Platteville leading Jackson Dressler 3-0 heading into the second.
Period number 2 starts here on mat number 2 with a reversal by Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk. Therefore, he leads Jaden Kopp of Fennimore by a score of 5-1.
35 seconds left to go on mat 1. Neutral. Brickell leads 10-1 over Moore. They tie up in the middle of the mat. Kind of each trying to push each other around. Down to 10 seconds left in the second period. And that's the way the second period is going to end.
The second period on mat number 2 still has a score of 5-2 of Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk leading Jaden Kopp of Fennimore, the 8th ranked wrestler in the state, over the 9th ranked wrestler. Shot taken in by Chris brings Kopp down to his base, so that'll give him a takedown. That'll give him 3 and an 8-2 lead here. 45 seconds remaining here in this second period. Chris still in the riding position, perhaps getting a little bit high, but we'll see. He has the legs hooked in, so he's probably still relatively safe. But Kopp trying to get to his base, not able to come necessarily out the back door. 3 near fall points were awarded on that previous hold. Referee holds the fingers out. We'll see if the points, and they've not been put on. So there is an escape, though, by Kopp. So the scoreboard tells us it's 8-3. Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk over Jaden Kopp of Fennimore.
Man number 3, Tyler Kissamore gets the fall over Jackson Dressler, Cuba City Benton Southwestern. 3 minutes, 9 seconds. Back to mats 1 and 2.
Okay, on mat 1 right now, the score is 13-2. Moore will get an escape to start the third period. Get taken down by Brickell. And now with 1:09 as they go out of bounds, Moore will get another escape. The score is 13-3 in favor of Brickell.
Let's go back to mat number 2. Final period, 8-3 the score. 2 minutes back on the clock. They go neutral.
Yep, that 8-3 score is in favor of Ross Chris of the Darlington Blackhawk Warbirds. They've just started match action. Both wrestlers are now going to be in a neutral position. Fighting for a little bit originally for some head control, a little bit of a head tie by Kopp, broken up by Chris. Wrestlers re-engage, circle to the center. Shot taken by Chris. Fought off by Kopp. Wrestlers go out of bounds, way out of bounds, into nearly the bleachers, but both wrestlers appear to be okay as they come back to the center of the mat. 1:36 remaining here in this third period. Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk 8. Jaden Kopp of Fennimore 3.
Over on mat 1 with 25 seconds left to go. They're in a neutral position with Brickell leading Moore 13-3.
Mat number 2 now has a minute 25 remaining. A shot taken by Chris. Kopp did a nice job keeping his hips behind. Neither wrestler able to convert. Now Chris still has the lock. Now dips down. See if he can pull the single in, but Jaden Kopp has the heavy hips. Chris works his hips behind, not quite able to get the takedown. There he is, and actually he's able to get the takedown. He may be able to get near fall points as well. Roll through, so we'll see how the referee decides. We do have a reversal for Jaden Kopp. We did have a takedown by Ross Chris. We'll see if near fall points were collected in that fury.
Over on mat 1 is Brickell from River Valley defeating Moore from Belmont Platteville at 190.
Okay, so we do have, it looks like we're going to have an injury timeout as Ross Chris is to his base, but his head is still down on the mat. It looked like Jaden Kopp doing a little bit of a crossface against Ross Chris. No point.
Yes,
penalty.
there was a point.
There was a point.
Yep.
Okay, you did see that, all
Yep,
right.
There was a penalty point.
Okay, and it looked like it was deserved in that situation. So it'll be 12-5. Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk over Jaden Kopp of Fennimore.
Bill's Plumbing and Heating in Platteville is the area's leading plumbing and HVAC specialist for new installation or service. Check them out on Facebook or online at Bill's Plumbing and Heating, WI.com, and by Moen's Milk Service in Montford. Moen's has been hauling quality milk with quality service in Grant and Iowa County since 1974. When you want quality, it comes from Moen's Milk Service in Montford. Mat number 3, Constellation semifinal at 157 pounds. Braden Nally with an 11-0 lead over Brady Byer of Sugar River. And we have a fall on mat number 1 even before Track Wrestling told us who was competing.
It's Wolf from Fennimore defeating Drake. Drake shot in. Fennimore caught him and took him right to his back. Oh, that's at 165. So, it was, no, that's not right.
That's 285, you're right.
Okay.
That's Dalton Wolf.
Okay. They put the 165 up as I glanced again to make sure. But anyway, Wolf caught Drake, took him right to his back and pinned him.
Braden Malley scores another takedown, 14-0 the lead there with a minute to go in the second period, and it looks like we'll resume on mat number 2, 13-5. Ross Chris leading Jaden Kopp of Fennimore.
All right, so they finally put that point. Yep, they have that point up, so it is 13-5. Chris of Darlington Blackhawk leading Jaden Kopp of Fennimore for basically the illegal crossface hook, whatever you want to call it. Wrestlers re-engage here with 50 seconds remain. A little bit of a shot taken by Chris. Heavy hips once again by Jaden Kopp, breaking Chris down using a little bit of his height advantage, but Chris happy to work that single in. Kopp a little bit in a waterfall position here as Chris trying to come out the back door. Both re-engage. Jaden Kopp now roll through to the 2 o'clock position. 30 seconds remain with Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk leading Jaden Kopp of Fennimore. 13-5. Referee stops the match action. See what he decides. Blood timeout. So Ross Chris just before had injury timeout. Now it's going to be a blood timeout.
Okay, on mat 1, we are going into the consolation semifinals. It's Wessel from Evansville taking on Simmons from Prairie du Chien at 165. No score, neutral. They're working on the edge of the mat around 7 o'clock. Wessel shot in for a single. Simmons is trying to pull himself out.
Tech fall on mat number 3, 18-0 the final score. Braden Nally of Monroe stays alive in the consolation semifinal, or consolation bracket, with the semifinal victory over Braden Bear of Sugar River.
It's getting close to a stalemate, and there it is. Oh, they're going to call penalty on Simmons from Prairie du Chien. I got a feeling it was, he ended up putting the scissors on the head. So,
Scott. Oh, go ahead, Scott.
So we'll have a restart. Wessel leads Simmons 1-0.
So a blood timeout over here on mat number 2.
Mat number 3, Belmont Platteville's Hugo Jean-Louise Justal taking on Hunter Alt of River Valley, 165-pound consolation semifinal. 15 seconds in, still scoreless on mat number 3. Mat number 1, final 3 seconds. Looks like it'll stay 1-0. Because there's still 1 second left.
1 second left, yep.
So I'll go ahead. I'll finish out the last 15 seconds here on mat number 2 at 215 pounds. It's going to be 13-8 Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk leading Jaden Kopp of Fennimore. Jaden Kopp of Fennimore just got the takedown, but it looks like Chris of Darlington Blackhawk's going to work out on his own, a reversal potential of his own. Open escape. Wrestlers break up, so it should be 4-2.
Oh, my goodness.
He could be disqualified.
Okay. Yep. They got to get him off the mat before something happens that no one wants to see. So it's going to be Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk with the victory. Over exuberant, we'll just put it that way, and is celebrating with his victory over Jaden Kopp of Fennimore. We'll see if the wrestlers are able to shake hands. They shake hands. The arm of Ross Chris is raised. He will advance at 215 pounds.
He's lucky he didn't get any more than just a warning and a loss of points.
That could have gotten real ugly real quick.
Yeah, he could have been kicked out, and his day would have been done, and he couldn't wrestle next week.
Yeah. Man, oh man, this tournament's had a little bit of everything, hasn't it? My goodness.
You got to keep your composure now with the idea you get kicked out, you lose your next match, which is sectionals next week. Over on mat 1 right now in consolation at 165, Wessel is defeating Simmons from Prairie du Chien 1-0 with 1 minute 20 seconds left to go in the second period.
Still scoreless on mat number 3. Actually, check that 3-0 now. Hunter Alt of River Valley now leading Belmont Platteville's Hugo Jean Louise Justel. As the first period ends, they'll go to the second. Score still 3-0. New match on mat number 2. It's going to be Austin Weber of Cuba City Benton Southwestern squaring off against Nathan Buckley of Beloit Turner.
Tied score now on mat 1, 1-1 with 1 minute left to go in the second period between Wessel and Simmons.
Austin Weber of Cuba City Benton Southwestern here in mat number 2 came in today's action as a senior with a 5-6 record. Nathan Buckley is a junior from Beloit Turner, entered today with 11-9 record. 15 seconds into this first period, first takedown is going to be awarded to Austin Weber of Cuba City Benton Southwestern. 3-0 now with 1 minute 30 remaining.
Down to 30 seconds left to go in mat 1. Wessel shoots in for a single. He's got it. Simmons counters by picking Wessel's ankle and does a crossface, trying to get around, and he does. So he's going to pick up the first takedown in the match here to make the score 4-1 with 10 seconds left to go in the second period.
Hunter Alt gets the fall on mat number 3 to advance in the consolation bracket. Victory over Belmont Platteville's Hugo Jean Louise Justel. Fall time in the middle of the second period.
Mat number 2, we have an escape by Nathan Buckley of Beloit Turner. That'll give him his first point, but Austin Weber of Cuba City Benton Southwestern still leads 3-1. Now just earned himself an additional takedown and a lead of 6-1. He's in a riding position here. Minute 10 remaining. Buckley of Beloit Turner gets to his base, but not able to escape as Weber of Cuba City Benton Southwestern quickly breaks him down from his base. Not sure why that takedown was not put up after the escape, but nevertheless, I believe it should be 6-1, despite what the scoreboard says. Austin Weber of Cuba City Benton Southwestern pulls Buckley back in from the mat as he was nearly out of bounds here with 45 seconds remaining here in period number 2.
Over on mat 1, the score is now 4-3. Wessel from Evansville will start the third period down, gets the reversal. Right now, Simmons gets the reversal back, and they'll go out of bounds at about a 5 o'clock position. So they'll have a restart with 1 minute 16 left to go. Simmons leads 6-3.
Quick check on mat number 3. We have Chase Wilhite of Brodhead Juda wrestling Darlington Blackhawks Caleb Christ. Scoreless with 1 minute 15 to go in the first period. 6-1 the score on mat number 2. Let's go back, finish up mat number 1. 1 minute 12 to go in the third period.
Over on mat 1 right now. Simmons is controlling Wessel. Wessel stands up. They go out of bounds at about 8 o'clock. We'll have a restart with 1 minute left to go in the third period.
Mat number 2 just has 5 seconds remaining. I mentioned a second takedown by Austin Weber. The scorekeeper did put that on the clock. So period number 2 is going to come to an end. Period number 1 is going to come to an end with a 6-1 lead at 175 pounds in favor of Austin Weber of Cuba City Benton Southwestern over Nathan Buckley of Beloit Turner.
Simmons on top. riding Wessel. Wessel stands up. Simmons is able to bring him back down. 30 seconds left to go. Simmons leads 6-3. Simmons tries to put a cradle on. He's got it locked, but Wessel stands up. Simmons lets the cradle go. And Simmons trips Wessel down, but Wessel's going to come back out and tries to lift the leg up to come over to the back door to get the reversal. We're down to 5 seconds left. And that's the end. Boy, I'll tell you what, if there was about 10 seconds more in that match, Wessel would have got the reversal and some back points. But the time runs out, so Simmons from Prairie du Chien will advance into the 4th place match.
On mat number 2, Austin Weber of Cuba City Benton Southwestern has improved his lead to 9-2 over Nathan Buckley of Beloit Turner. We have the senior over the junior. 1:19 remain here in this second period.
Mat number 3, 3-1 the score. Kalen Chris of Darlington Blackhawk leading Chase Wilhite of Brodhead Juda, 190-pound consolation semifinal.
Back at mat number 2, a little bit of a roll through reversal, so an additional takedown awarded to Austin Weber, I believe. So it's 12-4 on the scoreboard. We'll see how that shakes out, because now we have Nathan Buckley of Beloit Turner in the riding position with 50 seconds remaining. So it's 12-6. Austin Weber of Cuba City Benton Southwestern over Nathan Buckley of Beloit Turner. Now it's Buckley in the top position, close to getting a fall. Bridged out, though, by Austin Weber. Nice job avoiding more trouble in that position. 30 seconds remain here in this second period. Near fall point, 3 points were awarded to Nathan Buckley, so that'll give Austin Weber a 12-6 lead for the Cubans.
Over on mat 1 at 190-pound consolation semifinals, Fritchie from Prairie du Chien's taking on Thiering. Beloit Turner, no score in the neutral position. Fritchie's got the single, slides off to a double, works his way up, gets the takedown. They're wrestling at the edge of the mat at about 6 o'clock.
Period number 2 comes to an end. Still Austin Weber of Cuba City Benton Southwestern leading Nathan Buckley of Beloit Turner by that same 12-9 lead.
Tight one on mat number 3. Kalen Chris leading 3-2 over Chase Wilhite of Brodhead Juda. 35 seconds left in the second period.
Back on mat 1 with a minute left to go. They're still wrestling over, and Thiering is going to get a reversal and pins Fritchie in the first period. Fritchie got a little high, and Thiering was able to come up and around and put him on his back, and comes out with the victory.
Kalen Chris scores a takedown, making his lead 6-3 as we close in on the final 3 seconds of the second period. It'll be 6-3 heading into the third in the 190-pound consolation semifinal. Look back to mat number 2, third period coming up.
Yeah, 175 pounds. It's still 12-3. Austin Weber over Nathan Buckley. Weber of Cuba City Benton Southwestern, Buckley of Beloit Turner. Wrestlers nearly out of bounds at the 6 o'clock position. Now they are. Referee will bring them back to the center with only 12 seconds expired here in this third period.
Over on mat 1 at 215-pound consolation, Loshaw from Sugar River taking on Wellman from Monroe.
Austin Weber set in a down position here at 175. Nathan Buckley set in a top position for Beloit Turner. Wrestling action back underway. Buckley in the riding position, but he is trailing 12-9. Austin Weber tries to pull that right leg in of Buckley, trying to come to his base, trying to lift that up. Now it's Buckley doing a nice job keeping his hips behind, rolls his hips back through. So it's still 12-9 with a minute 24 remaining in this third period in favor of Austin Weber of Cuba City Benton Southwestern over Nathan Buckley of Beloit Turner.
7-3 on mat number 3. Kalen Chris with the 7-3 lead over Chase Wilhite of Brodhead Juda. Back to mat number 2.
Mat number 2 has now just over a minute remaining. There has not been a score change. Buckley has still been in a riding position where he has been throughout this third period. Weber, though, with the lead on the scoreboard, trying to get back to his base. Not a lot of action down below, though, to be quite honest, by Austin Weber. Buckley doing a nice job trying to generate some offense, knowing that he needs to do something, trailing by 3. Weber does get to his feet. Yes, he does get an escape just as they go out of bounds. So 13-9 with Austin Weber's escape point and the lead. Both wrestlers will now be in a neutral position. Beloit Turner's coaching staff not real happy with that call, but nevertheless, we're back underway with 40 seconds remaining. I'll just go ahead and keep that 40 seconds with the Cuba City Benton Southwestern wrestler with that 4-point lead. Shot taken by Nathan Buckley of Beloit Turner. Heavy hips fought off by Austin Weber. Wrestler is nearly out of bounds. 3 o'clock position. Weber content in letting that clock run. Wrestlers now go out of bounds. Still 13-9. Weber of Cuba City Benton Southwestern over Buckley of Beloit Turner.
All 3 matches, consolation semifinals. 215 on mat number 1, 175 on mat 2, 190 on mat number 3. Quick check on the shoebox scoreboard. Team score-wise, Fennimore in first place with 195.5 team points. Evansville in second with 140.5. Prairie du Chien in third with 138.5. Belmont Platteville right behind them with 135 team points.
Go ahead.
Over on mat 1, we're going to the second period. It's Wellman from Monroe over Lowshaw, 3-1.
Okay, so match action is going to come to a conclusion here, and it's going to be Austin Weber of Cuba City Benton Southwestern and his 16-10 victory over Nathan Buckley of Beloit Turner.
And we have a 13-6 decision on mat number 3. Caleb Christ of Darlington Blackhawk improves to 18-11 on the season with his decision over Brodhead Juda's Chase Wilhite, the senior from Brodhead Juda. Our wrestling today brought to you by the Vault Restaurant and Bar in South Wayne. It's a great place to relax with family and friends and enjoy a meal after the game or any time. You'll want to try one of their specialty drinks. Check out their Facebook page for a full menu and hours. Powers Auction Service is a full-service auction company conducting auctions in the Tri-State since 1948. They specialize in farm and construction equipment, livestock and liquidation, and more. Visit Powers Auction Service online or call 608-439-5761. And the Village Inn in South Wayne offers daily specials on their Friday fish fry. Get together with friends and family for great food and fun after the game. Check out their full menu on Facebook. As mat number 1, 215 pounds, 3-1 the score. Joa Wellman leading Lucas Lowshaw. Mat number 2, let's go to that one. Jack McEachern of Prairie du Chien wrestling Braden O'Leary of Monroe. McEachern out to a 3-0 lead.
And he's looking very close to getting more in a near fall position, but wasn't quite able to do so. So McEachern of Prairie du Chien, 25-16, the senior coming into today's action. Braden O'Leary of Monroe, just 2-5 as a junior. O'Leary with his first escape. But nevertheless, it's the Blackhawk Jack McEachern leading 3-1. Shot taken by McEachern. Fought back by O'Leary. Now O'Leary takes a shot kind of pretty deep in on a single. If he can get that left arm around the waist of McEachern, he may be working with something, but no, McEachern gets his hips behind. He earns a takedown, and that will improve his score to 6-1 with 47 seconds remaining here in this first period.
Also keeping tabs on mat number 3, 215-pound consolation semifinal. John Qualley of Dodgeville and Caden Butts of Evansville still scoreless 10 seconds into the first period.
Now, you were talking about the shoebox scoreboard. That just set my brain off a little bit. Wisconsin will upset Purdue 94-84.
Oh, look at that.
So,
go Bucky.
Now, I'm a true wrestling, I coach wrestling fan, but I also am a Badger fan. So.
Yep.
So we do have a fall over here on mat number 2, and it'll be Jack McEachern of Prairie du Chien with the fall over Braden O'Leary of Monroe at 175 pounds.
Caden Butts trying to score a fall on mat number 3 on Dodgeville's John Qualley, and there is the fall right there. 45 seconds into the match. And Caden Butts of Evansville goes to 25-19. And Dodgeville's John Qualley falls to 24-18.
We're wrapping up here in the consolation semifinals on mat 1 with a minute left to go. It's still Monroe in the lead over Sugar River. Now they just added 2 points on. I must have looked the wrong way at one point. Sugar River now leads 5-3.
Over here in mat number 2, we have 2 wrestlers not in the area necessarily, but Sean Allison of Edgerton. He is 24-14 on the senior. He's taking on a senior, Elijah Simplot of Beloit Turner. He's 19-22 as a senior. The score in that one is Sean Allison of Edgerton up 3-0.
Over on mat 3 right now is Belmont Platteville's Rusty Ruck taking on Isaac Vondra from Dodgeville. First period, no score.
Since that is
let's
the
stick with
only
mat
one,
number 3,
that's the only one with local wrestlers. So, Scott, I'll let you started it. I'll let you keep going.
Okay, Ruck with the first takedown. Vondra tried to throw. Ruck rolls through, ends up with the takedown. Vondra works back up to his base. Ruck's got an arm in. Now he breaks Vondra down. Vondra tries to come back up to his base. Ruck trying to push the head down. And I think we're going to have, nope, they're just going to call stalemate, have a restart.
Over here on mat number 2, it's Sean Allison of Edgerton improving his score, his lead 6-0 over Elijah Samplot of Beloit Turner.
Scott Implement wishes all area wrestlers best of luck during today's meet. Go to scottimplement.com to see all they have to offer and deal where the dealing's done.
And it is Sean Allison now with the fall for Edgerton over Elijah Simpton of Beloit Turner. So Sean Allison will keep his afternoon alive at 285 pounds.
Ruck's got the cradle in on Vondra, tries to turn him over, doesn't get it, loses it. Vondra comes back to his base and up to his knees, up standing, trying to peel the wrist. Ruck throws him back down. Vondra comes back up to his base. Ruck breaks him down. Tries to throw a power half in, but Vondra not allowing him to get that in. Vondra trying to work back up. Ruck breaks him down. 10 seconds left to go in the first period. Ruck leads 3-0. There's the cross face by Ruck. Vondra pulls it off, and that's the way the first period is going to end.
3-0 the score. Brian's Auto Body and Paint Specialists. The pros of Brian's gets the job done right. For unexpected dings or major repair projects, head to Brian's Auto Body and Paint in Lancaster and by McNett Electric in Belmont. They can assist with all of your electrical needs. Chip and his crew at McNett Electric are on call and ready to help you with your agricultural, business, and commercial needs. McNett Electric in Belmont.
Okay, start the second period. Vondra will be down and is down in the score, 3-0. Vondra sits, tries to do a switch. Ruck steps over, breaks Vondra down. Vondra comes back up to his base. Ruck breaks him down again. Throws in a cross face. Vondra tries to get back up to his base. Ruck keeps breaking him down. Ruck now tries the power half again. He's got it in. He's working to take Vondra over. Vondra goes over. He's got Vondra on his back, and Ruck is going to come away with the victory with a pin in the second period.
Runny Plumbing and Heating in Belmont for all of your agricultural, commercial, and residential needs. Call Runny Plumbing and Heating in Belmont. And the Melby Funeral Home and Crematory at Platteville offers a history of caring and understands that each family is unique and will honor personal requests and traditions. The Melby Funeral Home and Crematory. As we have reached the end of the semifinal round, and it looks like the finals will be coming up in just a little bit. We'll take a quick timeout. We'll come back to Dodgeville High School. It's the WIAA Boys Wrestling Regional on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel.
Pre-match 2.
Carey's Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors of Belmont and Prairie du Chien is who to call for top quality CHI overhead doors. Enhance the curb appeal and security of your home by choosing the fine line of CHI overhead doors from Carey's. And when it comes to seamless gutters that keep your home protected from water damage, Carey's has you covered too. Visit Carey'sGuttersandDoors.com today to learn more. They'll service all the rest, and they deal in the best. Get your new CHI overhead doors at Carey's Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors, Belmont and Prairie du Chien.
Hi, this is Steve Schmidt, owner of the Shoebox in downtown Black Earth. We have thousands of pairs of shoes in stock, no waiting. So stop in anytime, specializing in size, selection, and fit. We will save you money. P.S. We measure both feet. Stop into the Shoebox, the largest shoe store at the north end of Black Earth.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Paid for by Hims & Hers Health. Hims & Hers Weight Loss is not available everywhere. Compounded products are not FDA approved or verified for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription required. Restrictions at forhers.com apply. Wegovy and Ozempic are not compounded.
With Hers, you can access doctor-trusted weight loss plans, like compounded GLP-1 weekly injections with the same active ingredient as Ozempic and Wegovy. Based on pricing through Hers, save up to 91% per month with compounded semaglutide, the same active ingredient as the name brand drug. Get started at forhers.com/start today. That's forhers.com/start.
Turpin Dodge salutes Jessica Severson, Perry Anesthesia Supervisor at Mercy One Dubuque. Turpin will honor Jessica with a donation to the Avery Foundation. Visit TurpinDodge.com to nominate an area nurse. Thank you, Jessica, from Turpin Dodge in Dubuque.
Pre-match 2.
Grant Regional Health Center and People's State Bank coverage of high school wrestling presented by Cuba City, Darlington, and Kieler Family Dental, and Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors on X1071 WPVL FM Platteville, the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel, and the Dodgeville School District YouTube channel. Tyler Dictanis, Matt Wiederholt, Scott Tolzman with you from the Wolf Construction broadcast booth as the wrestlers competing in the finals are being introduced on mat number 2 as we close in on the finals of today's WIAA Boys Wrestling Division II Regional. Our wrestling today brought to you by Mount City Bank. Their total line of credit allows you to use the equity in your home to do the things you want. Step into Mount City Bank to apply. Offer subject to approval. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender. Learn more at mountcitybank.com. Wolf Farms LNG in Lancaster salutes our area wrestlers and all area student athletes this season. Wolf Farms encourages you to enjoy ham, pork chops, and bacon in support of our local pork producers. Wolf's Grantland Graphics, a block off the square in Lancaster. Wolf's offers full-service copying and printing available in wide formats for banners, posters, canvas prints, and much more. Wolf's Grantland Graphics of Lancaster, and by Community First Bank, for you in the communities where you live, work, and play. Experience for yourself the difference at Community First Bank, cfbank.com, member FDIC.
Okay, as we start here, we're going to they'll go weight by weight because now if there's wrestlebacks, they have to keep them together. So if you lose in the finals and the guy that took third place, you two haven't met, then there's a wrestleback at that weight, and same for third and fourth. So.
And team score-wise on the Shoebox scoreboard presented by the Shoebox in Black Earth, the largest independent shoe store in the Midwest. Fennimore in first place with 195.5 team points. Second place, Prairie du Chien, 151.5. Evansville, 149.5. And in fourth, Belmont Platteville, 144.0. So there is no margin for error for any team competing. It was essentially these 4 teams that we kind of looked at. Darlington Blackhawk also in the mix, looking to see where they are at. Darlington Blackhawks in 6th with 101.0. Cuba City, Benton Southwestern in 5th with 105.0. And it looks like we will get the finals underway. The first place match on mat number 2, Carson Bassett of Fennimore, the freshman, wrestling Colin Fry of Evansville.
All right, that's mat number 2, the one I've been focusing on so far today, and that'll be the first one underway here. So both wrestlers tie up. As you mentioned, Fry of Evansville, Colin Fry, came in today with a 48-2 record as a sophomore, taking on Carson Bassett of Fennimore, 21-8. Bassett of Fennimore wrestled at 113 at other parts throughout the season, cut down to 106 here. For regionals, 30 seconds has elapsed. No score between Colin Fry of Evansville and Carson Bassett of Fennimore. Wrestlers go out of bounds at the 2 o'clock position.
Mat number 3, 5th place match. Keaton Achenbach and Prairie du Chien wrestling David Argelis of Darlington Blackhawk. They are scoreless 30 seconds into the first period.
Over on mat number 1 for 3rd place, False from Dodgeville taking on Lamar from Brodhead, Juda. They just started in a neutral position. Lamar shoots in for a single, picks it up. False is trying to step down. Lamar brings him down and will get the first takedown.
Back to the championship match on mat number 2.
Yep, speaking of first takedown, that first takedown is going to go to Colin Fry of Evansville over Carson Bassett of Fennimore, so that'll be 3-0 lead. He had that takedown with about a minute into this first period. Now trying to get a little bit of tilt of his own. Has that left arm pulled under. Referee watching intently to see if that 45-degree angle is broken. The referee agrees. There's near fall points being counted off. He's going to get 4 near fall points, I believe. Once those points are put on, it should be 7-0. Colin Fry of Evansville over Carson Bassett of Fennimore here at this 106-pound championship bout.
Over on mat 1, 3rd place match, Lamar from Monroe, Brodhead, Juda is leading 3-0. They go out of bounds, have a restart. False stands up, tries to break away, and does get the 1-point escape, so they're in neutral with a minute to go, and they go out of bounds.
Keaton Achenbach out to a 7-0 lead in the 5th place match on mat number 3. 22 seconds left in the first period.
And the championship bout will go into period 2 with that same lead of 7-0 of Colin Fry, the sophomore from Evansville, over Carson Bassett, the freshman from Fennimore.
Lamar shoots in again for a single leg, puts False on his backside. False is trying to counter it. Got 45 seconds left to go. Lamar's got False on his butt, and he's going to secure the takedown to make the score 6-1.
Colin Fry, the number 1 ranked wrestler in the state, still maintains that 7-0 lead. It's Carson Bassett in the riding position. Just over 25 seconds have elapsed here in this second period. Bassett still in a riding position. It's Colin Fry who advanced with a fall over David Arguelles of Darlington Darlington Blackhawk, and then with a fall again in that second rep. So he has pinned himself to this championship bout. He's still leading 7-0. Now near fall points are being counted off in favor of Carson Bassett of Fennimore. As he's in that position, we'll see referees holding out, I believe, all 4 here at this championship bout at 106. So 1 minute remaining. Near fall points have yet to be awarded here as Bassett gets a little bit high. Fry trying to get to his base, trying to peel the hands off. Work his hips behind. There he does. He does earn the escape. There's a point. So it's going to be 8-0. Colin Fry of Evansville over Carson Bassett of Fennimore.
Over on mat 1, Lamar from Brodhead, Juda is leading False 6-1 the start of the second period as they were in neutral position. Lamar shoots again for a single, has False on his butt, and trying to work up to get the takedown.
5th place match on mat number 3, 11-1. Keaton Achenbach and Prairie du Chien leading David Argelis of Darlington Blackhawk, 1:08. And the clock is stopped for potentially dangerous back to mat number 2, championship match, 106 pounds.
And we'll finish out the 10 seconds that remain here in this first period. Colin Fry has improved his lead for Evansville to an 11-0 margin over Carson Bassett of Fennimore. As we mentioned, Colin Fry, the number 1 ranked wrestler in the state, showing us why here with that 11-0 lead at the end of this first period.
Back on mat 1 with a minute left to go. Lamar leads 9-2. 50 seconds left to go in the second period. They're neutral. Working on about 3 o'clock. Lamar shoots again, and they go out of bounds.
Take a look here at the championship bout. Wrestlers have not yet started the second period as the referees confirmed. Carson Bassett was ranked number 12, but that was at 113 pounds before he cut here to 106, so they do start the match action underway. Fry of Evansville is and was in the riding position. Set of Fennimore attempts to sit out, but Fry very content keeping his hips back. Now trying to earn a tilt of his own. Not quite able to do so, but if he could pull that right arm out, he would have Bassett in a great deal of trouble here. Nevertheless, trying to work that little bit of a snowplow cradle here as the wrestlers nearly go out of bounds in a 6 o'clock position in this 106-pound championship. Colin Fry of Evansville still leads Carson Bassett of Fennimore 11-0.
Over on mat 1, Lamar from Brodhead Juda is going to pick up the victory over Faust with a pin. So right now, Lamar is in third place unless there's a wrestle back. And Faust will slide back, and he has not wrestled the wrestler from Prairie du Chien, so there will be a wrestle back for fourth place.
Here in his championship bout here at mat number 2. Match action underway with Carson Bassett of Fennimore in a down position, attempts to sit out. Fry of Evansville just rolls through with him, keeps his hips back nicely. Just over a minute remaining here in this second period. Bassett tries to get to his base, try to get to the tripod. Fry quickly breaks him back down from the base, pulls that left arm under, seeing if he can work a little bit of a cradle attempt here. Center of the mat number 2, the orange D on the black mat here at Dodgeville High School. 45 seconds remain in the second period. No points have been scored in this period, but it was Colin Fry earning those 11 points in that first period to build that 11-0 lead.
In the fifth place match, Keith Knockenbach gets the fall in 2:52 over Argelis of Darlington Blackhawk. Keith Knockenbach, the fifth place finisher, at 106 pounds.
Let's finish out these final 30 seconds here in this second period. No score change as Colin Fry of Evansville, number 1 ranked wrestler in the state, showing us why as Carson Bassett of Fennimore earns a stall warning against him in the down position. Tries to do a little bit of a roll through here, but near fall points are being counted off in favor of Colin Fry of Evansville. He should be awarded all 4 here. Let's see what we have. 2. Let's see why the match action stopped. Nevertheless, the wrestlers will come to their feet. 7 seconds remain on the clock. The score is 14-0. Believe additional. There it is. There's the additional near fall point. Colin Fry of Evansville, your champion here at 106 pounds with the technical fall over Carson Bassett of Fennimore.
Okay, there will be a wrestle back for fourth place at 106, but Bassett will finish in the second place as he beat Lamar in the semifinals. So Lamar from Brodhead Juda will be your third place.
Third place match coming up on mat number 1. It'll be Hunter Reed of Prairie du Chien taking on Owen Vogely of Monroe. Mat number 3, 113-pound fifth place match. Levi Dalsing of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern wrestling Dylan Driver of Beloit Turner. And we'll have the championship match at 113 pounds on mat number 2.
Okay, we're going to square off. We have Colton Bolig of Evansville, 42-2 coming into today's action. And we have a great matchup because he's wrestling Shane Racon of Dodgeville, 49-1 coming into today. He is a sophomore wrestler's fight for hand control. Bolig of Evansville is, I believe, the number 1 ranked, Racon of Dodgeville, ranked number 2. Here at this weight class, wrestlers fight for hand control. Shot taken by Shane Racon, trying to work in deep, trying to pull that left arm through. No points have been awarded here for a takedown. Wrestlers near the 12 o'clock position with 40 seconds elapsed. Racon trying to work that head out, trying to work those hips behind. If he can work that head out and get those hips behind, he would earn that takedown. Not in an advantageous position. Referees call stalemate. 1:09 remaining here in this first period. No score between Shane Racon of Dodgeville and Colton Bolig of Evansville.
Yeah, this is Brashan's only loss of the year so far, so it's kind of a rematch. Brashan was ranked number 1, Bolig was number 2, and then it flipped when Bolig beat Shane. Over on mat number 1 with 45 seconds left to go, Reed from Prairie du Chien has the first takedown and leads Bogley from Monroe 3-0.
3-1 the score on mat number 3. Dylan Driver of Beloit Turner leading Levi Delsing at Cuba City, Benton Southwestern. Let's go back to mat number 2. Final 30 seconds of the first period.
And no score has changed. Both wrestlers still in a neutral position between Colton Bolig of Evansville and Shane Racon of Dodgeville. Wrestlers, a little bit of a shot attempt. Now we have a shot by Racon of Dodgeville. Both wrestlers still on their feet. Countered back by Colton Bolig. Now Bolig has the takedown. He's looking for near fall points. There's 12 seconds remaining in this first period. Near fall points now being counted off. Not able to get the fall, so he does have the takedown. He does have the near fall points as this period elapses, and those near fall points are 2. So 5-0, Colton Bolig of Evansville over Shane Racone of Dodgeville.
6-2 the score on mat number 3. Dylan Driver of Beloit Turner leading Levi Delsing at Cuba City, Benton Southwestern. 3-0 the score on mat number 1. Prairie du Chien's Hunter Reed leading Owen Vogeley of Monroe. Period number 2 set to start on mat number 2. Championship match, 113 pounds, 5-0 the score.
Let's go back to the number 1 ranked wrestler in the state versus the number 2 ranked wrestler in the state. Bolig with the 5-0 lead. Ranked number 1 is going to be in a riding position. Racone set in the down position. Bolig keeps his hips behind as Racone tries to get to his base. Now Bolig rolls through. Nope, not going to be near fall points as the wrestlers continue to roll through, with Colton Bolig of Evansville being in the dominant position in this championship bout. 20 seconds have elapsed. Still 5-0 Colton Bolig of Evansville over Shane Racone of Dodgeville.
Over on mat 1, minute 30 left to go in the second period. It's still Reed from Prairie du Chien leading Vogeley 3-0.
Back at mat number 2, wrestlers nearly out of bounds at the 10 o'clock position, but it's Bolig keeping his foot in bounds, keeping match action underway. Seeing if we have any near fall. Nope, the 45-degree angle's not been broke. Bolig pulls his left leg out of bounds, so with a minute 12 remaining in the second period, it's going to be 5-0 Colton Bolig of Evansville over Shane Racone of Dodgeville.
Dylan Driver scores a fall of the minute 18 to go in the second period. He gets the fall over Cuba City, Benton Southwestern's Levi Delsing in the 5th place match at 113 pounds.
Go back to the championship now. 1 minute remaining here in the second period. No score change. Bolig had the 5-0 lead entering in the second period. Has maintained that lead. The number 1 ranked wrestler in the state over the number 2 ranked wrestler. Roll through. Now near fall points are being awarded in favor of Bolig. He has that tight waist. Gives up on it. Wrestlers re-roll through. Referee is yet to award those points. Now he does so. He gives the 4 points, so it's going to be 9-0 in favor of the freshman Colton Bolig from Evansville over the sophomore Shane Racone of Dodgeville. The only loss for Shane Racone has been to Colton Bolig of Evansville. Colton Bolig certainly with this 9-0 lead may be very well giving him that second loss of the season. Continuing here on mat number 2, 20 seconds remain with Bolig in that riding position, trying to work that tight waist once again where he did collect those near fall points earlier on here in the second period. Final 10 seconds remain as we have 2 referees at this championship bout looking on intently. There's the tight waist with only 4 seconds remaining. Not sure he's going to be able to generate any more offense. Nevertheless, he has generated 9 points of offense and a 9-0 lead. It's Colton Bolig of Evansville over Shane Racone of Dodgeville.
Over on mat 1, we're in the third period. It is still Reed from Prairie du Chien leading now 4-0. He's got a single leg on and is trying to take Vogeley down.
Okay, we'll go here back to this championship bout now that it is just underway here. It's Shane Racone in the riding position. The only time these two wrestlers met earlier on, it was a 13-4 victory. Colton Bolig with that victory, the only loss for Shane Racone on the season. Racone now in the riding position with 30 seconds elapsed. He's going to have to generate a lot of offense in a big-time way. Down 9-0. Tried to get a little bit of a roll-through attempt to no avail. Bolig doing a nice job in a down position, keeping his base, not allowing Racone of Dodgeville to generate much of an advantage here with a minute 15 remaining here in this third period. Shane Racone last year as a sophomore finished first at 106 pounds at the state level. Now roll attempt, but Bolig, knowing the situation, does a nice job with his hips. Still 9-0 Colton Bolig of Evansville, the number 1 ranked wrestler in the state over Shane Racone of Dodgeville, ranked number 2 with his only loss of this season. 45 seconds remain. Wrestlers are nearing that 10 o'clock position. Bolig just doing a nice job keeping himself out of trouble. Racone has tried various attempts to try to get a roll through and collect near fall points. to no avail. Wrestlers go out of bounds at the 10 o'clock position with 33 seconds remaining here at this 113-pound weight class.
Over on mat 1 right now, we got blood time. Prairie du Chien still leads 7-0 over Vogely.
We'll keep it here for those final 33 seconds then as Bolig is set in a down position. Shane Racone is set in a top position. Bolig given the escape, so it's 10-0. Colton Bolig of Evansville with that lead. Once again, he won the previous matchup earlier on the season by a 13-4 score. Shane Racone's only loss of the season. Shot taken. Racone, no points awarded, though, with just 10 seconds remaining here. Wrestlers nearly out of bounds at the 6 o'clock position. See if Racone can get himself on the scoreboard with a takedown, working his hips behind as these final seconds tick away. He's unable to do so. The number 1 ranked wrestler in the state, Colton Bolig of Evansville, shows us why with a 10-0 victory over Shane Racone of Dodgeville here at 113 pounds.
Colton Bolig, the regional champion at 113 pounds. Let's go back to mat number 1, third place match. Hunter Reed of Prairie du Chien leading 7-0 over Owen Vogely of Monroe.
Yeah, 25 seconds left to go here. If Reed hangs on from Prairie du Chien, there will be a wrestle back against Shane Rashawn for second place. And right now, Vogely himself will have to have a wrestle back for the fourth place. And it looks like Reed's going to hang on 7-0 as the time runs out. And that's the end of the third period. So at 113, you're going to have a wrestle back for second place and fourth place.
All right, wrestling brought to you by Raleigh Cheese at the intersection of Highways 11 and 23 in the heart of Lafayette County. Don't forget the Cheese Russell offices. If you've been injured, contact Russell offices. Their experienced team of personal injury lawyers will fight for your rights and help you get the compensation you deserve. Visit RussellLawWI.com. 120-pound championship match, mat number 2. Fennimore's Cade Birchman wrestling Benny Braunschweig of Evansville. Let's go to that one on mat number 2.
All right, Evansville back-to-back in these championship matches right here. So Cade Bircham of Fennimore, he's a junior, 32-9 entering today's action. Benny Braunschweig of Evansville, he's a freshman, 30-13 on the season. Wrestlers tie up 15 seconds into this mat. Shot taken by Bircham of Fennimore, but the wrestlers go out of bounds. Referee will bring them back to the center. 17 seconds have elapsed here in this first period. Still no score between Cade Bircham, the junior from Fennimore, and Benny Braunschweig, the freshman from Evansville.
On mat 1 for third place, it's Aiden Weigel from Belmont Platteville taking on Noah Shue from Monroe. And right now, Weigel's got a lead of 3-0.
Fifth place match on mat number 3, Cuba City Benton Southwestern's Noah Van Scheidel wrestling Ben Reese of River Valley. They're scoreless. Closing in on a minute to go in the first period. Back to mat number 2.
And that has Cade Bircham of Fennimore deep in the legs of Benny Braunschweig of Evansville. Not able to get the takedown yet is Braunschweig of Evansville doing a nice job keeping his hips behind. Now the waterfall position should allow Catechum to bring his hips behind. Not quite able to earn the takedown yet. Wrestler is nearly out of bounds at 3 o'clock position, but it's Benny Braunschweig that comes out the back door. He gets himself 3 points. He gets himself the first 3 points of this match action as they go out of bounds at the 3 o'clock position as we see it here from Dodgeville High School, Wolf Construction broadcast booth, mat number 2.
Over on mat number 1, Weigel had Shue on his back to gain 4 near fall points. 30 seconds left to go in the first period. Leads 7-0.
Back to your championship bout with 47 seconds remaining. Cade Bircham of Fennimore, the junior, 32-9 coming today's action. He is set. Benny Braunschweig of Evansville, the freshman, 30-13 coming into today. He is set. Match action underway. Trying to come out the back door is Cade Bircham of Fennimore. Not quite able to do so. No points have been awarded. If he can get his hips behind, he's going to earn himself a reversal. He's very close to getting that reversal, and the referee agrees. 3-2 with the reversal, Cade Bircham of Fennimore. But Benny Braunschweig with that early takedown has the 3-2 lead. Both wrestlers center of the mat. We'll keep it here these final 15 seconds. Maybe we won't as the referee breaks up the match action with a potentially dangerous call.
Quick check on the team scores. Fennimore still in first place with 198.5 team points. Evansville now in second with 158 team points. Prairie du Chien in third with 155.5.
All right, Mat 1, start of the second period. Weigel's going to start down in the down position, and he leads 7-0.
Back to Mat number 2. I'll keep it here these final 5 seconds. There has not been a score change. It's still 3-2. Benny Bauschwig of Evansville over Cade Bertram of Fennimore as Bertram of Fennimore rides out Bauschwig to finish this first period.
Fifth place match on mat number 3. It is 4-1 with 1:37 to go in the second period. Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern's Noah Van Scheidel leading River Valley's Ben Reese. Again, 1.5 to go in the second period.
Over on mat 1 with 1:20 left to go in the second period. Weigel still leads 7-1.
So coin flip went in favor of Benny Bauschwig of Evansville. He gave the choice to Cade Bertram of Fennimore. He chose down, but then Benny Bauschwig allowed him to escape. So that's why we have a 3-3 score to start this second period. Wrestlers engage in the center of the mat. Orange D and a black mat of mat number 2 here. Dodgeville High School shot taken by Bertram of Fennimore, trying to work that single, but then it's Bauschwig trying to work his hips behind, but not able to do so. Cade Bertram of Fennimore has scored these last 6 points, giving him a 6-3 lead as the wrestlers nearly go out of bounds. 3 o'clock position as we see it here at mat number 2. Wolf Construction broadcast booth. Warning stall call from the bottom, I believe. Nevertheless, wrestling continues. 6-3 with 1:26 remaining. Bertram of Fennimore trying to work that left arm of Bauschwig of Evansville behind. The junior now leads the freshman. Near fall points being counted off. Bertram able to keep his toes in bounds at that 3 o'clock position, able to collect those near fall points. Looks like the referee will award 4. Once they're awarded, he's going for more than those 4 near fall points, trying to get chest to chest for the fall, but he's got to keep that toe in bounds at the 3 o'clock position. Has the toe in bounds. Still has the 4 near fall points, still has the toe in bounds. Trying to get the fall, keeps the toe in bounds, slides off. Referee doesn't see that the toe slid. Now they see that he's out of bounds. So his foot lifted before, wasn't called. This time they did catch it, the toe drag occurred, so it's going to be 10-3. Cade Bertram of Fennimore over Benny Bauschwig of Evansville.
Over on mat 1. Weigel's going to get a reversal with 10 seconds left to go in the second period. Now leads 9-0 over Monroe's Shoe.
We had a false start here at this championship match. It's 10-5. Cade Bertram over Benny Bauschwig of Evansville. Bertram in the riding position here. See what he content riding that out, or looks like he's going to try a little bit of a crossface here, but it's going to be tough with Bauschwig to his base right now. Trying to pull that left arm behind. Was successful last time collecting some 4 near fall points. Tried to go back to it, gives up on it. Bertram doing a nice job looking for various ways to generate some offense, but equally nice job by Bauschwig, the freshman from Evansville. Not allowing it to happen, but he did give up that left arm momentarily. Bertram works back off to the side here. I'll keep it here these final 10 seconds in this period. Still 10-5. Cade Bertram of Fennimore leading Benny Bauschwig of Evansville here at this 120-pound championship match. And that is the end of period number 2.
Over on mat 1 right now. They go out of bounds. 1:27 left to go.
Okay. Back to mat 2. Actually, it's 10-4. I was wondering where that 5th point came from. Now I know that it really didn't exist. So it's 10-4. Cade Bertram of Fennimore, the junior, over Benny Bauschwig, the freshman from Evansville. 10 seconds have elapsed as these wrestlers re-engage. Center of mat number 2. Shot taken by Bauschwig of Evansville. Works the single up into the double, but Bertram keeps those hips behind. Nice job of not giving up the takedown. Wrestlers continue to circle, fight for head control. 30 seconds now elapsed. It's Benny Bauschwig of Evansville going to need to generate some offense here, down by 6. Cade Bertram, the upperclassman, doing a nice job fighting off any offensive attack by Bauschwig, the freshman from Evansville. Wrestlers re-engage here at this 120-pound matchup. Go out of bounds at the 3 o'clock position. 1:15 remaining here in period number 3.
Over on mat 1 with 37 seconds left to go in the third period. The Shoe is able to take Weigel down to make the score 9-3 in favor of Weigel.
Well, the clock is not running here in this championship, which is frustrating to a lot of people here. Clock still not running. Fennimore obviously would be most upset in a situation, but now the clock starts. Really no advantageous situation has changed. Fake shot taken by Bertram of Fennimore. Wrestlers near the out of bounds. Careful into the scorer's table, and maybe an unnecessary shove there, quite honestly, by Benny Bauschwig of Evansville, knowing that Bertram had stepped off the mat. Referee checks in to make sure everyone's okay, because that very well could have been a shove out of bounds, knowing that Bertram was pressed against the scorer's table.
Noah Van Scheidel gets the 14-1 decision in the fifth place match on mat number 3.
And in fact, go ahead.
Over on mat 1, it's 9-4. And that's how it's going to end. Weigel will win over Shoe.
And in fact, it was Cade Bertram that did get that point for that late shove, so it's going to be 11-4 here. 30 seconds now elapsing here in this third period. Referee's going to call stalemate. Brings both wrestlers back. Bauschwig of Evansville going to need some attacks. Bertram of Fennimore has not been issued a stall warning yet, so certainly in control, up by 7 here with 20 seconds remaining as the wrestler is re-engaged in the center of the mat. Now a shot finally taken by Benny Bauschwig of Evansville. The freshman needing to work his hips behind, but Fennimore's junior, Cade Bertram, very content in this situation. In fact, if he can get his hips behind, he's going to earn a takedown of his own. Very well may end in this position. And there it does. Congratulations, Cade Bertram, your champion at 120 pounds at this Dodgeville Regional for the Fennimore Golden Eagles by a score of 11-4 over Benny Bauschwig of Evansville.
Can you tell it's getting exciting and electric in here? My goodness.
Okay, there will be a wrestle back at 120 for fourth place, but not for second place as Braunschweiger defeated Weigel in the semifinals.
So Spurley and Endress will square off in the 126-pound championship match on mat number 2. Mat number 1, the third place match, Evan Curtis of Cuba City, Benton Southwestern wrestling Briggs Weigel of Belmont Platteville. Mat number 3, Jaron Glassburner of Fennimore squaring off against Evan Sigafis of Darlington Blackhawk. Let's go back and forth across all 3 matches, starting off with our championship on mat number 2.
All right, we're 10 seconds into it. Number 1 ranked for Sugar River, Blake Endress, 44-2 on the season as a senior, squaring off against 4th ranked Rhett Spurley of Dodgeville. He's a sophomore at 44-9. 20 seconds of elapsed. A little bit of a shot taken by Endress of Sugar River. The Belleville Monticello New Glarus try-up, fought off by Spurley of Dodgeville. Wrestlers go out of bounds at the 12 o'clock position on the match. We're 30 seconds into this first period. No score between Blake Endress of Sugar River and Rhett Spurley of Dodgeville.
Over on mat 1 with a minute, 10 seconds left to go. Wrestling around 11 o'clock. No score between Curtis and Weigel.
Match action back underway in our championship bout. Wrestlers fighting for hand control. The senior, Blake Endress, ranked 1 for Sugar River, Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus. Rhett Spurley of Dodgeville, nice 44-9 record as a sophomore coming in. Spurley's actually in on a shot on the right leg. Not sure he's going to be able to get any points out of it because Endress has a nice wrap around the waist here as the wrestlers nearly go out of bounds at 3 o'clock position here at mat number 2 at Dodgeville High School. 126 pounds.
3-0 the score on mat number 3. Evan Sigafis getting the first takedown over Fennimore's Jaron Glassburner. Minute 7 to go in the first period.
45 seconds left to go on mat 1 for third place. Still no score between Curtis and Weigel.
We're back underway at mat number 2. Still no score between Blake Endress, number 1 ranked Sugar River wrestler in the state, and number 4 ranked Rhett Spurley of the Dodgeville Dodgers. Wrestlers tied up, a little bit of a head tie now, break apart. Circling around here, we'll keep it here for these final 25 seconds in this period. Neither wrestler looking, just fighting for that hand control. Left arm's tied up now, a little bit of a fake shot attempt by Sugar River's Blake Endress. Not a serious attempt though. Wrestlers circle out of bounds near the 2 o'clock position. Staying in bounds though is Endress. Takes a little bit of a fake shot attempt. They out of bounds with 9 seconds remaining. No score here at 126 pounds.
Over on mat 1 for third place. Still no score. 5 seconds left to go in the first period.
Fifth place match, mat number 3, still 3-0. Evan Sigafis of Darlington Blackhawk leading Jaron Glassburner. 20 seconds left, first period.
Second period coin flip goes in favor of, it should be Dodgeville's Rhett Spurley, we'll see what happens here. Looks like it's going to be Blake Endress, the number 1 ranked wrestler in the state, at this 126-pound weight class in the down position. He is set. Rhett Spurley in the riding position. He is set. Quickly to his feet is Blake Endress. Peels the hands away. Gives him the first score of this contest, a 1-0 lead in favor of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus. Wrestlers continue to fight for hand control here at 126 pounds.
Over on mat 1, Weigel was down to start the second period. Gets an escape with 1:45 left to go.
3-0 start of the second period in the 5th place match on mat number 3. Evan Sagafis of Darlington Blackhawks still leading Jaron Glassbrenner of Fennimore 3-0.
Okay, 1:32 still remaining. The only points have been an escape by Endress of Sugar River. Wrestlers retie up center of the mat, fighting for hand control. Continue to circle. Not a lot of match action here. Just over a minute remaining here in this second period in this 126-pound championship bout.
Over on mat 1, Weigel leads 1-0 with 1:20 left to go in the second period. They're in a neutral position.
Back here at the championship bout, wrestlers go out of bounds at the 10 o'clock position. Referee will bring them back to the center. Just under a minute remaining, still 1-0. Blake Endress of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus with the lead over Rhett Spurley of Dodgeville, number 1 over number 4 in the state, according to the statistics I have from WisconsinGrappler.com. 44 seconds remain. Shot taken by Spurley. Wasn't able to get very deep, though. Blake Endress quickly fight it off. Wrestlers continue to fight for hand control. In the center of mat number 2 here at Dodgeville High School.
30 seconds left to go on mat 1. Weigel still leads 1-0. They're in a neutral position. Weigel's got Curtis on his butt, trying to work up and around. Does pull his arm out. Curtis regrabs Weigel's leg, but Weigel's going to come around and get the takedown.
We have a stalemate call in this championship bout in these last 10 seconds. A little bit of a shot taken by Blake Endress. Works his hips behind. Maybe able to get a takedown here with these final 3 seconds if he can keep his hips behind. Referee gives it to him at the end of the second period. So it's going to be 4-0. Blake Endress of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus over Rhett Spurley of Dodgeville.
Mat number 3, 40 seconds left. Second period, 5-0. Evan Sagafis of Darlington Blackhawk leading Jaron Glassbrenner of Fennimore. Glassbrenner in a compromising position as Sagafis going for the fall. Back to mat number 2.
Mat number 2 action now underway at the start of this third period. It's going to be Blake Endress of Sugar River in a riding position. Rhett Spurley earns his first point with with an escape. 4-1 though. It's still Blake Endress of Sugar River in the lead with that late takedown with 1 second remaining in the second period. That is the difference in this championship bout here at 126 pounds. Wrestlers tie up. Center of the mat. Wrestlers circling around. Neither wrestler fighting for hand control. A little bit of a collar tie. Now a shot taken, and it's taken by Blake Endress of Sugar River. If he can pull that other leg in, he's going to get the takedown. In fact, he does. He'll improve his score to 7-1. So he earned a takedown with just 1 second remaining in the second period. Earned his second takedown 35 seconds into this here third period to give him that 7-1 lead after an early escape. Wrestlers near the 2 o'clock position on the mat will roll through by Endress. Spurley rolls through, so no near fall points will be awarded here. Just under a minute remaining here in this third period action.
On mat 1 right now, with 40 seconds left to go, it's 8-3. Weigel leads 8-3 over Curtis of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern. Curtis is on top, trying to turn Weigel over.
We're back underway here with 44 seconds remaining. Blake Endress of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus with that 7-1 lead. He advanced by defeating Quinn Polzin of River Valley, and later on, as you mentioned, Evan Curtis of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern. We do now have an escape, though, from Rhett Spurley of Dodgeville. Spurley of Dodgeville advanced with a win over Jaron Glassbrenner of Fennimore and a win over Briggs Weigel of Belmont Platteville. 15 seconds remain. Needless to say, Spurley's going to have to generate some offense here as this clock elapses. Wrestlers go almost out of bounds. 10 seconds remain. We'll keep it here as these final seconds tick away, but it looks like we're going to have the final here at 126. Blake Endress, ranked number 1 in the state, shows us why as a regional champion for Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus with a 7-2 victory over Rhett Spurley of the Dodgeville Dodgers.
We're under 15 seconds left to go on mat 1. There's blood time right now, but Weigel is leading 9-3 over Curtis.
Fifth place match, mat number 3, 10-3 the score. Evan Sagafis of Darlington Blackhawk leading Jaron Glassbrenner of Fennimore. But Glassbrenner in the top position, final 30 seconds of the third period. Glassbrenner trying to turn Sagafis over. 12 o'clock position. Glassbrenner trying to grab at that left ankle. And now Glassbrenner going to let Sagafis stand up. Score is now 10-4.
Weigel was led up to start that restart. Gets the takedown, has Curtis on his back, and Weigel is going to come away winning. Weigel did lose to Spurley in the semifinals, so Weigel's going to end up in third. Spurley will be second, no wrestle back. Curtis beat, who ended up winning? Sagafus?
Sagafus, yep.
Okay, and Curtis defeated him, so there will be no wrestle back. Curtis will come out in fourth place.
And 10-4 decision on mat number 3 in that fifth place match at 126 pounds. We go to 132 championship match. It'll be Race Howlett of Evansville taking on Carson Menahan. But we'll turn our attention to the third place match at 126. Evan Curtis, or actually no, we're not going to because that's not the right match.
Bruxton versus Ward. Bruxton from Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern, and Ward from Beloit Turner. So we have a start. They're in a neutral position in the middle of the mat. Ward comes in with a Russian tie. Buxton trying to pull himself out. Does. Now he comes with an underhook. Buxton trying to get control. Picks the leg, and they're going to go out of bounds. So I'll have a restart.
Championship match underway on mat number 2, 30 seconds in. Still scoreless. Wrestlers tied up in the center of the mat. Then they separate. Mat number 3, fifth place match. Belmont Platteville's Jesse Kastner taking on Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien. They are scoreless 10 seconds in as Kosman goes in on a shot, trying to go for the takedown and a scramble in the middle of the mat. Let's go back to mat number 1.
Mat number 1, minute 10 seconds left to go in the first period. They're in a neutral position. Bruxton's got the Russian tie on Ward from Turner. Turner pulls it out. They tie up. Underhook by Bruxton. They're at the out of bounds at the 9 o'clock. They come back in. Bruxton has an underhook, tries to underhook Fireman's, doesn't get it. Ward counters it with the front headlock. Trying to pull Bruxton back on the mat. 35 seconds left to go. Bruxton stands up, and they break apart.
Carson Menahan scores the first takedown in the championship match on mat number 2 at 132 pounds. 20 seconds remaining in the first period as the wrestlers scramble at the 12 o'clock position, nearly hitting the scores table again. And they'll go back to the center of the mat and reset. 3-1 the score in the fifth place match on mat number 3. Porter Kosman with a 3-1 advantage over Belmont Platteville's Jesse Kastner. 35 seconds left in the first period in that one.
Over on mat 1 with 5 seconds left to go. Bruxton shoots in for a single. Ward puts a power half on, and they end up running out of time. We'll be moving into the second period.
Final seconds of the first period in the championship match, mat number 2. Time runs out. It'll be 3-0. Carson Menahan, the senior from Monroe, leading Race Howlett, the junior from Evansville. 3-0. Mat number 3, fifth place match. 20 seconds left in the first period. Still 3-1. Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien, the junior, leading Jesse Kastner, the freshman of Belmont Platteville.
Start of the second period. Bruxton will be down. Ward on top. Ward throws the legs in right away. Trying to Work that far arm up into the guillotine. Bruxton trying to pull that arm back. Pulls his arm back. Ward still has the leg in. Bruxton is trying to come up to his base. He's trying to hip Ward over. Now Ward's got that arm over his neck. Now trying to sag back and try to get that guillotine. And Bruxton's able to roll out of it. And right now, Ward's got Bruxton broken down to his base. Throws that leg back in again. Bruxton trying to work his way up. 40 seconds left to go in the second period.
At number 3, fifth place match. The score doubles for both wrestlers. Porter Kosman now with a 6-2 lead over Jesse Kastner of Belmont Platteville. As they begin the second period, scramble towards the 5 o'clock position of the championship match. 3-0 the score, but a potential fall coming up here for Carson Menahan. A nice roll by Race Howlett.
Over on mat 1, Bruxton's going to get an escape with 30 seconds left to go. Now leads in the match 1-0 as they wrestle right around 11 o'clock position. They tie up. Work on the edge of the mat there. 10 seconds left to go.
Championship match now 5-0 by way of that reversal by Menahan. And they will reset in the center of the mat with 20 seconds to go in the second period. 10-3 the score on mat number 3. Fifth place match. Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien leading Belmont Platteville's Jesse Kastner.
All right, start of the third period. Bruxton had the choice. He chooses neutral. He does have the lead 1-0.
Now an injury in the championship match as Carson Menahan, who is leading the match, is holding his left shoulder and a lot of discomfort on his knees on the center of the mat. They'll tend to him. Let's go back to mat number 1, third place match.
Okay, Bruxton is going to get the takedown. Makes the score 4-0. Minute 30 left to go. He's got Ward in control. They're on the edge of the mat around 2 o'clock, and they do roll out of bounds. They'll have a restart. Minute 19 left to go in the third period. We're at 132 pounds in the finals. Bruxton runs a coffee grinder. He's got Ward in his base, trying to break him down flat. Ward balls up. Bruxton again, trying to work those arms. He's got a 2-on-1, trying to roll it under and drive him forward flat. Is able to get him flat on the mat. Ward comes back up to his base. Now stands up, working to try to peel the hands. Bruxton pulls him back down. Ward tries to come back up to his base. 35 seconds left to go.
Take a look over at the fifth place match. We have Porter Carson of Prairie du Chien. He is leading by a score of 13-4 over Jesse Kastner of Belmont Platteville, the freshman. So Kosman of Prairie du Chien came in with a 19-4 record as a junior. Jesse Kastner came in today for Belmont Platteville, 20-22 as a freshman. But it's Kosman of Prairie du Chien with that 13-4 lead here to start period number 3.
All right. Ward gets an escape. 5 seconds left to go. He has the leg. Will he get the 3 points before the time runs out? And no, he will not. That's the final. Bruxton from Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern wins for third place, 4-1.
Let's go back to our other local wrestlers now underway, and that's in our fifth place matchup. As I just mentioned, it's a 13-4 lead of Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien with the lead over Jesse Kastner of Belmont Platteville, the junior over the freshman over on mat number 3 in his 5th place bout. In the riding position right now is Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien. Looks like he has that arm behind. If he can ride that a little bit further, run that coffee grinder here. But he's not going to be able to, it doesn't look like. He's going to continue to torque it from there. Now has his weight back, content with that 13-4 lead. Is Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien over Jesse Kastner of Belmont Platteville here in his 5th place match at 132 pounds. Kostner tries to work. Kosman works to the side, works that deep arm bar. Now he's collecting near fall points. Nope, a little bit of a roll through. No, 2 near fall points will be awarded, so that'll give him a 15-4 lead, an 11-point lead. Porter Kosman, a junior from Prairie du Chien, over Jesse Kastner, the freshman from Belmont Platteville. Now works it once again, but it's Kastner who tries to roll through. Referee not able to add any additional near fall points. Still has his 2 fingers out from the previous hold. That hold has not yet been broken. Referee stops the match at this 5th place match at 132 pounds. With Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien leading Jesse Kastner of Belmont Platteville 15-4.
On mat 2 right now in the championship, it's Monahan from Monroe leading 7-3 with 40 seconds left to go. He's got a deep single, picks him up. Howlett reaches back for the ankle, but not able to control it. And Monahan's going to pick up a takedown as they go out of bounds with 23 seconds left to go. Monahan from Monroe leads 10-3.
Okay, battle between 2 of our more local wrestlers. Still has Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien still up 15-4. Here with 40 seconds remaining in this 3rd period over Jesse Kastner of Belmont Platteville, the junior, over the freshman. Cleaning up a little bit of blood time out here for these final 40 seconds are able to take place. So it should be Kastner of Belmont Platteville. It's like he will be in a down position. He is finally set. Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien in the riding position. He is set. Match action underway. Kosman continue to ride it out. I'll let you tell us about the championship bout, Scott.
All right. Right now, if championship match here, Monahan from Monroe is going to win it over Howlett from Evansville. And the Cuba City, Bruxton, and Evansville have not met, so there will be a wrestle back there for 2nd place. And there's possibly a wrestle back most likely happening between Kosman from Prairie du Chien and Ward from Beloit Turner.
And that is because Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien just defeated Jesse Kastner of Belmont Platteville in that 5th place bout 15-4 at 132 pounds.
Starting to feel like last night. We had a lot of wrestlebacks. 3 of my girls ended up wrestling back. They started in 3rd place. They won their matches and got the wrestlebacks for 2nd, and they came out with 2nd. So yeah, nice match for the girls. 1 first and 3 seconds.
Not too shabby. And speaking of not too shabby, that's going to be what we have for a matchup here at 138 pounds between Dylan Weigel of Belmont Platteville. He's ranked number 4 in the state. He's 48-4 as a junior entering today's action. He's going to square off against Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien. The junior is 44-7 for the Blackhawks and ranks 6th in the state.
Over in 3rd place right now, it'd be Johnson of Dodgeville taking on Ratke from River Valley.
In the championship action, it's underway. 15 seconds have expired. No score between Weigel of Belmont Platteville and Hurd of Prairie du Chien. Weigel of Belmont Platteville advanced through a victory over Owen Kloss of Fennimore and then defeated Nathan Johnson of Dodgeville to get to this point. No score here. 35 seconds into this championship bout. Let's take a look at Mason Hurd. He advanced with a win over Reed Hammer of Edgerton. And then he advanced with a win over Noah Radke of River Valley. Those is the path of these 2 wrestlers. Once again, Dylan Weigel, ranked number 4 in the state for Belmont Platteville. Mason Hurd, ranked number 6 in the state for Prairie du Chien.
Over on mat 1, still no score with 1:05 left to go in the 1st period. And over on the third place match is Minder from Monroe taking on Brimmeyer from Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern. And there's no score there with 50 seconds left to go in the first period.
No score 1 minute into this first period at the 138-pound championship because we have a blood timeout from Dylan Weigel as he gets addressed. So blood timeout, Dylan Weigel here in this championship at 138.
Back on mat 1 with 40 seconds left to go. There's a shot by Radke. He's got a single leg. Johnson sprawls back, and they're going to get a stalemate, have a restart. Over on mat 3, Brimmeyer is going to pick up the first points with a takedown. They got 35 seconds left to go in the first period for 5th place.
Continuing to address the blood situation is Dylan Weigel of Belmont Platteville, wiping the blood off his left pointer finger. It looks like he's going to come back into the mat. He is set. Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien is going to come back to the mat. They're both set as we start match action underway. Still no score here in this 138-pound championship. Number 4 ranked Dylan Weigel, Belmont Platteville. Mason Hurd, ranked 6 for Prairie du Chien. Shot attempt, but fought off. Wrestlers will continue to circle around here. 45 seconds now remain. We went through the paths for each of these wrestlers. Dylan Weigel of Belmont Platteville, 2003, finished 3rd at 132 pounds. Last year was a state qualifier once again. Wrestlers go out of bounds at the 2 o'clock position. Referee will bring them back to the center of the mat. 35 seconds remain in this first period. No score between Dylan Weigel of Belmont Platteville and Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien.
Over on mat 3, Brimmeyer will start top the second period. He leads 4-2 as he was reversed, and then he gained an escape. And over on mat number 1, going into the second period, they started neutral with 1 minute 30 seconds left to go in the second period. Still 0-0.
15 seconds remain in this championship bout. Neither wrestler has taken much of a score change, but we did have a takedown and we did have an escape as we were just away. So Dylan Weigel was able to get the takedown. Mason Hurd the escape. So Dylan Weigel of Belmont Platteville will lead 3-1 over Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien as the final second ticks away here in this first period.
Johnson gets the takedown with 1 minute 15 left to go in the second period. Leads now 3-0 over Radke from River Valley. Johnson, tight waist, trying to work the arm and lever, tries to tilt Radke, but Radke comes back over.
Mason Hurd is set in the down position. Dylan Weigel set in the riding position. Second period underway. Escape by Mason Hurd. That'll close the gap to a 3-2 lead in favor of Dylan Weigel over of Belmont Platteville. As we mentioned, Weigel been to state the past 2 years. 3rd and 2 years ago at 132. Last year qualified for state as well. In 2024, wrestlers tie up. Shot attempt, but then it's Weigel can work his hips through, cannot. Wrestlers continue to tie up. 30 seconds has expired in this second period. Still, Dylan Weigel, Belmont Platteville 3, Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien 2.
Over on mat 1, Radke's going to get a reversal, and they will go out of bounds with 10 seconds left to go in the second period. And there will be injury time for Radke. Over on mat 3, Brimmeyer now extends his lead to 7-3 with 5 seconds left to go in the second period.
Closing in on the end of the second period on mat number 3 in the 5th place match, Connor Brimmeyer of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern, 7-3 over Garrett Minder of Monroe. That's how the second period will end. Let's go back to mat number 2.
Where there's 49 seconds remaining in his second period. There has not been a score change as Dylan Weigel of Belmont Platteville still leads 3-2. Referee restarts. A little bit of a head tie by Mason Hurd. Wrestlers break apart. As we mentioned, on the orange D on the black mat here in mat number 2 at Dodgeville High School from the Wolf Construction broadcast booth. Wrestlers continue to circle. Wrestlers go out of bounds at the 2 o'clock position. 34 seconds remain in the second period at the championship bout of 138 pounds. Dylan Weigel of Belmont Platteville leading Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien 3-2.
All right, we have back to action on mat 1. It's 3-2. Johnson standing up to try to get an escape. Doesn't get it. And period runs out. We are moving into the third period with Johnson leading 3-2, and he's going to choose to go down the third period.
And 3-2 continues to be our score in these final 19 seconds of this championship bout. Wrestlers nearly out of bounds at the 11 o'clock position as we see it here. In fact, they do go out of bounds, so Dylan Weigel of Belmont Platteville and Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien will come back to the center of the mat.
7-3 still the score on mat number 3 in the 5th place match. Minute 15 to go in the third period.
Final 5 seconds tick away at this championship bout. Wrestlers continue to circle, not seeing a score happening at this point. Period 3 will begin with a score of Dylan Weigel of Belmont Platteville leading Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien 3-2.
Radke tries to cheap tilt Johnson. Johnson breaks free, rolls over, and gets an escape. Score is now 4-2. Radke shoots in, catches Johnson with a ankle pick, and now Radke leads 5-3 with 1:10 left to go in this third period.
We have an escape by Dylan Weigel to start this third period, so that gives him a 4-2 lead over Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien. Wrestlers continue to tie up and circle. Wrestlers go out of bounds, 9 o'clock position of the mat. Back to the center they go here in this championship action here at mat number 2. Weigel of Belmont Platteville and Hurd of Prairie du Chien continue to circle, fight for hand control. Only been one takedown between these two wrestlers. That coming from Dylan Weigel here in that first period. Wrestlers retie up, shot attempt by Weigel. Hurd does a nice job keeping his hips behind. Another shot attempt, but they're going to be out of bounds, so referee will bring them back to the center. 1:14 remaining in this third period. Dylan Weigel of Belmont Platteville 4, Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien 2.
Connor Brummeyer gets the 14-4 decision in the 5th place match over Garrett Minder of Monroe. And that will end the 5th place match on mat number 3.
Over on mat 1, the third place match. 20 seconds left to go. Radke leads 5-4. Johnson stands up, trying to crossface. He does. He gets the reversal, plus puts Radke on his back. So that's the way it's going to end. Johnson's going to pick up the win. It's going to end up being 10-5. So Johnson will take third place. Radke is 4th.
All right, then let's shift back to the championship bout. The only action we have on our 3 mats at Dodgeville High School. It's at 138 pounds. It still has Dylan Weigel of Belmont Platteville leading Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien by that same 4-2 score. Those wrestlers go out of bounds at the 3 o'clock position of the mat. We have 33 seconds as the referees bring them back to the center. They restart the match action. Wrestlers tie up a little bit. Needless to say, it's Mason Hurd, the 6th-ranked wrestler in the state, needing to generate a takedown over Dylan Weigel, the 4th-ranked wrestler in the state, in order to be the champion. But nice job by Weigel, keeping his hips back, not allowing Hurd really any sort of a serious shot. Stall warning, though, as Weigel was backing up out of bounds. Wrestlers go out of bounds with 13 seconds. So that is going to be the second warning against Weigel. So that will be a point for Mason Hurd with 13 seconds left to play. Weigel's going to have to be a little bit more aggressive. He cannot give up another stall point. Now 8 seconds remain. Shot taken by Hurd, fought off by Weigel. Weigel keeping his hips back. Referees watching intently. 2-1, nothing occurs. 4-3. Dylan Weigel of Belmont Platteville defeats Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien. He is your regional champion here at Dodgeville High School at 138 pounds.
Shoebox scoreboard update presented by the Shoebox in Black Earth, the largest independent shoe store in the Midwest. The final in Division III wrestling from Mineral Point. The Mineral Point Pointers advance to the team sectional on Tuesday night, taking first place with 261.5 team points. Iowa Grant Highland finishing second. They go to the team sectional as well, 260.5 team points. Riverdale finishes third with 169.
Okay, at 138, you're going to have a wrestle back for second place and for fourth place.
Okay, let's take a look at our championship here at 144 pounds. It takes on the number 1 wrestler in the state, Hakan Peterson of Dodgeville, coming in today 46-0 as a junior. Colton Tulfson, ranked number 6 in the state from Fennimore. He is 29-8 at 144 pounds. No score here, 20 seconds into this first period.
Over on mat number 1 for third place, Perkins from Prairie du Chien taking on Harkus from Belmont Platteville. No score.
Fifth place match on mat number 3. It is Nick Reddington of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern, wrestling Mason Schulte of River Valley, scoreless 30 seconds in.
Hakan Peterson struck first in this 144-pound championship. He earned a takedown over Colton Tollefson of Fennimore. Tollefson of Fennimore quickly with the escape. So with 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining in this first period, Hakan Peterson of Dodgeville leads Colton Tollefson of Fennimore 3-1. Another takedown by Hakan Peterson of Dodgeville allows Tollefson to his feet. That'll make it 6-2 here. 56 seconds remaining. Hakan Peterson of Dodgeville, 2023 was your first place champion at 106 pounds. He finished first last year in 2024 at 113, as we mentioned earlier on. Matt Scouts has him the 9th ranked wrestler in the nation at this weight class. 135 seconds now remain. There was a takedown by Hakan Peterson. He allows Colton Tollefson to escape. So 3 takedowns for Peterson, 3 escapes for Tollefson. That's a 9-3 lead in favor of Hakan Peterson of Dodgeville over Colton Tollefson of Fennimore. Another takedown by Peterson at the 5 o'clock position where the wrestlers go out of bounds. 25 seconds remaining here at 144 pounds.
Still no score on mat 1. 20 seconds left to go. There's no takedown here, but Harkis is close to being pinned. They roll out of it. Perkins now has his head between both legs, trying to dump Harkis. And the period is going to end with nobody in control.
Hakan Peterson allows Colton Tollefson to escape out of the referee's position, so that'll give him a 12-4 lead. He now has an additional takedown. He has 5 takedowns for those 15 points. Colton Tollefson has those 4 escapes for his 4 points. That's what the score is going to be at the end of period number 1. Hakan Peterson of Dodgeville, ranked number 1 in the state with a 15-4 lead over Colton Tollefson of Fennimore, ranked number 6.
End of the first period in our 5th place match, mat number 3, 7-0. Mason Schulte of River Valley leading Nick Reddington of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern.
All right, Hakan Peterson back in the neutral position with Colton Tollefson. Wrestlers continue to circle. Hakan Peterson works that left leg, trying to work that high signal. If he can work that other arm, work it in potentially to a double, but not letting go of that left leg of Tollefson. Hakan Peterson now with the takedown, allows the escape, so that'll make it 18-5. Hakan Peterson back in on that left leg once again, trying to bring his hips behind. He does so. That'll be a victory with that final takedown. Hakan Peterson showing us why he's the number 1 ranked wrestler in the state, the 9th in the nation at 144 pounds with a 21-5 victory over Colton Tollefson of Fennimore.
Schulte gets the fall on mat number 3. He finishes in 5th place at 144.
Okay, on mat 1 right now, Harkis is on top to start the second period. We're now into 50 seconds left to go in the second period. Still no score. Perkins is trying to come out the back door, but Harkis is able to stop it. Breaks Perkins down flat to the mat. 35 seconds left to go. Now he runs a coffee grinder. Pops the arm up in the back. Now he does a body lever. Perkins balls up to stop it. Harkis is still trying to run it. Still walking. Perkins is balled up. He's not going to give up that easy. He's got his leg posted. Hakan tries it again with the body lever. Tweezes over. And a little contortion, but he's going to get back points. Not sure how many he's going to give. He's only going to get 2, and they're going to call it potentially dangerous, but actually time ran out. But he got really balled up.
Wrestling today brought to you by Cuba City Family Dental, Kieler Family Dental, and Darlington Family Dental. 3 convenient locations to serve your dental needs.
All right, we're going to start the third period. Harkis is going to choose down. He is leading 2-0. Perkins tries to put the legs in. Reaches across for a cradle. Harkis comes up. Gets broken down. Perkins has got the cradle in. Far side cradle. Trying to turn him over. And he is turned over. Perkins is gaining back points. He's got the 5 count, so he's got 4. Puts the knee into the side. Perkins is working to get the pin. Harkis is trying to break the grip. Minute left to go. Harkis is caught in the cradle. The cradle is broken. The score is now 4-2 in favor of Perkins. Under a minute left to go in the third period. Harkis is trying to come out the back door, but Perkins has got the legs in. Harkis is peeling the legs out. Harkis is still trying to come out the back door, trying to lift the leg out. Harkis grabs Perkins' head. Harkis is still trying to work the back door, and he does come out the back door, gets the reversal. 20 seconds left to go in the third period. Perkins stands up. Harkis breaks him back down, picks him up, brings him back down. 10 seconds left to go. 5 seconds. Perkins stands up, tries to peel. Peeling and running. Harkis lifts him up, and the time runs out. We are in overtime.
Third place match, the only match in action here in Dodgeville High School. We are at the 144-pound weight class.
There's the start of overtime. 1 minute. First takedown wins. Down to 45 seconds. Neutral position. They're kind of backing away from each other. There's a shot by Perkins. He's got both legs double. He's trying to pick Harkis up. Harkis launches him over and catches him in a cow catcher, but still, yep. The ref gives him the takedown and get near fall points. Harkis is going to come out of it. He caught him in the cow catcher, rolled him over, and he's going to get a pin out of it.
Wow.
Okay, in this case, Tollefson's going to end up in second. Harkis will be third, and Perkins, I got to check this out here. Perkins did not wrestle Schulte at all, I do believe. So there will be a wrestle back for fourth place at 144.
All right, let's shift gears to 150 pounds, where we're going to have Owen Sefrud, undefeated for Darlington Blackhawk, the senior ranked number 1 in the state. He's going to square off against Fennimore's Siler Dedancevitz. He is ranked number 3 in the state. Last 2 times these individuals have wrestled between Owen Sefrud and Siler Zdancewicz. It has been Owen Sefrud coming on top both times. They are now underway between the number 1 ranked wrestler and the 3 ranked wrestler. Both wrestlers tied up here at mat number 2 at Dodgeville High School. Wrestlers continue to circle. Sefrud, as we mentioned, undefeated on the season. Zdancewicz ranked 3rd, lost both times. These 2 wrestlers scored, shot taken by Sefrud. Wrestlers break apart.
Over on mat 1, quickly here, Olerich from Belmont Platteville taking on Eisner from Evansville at 150, and Olerich leads 3-0.
Fifth place match, mat number 3, Brody Blackburn out to a 3-0 lead over Connor Ekdahl of Monroe.
Still no score. 1 minute, 15 seconds remain between Owen Sefrud of Darlington Blackhawk and Siler Dedancewicz of Fennimore. Wrestlers continue to tie up. Neither wrestler has really gained much of an advantage here. Now down to a minute here in this first period. Owen Sefrud, 2022, finished 2nd in the state, 132 pounds. 2 years ago, finished 3rd at 138 pounds, and last year was your state champion at 144 pounds. Siler Dedancewicz of Fennimore, 3rd place at 145 pounds in Division III in 2023. Last year in Division III, he finished 4th at 150 pounds. 40 seconds remain, still no score. Wrestlers continue to circle. Fighting for a little bit of a head tie, fighting for that upper body control. Shot taken by Sefrud, fought off by Seiler Dzantzowicz of Fennimore. Wrestlers go out of bounds at the 9 o'clock position. 24 seconds remain in this championship bout at 150 pounds. No score between Darlington Blackhawks' Owen Sefrud and Fennimore's Seiler Dzantzowicz.
Over on mat 1 with 30 seconds left to go in the first period. Heisner leading Ulrich 4-3.
Brody Blackburn gets the fall on mat number 3 in a minute 31 seconds.
No score as these final 6 seconds tick away here at 150 pounds. No score between Owen Sefrud of Darlington Blackhawk and Seiler Dzantzowicz of Fennimore. Owen Sefrud will start the second period in the down position. He is set. Dzantzowicz of Fennimore is set, gives up the escape, so that's the first point. That's going to go to Owen Sefrud, the #1 ranked wrestler in the state for the Warbirds of Darlington Blackhawk. Wrestlers circle in the center of the mat. Neither wrestler has really taken a serious shot attempt from this neutral position. 20 seconds have elapsed here in this second period.
Over on mat 1, the score is 8-3 in favor of Heisner over Ulrich, as we are in the second period now.
30 seconds have elapsed here in this championship bout at 150 pounds. The only point is an escape by Owen Sefrud to start this second period over Seiler Dzantzowicz of Fennimore. As we mentioned, it was Sefrud coming on top both times these wrestlers met earlier on throughout the season. Sefrud trying to get the three-peat, but it's hard to beat a quality wrestler like Dzantzowicz, ranked 3rd in the state. 3 occasions. 1 minute now remain. Wrestlers continue to fight for hand control. A little bit of a head tie for each wrestler. Once again, neither wrestler has taken what I would consider a very serious shot. Hence a 1-0 margin right now in favor of Sefrud of the Warbirds.
Over on mat 1, Heisner from Evansville will pin Ulrich in the second period.
All right, let's stick here to the championship bout. It's the only action we have, and it's in the second period. Still a 1-0 score. Owen Sefrud of Darlington Blackhawk over Seiler Dzantzowicz of Fennimore. 15 seconds. Wrestlers doing an outstanding job of continuing just to do head ties and stay in the dead center of the mat. 10 seconds remain. Wrestlers continue to tie up, circle around just a little bit. Final seconds tick away, and your score by an escape to start the second period is Owen Sefrud of Darlington Blackhawk over Seiler Dzantzowicz of Fennimore by a score of 1-0.
Grant Regional Health Center and People's State Bank coverage of high school wrestling is presented by Cuba City, Darlington, and Kieler Family Dental, and Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. Third period of our championship match at 150 pounds. Take it away, Matt.
Dzantzowicz found himself in a down position to start the third period. 9 seconds into it, he earned his escape. So we're at double uno right now to 20 seconds into this third period. Wrestlers continue to circle. Once again, throughout these 3 periods, hasn't been a serious shot attempt by either wrestler, both earning escape to start their each respective period. Wrestlers go out of bounds 30 seconds into this third period at the 9 o'clock position of the mat as we see it here from the Wolf Construction broadcast booth here at Dodgeville High School Division II Regional Championship at 150 pounds. As we mentioned, both of these wrestlers have experience at state multiple times. Shot, no, hoping for a shot, but not necessarily from Dzantzowicz of Fennimore. Wrestlers continue to tie up, recircle back toward the center, now toward the 8 o'clock position on the mat, where you have just a minute remaining. Little shot attempt by Sefrud. A little bit of a head pressure applied by Dzantzowicz, but wrestlers still tied up without a serious shot attempt taken. Wrestlers continue to circle. 45 seconds remaining between #1 ranked Owen Sefrud and #3 ranked Seiler Dzantzowicz. Shot. Now we have a serious shot taken, and it comes from Dzantzowicz, but Owen Sefrud does a nice job keeping his hips back, rotates behind, gets himself a takedown, Now with just 28 seconds remaining, it's Owen Sefrud with that first takedown, a 4-1 lead. Wrestlers nearly out of bounds. 9 o'clock position of the mat. Sefrud, a tough rider throughout this season, looking to apply a tight waist here. Now 15 seconds remain. Zdancewicz gets to his base, but quickly broken back down by Sefrud. Sefrud seeing if he can work a tight waist once again to 9 o'clock position. Final 3, 2, and 1 will tick away. Congratulations, Owen Sefrud. He is your champion at 150 pounds here at the Dodgeville Regional, remaining undefeated on the season with his 3rd victory of the season over Siler Zdancewicz of Fennimore.
A very gritty way to get win number 41 on the season. Congrats to Owen Sefrud, your champion at 150 pounds in our Division II Regional from Dodgeville.
All right. No wrestle back for second place, but we will have a wrestle back for 4th place at 150.
So let's go to 157. 5th place match on mat number 3. Tyler Kissamore of Belmont Platteville wrestling Braden Nally of Monroe. They square up to get the match started. Waiting on mats 1 and 2.
There's should be only the 1st place match and the 5th place match because Knockreiner got hurt. So
all right.
So right now Knockreiner is a sectional qualifier, but it'll probably be a medical forfeit the rest of the way out. So
this 5th place match significantly important if you want to keep your season alive, as Tyler Kissamore and Braden Nally squaring off, and we are scoreless with 1:12 to go in the 1st period and potentially dangerous called. Wrestlers will reset, go back to the center of the mat.
So there seems to be a pause here at the championship level. It's supposed to be at 157, a matchup between Danny Heiser of Evansville, ranked number 1 in the state. Ryder Zdancewicz of Fennimore, ranked number 10. But they have 165 pounds on the clock, so we'll see what is indeed transpiring.
Yeah,
they might have just forfeited it out.
Yeah, Ryder Zdancewicz is sitting in the Fennimore side of the mat. So it looks like it'll be a forfeit in the championship matches. But again, this 5th place match, significantly important because if the medical forfeit does stay, which we anticipate it will, winner of this match ends up going to Wisconsin Dells next week. 3-0 the score as Tyler Kissamore gets the first takedown and 5 seconds remaining in the 1st period. And time runs out. We will go to the 2nd with a 3-0 score. Tyler Kissamore of Belmont Platteville leading Braden Nally, the senior from Monroe. Kissamore will begin with the top position to begin the 2nd period. Braden Nally comes to a tripod, tries to back down on Kissamore, but Kissamore able to keep control of that left arm and now pushes Braden Nally back to the mat.
I kind of see the reasoning. Heisner is ranked number 1 for a reason. And Zdancewicz, if he gets beat, he has to wrestle back anyway with Lesendorf, so.
Back to mat number 3, 1:20 to go in the 2nd period. Still 3-0, Tyler Kissamore in front and in the top position. Just a few scrambles here and there so far, but it's been Tyler Kissamore predominantly from the top position controlling the match. Kissamore pushing Nally's head to the mat. And now locked hands called. They'll go back to the center, and Nally will begin in the down position. 55 seconds left. Second period, 3-0 the score. Tyler Kissimore of Belmont Platteville leading Braden Nally of this 5th place match, which really ends up being the 4th place match. 45 seconds left. Again, Kissimore just controlling the top position. Nally gets to his feet, trying to break the wrist, but Kissimore drops Nally down. Nally trying to fish his way out of this one, and he's trying to get the reversal, and he has it. 3-2 the score. 25 seconds left, second period. Nally now in the top position. Senior trying to keep his season alive. 10 seconds left. Score still 3-2. Wrestlers right at the center of the mat. And we will go to the third period. With Tyler Kissimore of Belmont Platteville leading Braden Nally 3-2. This is the 5th place match at 157 pounds. No championship match on mat 2 or third place on mat 1. This is the only match in the finals for 157. So it's tie up at the center of the mat to begin the third period. 10 seconds in, still 3-2. Now Kissimore locks in and then releases. Now they tie up again, collar tie. Head to head, middle of the mat. Hands are locked, they engage, and now they separate. Minute 23. Nally looking for a shot. Now Kissimore goes in for a shot, grabs the right leg, goes behind Nally, throws him to the mat, and he gets the takedown. 6-2. 1:07 to go, third period. Tyler Kissimore in the lead. Trying to ride out the final minute of this match. Kissimore trying to dig his head into the left armpit of Nally. Both wrestlers nearing the out of bounds at the 9 o'clock position. Stalling warning called on Nally. Just closing on 30 seconds to go in the third period. Still 6-2. And the official stops the match with 31 seconds left in the third period. Nally goes to his hands and knees, center of the mat. Kissimore takes the top position. 30 seconds left, 6-2. Tyler Kissimore trying to close out the match and win the 5th place match at 157 pounds. Kissimore has the left arm locked in, now going for a cradle. 10 seconds left. Grabbing at that left arm again, trying to drive Nally over, but Nally defending that one well. Time runs out, and the final in our 157-pound 5th place match, it's Tyler Kissimore 6, Braden Nally 2, and assuming that the medical forfeit continues, Tyler Kissimore should be wrestling next weekend.
All right, match action back underway. We're going to advance to the 165-pound weight class. The championship bout's going to be between Tristan Stout, the #1 ranked wrestler for the Fennimore Golden Eagles, 32-3 on the season as a senior. Landon Bush of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern. He's 35-13 as a junior. Quick takedown off the bat by Tristan Stout of Fennimore, giving that 3-0 lead. Tristan Stout of Fennimore going to wrestle for the Pitt Panthers when he goes to college. He finished 2022 as a third-place finish at 138 pounds. 2023, he was your champion in Division III at 160, and in 2024, he finished first in Division III at 157 pounds. He's in the riding position right now as both wrestlers near the 3 o'clock position here. 40 seconds into this first period. 3-0, Tristan Stout of Fennimore over Landon Bush of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern.
Over on mat 1 for the third place, it's Ruffeneck from Monroe taking on Hellwig from Sugar River. And Ruffeneck is going to get the first takedown, and Hellwig will get an escape.
5th place match on mat number 3, Hunter Alt of River Valley taking on Carter Simmons of Prairie du Chien, scoreless with 1:15 to go in the first period.
Tristan Stout collects 3 near fall points before the wrestlers go out of bounds at the 4 o'clock position on the mat. So it's Tristan Stout of Fennimore improving his score 6-0 over Landon Bush of Cuba City Benton Southwestern. The number 1 ranked wrestler in the state over the number 7 ranked Division II wrestler here. 165 pounds, 47 seconds remain here in this first period. Stout advanced to this championship bout by defeating Carter Simmons of Prairie du Chien and then Joe Rufinacht of Monroe. Landon Bush had a bye, defeated then Hunter Alt of River Valley, and then Kason Helwig of the Sugar River Triumph of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus. Tristan Stout with the cross arm tilt here, works that tilt. Near fall points being awarded, I believe. Nope. Did he break the 45-degree angle? Not so sure. Going to continue to stay with it is Tristan Stout on Landon Bush. 2 o'clock position. He's settling in. He may get more than near fall points. He may get the fall here. Referee watches intently. Stout settling in. He has 9 seconds remaining, keeping that right toe in bounds. Now it's the head of Stout that's in bounds at the 2 o'clock position. Final 3 seconds ticking away in this first period. And to see no fall is awarded, but 4 near fall points. So therefore, Tristan Stout of Fennimore leads Landon Bush of Cuba City Benton Southwestern 10-0.
Over on mat 1 with 19 seconds left to go. Now the little goof up, the officials' watch went off, and there's still 19 seconds, so I'll have a restart. But anyway, Helwig from Sugar River has taken the lead now, 8-3 with 19 seconds left to go in the period.
Still scoreless on mat number 3 in the 5th place match between Hunter Alt and Carter Simmons. They go to the second period.
All right, speaking of the second period, it's underway here at 165 pounds in his championship bout. Tristan Stout has a deep single worked in on Landon Bush, able to get the takedown. That'll improve his score to 13-0. Stout of Fennimore over Bush of Cuba City Benton Southwestern. Stout in the riding position, looks like the referee position here. Center of the mat, now breaks Bush down from his base. Trying to work that left arm through. As we mentioned, Tristan Stout will be continuing his wrestling career after high school for Pittsburgh Panthers of the Atlantic Coast Conference. Now keeps his hips behind, trying to break Bush down from his base. Oop, trying to work a power half here. He's able to work it. If he collects near fall points, he's going to end it. He wants near fall points and the fall here. 1 minute remaining here in this second period. He has a technical fall. He's looking for the pin right now. Needs to pull that head up if he can of Bush. Bush attempting to roll through. He does so. Nevertheless, though, Tristan Stout of Fennimore by a technical fall over Landon Bush of Cuba City Benton Southwestern here at 165-pound championship bout.
Over on mat 1 in the second period with 1:30 left to go. It is 8-3, still in charge, Helwig from Sugar River.
Carter Simmons now with a 2-0 lead over Hunter Alt of River Valley in the 5th place match on mat number 3. 34 seconds left in the second period.
We got a stoppage on mat 1. Fixes headgear for Helwig.
Carter Simmons working the left arm of Hunter Alt of River Valley, trying to spin him around. Final 10 seconds of the second period, still 2-0 the score. As the clock will run out, and we'll go to the third with a 2-0 score in favor of Prairie du Chien's Carter Simmons over River Valley's Hunter Alt.
With a minute left to go in the second period, Helwig now has 11-3 lead over Rufinack from Monroe.
Quick check on the team scores. Fennimore in first place with 211.5 team points. Evansville in second with 184 team points. Belmont Platteville now in third with 170. Prairie du Chien in fourth with 162.5.
Down to 30 seconds left to go on mat 1 in the second period. Rufinack is going to get called for stalling as Helwig drives Rufinack over with the body lever and is going to get a pin. So Helwig will be your third place finisher. There will be no wrestle back there. So Bush from Cuba City, Benton Southwestern will be your second place finisher.
Final minute 5 on mat number 3. 5-0 now the score. Carter Simmons gets a takedown on River Valley's Hunter Alt as they are on the ground near the 9 o'clock position, now towards the 10 o'clock, nearing the out-of-bounds marker. 50 seconds remaining. A reversal now. Hunter Alt's on the board. 5-2 the score. 45 seconds left. As Hunter Alt trying to work him out of bounds. 1 foot still in bounds for Simmons. 30 seconds left. Simmons trying to stand up, but Alt trying to turn him back over. 25 seconds left. Still 5-2. Fifth place match at 165 pounds. Hunter Alt continuing to work from the top position, but he's got to find some offense. 5-2 the score. 9 seconds left. And Carter Simmons looking like he's going to escape. With a 5-2 win, he'll get the decision in the fifth place match at 165 pounds over River Valley's Hunter Alt.
And let's see here. Simmons has not wrestled Rufinek, so it will be a wrestle back at 165 pounds.
All right, let's shift gears to 175 pounds. Your championship bout is going to be Maddox Goebel of Darlington Blackhawk, 38-7 on the year as a senior, ranked number 3. Caden Davis of Belmont Platteville will be his opponent. He's 25-5. He's also a senior. Wrestlers tie up. Match action underway here. 10 seconds into it. Wrestlers continue to circle. Maddox Goebel, 2023, qualified for state at 160 pounds. Last year in 2024, he was your third place finisher at 165 pounds.
Over on mat 1, waiting to wrestle, it is going to be Blasek from Fennimore taking on Swenson from Sugar River.
Mat number 2 still has no score between Goebel of Darlington Blackhawk and Davis of Belmont Platteville. Goebel has a little bit of control of the head of Davis as Davis is on his hands and knees, but still doesn't have that takedown. Now Davis is back to his base. Goebel advanced today by defeating Braden O'Leary of Monroe and then defeating Nathan Blatchke of Fennimore. Caden Davis advanced to the championship bout by defeating Nathan Buckley of Beloit Turner and then Riker Swenson of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus.
Over in the fifth place match, it is McErchin from Prairie du Chien wrestling Weber from Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern.
Maddox Goebel in on a deep high double leg, able to get the first takedown. He's going to be up 3-0 with 42 seconds remaining here in this first period. He has the first takedown over Caden Davis, trying to work a little bit of a power half, center of the mat, number 2 here at Dodgeville High School, but Davis now gets to his base. We'll keep it here these final 30 seconds as Davis now trying to get to the tripod, gets an escape. 3-1, Maddox Goebel, Darlington Blackhawk over Caden Davis of Belmont Platteville as these wrestlers circle back to the center. Now have just about 15 seconds remain as the wrestlers tie up a little bit. Now both wrestlers to their feet. Goebel ranked number 3 in the state over Caden Davis. Shot taken by Davis, but Goebel trying to rework his hips behind for that second takedown. He has 5 seconds to do so. Working it, trying to get behind. Nice job of Davis spinning with him. Dance continues. Does a takedown happen? Referee indicated 3, brought his hand down, brings it back up. Let's see, he says no. Maddox Goebel of Darlington Blackhawk up over Caden Davis of Belmont Platteville, 3-1.
Still no score on mat 1 between Blasek and Swenson. And McErchin is in the lead at the end of the first period, 7-0.
3-0 the score, or 7-0 the score. Jack McEachern leading Austin Weber of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern, fifth place match, mat number 3.
Second period is now about to get underway, and it's about to get underway with Maddox Goebel of Darlington Blackhawk in the down position. Caden Davis now in the riding position. Goebel gets to his feet, needs to peel the hands of Davis away, not able to do so. Nice mat return by Caden Davis, but it's Goebel right back to his base, peels the hands away and increases his lead to 4-1. Wrestlers re-engage 15 seconds into the second period here in mat number 2 at Dodgeville High School.
9-0 now the score in the fifth place match on mat number 3. A minute 40 to go in the second period. Still scoreless on mat number 1.
Maddox Goebel trying to work that left single leg in of Caden Davis, trying to work his hips behind, just doesn't have the angle. Davis doing a nice job trying to apply that whizzer. Referee sees what's happening, says we're going to call a stalemate, bring both wrestlers back to their feet.
Over on mat 1, start of the second period. Swenson will choose down and get an escape. So now he leads 1-0.
4-1 remains the score. Just over a minute here into this second period. Shot attempt by Caden Davis of Belmont. Platteville fought off by Maddox Goebel of Darlington Blackhawk. Needs to pull that right leg out or work his hips behind. Looks like it could potentially lead to another stalemate position. Wouldn't be surprised, but Davis trying to pull both legs through. But Goebel really not in serious trouble yet, as he has both his left arm and right arm wrapped around the body of Davis. But here it's Davis able to get his hips through, get a takedown. That'll tie it up at 4. Nice battle brewing here at 195 pounds between number 3 ranked Maddox Goebel of Darlington Blackhawk and Caden Davis of Belmont Platteville. As we mentioned before, Maddox Goebel has been in the state the last 2 years. Second 2 years ago at 160, or qualified 2 years ago at 160, third last year. But it's back to today. We have Caden Davis still in that riding position after earning that second period takedown. 4-4, 15 seconds remaining. Davis has that right leg tucked in under Maddox Goebel. Goebel back to his base, tries to get to a tripod with Davis on top of his back. Davis breaks Goebel back down. Final 3 seconds tick away. We're going to go into the third period with a 4-4 tie at 175 pounds between Maddox Goebel of Darlington Blackhawk and Caden Davis of Belmont Platteville.
Jack McEachern gets the tech fall on mat number 3 in the 5th place match. 17-0 the final score.
Over on mat 1 with 20 seconds left to go in the second period. It's still Swenson leading 1-0 over Blasick as they are in a neutral position.
Back to the championship bout. We're about to start the third period, and that period will start with Caden Davis of Belmont Platteville, the senior in the down position. Maddox Goebel, a senior in his own right of Darlington Blackhawk, gives up the escape. So it's the first lead of the day for Caden Davis. It's a 5-4 lead. Goebel right back in with a high double. Not able to pull it in. Nice job throughout this match of Caden Davis with his heavy hips. Looked like before one other time Goebel was going to get a takedown, but Davis using his hip strength to prevent that from happening. Goebel finds himself down for the first time here in match action today.
At 1, we have a 1-1 tie as Blasick started down, so he ties the score up.
Maddox Goebel tries to get in a deep double, not able to do so. Davis using that hip strength, as I mentioned before. If he can pull his leg out, he does. He has a takedown. It's 8-4. He's looking for a little bit of a cradle here, but he quickly gives up on it with a minute remaining. So Caden Davis answering in a big way here. Come from behind to take an 8-4 lead over Maddox Goebel. A little bit of an upset brewing here at 175 pounds. 48 seconds remain as Goebel gets to his base. Goebel, you would think, obviously wanting an escape and then a takedown to tie it back up. Wrestlers go out of bounds at the 1 o'clock position with 40 seconds remaining, and Caden Davis of Belmont Platteville leading Maddox Goebel of Darlington Blackhawk 8-4.
Okay, back on mat 1 right now with 1 minute, 10 seconds left to go in the third period. Blasick is leading Swenson 4-1.
Okay, championship bout underway again. 35 seconds remaining. Goebel in the down position, as we mentioned, needing an escape and a takedown, but Davis, as I mentioned, using those heavy hips throughout this period to his advantage, but he may have gotten too high. Maddox Goebel maybe trying to come out the back door here, trying to stay with it, but 19 seconds only remain on the clock. Now pulls that left arm under. Not able to get a reversal here, and he's going to need more than reversal with only 10 seconds, trailing by 4 right now. Caden Davis high, looks like he's just going to ride out these final 4 seconds, and we have a little bit of an upset here at 175 pounds as Caden Davis of Belmont Platteville comes from behind to defeat Maddox Goebel of Darlington Blackhawk 8-4.
19 seconds left to go in the third place match. Blasick is leading Swenson 4-1. And that's the way it's going to end. Blasick from Fennimore is going to defeat Swenson. He will end up in third. Goebel will end up in second. they wrestled in the semis. And Sugar River, Swenson, and Prairie du Chien have not met, so there will be a wrestle back at 175.
Quick check on the team score. The Shoebox scoreboard presented by the Shoebox in Black Earth, the largest independent shoe store in the Midwest. Fennimore in first place with 220 team points. Evansville in second with 184. Belmont Platteville in third with 170. Prairie du Chien in fourth with 168. Championship match underway at 190 pounds on mat number 2. Blake Brickle of River Valley taking on Trey Udelhoven of Sugar River. Fifth place match on mat number 3. Caleb Christ of Darlington Blackhawk wrestling Cole Thiering of Beloit Turner. And let's turn our attention to mat number 1 with the third place match between Drew Krubel of Fennimore taking on Cam Moore of Belmont Platteville.
All right, 1:35 left to go in the first period. They're in a neutral position. No score. They tie up. Moore does an underhook. He's got actually a double underhook. No, he backs away from that and they separate. Working head control. Moore tries a heavy snap down. Now Moore's still working that underhook. Backs out of it. Now Krubel has got it in. Back out.
1 minute has elapsed in a championship bout between Trey Udelhoven, ranked number 10 for the Sugar River Triop, and Blake Brickle of River Valley, ranked number 13. Still no score.
40 seconds left to go in the first period. No score. Neutral position. There's a shot by Moore, but Krubel is able to counter it.
And the championship bout with 20 seconds remaining, Trey Udelhoven's on the board with the takedown for the Sugar River Triop. He leads 3-0 over Blake Brickle of River Valley.
Beloit Turner's Cole Thiering with a 3-0 lead over Darlington Blackhawks. Caleb Christ with 14 seconds left to go in the first period. Closing seconds as it looks like Christ gets the fall. Gets the reversal and the pin in a minute 52 in the fifth place match on mat number 3.
Still no score. So we're going to go into the second period with no score.
Speaking of going into the second period, that's what's going to happen at 190-pound championship bout. Trey Udelhoven of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus, the 10th-ranked wrestler in the state, leads 3-0 over the 13th-ranked wrestler Blake Brickle of River Valley.
Start of the second period, we have a caution on Krubel. Moore chose to go down. There's a whistle. Moore stands up, peels. Krubel goes to a single. Moore pulls his leg out. There's the 1-point escape. Neutral, middle of the mat, underhook by Krubel. Moore backs out. Moore putting a lot of pressure in. Needs to be careful. Krubel, heavy hands on the head. A couple times he tried to snap down. Now he's got a double underhook. Moore backs out of that. There's an attempted snap down by Krubel. Doesn't get it. They back away. Now they come back into the middle of the mat. They tie up. Still no true action between them both, besides coming head to head there and pushing each other.
Quick update with 30 seconds remaining in the second period. It's Trey Udelhoven of Sugar River increasing his lead to 9-0 over Blake Brickle of River Valley.
Little snap down by Moore. Krubel backs out. Krubel shoots in. He has a single leg. They're on the edge of the mat at 9 o'clock, and Krubel's unable to pull them back in as they go out of bounds. So Moore will get a fresh start here. Still leads 1-0. 25 seconds left to go. There's a shot by Moore. Krubel tries the head steal and doesn't get it. Moore comes up on top. We'll get the takedown. Now leads 4-0.
Period number 2 comes to an end at 190 pounds championship. Trey Ulehoven of Sugar River improves his lead to 12-1 over Blake Brickle of River Valley.
They have a little conference. The clock didn't start right away. Running some time off, but Krubel's going to get an escape to make the score 4-1. Looks like they're going to put 8 seconds left in the second period. We are in a neutral position. 4-1 in favor of Moore. And that's the end of the second period.
With a minute 20 remaining in the third period at 190-pound championship, it is Trey Ulehoven of Sugar River still up on the scoreboard, 12-1. Now there's going to be an escape, so it's going to be 12-2, or excuse me, with a takedown and an escape, it's going to be 15-2. Sugar River's Trey Ulehoven over River Valley's Blake Brickle. Less than a minute remaining at 190-pound championship.
Back on mat 1. Krubel starts down. Moore's on top. They ended up running out of bounds, so have a restart.
And it is a technical fall at 190. Your champion at 190 at the Dodgeville Regional is going to be 10th ranked Trey Ulehoven of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus, with his technical fall over Blake Brickle, the junior from River Valley.
Krubel's going to get an escape. They're in a neutral position with a minute 35 left to go in the third period. Moore leads 4-2. Back along the mat. Krubel tries a shot. Moore counters it. Tries to cradle. But Krubel stands up and breaks it. Back to head-to-head pushing. They break apart. They come back to the middle of the mat. Again, they tie up. 50 seconds left to go. Attempt a shot by Krubel. 45 seconds left to go. Moore tries to get a bear hug in, doesn't get it. Krubel comes back with an underhook, and they go out of bounds. 41 seconds left to go in the third period. There's a shot by Krubel. Moore counters by pancaking out, pulls his arms out, and they are back head-to-head in the middle of the mat. Moore's going to get called for stalling. Krubel's got an underhook. He's trying to lock it up, but Moore pulls back out. Krubel sets it up. Moore comes out. Again, breaks. Krubel's trying to look for a throw. Moore's not really allowing him to get it. They're going to go out of bounds with 4 seconds left to go. Moore threw Krubel out of bounds. He could have just sat there and let the time run out, but his coaches were yelling at him to get him. That's the way it's going to end. Moore is going to get a takedown. Krubel tried to do a quick throw, and it goes to his back. So Krubel is going to come back. Let's see here. Did Krubel wrestle at the Darlington at all? We will have a wrestle back for 4th place, but not for second. River Valley will end up in second.
Well, we got a fun one on mat number 2, the championship match at 2:15. Prairie du Chien's Blake Thierry taking on Ross Christ of Darlington Blackhawk.
Blake Thierry, 45-3, is a senior, ranked number 1 in the state. Future Indiana Hoosier football player taking on Ross Christ of Darlington Blackhawk. He's also a senior, 42-5. He's ranked 8th in the state. Both of these wrestlers have been at state multiple occasions. Blake Theory 3 years ago finished 6th at 195. 2023 was 4th at 195. Finished 3rd last year. He's in on a deep double leg takedown, but rolled through by Chris. Chris has Theory in trouble potentially. No takedown's been awarded. Now it's Theory pulling his head out. Wrestlers go out of bounds at the 4 o'clock position of the bat. Both wrestlers will be in a neutral position.
Scoreboards are out. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, they're going to have to stop everything. The girls over there pulled the cord out of the socket.
You can't do that.
That's why they're not supposed to be sitting there. Sugar River, Evansville. It might be Evansville girls that pulled it out. So now we got to restart everything.
Well, the clock looks like it's functioning on mat number 3 in the 5th place match. At 2:15, Caden Butts of Evansville with a 3-1 lead over Sugar River's Lucas Loshaw. And match back underway on mat number 1 as well. Mason Mondrano of Belmont Platteville wrestling Jaden Kopp of Fennimore. But our attention is going to be on the championship match, mat number 2. Let's go to mat number 1 for a moment before they reset.
All right, Kopp tried to throw Mondrano, and Mondrano countered by tripping. And we'll pick up the 3-point near fall. Date my age again. 3-point takedown.
All right, so minute 25, match action is underway in this championship bout. After a Theory in which the both wrestlers went out of bounds, it's Blake Theory of Prairie du Chien and Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk retying up. No score. I mentioned Blake Theory. Ross Chris has been in the state the last 2 years. In 2023, he was a qualifier at 195. Last year at 190, he finished 4th.
Caden Butts of Evansville gets the fall in the 5th place match on mat number 3. Gets the fall in a minute 57 seconds. Just beat the buzzer in the first period.
Theory and Chris continue to tie up. Theory a little bit taller. Ross Chris a little bit thicker, so it's Theory with the shot attempt, trying to get his hips behind, not able to do so. Trying to pull that left leg of Chris in, using that leverage and that length. He does so. He's on the board first. 3-0 with 35 seconds remaining in his first period. Blake Theory of Prairie du Chien ranked number 1 in the state over Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk, ranked number 8.
Over on mat 1, Monroe's got Kopp on his back. 5 seconds left to go. Probably is not going to get the pin as the time runs out, but he will pick up 4 near fall points to make the score 7-0 going into the second period.
10 seconds remain as both wrestlers here in this championship bout go out of bounds. It'll still be Blake Theory of Prairie du Chien leading Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk 3-0. Chris will get set in a down position. Referee watching intently. Oh, Chris stops to look back. Yep, there are 8 seconds remaining. He's set. Blake Theory in a riding position set. Chris tries to get to his feet, but Theory stays tight on that ankle, needs to work up on it a little bit. Now he works both legs in. No points awarded, no escape. So Blake Theory of Prairie du Chien will continue to lead Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk 3-0.
Darlington crowd wanted stalling. Theory wasn't working up, but won't get it. Over on mat 1, Monroe will start the second period in the down position. He rolled out and gets the reversal over Kopp. Makes the score now 9-0 with a minute 35 left to go.
Blake Theory set in a down position. Ross Chris now in a riding position as the referee starts the match action. Theory trying to get to his base, peels the hands away. That'll give him an escape and a 4-0 lead as the wrestlers re-engage in the center of the black mat with the orange D. Mat number 2 at Dodgeville High School. Shot taken by Maddox Goebel. Excuse me, Ross Chris, I meant to say. Ross Chris with the shot. Blake Theory doing a nice job keeping his hips behind. Wrestlers circle, 11 o'clock position. Scorers table begins to sweat as these 295-pound or 215-pound behemoths come near. They continue to circle from the 12 to the 1 to the 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock position. Referee says, let's circle back to the middle of the mat.
Back on mat 1 with a minute 4 left to go. They go out of bounds and they'll have a restart. Monroe's ahead 9-0.
Blake Theory in his 4-0 lead. He advanced with a victory over Caden Butts of Evansville and then a victory over Mason Mondrano of Belmont Platteville. Ross Chris found himself in a championship bout by a victory over Lucas Lashaw of Sugar River and Jaden Kopp of Fennimore. Championship bout. Wrestlers at the 4 o'clock position. 52 seconds remaining. It's still Blake Theory up 4-0, trying to work a double leg takedown on the edge of the mat. Referee, there it is. He does earn the takedown. He's up 7-0, trying to pull Ross Chris back into the center. Not able to do so, so the referee will put him back in the center. Ross Chris will find himself in a down position here in a moment.
Over on mat 1, Kopp will get an escape. 25 seconds left to go, and Monroe is going to be called for stalling as we wind down this second period.
Match action back underway. Blake Theory has broken Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk from his base, has that right arm pulled under. 30 seconds remain, seeing if he can work that chicken wing a little bit, and then turn it into a power half. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to do so. As we mentioned, Ross Chris, a little bit stouter wrestler, a little bit thicker, but it's Blake Theory with the extra length and leverage that's helped him here build this 7-0 lead between this battle of top 10 wrestlers here at 215 pounds. Warning issued against Ross Chris in the down position. Now he's to his base. Referees stop it as it is the end of the second period. We'll enter period number 3. Blake Theory to Prairie du Chien 7. Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk 0.
Over on mat 3 in the third period with 1:40 left to go. They are in the neutral position. Monroe picked up a beautiful takedown before time expired in the second period with the Firemen's and extends his lead to 12-1.
Championship action back underway. 10 seconds of elapsed. Both wrestlers in the neutral position. Shot taken by Blake Theory of Prairie du Chien. Fought off by Ross Chris, keeping his hips back. Wrestlers nearly out of bounds. 6 o'clock position. In fact, they are out of bounds at the 6 o'clock position. Wrestlers stop. Ross Chris unhappy, believing that Blake Theory had his teeth on him, but it's Blake Theory that's saying, my chin guard was down. What do you expect? Wrestlers come back to the center with 1:37. Shake hands. Referee brings them in, tells them, let's wrestle. So they break apart.
Over on mat 1, the score is now Monroe 13, Kopp 4, with 58 seconds left to go in the third period.
Wrestlers retie up here with 1:23 remaining in this third period. Still Blake Theory up Prairie du Chien over Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk. 7-0. Wrestlers nearly out of bounds, and they are out of bounds. 3 o'clock position of mat number 2 at Dodgeville High School.
35 seconds left to go. Kopp gets a takedown. Makes it 13-7. He'll let Monroe go and make it 14-7. 30 seconds left to go.
1 minute left to go in the championship bout. Shot taken by Blake Theory, able to work both double leg if he keeps his toes in, but he's going to have to pull in. Does he have control? Referee's watching intently. Doesn't have control yet. Still has 2 feet in. Gives himself a chance. There he has control, and he's on control of the scoreboard. 10-0 now with that takedown. 44 seconds remain.
Over on mat 1, Kopp tried to throw Monroe. Monroe was able to stop the throw, caught Kopp on his back, so he gets a takedown and pin.
30 seconds remain with Blake Theory of Prairie du Chien still dominating Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk, the number 1 ranked wrestler in the state, over the number 8 ranked wrestler in the state. As we mentioned, both wrestlers have been to state on multiple occasions. Ross Chris is going to have a point against him. That's the second stall warning, so therefore it's a point for Blake Theory. 10 seconds remain. Wrestlers nearly out of bounds. 5 o'clock position of the mat. Not sure we're going to see a lot of change in action here as the final 3 seconds tick away. Congratulations, Blake Theory. He is your 215-pound regional champion at Dodgeville High School with an 11-0 victory over Ross Chris of Darlington Blackhawk.
All right, at 2:15, there will be a wrestle back for second place and fourth place.
So that brings up 285. Quick check on the team score. Fennimore in first place with 224. Evansville in second with 184. Belmont Platteville with 181. It is coming down to the wire to decide which 2 teams will make it out. It looks like Fennimore has punched their ticket, but Evansville and Belmont Platteville just 3 points separating them between second and third. Prairie du Chien in fourth with 168. Match action underway on mat number 3, 5th place match. Sean Allison of Edgerton taking on Rusty Ruck of Belmont Platteville. The 3rd place match on mat number 1, Tanner Zastabil taking on Caden Drake of Darlington Blackhawk. But let's go to mat number 2 in the championship of 285.
Mat championship at 285 will find Jack Simmons of Prairie du Chien, ranked number 3 in the state. He's a junior at 42-8, squaring off against Dalton Wolf, ranked 5th in the state. The senior for Fennimore, he's 32-13. 20 seconds into this heavyweight tilt. No score as both wrestlers continue to fight for hand control. Jack Simmons, ranked number 3, last year finished 6th at heavyweight at state. And Dalton Wolf from Fennimore has 2 pins on the year over Caden Drake. So both wrestlers continue to tie up. This is so often the case at heavyweight. Wolf trying to get a little bit of a body throw attempt here. We'll let it shift here. What happened over on mat number 1, Scott?
Over on mat number 1, Zestapil will get the first takedown, get reversed, and Evansville will Darlington Blackhawk will pick up the win with a pin.
So just before we shifted it over, I mentioned Dalton Wolf was working chest to chest for a throw attempt. He did get that throw attempt, and he got the fall with 54 seconds left, so a little bit of a minor upset. Dalton Wolf at heavyweight is your champion for Fennimore at 285 over Jack Simmons of Prairie du Chien with the fall at 54 seconds.
On mat number 3, 5th place match, it's Rusty Ruck wrestling Sean Allison of Edgerton, and it's a 7-1 lead in favor of Sean Allison as they go out of bounds at the 10 o'clock position of the mat. 51 seconds remaining in the first period. The only match action going on right now, as we should have wrestlebacks coming up in just a little bit. Wrestlers go back to the center of the mat. Ruck starting in the down position. Ruck stands up, tries to break away, but holding onto the leg is Sean Allison. They dance to the 12 o'clock position of the mat. Ruck trying to break that left arm off his left leg. Wrestlers spinning around, and Ruck gets the reversal. 7-3 the score, 26 seconds left in the first period. I see Ruck trying to plant Sean Allison's head into the mat. Still hanging out at the 12 o'clock position. Ruck in the top position. Allison trying to escape. And they bounce their way near out of bounds. Time runs out in the first period. Score remains Sean Allison 7, Rusty Ruck 3. 5th place match at 285. Allison wins the toss. He defers. And they will go neutral to begin the second period. Allison and Ruck tie up. Center of the mat. Ruck with a bit of a headlock, trying to work Allison to the ground. 20 seconds elapsed in the second period. Still 7-3. As they dance here, and what a takedown by Rusty Ruck. And he might get the fall, and he does. My goodness. Beautiful takedown by Rusty Ruck, and he'll get the fall in 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay, 285. Ruck will not get a wrestle back. He will finish in 5th place. So Evansville will finish in 4th. That's 2 pill. And Ruck had wrestled earlier, and thus 2 pull from Evansville 1. But there will be a wrestle back for 2nd place between Darlington and Prairie du Chien.
All right, while we wait for the wrestlebacks, we'll take a quick timeout and come back to Dodgeville in just a few moments on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel.
Pre-match 3.
Are high bank fees draining your wallet? It's time for a change.
At People's State Bank, they believe in low fees that put you first.
Tired of being charged for using your debit card, sneaky paper statement fees, or monthly maintenance fees?
With People's State Bank's People's Checking Account, those fees are a thing of the past.
Worried about ATM fees?
At People's State Bank, they reimburse you for up to 3 ATM fees per month. They work hard to keep your money where it belongs, in your pocket.
Make the switch to People's State Bank today. Visit a branch near you or peoplesfinancial.com. Member FDIC.
Hi, this is Christine Raleigh of Raleigh Cheese, wishing all area athletes successful seasons. Cheese is a great source of protein for school lunches or a snack before the big game. Stop in and try some of our award-winning artisan cheeses like Dunbarton Blue, Red Rock, and Little Mountain. We have fresh cheese curds weekly and a wide variety of snacks and beverages, plus made-to-order cheese trays. Shop locally and taste the difference of handmade Wisconsin cheese at Raleigh Cheese House on the corner of Highways 11 and 23, Shellsburg.
Pre-match 3.
Back in Dodgeville, second place match is now underway in the Wrestlebacks 113-pound match on mat number 1, Shane Rashawn of Dodgeville wrestling Hunter Reed of Prairie du Chien. Let's go to that one, Scott.
Okay, Rashawn shot in for a single. Reed's trying to counter out with a gut wrench. Rashawn comes back up, has a deep single, picks the leg up, tries to reach across for a pick, doesn't get it, comes back up with that single leg. Reed's trying to counter it. There, Rashawn is able to break it and take Reed down. Will take the lead 3-0 with 1:10 seconds left to go in the first period.
Mat number 3, 157-pound second place matchup. Ryder Zanchavitz of Fennimore wrestling Bryce Lenzendorf of Prairie du Chien, scoreless. 25 seconds into the match, and we have a match underway on mat number 2 as well.
And the match underway at mat number 2 is Bryce Buxton, Cuba City Benton Southwestern. He's currently in 30-15 as a senior. He's squaring off against Race Howlett of Evansville. He's 32-16 as a junior. There is no score in that match. 30 seconds into it as both wrestlers circle nearly out of bounds at the 1 o'clock position.
Rashawn still in control as Reed broken down. He's got a single wing in, trying to work that tilt. Reaches across for a one-on-one. Reed's going to get called for stalling. Got 20 seconds left to go in the first period. Rashawn is trying to work Reed over. He does get Reed over with the one-on-one single wing. He's picked up his 4 near fall points, and the period is going to end. Rashawn's going to have a 7-0 lead going into the second period.
Just under a minute remaining here in this first period at 132-pound third place wrestleback. Still no score between Bryce Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern and Race Howlett of Evansville. Wrestlers continue to circle near the 9 o'clock position. Buxton for Cuba City Benton Southwestern, the senior. Race Howlett of Evansville is a junior. Wrestlers do indeed go out of bounds. Referee brings them back to the center of the mat in a neutral position because there's no score with 40 seconds remaining here in this first period.
Same thing on mat number 3 in the 157-pound second place match. Ryder Zanchavitz of Fennimore and Bryce Lenzendorf scoreless, under 30 seconds left in the first period.
Okay, start of the second period was a neutral. Reed's got in on a single leg on Rashawn. He's trying to come out on the side. He needs to pull his head out. Rashawn still has Reed's leg, gives up on his leg, and Reed's going to get a 3-point takedown. Scored now is Rashawn 7, Reed 3 with 1:15 left to go in the second period.
At the end of the 132-pound second place wrestleback, still no score between Bryce Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern and Race Howlett of Evansville.
Same story, scoreless on mat number 3 as they go to the second period. No score between Fennimore's Ryder Zanchavitz and Prairie du Chien's Bryce Lenzendorf.
Okay, Rashawn's going to pick up an escape. 50 seconds left to go in the second period. Makes the score 8-3.
Match action back underway. We have our first point. It's going to be issued to Bryce Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern, 1-0 with a quick escape. Here just 10 seconds into the second period. Both wrestlers tie up. Body lock potential, but no, they're keeping their hips back, so that's not necessarily going to happen. Wrestlers continue to tie up. So 30 seconds have expired here in this second period. Bryce Buxton over Race Howlett of Evansville, 1-0.
1-0 the score on mat number 3 as well. Bryce Lenzendorf gets the escape, and they go back to the center of the mat. 1:30 to go in the second period. 1-0. Bryce Lenzendorf over Fennimore's Riders Zanchavitz. Second place match, 157 pounds.
With no action taking place on mat number 1 due to a blood timeout, I'll take a look at mat number 2. That has 1:21 remaining in this second period. It's still Bryce Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern with that 1-0 lead over Race Howlett of Evansville in this second place match, 132 pounds. Wrestlers go out of bounds at the 2 o'clock position on the mat.
Still 1-0 the score on mat number 3 in the 157-pound second place match as the wrestlers near out of bounds at the 7 o'clock position of the mat. Both wrestlers hanging on to each other's legs. Not much action, stalemate called. They'll reset, go back to the center of the mat.
Okay, we got start up again on mat 1. Again, Rashawn's leading 8-3 with 35 seconds left to go in the second period. They're in a neutral position.
Mat number 2 for second place at 132 pounds. Still Bryce Buxton 1-0 over Race Howlett of Evansville. Now he gets the takedown here. Let's see if they're issued right now. Nope, not quite issued yet onto the scoreboard, but it certainly will be. So Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern maintains that lead over Race Howlett of Evansville.
We got blood time on mat number 3, still 1-0 in favor of Bryce Lenzendorf over Fennimore's Riders Zanchavitz. Let's check in on mat number 1, 8-3 the score as they end the second period.
Yes, it'll be Rashawn's choice. He's going to choose down. He is in the lead, 8-3, and we have blood time again.
Therefore, let's go to mat number 2 as the final 2 seconds tick away. Takedown by Bryce Buxton, escape by Race Howlett. That'll make the score. Bryce Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern 4, Race Howlett of Evansville 1, entering period number 3 here at 132-pound second place wrestleback.
Again, keeping an eye on the team scores. Fennimore in first place with 233, but the battle for second. Belmont Platteville now in second place with 191 team points. Evansville in third with 190. 1 point separating a team from going to the sectional round on Tuesday night.
We'll take a look at mat number 2 then, since there's still a blood timeout over on mat number 1. That third period is underway. 25 seconds have expired. Wrestlers go out of bounds at the 11 o'clock position. Still Bryce Buxton in the lead, but with the escape by Race Howlett, it's going to be Bryce Buxton 4, Race Howlett 2. Checking for blood. No, there is none. So now both wrestlers are in a neutral position as they restart up again at 132 pounds.
Mat number 3, 20 seconds remaining in the second period. Still 1-0 as Lenzendorf and Riders Zanchavitz locking up in the center of the mat. Not much action going on, just dancing around a little bit. Action picks up on mat number 1. Let's go to that one, Scott.
All right. Rashawn started down in the third period, gets an escape, makes the score 9-3. We're into 1:50. Shane shoots in for a single. He's got the leg picked up. Reed is hipping down. He's got heavy hips, trying to break Rashawn's grip. Rashawn's trying to come in.
Less than a minute remains here at 132-pound second place. 4-2 still. Bryce Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern over Race Howlett of Evansville, the senior, over the junior. Both wrestlers tying up center of the mat. Now 45 seconds remain. Wrestlers break apart, recircle back to the center.
Mat number 3, we are now tied at 1 as Riders Zanchavitz gets an escape 1-1. 90 seconds remaining in the third period.
Back to blood time with Prairie du Chien. But the score right now is Shane Rashawn leading Reed from Prairie du Chien 9-3.
30 seconds remaining with Bryce Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern trying to finish second here at 132 pounds over Race Howlett of Evansville. Both wrestlers tie up. Evansville needing this point, not only to get the wrestler to second place, but in this team score, every point's going to matter. Buxton fights off the shot attempt. Now he gets a shot of his own. His feet are in bounds. Is he able to get the takedown? Referee holds his arms out. No, not yet, but Buxton pulls both legs in, rolls through. Has he been awarded a takedown yet? Referee says no. Wrestlers are out of bounds. Wrestlers will be in the neutral position. We'll keep it here for these final 4 seconds with Bryce Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern leading Race Howlett of Evansville 4-2. Shot by Howlett, back up by Buxton, knowing that he doesn't have a stall warning. As there is your winner, 132-pound second place finisher for Cuba City Benton Southwestern will be senior Bryce Buxton.
So blood time on mat number 1. Let's go to mat number 3. Tied at 1 between Bryce Lenzendorf of Prairie du Chien and Ryder Zanchavitz of Fennimore. This is the second place match at 157 pounds. Wrestlers tied up in the center of the mat. 30 seconds remaining. Zanchavitz trying to break away from Prairie du Chien's Lenzendorf. Now they go to a collar tie nearing the 6 o'clock position of the mat. 15 seconds left. Dance around as Lenzendorf went in for a shot, well defended by Zanchavitz. Zanchavitz goes in for another shot again. Both wrestlers go out of bounds with 2 seconds left in the third. We're still tied at 1. Overtime appearing to be the case here in the second place match at 157 pounds.
Okay, back on mat 1, we have a restart. Minute left to go in the third period. Neutral position, Bashan leads Reed 9-3.
Start of overtime on mat number 3 between Ryder Zanchavitz and Bryce Lenzendorf in the second place match at 157. Wrestlers tied up in the center of the mat. Nice shot by Lenzendorf, but better defense there by Zanchavitz. Wrestlers go to a collar tie again, nearing the out of bounds at the 7 o'clock position. They do go out of bounds with 39 seconds left in the first overtime.
Rashawn tries the ankle pick, doesn't get it. We got 25 seconds left to go. They're in a neutral position. There's a shot by Reed.
Wrestlers go out of bounds at the 12 o'clock position on mat number 3, and no takedown points going to be awarded. Prairie du Chien wanted the takedown points for Bryce Lenzendorf, but they'll reset. 29 seconds left in the overtime.
Go ahead.
3 seconds left to go for second place at 113, and Rashawn's going to come out with second place.
Okay, at 120 pounds, we're already moving on to the fourth place matches. It's Nolan Van Schneido of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern, 23 and 19 on the year. As a sophomore, he's squaring off against a sophomore from Monroe, Noah Shu, 29 and 17 at this point. 3-1. It's Van Schneido of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern with the lead over Shu of Monroe. 30 seconds remain here in this first period at 120 pounds, fourth place match.
Second overtime coming now in our second place match on mat number 3 between Fennimore's Ryder Zanchavitz and Bryce Lenzendorf.
Nolan Van Schneido for Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern gets the fall over Nolan Shu of Monroe. He will earn fourth place for the Cubans.
Lenzendorf begins in the down position. Zanchavitz in the up. They put 30 seconds back on the clock. Lenzendorf gets to his feet, trying to break the wrists, gets the escape. He's now in front. 2-1, Bryce Lenzendorf leading Ryder Zanchavitz. 15 seconds left in this overtime.
Over on mat 1 right now, wrestling for fourth place. Wrestle back driver from Beloit Turner taking on Vogley from Monroe. Vogley's got the first points with a takedown, 3-0.
Time expires in this overtime period. Lenzendorf with a 2-1 lead. And Zanchavitz will start in the down position in the third overtime here. 30 seconds back on the clock. Lenzendorf trying to get to his feet. Great defense there by Lenzendorf. 20 seconds remaining. Both wrestlers come to their feet. Can Zanchavitz break the lock? Zanchavitz trying to get a headlock and break the wrist. And the wrist is broken. We're tied at 2. Final 5 seconds. Clock runs out. And now sudden victory coming up at 157 pounds in our second place match on mat number 3.
Still 3-0 in favor of Monroe on mat 1. Vogley over driver of Beloit Turner.
At 144 pounds here at mat number 2, when these wrestlers take the mat for fourth place, it's going to be Jackson Perkins of Prairie du Chien. He's currently 33 and 18 up to date on the season as a senior. He's going to square off a junior, Mason Schulte of River Valley. He is now 32 and 13 on his season.
Bryce Lenzendorf begins in the down position. We are tied at 2. As Lenzendorf gets to his feet, but holding on for dear life is Ryder Zanchavitz in locked hands. They'll reset. Still tied at 2.
As the first period winds down, Vogley has a 7-0 lead over Driver.
Over here in mat number 2, 30 seconds have expired between Jackson Perkins of Prairie du Chien, the senior, and Mason Schulte, the junior from River Valley. Schulte currently ranked 9th in the state, trying to finish 4th place here at this regional, giving himself the chance to advance onto the sectional. Shot taken, but a nice job of catching it by Mason Schulte, but no points have been awarded. Has that left arm bent back. Up Perkins of Prairie du Chien.
Oh my goodness, a nice roll through, but no points awarded. As the wrestlers went out of bounds at the 9 o'clock position, they reset with just a few seconds left. And it's going to be points awarded to Ryder Zanchavitz. He will finish in second place at 157 pounds. They didn't put the point on the scoreboard as it was sudden victory. But Ryder Zanchavitz gets the win over Bryce Lenzendorf of Prairie du Chien.
No score in this 4th place wrestleback for 4th place at 144 pounds. Jackson Perkins of Prairie du Chien, the senior, and the 9th ranked wrestler from River Valley, a junior, Mason Schulte.
Over on mat 1 right now, Vogley is in command, 14-0. He has Driver on his back, working for a pin, and there it is. So Vogley is going to come out with 4th place.
Before match action gets underway in mat number 3, there's just 18 seconds remaining in this first period. There remains no score between number 9 ranked Mason Schulte, the junior from River Valley, and Jackson Perkins, the senior from Prairie du Chien. Both wrestlers continue to fight for hand control. Wrestlers circling back. One of these wrestlers will advance in the top 4. Wisconsin Dells sectional here. Period 1 comes to an end with no score between Perkins of Prairie du Chien and Schulte of River Valley.
4th place match on mat number 3. Keaton Achenbach of Prairie du Chien trailing Dodgeville's Blake Faust 3-0, 20 seconds into the match as they will reset.
Over on mat 1, wrestle back at 138 pounds. We have Cuba City's Brimmeyer and River Valley's Ratke.
Jackson Perkins of Prairie du Chien here at 144 pounds has earned the first point due to his escape. He leads Mason Schulte of River Valley by a score of 1-0 with 30 seconds elapsed in his second period.
Brimmeyer picks up the first points for the takedown with 1:20 left to go in the second period. As Ratke in a tilt and gaining back points.
Takedown for Mason Schulte of River Valley. That'll give him a lead 3-1 over Jackson Perkins of Prairie du Chien here at 144 pounds. 1:11 remaining. Now Schulte rolls through. He's ranked 9th in the state, maintaining his takedown or his 3-point takedown position. He's still in that riding position. 6 o'clock position on mat number 2 at Dodgeville High School.
Back on mat number 1. Brimmeyer has a 7-0 lead with 40 seconds left to go in the first period.
Still 3-0 on mat number 3 between Blake Faust of Dodgeville leading Keaton Achenbach of Prairie du Chien. 29 seconds left in the first period, nearing the out of bounds at the 9 o'clock position.
Jackson Perkins of Prairie du Chien has earned his second point. It's his second escape. 30 seconds remain in his second period with Mason Schulte of River Valley, the junior, leading 3-2 over the senior Jackson Perkins of Prairie du Chien.
Brimmeyer picks up 3 more points with a tilt, makes the score 10-0. Give a lot of credit to Ratke with his injury that he's endured the whole season. He still is trying to compete.
Got a quick update on the team score. Fennimore in first place with 233 points. They've essentially punched their ticket, but the battle for second place, Belmont Platteville with 193 points. They're in second place. Evansville in third with 190. Prairie du Chien right behind them with 181. And there's 2 Prairie du Chien wrestlers on the mat right now.
That's all going to matter. So we're going to enter the third period here for this 4th place bout at 144 pounds. It's going to be, now in the lead is still going to be Jackson Perkins of Prairie du Chien and Mason Schulte. Mason Schulte still leads 5-3. 10 seconds a lap. Both wrestlers in the center of the mat, but it's Jackson Perkins of Prairie du Chien in the riding position.
One time on mat number 3, Keaton Achenbach being tended to as he trails 3-0 to Blake Faust of Dodgeville.
Back on mat 1. Second period. Bryn Myers on top and leads 10-0.
Minute 24 now here in this third period between Jackson Perkins of Prairie du Chien and Mason Schulte. Score still 5-3. Perkins of Prairie du Chien, the senior, still in a riding position over Mason Schulte, the number 9th ranked individual in the state at 144. A junior, Schulte trying to get to his base, knowing that he's trailing by 2. Tries to sit up, tries to peel the legs of Perkins off, not able to do so. Less than a minute now remain here in this third period here at 144 pounds.
Bryn Myers going to pick up 3 more points with a near fall. Makes it 13-0 with 45 seconds left to go in the second period.
Mason Schulte back underway here at 144 pounds in the down position. Jackson Perkins in the top position and with a 5-3 lead. Perkins breaks Schulte back down to his base, but it looks like Schulte with an escape. That's 5. Well, no, he hasn't given it up yet. Still has that leg tucked in, so the referee says his leg has not been tucked in. Wrestlers roll through. Still, technically, Jackson Perkins of Prairie du Chien in the riding position. Very close, though. Mason Schulte of River Valley close to getting an escape and tying this score up here at 144 pounds, 4th place match.
4th place match on mat number 3. Blake Faust scores another takedown on Keaton Achenbach of Prairie du Chien. Wrestlers go out of bounds at the 10 o'clock position. They'll reset with 51 seconds left to go in the second period.
Down to 15 seconds left to go on mat 1 with Bryn Meyer from Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern, leading Radke 13-0. There's the tilt again. So Bryn Meyer is going to come out of this as the 4th place finisher with a technical fall over Nolan Radke from River Valley.
Over here on mat number 2, 4th place bout at 144 pounds. A late reversal by Mason Schulte with 2 seconds left allows him to tie the score at 5. Jackson Perkins of Prairie du Chien and Mason Schulte wrestling for their sectional lives here, tied at 5 here in this 4th place bout at 144 pounds.
Let's stick with that one on mat number 2. It's 6-1 on mat number 3. 10 seconds left, second period. Let's finish up overtime on mat number 2.
All right, we're in overtime between these two wrestlers, tied at 5. Mason Schulte of River Valley is the 9th ranked wrestler in the state, trying to work that single into a double, trying to drive it, see if the referee awards it. He does offer. Now he's collecting near fall points as well, and he collects a fall. So Mason Schulte, reversal with 2 seconds left, sends it to overtime, gets the fall over Jackson Perkins of Prairie du Chien. So Mason Schulte will advance for the River Valley Blackhawks.
9-1 the score on mat number 3 as Blake Faust of Dodgeville leads Keaton Achenbach of Prairie du Chien. They'll go neutral to begin the third period. And on mat number 1, we have Carter Simmons of Prairie du Chien wrestling Joe Rufinock of Monroe.
And Rufinock's going to get the first points with a takedown. Rufinock in control over Simmons right now. He's got Simmons flat to his stomach and working. Turn Simmons over.
Blake Faust padding the stats 16-2. Now the score on mat number 3 in the 4th place match at 106 pounds, a minute 15 to go in the third period. A new match underway on mat number 2.
And that new match includes Mason Ulrich, the senior from Belmont, Platteville. He's going to be 36-15, taking on Brody Blackburn, the junior from Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern. He is now 33-14 in his own right. So we're 30 seconds about into this match. Still no score. Shot attempt taken by Mason Ulrich of Belmont Platteville. Fought off by Brody Blackburn. The senior and the junior squaring off here. Both wrestlers fighting for hand control. We're 30 seconds into this 4th place bout at 150 pounds. Still no score between Mason Ulrich of Belmont Platteville and Brody Blackburn of Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern.
30 seconds left to go on mat 1. Rufinock still in control of Simmons, 3-0.
Keaton Achenbach gets a reversal on mat number 3. He's still 16-4. Achenbach trailing, but he's in the top position, and he's got 18 seconds to try and pull the rabbit out of the hat and score a pin.
Brody Blackburn with the first takedown here at the 150-pound fourth place match. He's up 3-0 in a riding position. 45 seconds remaining here in this first period.
Over on mat 1, first period's going to come to an end. The score is 4-0. Ruffeneck over Simmons.
Lake Faust will get the 16-4 decision over Keith Knockenbach of Prairie du Chien. Lake Faust, your fourth place winner at 106 pounds.
We'll finish out the final 30 seconds here at 150 pounds. It's still Brody Blackburn of Cuba City Benton Southwestern with that 3-0 lead over Mason Ulrich of Belmont Platteville. Now it's Ulrich trying to come out the back door, but it's still Brody Blackburn in that riding position. The junior for Cuba City Benton Southwestern leading the senior. Mason Ulrich of Belmont Platteville. Referee will bring the wrestlers back to the center. Mason Ulrich is going to have to be in the down position. There he goes. He is set. Brody Blackburn set. We'll keep it here the final 10 seconds as Blackburn tries to ride out Ulrich. Ulrich trying to come to his base. Blackburn shifts his position, hooks that left leg through. Final 3 seconds will tick away here at 150 pounds. It is Brody Blackburn of Cuba City Benton Southwestern leading Mason Ulrich of Belmont Platteville 3-0.
Over on mat 1, Ruffeneck and Simmons. They will start the second period in a neutral position, and Ruffeneck will get a takedown to make the score 7-0. Simmons has already been called for stalling twice.
Meanwhile, on mat number 3, 132-pound fourth place match, Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien wrestling Braden Ward of Beloit Turner. Still no score, 30 seconds in, and to keep in mind, we've got 2 Prairie du Chien wrestlers wrestling right now, as well as a Belmont Platteville wrestler. Fennimore in first place at 236 team points. Second place, Belmont Platteville with 193. Evansville 190. Prairie du Chien with 181.
Take a look here at mat number 2. It's still Brody Blackburn of Cuba City Benton Southwestern with that 3-0 lead. He was in a riding position to start this second period. He has stayed in that riding position throughout the first 30 seconds. He now is attempting to collect near fall points against Mason Ulrich. Referee counting him off. Looks like he's going to be able to get 4. If he can get that right shoulder down, he's going to get the fall. Not able to do so. Ulrich rolls back through from his base. Referee is yet to award the 4 near fall points because a hold has not yet been broken. Blackburn still in that riding position, breaking Ulrich back down. As that left leg hooked under, position is broken, but 4 points in favor of Brody Blackburn. He's up 7-0 over Mason Ulrich of Belmont Platteville.
Over on mat 1 with 20 seconds left to go in the second period. They're in a neutral position. Ruffeneck leads Simmons 7-2.
3-0 the score on mat number 3. Braden Ward getting the first takedown. 25 seconds left in the first period. Both wrestlers at the center of the mat.
34 seconds remaining here at mat number 2. Still Brody Blackburn of Cuba City Benton Southwestern up 7-0 over Mason Ulrich of Belmont Platteville, looking for additional near fall points. Not quite able to do so. Brings his hips back. Referee says he didn't quite break that 45-degree angle. Final 18 seconds here. Wrestlers at the 12 o'clock position. It's still Brody Blackburn of Cuba City Benton Southwestern leading Mason Ulrich of Belmont Platteville 7-0.
Okay, we're going to start the second period, but there is going to be blood time.
And period number 2 will end here at 1:50. Still Blackburn of Cuba City Benton Southwestern leading Ulrich of Belmont Platteville 7-0.
We're going to start period number 2 on mat number 3. Still 3-0. Braden Ward of Beloit Turner, the senior, leading Prairie du Chien's Porter Kosman, the junior. 132-pound fourth place match.
Okay, then let's go to mat number 2. And the down position is going to be Mason Ulrich. He's set. Brody Blackburn in the riding position is set. Trying to get to his base is Ulrich, trying to get to the tripod, but Blackburn hooking the legs in, keeping his hips behind. A little bit of a roll through by Ulrich. Blackburn simply rolls through with him. 15 seconds have expired. There's not been a score change as Blackburn of Cuba City Benton Southwestern still leads Ulrich of Belmont Platteville 7-0. Now sees if he can work himself a little bit of a power half here. Gives up on it. So 1:30 remaining here, 8-0. Brody Blackburn of Cuba City Benton Southwestern over Mason Ulrich of Belmont Platteville.
Over on mat 1 right now, Ruffeneck has taken a 13-3 lead with 1:30 left to go into the third period. And Simmons has been pretty much unable to do anything against Ruffeneck.
Mat number 2, we have a stall point issued for Mason Ulrich, so he's officially on the board. He's still trailing 8-1. Now it's Brody Blackburn getting near fall points and the fall. Brody Blackburn of Cuba City Benton Southwestern will advance. He's going to finish fourth at 150 pounds with the fall over Mason Ulrich of Belmont Platteville.
That hurts Belmont Platteville's cause. They're still in second place with 193 team points, but Evansville still at 190. Back on mat number 3. 4-3 the score. Braden Ward leading Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien. Action stops with 24 seconds left. And Ward will start in the down position. Again, 24 seconds left in the second period.
Over on mat 1, 40 seconds left to go. They're in a neutral position. Ruffinack leads Simmons 13-5.
All these matches, fourth place matches to decide who wrestles at Wisconsin Dells next Saturday. Final 5 seconds on mat number 3. And we'll go to the third with a 4-3 score. Braden Ward, the senior from Beloit Turner, leading Porter Kosman, the junior from Prairie du Chien, 4-3. £175 match on mat number 2 now underway. Jack McEachern of Prairie du Chien wrestling Riker Swenson of Sugar River.
We're 30 seconds into that. Still no score change. Jack McEachern of Prairie du Chien, 28-17 on the year as a senior. Riker Swenson, the senior from the Sugar River Tri-Up, he is 38-10 on the season. Wrestlers continue to tie up for hand position at the center of the mat. 1 minute has elapsed. Still no score change between Jack McEachern of Prairie du Chien and Riker Swenson of Sugar River.
Over on mat 1, Ruffinack of Monroe will advance to sectionals next week with a 15-5 victory.
Back to mat number 3, 132 pounds, fourth place match, third period, a minute 35 left, still 4-3. As Kosman trying to break the wrist of Braden Ward and get the escape, but Ward hanging on to that left leg of Kosman.
Go ahead. Riker Swenson of Sugar River gets the first points by a takedown with 35 seconds remaining in his first period. So that'll give him a score of 3-0 over Jack McEachern of Prairie du Chien in this battle of seniors.
Wrestlers go out of bounds at the 3 o'clock position on mat number 3. They'll go back to the center. Kosman will be in the down position. And they do give him the escape point. So we are tied at 4, third period, a minute 18 left. Ward in the top position, keeping Kosman grounded. Kosman trying to break that left wrist. But Ward grabbing the hands of Kosman under a minute left in the third period, tied at 4 in the 132-pound fourth place match on mat number 3.
Mat number 2 at the 175-pound mark. It's still 3-1. Riker Swenson of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus with the lead over Jack McEachern of Prairie du Chien. That time has elapsed. 3-1. Swenson of Sugar River over McEachern of Prairie du Chien.
Over on mat 1, it's Fennimore's Cop versus Evansville Butts for a wrestle back at 2:15.
An escape point awarded to Porter Kosman. He's now in front, 5-4. Final 30 seconds on mat number 3, 132-pound fourth place match. Wrestlers tie up near the 5 o'clock position of the mat. Braden Ward pushes them back to the center. Kosman trying to work his way back to the outer edge. Final 15 seconds. Kosman gets Ward down, and he will get the takedown points. 8-4 the score. Final 5 seconds left. And Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien will be your fourth place finisher at 132 pounds, getting the 8-4 victory over Braden Ward of Beloit Turner.
And that might have sealed the deal for Belmont Platteville as Cop catches Butts in a throw and has him on his back with 10 seconds left to go. Butts is trying to bridge. He might be able to, no, they're going to call potentially dangerous. No, illegal hold, so it comes off. 3 takedown, 4 near fall, 1 penalty point. So Cop is in the lead, 7-1.
Just under a minute remaining here at this fourth place match at 175 pounds. Riker Swenson of Sugar River has increased his lead to 7-1 over Jack McEachern of Prairie du Chien. Now 45 seconds remaining. Swenson of Belmont, Monticello, New Glarus collecting additional near fall points. So far he has been given 2, but if he can bring that left shoulder back down, he's going to be able to collect more. Wrestlers roll through. Still technically 7-1 Swenson of Sugar River over McEachern of Prairie du Chien, but now those near fall points have been awarded, so that'll make it 9-1 in favor of Swenson.
At number 3, 190-pound fourth place match underway. Caleb Christ of Darlington Blackhawk wrestling Drew Krubel of Fennimore, still scoreless. Just under 30 seconds gone by in the match. They're tied up at the center of the map.
Okay, back on mat 1, started the second period. Butts from Evansville will choose down. Kopp is on top, and Kopp leads 7-1.
Second period has elapsed, moving into period number 3, still 9-1. Riker Swenson of Sugar River over Jack McEachern of Prairie du Chien.
Still scoreless on mat number 3 as we close in on a minute to go in the first period. The wrestlers dancing to the 1 o'clock position outside edge of the mat. Drew Krubel's feet still in bounds. Now both wrestlers go out. They'll go back to the center and reset with 55 seconds left in period number 1.
Kopp has got Butts on his back. Minute 20 left to go in the third period.
Mat number 2, Riker Swenson now with that still 9-1 lead. Riker Swenson ranked number 7th in the state. In fact, Riker Swenson was a state qualifier last year. He needs to win this match to keep his season alive. Advance with the 4th place finish here. He's in control once again, 9-1.
Kopp builds the lead. He's had Butts on his back. He's got 4 points coming. 45 seconds left to go. Score is now 11-1 in favor of Kopp in the second period.
Kristen Krubel go out of bounds on mat number 3 at the 10 o'clock position. Back to the center to reset. 15 seconds left in period number 1. Still scoreless in the 4th place match at 190.
Mat number 2 has a minute remaining. There has not been a score change this period as Riker Swenson, as I mentioned, ranked number 7th in the state, leading Jack McEachern of Prairie du Chien in this battle of seniors. Swenson last year qualified for state at 165. He's trying to do so at 175. He's going to need to win this match in order to keep his hopes alive.
End of the first period on mat number 3. Actually, a takedown awarded to Drew Krubel. Makes it 3-0 as we begin the second period. And we have a fall on mat number 1.
Kopp from Fennimore will take 4th place at 2:15. And I think that sealed the deal for Belmont because that was the only wrestler in the wrestlebacks for Evansville.
So there's mat number 2 here, just 30 seconds remaining. The score has been 9-1 throughout this third period. Riker Swenson of Sugar River over Jack McEachern of Prairie du Chien. Referee potentially dangerous. Stops the mat. We'll reset the wrestlers with 30 seconds remaining.
Another point awarded to Drew Krubel, makes his lead 4-0 over Caleb Christ of Darlington Blackhawk. Minute 25 left, second period. Wrestlers go out of bounds at the 7 o'clock position, back to the center to reset.
We'll finish it out here in these final 20 seconds at mat number 2. It's still 9-1. Riker Swenson of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus over Jack McEachern of Prairie du Chien. Now it's McEachern of Prairie du Chien with the 2-point reversal. But Swenson still in control. 5 seconds remaining. There's going to be very little that McEachern can do. So Riker Swenson hopes to return to state as he's going to finish 4th here to advance to sectionals at 175 pounds to Wisconsin Dells High School.
5-0 the score on mat number 3. Drew Krubel leading Caleb Christ of Darlington Blackhawk. Ross Christ wrestling in the second place match on mat number 1 against Mason Marandorano of Belmont Platteville. Scott.
Yes, it's 3-1 in favor of Christ with a minute left to go in the first period. Chris has got Monroe on his backside, trying to come back out around to gain those points. They're on the edge of the mat around 8 o'clock. Chris tries to roll through. Monroe fouls. We're down to 40 seconds left to go in the first period. All I can say is it's got to be close to a stalemate, and there it is. So we'll have a restart. 30 seconds left in the first period.
All right, mat number 2, second place match at 285. Caden Drake of Darlington Blackhawk wrestling Jack Simmons of Prairie du Chien. 15 seconds in, still scoreless.
Jack Simmons of Prairie du Chien, ranked number 3 in the state. He is 42-9 currently on the year as a junior. He earns the first takedown there over Caden Drake of Darlington Blackhawk, who is a sophomore, currently 31-17.
Still 5-0 on mat number 3 as they go to the third period. Drew Krubel, 5 of Fennimore. Callum Chris of Darlington Blackhawk, 0. Third period now underway, 10 seconds gone by, still 5-0.
Okay, Monroe's going to get an escape with 25 seconds left to go in the first period. Chris leads 3-1.
Still 3-0 over here in mat number 2. Jack Simmons of Prairie du Chien, ranked number 3 in the state over Caden Drake, ranked number 11 for Darlington Blackhawk. Looks like he's about to collect near fall points. Referee agrees. He's looking for more. He's looking for the fall, and there it is. Jack Simmons of Prairie du Chien will finish second for the Blackhawks at 285 pounds with his fall over Caden Drake of Darlington Blackhawk.
Back on mat 1. Chris is going to get another takedown right before the buzzer. Extends his lead 6-1 over Monroe. Flip of the coin, Chris's choice, and he'll choose down.
Mat number 3, a minute 8 left in the third period. Still 5-0. Drew Krubel of Fennimore leading Callum Chris of Darlington Blackhawk. Now under a minute. Wrestlers lock up at the 10 o'clock position of the mat. Chris has 1 foot out of bounds. Now both wrestlers go out for a moment. They release and then re-engage at the 12 o'clock position, 45 seconds left, still 5-0.
Monroe tried to release Chris. Chris quick grabbed Monroe's leg, pulled it back, and got the reversal. Now he extends his lead 8-1 with a minute 20 seconds left to go in the second period.
Final 30 seconds on mat number 3, still 5-0, make it 6-0 as Drew Krubel credited with a point, leading Callum Chris of Darlington Blackhawk.
Chris tilts Monroe to his back, picks up near fall points 4, scores now 12-1.
10 seconds left on mat number 3, still 6-0, and it looks like it'll be Drew Krubel, the senior from Fennimore, taking 4th place at 190 pounds.
At 2:15, Chris is going to tech fall Monroe 16-1. And that should be the story of the Dodgeville Regional.
All right, our wrestling action wrapping up. We'll take a quick timeout. We'll come back with the final results of the Dodgeville Regional in our Division II Boys Wrestling Tournament. Our Edward Jones Reeves Wealth Management post-match show coming up next on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel.
Post-match 1.
From small-town businesses to large multi-state operations, Tricor Insurance and Auto Owners Insurance have industry expertise that can cover all types of businesses.
Having an insurance agency that understands our business is a real benefit. They know our people. It's something Tricor does really well.
Tricor's in-depth knowledge of insurance, regulation, compliance, and safety consulting is here to help your business succeed. Working with leading insurance companies like Auto Owners Insurance. They'll be there when you need them most. Visit TricorInsurance.com to learn more about Tricor Insurance Cycle of Care.
Hello, Amy here from Cuba City Family Dental. Part of our dedication to excellence in the dental services we offer are same-day crowns. Instead of return visits to our office, we can diagnose and fix your tooth in one day at any of our 3 convenient locations. Call us when you are in need and experience patient-centered care for you and your family at Cuba City, Darlington, and Kieler Family Dental. Ask about our new patient specials. Keep smiling, Tri-States.
Got plans this weekend? You do now. It's Plato's Closet's final clearance event of the season, and they're pulling out all the stops with 90% off marked clearance. These deals won't last long. Shop this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, February 14th, 15th, and 16th. Don't forget, bring in clothes, shoes, and accessories you're ready to part with. Plato's Closet will offer you cash on the spot for the items they can accept. Score the savings, earn some cash. It's all happening this weekend at Plato's Closet Dubuque. Plato's Closet Dubuque at the intersection of Highway 20 and Wacker Drive.
Nursing assistants play a vital role in healthcare. They provide patient and resident care in hospitals, nursing homes, and other healthcare settings. Registration is now open for CNA courses at Southwest Tech in Fennimore. This CNA class is 8 weeks. Classes start beginning March 17th. Deadline to register is March 10th. Theory will be online with lab skills done on campus and clinical at a long-term care facility. For more information, go to swtc.edu/GoCNA. Southwest Tech. Education as unique as you.
Post-match 1.
Great Regional Health Center and People's State Bank coverage of high school wrestling presented by Cuba City, Darlington, and Kieler Family Dental, and Carey Seamless Gutters, and Overhead Doors on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. Wrestling wrapping up from our Division II Regional from Dodgeville High School, and Fennimore is your regional champion in this regional. 242 team points in first place, and Belmont Platteville also advances to the team sectional on Tuesday with 193 team points. They edge out Evansville with 190. Prairie du Chien finishes fourth with 188. Cuba City, Benton, Southwestern in fifth with 138.5 points. Darlington Blackhawk in sixth with 127.5. Sugar River with 115.5 finishes seventh. Dodgeville in eighth with 105.5. Monroe with 103 in the ninth spot. River Valley finishes the top 10 with 92 team points. Other finishers are Beloit Turner with 43 points, Brodhead Juda with 31, and Edgerton with 15.5 points. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back with the individual results and tell you which wrestlers have advanced to Wisconsin Dells next Saturday, as our Edward Jones Reese Wealth Management post-match show continues after this on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel.
Post-match 2.
Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors of Belmont and Prairie du Chien is who to call for top quality CHI overhead doors. Enhance the curb appeal and security of your home by choosing the fine line of CHI overhead doors from Carey's. And when it comes to seamless gutters that keep your home protected from water damage, Carey's has you covered too. Visit Carey'sGuttersandDoors.com today to learn more. They'll service all the rest, and they deal in the best. Get your new CHI overhead doors at Carey's Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors, Belmont and Prairie du Chien. Like any business, success in dairying is often determined by who you know rather than what you know. That's why it's good to know the pros at Fuller's, your Gia dealer. Fuller's is your source for the automated milking systems line and all of the latest in automated milking systems. Make your operation more efficient and profitable, and get the most out of your dairy herd by partnering with the experts at Fuller's Milker Center, LLC, your local Gia dealer in Lancaster, Richland Center, and FullersMilkersCenter.com.
Fuller's Milker Center.
Ever have one of those days where your gut just feels blah?
Ugh, yes.
Occasional bloating or gas could be signs that your gut is out of balance, but Align Probiotic can help. Align 24/7 Digestive Support is a daily use probiotic with a unique strain to help relieve occasional digestive issues. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand. So when you feel the signs, it's time to try Align. Align Probiotic. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
Post-match 2.
The Edward Jones Reese Wealth Management post-match show continues on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel, wrapping up our Division II Wrestling Regional from Dodgeville High School. Tyler Ducanis, Matt Wiederholt, and Scott Tolzman from the Wolf Construction broadcast booth. Fennimore and Belmont Platteville have qualified for the team sectionals on Tuesday night in Prairie du Chien, but let's run down the top place finishers in each weight class and who have qualified for the individual tournament next Saturday in Wisconsin Dells.
All right, at 106, fourth place goes to Blake False of Dodgeville. Third place, Thomas Lamore from Brodhead, Juda. Second place, Carson Bassett of Fennimore. And your champion is Colin Fry of Evansville.
At 113 pounds, In fourth place, Owen Vogely of Monroe. Third place, Hunter Reed of Prairie du Chien. Second place, Shane Rashawn of Dodgeville. And the regional champion, Colton Bollig of Evansville at 113 pounds.
At 120 pounds. And fourth place, advancing for Cuba City Benton Southwestern, Nolan Van Schneidel. Third place, Aiden Weigel of Belmont Platteville. Second place went to Benny Bauschwig of Evansville. And your champion, your first place finisher, Cade Burcham of Fennimore.
At 126, Evan Curtis of Cuba City Benton Southwestern. Fourth. In third place, Briggs Weigel of Belmont Platteville. Second place, Rhett Spurley of Dodgeville. And your champion, Blake Enders of Sugar River.
132 pounds, fourth place finisher, Porter Kosman of Prairie du Chien. Third place, Race Howlett of Evansville. Second place finisher, Bryce Buxton of Cuba City Benton Southwestern. And your champion at 132, Carson Menahan of Monroe.
At 138 pounds, fourth place was Connor Brynmeyer of Cuba City Benton Southwestern. Also advancing in third place, Nathan Johnson of Dodgeville. Second place went to Mason Hurd of Prairie du Chien. And your 138-pound champion is Dallin Weigel of Belmont Platteville.
At 144, fourth place goes to Mason Schulte of River Valley. Third place to Oliver Harkis of Belmont Platteville. Second place, Colton Tollefson of Fennimore. And your champion is Hawken Peterson of Dodgeville.
150 pounds, the fourth place finisher, Brody Blackburn of Cuba City Benton Southwestern. Third place, Tom Heiser of Evansville. Second place, Tyler Zanchavitz of Fennimore. And your champion at 150 pounds, staying undefeated, Owen Sefrud of Darlington Blackhawk.
Shifting now to the 157 weight count class. In fourth place, advancing to the sectional in Wisconsin Dells, is Tyler Kaisamore of Belmont Platteville. Third place went to Bryce Lenzendorf of Prairie du Chien. And second place was Ryler Zankevich of Fennimore. And your first place champion, remaining undefeated, Danny Heiser of Evansville.
At 165, fourth place goes to Joel Ruferneck of Monroe. Third place goes to Kyson Hellwig of Sugar River. Second place to Landon Bush of Cuba City Benton Southwestern. And your champion, Tristan Stout of Fennimore.
All right, at 175 pounds, fourth place finisher, Riker Swenson of Sugar River. Third place, Nathan Blaschke of Fennimore. Second place, Maddox Goebel of Darlington Blackhawk. Your champion at 175, Caden Davis of Belmont Platteville.
Now at 190 pounds, finishing into the Wisconsin Dells sectional will be fourth place, Drew Krubel of Fennimore. Third place went to Cam Moore of Belmont Platteville. Second place, Blake Brickle of River Valley. And your champion, Trey Eulahoven of Belleville, Monticello, New Glarus.
At 215, fourth place goes to Jaden Kopp of Fennimore. Third place goes to Mason Monterano of Belmont Platteville. Second place goes to Ross Christ of Darlington Blackhawk. And your first place champion is Blake Theory of Prairie du Chien.
Rounding out the 285-pound weight class, the fourth place finisher, Tanner Zastapil of Evansville. Third place, Caden Drake of Darlington Blackhawk. Runner-up, Jack Simmons of Prairie du Chien. And your champion at 285 is Dalton Wolf of Fennimore. We'll take our final break, and when we come back, we'll bring you the Tri-Core Turning Points, our Tough Man of the Match, and our Match of the Meet as we wrap up the WIAA Division II Boys Wrestling Regional from Dodgeville High School. After this on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel.
Post-match 3.
I'll do.
Are high bank fees draining your wallet? It's time for a change.
At People's State Bank, they believe in low fees that put you first.
Tired of being charged for using your debit card, sneaky paper statement fees, or monthly maintenance fees?
With People's State Bank's People's Checking Account, those fees are a thing of the past.
Worried about ATM fees?
At People's State Bank, they reimburse you for up to 3 ATM fees per month. They work hard to keep your money where it belongs, in your pocket.
Make the switch to People's State Bank today. Visit a branch near you or peoplesfinancial.com. Member FDIC.
It's the President's Day sales event going on now at Turpin Motors. Financing as low as 0% with approved credit. Check out our large inventory and year-end specials. Save over $7,000 on a 2024 Dodge Hornet GT all-wheel drive or over $8,000 on a 2024 Ram 2500 Tradesman Crew Cab 4x4. See their large inventory and year-end specials at TurpinDodge.com. See Turpin for details on specific models and requirements. No payments till May during the President's Day sales event at Turpin Dodge Ram and Jeep, JFK and Dodge Street in Dubuque.
Post-match 3.
Wrapping up the Edward Jones Reese Wealth Management post-match show on X1071 and the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. Fennimore and Belmont Platteville have qualified to the team sectional on Tuesday night in Prairie du Chien. We ran down the wrestlers that qualified in each weight class to go to Wisconsin Dells for the individual tournament. Let's hand out some post-match awards of our own. Starting off with our Tricor Turning Point, brought to you by Tricor Insurance. Insurance plans built for you, your family, and your business. Contact Tricor Insurance today. Scott, you mentioned the events that happened at 175 that kind of turned this tournament around.
It did for Belmont Platteville with Caden Davis coming up with the victory. He was seeded second, but it's still a good seed. But when you look at what happened, he ended up beating the number 1 seed in the finals. That's going to give them the extra 4 points and a boost to get them ahead of Evansville, and they didn't relinquish that lead even with all the wrestlebacks.
Yep, held on to that 3-point margin of victory. That's our Tricor Turning Point, brought to you by Tricor Insurance. Insurance plans built for you, your family, and your business. Contact Tricor Insurance today. Tough Man of the Match brought to you by Wolf Construction of Lancaster. Todd Wolf and his crew pride themselves in providing full service to their customers at the highest quality. Wolf Construction of Lancaster. Matt, you and I kind of came to an agreement as far as who our Tough Man of the Match is today.
Yeah, and that's going to be Dalton Wolf. He had 3 pins on the day at heavyweight, and just 2 minutes added up to that time. So anytime you get 3 pins in 2 minutes or less, you've had yourself an awesome day. So this senior Dalton Wolf from Fennimore improved his record to 31-12 on the season, 98-44 in his career. So congratulations, Dalton Wolf. Your 3 pins in 2 minutes makes you the tough man of today's meet.
All right, that's our Tough Man of the Match brought to you by Wolf Construction of Lancaster. Todd Wolf and his crew pride themselves in providing full service to their customers at the highest quality. Wolf Construction of Lancaster. The match of the meet brought to you by Will Scranton Graphics, a block off the square in Lancaster. Wills offers full service copying and printing available in wide formats for banners, posters, canvas prints, and much more. Will Scranton Graphics of Lancaster. There were plenty of matches that we could have chosen, but the one that stood out to me, gentlemen, was the match between Briggs Weigel and Rhett Spurley at 126 pounds. That was a semifinal match that was decided on the ultimate tiebreaker, albeit controversially towards the end of the match. But what a showing between those two wrestlers. And you could tell the crowd was into it. That was probably the most electric and emotionally charged match that we had this evening.
Yeah, that was one of the the Clash finals last week, and it went to Briggs. And today, unfortunately, the calls went against Briggs, but that was a great match between them both. They wrestled their hearts out, and both will probably see each other again next week. I think you're looking at 3 of the kids at 126 that are probably going to sneak out between Enders, Weigel, and Spurley to go to state. So. But I also like Owen Sefrud and Zanchavitz.
That was a fun one, too.
Those
yeah.
are always good matches. Last week was a good one, and today, again, was a good one. So, but you're right with the 126-pound.
All right, that's our match or matches of the meet brought to you by Will Scranton Graphics, a block off the square in Lancaster. Will offers full-service copying and printing available in wide formats for banners, posters, canvas prints, and much more. Will Scranton Graphics of Lancaster. So coming up on Tuesday night for team sectional wrestling in Division 3, we will have Mineral Point and Iowa Grant Highland featured at Mineral Point in Division 3. In Division 2, we'll follow Fennimore and Belmont Platteville to Prairie du Chien on Tuesday night. We'll sort out the station and coverage, but we do anticipate streaming both matches on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. And then, of course, next Friday, we will have the girls sectional from Prairie du Chien. We'll have that on 97.7 Country WGLR, the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. Individual sectionals next Saturday, Wisconsin Dells for Division 2 here on X1071. The Division 3 individual sectionals from Westby on 97.7 Country WGLR at the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. Gentlemen, what a fun day of wrestling it was. Awesome job on the coverage today. And what a great day of wrestling. Just some final thoughts from both of you before we wrap up.
It definitely was a great day. A lot of quality wrestlers. I'm impressed with Fennimore coming up from Division 3 to Division 2. They are still going to be a force to reckon with. They're a good dual team. So is Belmont. It depends on who comes out on the other end. But, you know, Belmont and Fennimore have the quality wrestlers all the way through to give them a good opportunity to possibly get back for Fennimore get back to state or Belmont, Platteville for the first time.
Yeah, looking at Fennimore, I mean, they were kind of hovering around that 8th spot in the rankings in Division II, so you kind of thought they might have been under the radar, but an outstanding showing by the Golden Eagles here today. Matt, your final thoughts?
Yeah, and certainly we had 48 ranked wrestlers today, and obviously many of them advanced to the Wisconsin Dells sectional. And we talked Evansville ranked 4th coming into it. Well, they didn't actually make it in. So as we mentioned, Fennimore with their dominant showing, they were ranked 7th in the latest rankings they found themselves in. We knew it was going to be close between Darlington, Blackhawk, Belmont, Platteville, and Prairie du Chien. It certainly was, but congratulations to Belmont, Platteville for being that second team to advance.
Yeah, what a fun day of wrestling it was here from Dodgeville. Congratulations to all the wrestlers who advanced, and congratulations again to Fennimore and Belmont Platteville. Team sectional qualifiers going to be wrestling in Prairie du Chien on Tuesday night. Thanks to Joey Martin and the entire staff at Dodgeville for being gracious hosts and helping us with our radio and streaming broadcast here today. Thanks to all the wrestlers and coaches for competing here during today's very long Division II regional from Dodgeville High School. Thanks so much for listening on X1071 and watching along on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. This has been Great Regional Health Center and People's State Bank coverage of high school wrestling presented by Cuba City, Darlington, and Kieler Family Dental, and Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors on X1071 WPVL FM Platteville, a Queen Bee radio station. Once again, Fennimore and Belmont Platteville, your qualifiers for Division II team wrestling. Fennimore, your regional champion here at the Dodgeville Regional in Division II. For Scott Tolzman and Matt Wiederholt, I'm Tyler DeTanis. Thanks again so much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll see you for more wrestling on Tuesday night. Good night, everyone.
This has been a Queen Bee Radio High School Sports presentation.
Extreme 107.1.
Turn your radios up.
WPVL FM, Platteville and Dubuque.
The best music every day, baby.
Do you feel me? A Queen Bee radio station.